Chapter 234. The Desire for Self-Generation. Yet another celestial body appears. Master Yi, have you made a decision? If you are willing, the 9 calamity divine bamboo shall be bestowed upon you. This bamboo can mitigate the ferocity of heavenly tribulations, significantly enhancing the probability of successfully transcending. Wang Yugu continued to tempt him. The 9 calamity divine bamboo is renowned among the 7 great wonders, primarily due to its extraordinary capabilities. No transcending celestial being can resist its allure. Each tribulation faced by a transcending celestial being pertains to life and death. Even a mere 10% increase in success probability can make a substantial difference. The reason the Taishan sacred ground has risen to prominence as the foremost in the 9 provinces is largely attributed to the million-year-old 9 calamity divine bamboo. Its presence has allowed the Taishan sacred ground to possess many more transcending celestial beings than other sacred grounds. From the perspective of the Taishan sacred ground, as long as Yi Kaishan is in the tribulation phase, he unequivocally requires the 9 calamity divine bamboo. However, they did not anticipate that Yi Kaishan held this meager offering in contempt. If he were to acquire something, it must be grander. After hearing Wang Yugu's words, Yi Kaishan scoffed derisively. You certainly have lofty aspirations. You think to exchange a mere bamboo for a celestial body? Moreover, the celestial body belongs to my closest kin. Then what do you propose? The elders furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. An increase in compensation is necessary, Yi Kaishan declared boldly. Unless you can bring that mother bamboo as a trade. Impossible. Absolutely not. The mother bamboo is the foundation of our Taishan. Wang Yugu shook her head. It was evident even to the most naive that the master would never acquiesce. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Yi Kaishan sighed in resignation. If the 9 calamity divine bamboo were meant for Hao Yu, he might have permitted her to attempt it at the Taishan sacred ground. Regrettably, this item was intended for his own use to bolster his combat prowess. It would be of no benefit to Hao Yu. Wait, Wang Yugu exclaimed in urgency. Actually, it need not be for Hao Yu. Your Yi family possesses numerous celestial bodies, so simply provide us with one to take back. Our sacred ground guarantees it will be treated as our own, nurtured as a holy son. For the Taishan sacred ground, the particular celestial body was of little consequence. They simply sought one. Oh, do you truly desire a celestial body so fervently? Yi Kaishan chuckled, his laughter peculiar and enigmatic. Wang Yugu's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. In the next moment, her body suddenly became uncontrollable, soaring into the air, ultimately caught by Yi Kaishan. A domineering voice echoed in her ears. If you wish for a celestial body, it is essential that you bear it yourself. The woman was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan took the juvenile 9 calamity divine bamboo from her grasp and remarked, "Let this bamboo serve as my remuneration for the toil." Remuneration? The elders were taken aback, nearly bursting into curses. What an abomination! Does this sound like human speech? To abduct a person is one thing, but to spare not even a bamboo is appalling. The celestial body has yet to be procured, and already everything is at stake. Elder Wang, this cannot be. Elder Huang Zheng exclaimed. This was an unforeseen path. It was utterly nonsensical. Wang Yugu turned back, offering him a smile brimming with confidence, as if to say, "Do not worry, I can manage." The elders were incredulous. Was this a matter of capability? So, it is settled. Let us proceed, Yi Kaishan declared. Yi Kaishan extended an invitation, and the reluctant elders followed him into the Yi residence. To be honest, they were at a loss for what to do. In simple terms, they had resigned themselves to their fate. Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaishan announced his intent to wed Wang Yugu. Regardless of the circumstances, a title of legitimacy is indispensable. In a certain courtyard of the Yi family, Elder Wang, have you truly made up your mind? You're simply being reckless. If the Holy Lord were to find out, alas, how could it have come to this? The elders of the Taishan Holy Land encircled Wang Yugu, offering heartfelt advice with deep concern. Sister Yugu, you are too impulsive. How can a celestial body be so easily conceived? Another female elder, Hu Jing, lamented helplessly. How can I know unless I try? If others can conceive, Why can't I? Am I inferior to those concubines of Yi Kaishan? Wang Yugu, possessing a strong-willed nature, was not one to be easily subdued. She exuded confidence. She was a tribulation-level human immortal with a superior divine root. In terms of qualifications and cultivation, she was second to none. Some things cannot be forced. They depend on innate talent, Hu Jing remarked. In the blink of an eye, the day of the wedding arrived. Yi Kaishan was set to wed an elder from the Tai Xian Holy Land, delivering yet another shock to Lei Zhou. Last time, it was the ascendant saintess, and this time, it was an elder from the Tai Xian Holy Land. To be fair, the concubine Yi Laozu has taken this time was quite within my expectations. From saintess to elder, it is quite reasonable. The cultivators of Lei Zhou had developed a degree of immunity. Compared to previous occasions, they were not as astonished. On the wedding night, Yi Laozu encountered a rare opponent, resulting in a fierce clash. Were it not for the formation, the entire Yi family would have collapsed. 3 months later, Wang Yugu had successfully conceived, eagerly anticipating the arrival of her celestial offspring. The other elders of the Holy Land began to harbor an inexplicable anticipation. If one could not resist, one might as well indulge. Should Wang Yugu indeed give birth to a celestial body, she could return and fulfill her obligations. Meanwhile, the long-pregnant Huang Fuxian was finally about to give birth. In the flow of time within the Yi family, even if she bore Neza, it would not take long. Outside the delivery room, Wang Yugu accompanied Yi Kaishan, awaiting the moment. She yearned to witness the caliber of the ascended saintess. Perhaps this would be her most formidable rival. Husband, in my view, Huang Fuxian has a 1% chance of giving birth to a low-grade, celestial spiritual root. Anything higher seems impossible. She offered her assessment with an air of authority, embodying the demeanor of a mistress. Although she was the last to enter the household, she carried herself as if she were the principal wife. Yi Kaishan cast her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Only a low-grade, celestial spiritual root at best. This was not merely underestimating Huang Fuxian, it was underestimating him. At that moment, an inexplicable aura suddenly descended. Wang Yugu abruptly looked up to see celestial radiance rolling through the void above the Yi family, spreading across a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Accompanied by purple chi, ethereal dragon, and phoenix apparitions, various astonishing phenomena emerged in succession. Phenomena? Could it be another celestial body? She was taken aback. When had celestial bodies become so commonplace? Ding! Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage and giving birth to an offspring with a mid-grade celestial spiritual root. Rewards: lifespan 100, mid-grade celestial artifact, a piece of low-grade celestial soil, and 1,000 celestial stones. Note: this child possesses a unique constitution, 9 Yuan Dao body. 9 Yuan Dao body? Yi Kaishan's heart stirred. He had long been aware of Huang Fuxian's ancestral matters. This constitution was precisely that of her ancestors. Its greatest strength lay in its ability to open up 9 primordial dantians, granting unparalleled magical power within the same realm. The only drawback was that cultivation required vast resources, making breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Normal cultivators possess but a single dantian, while the 9 Yuan Dao body has 9, equivalent to having 9 mouths to feed. Immediately, Yi Kaishan strode into the delivery room. After a moment of shock, Wang Yugu's confidence soared once more. Huang Fuxian had given birth to a celestial body. There was no reason she could not do the same. Chapter 235. The Dragon Maiden Gives Birth, Transforms into a Dragon. The 9 Yuan Dao body. I have truly given birth to a 9 Yuan Dao body. Huang Fuxian was both astonished and elated. No one understood this physique better than she did. It was the invincible constitution of a celestial being from her ancestry. In those days, the Ascension Sacred Land was renowned as the foremost power across the 9 provinces, undefeated in battle, relying on the unparalleled combat prowess of the 9 Yuan Dao body. However, the cost was substantial. The Ascension Sacred Land suffered significant losses while nurturing the 9 Yuan Dao body, leading to its eventual decline. Huang Fuxian resolved to bring this child back to the Ascension Sacred Land for training. The Yi family had an abundance of children, several of whom possessed celestial physiques. As a concubine of the patriarch, she understood the need to alleviate the family's burden. The child would be named Yi Jiu Dao. Yi Kaishan, upon seeing the infant, quickly pondered and bestowed a name. The reward for the childbirth was a mid-grade celestial artifact known as the Celestial Path Ruler of the Horizon. This artifact was reputed to measure the universe, transcending all barriers. And once unleashed, it wielded the might of the cosmos. It was an exceptionally aggressive celestial weapon, solely for offense, devoid of any other functions. As long as its power could be unleashed, even if Kaishan found himself in Thunder State, he could utilize the Celestial Path Ruler to conquer any place across the 9 provinces. The might of a celestial artifact was indeed terrifying. Kaishan praised it, and then immediately set off to the overseas realms, selecting a solitary island to begin absorbing experiences. The commotion of crossing the tribulation was too great, and he wished to remain inconspicuous. In truth, many celestial beings would covertly undergo tribulation for safety, avoiding potential ambushes from enemies, and to conceal their true capabilities, only revealing themselves when absolutely necessary. On the isolated island, Kaishan meticulously arranged formations before commencing his experience absorption. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. With the completion of experience absorption, Kaishan's understanding of the human celestial realm deepened profoundly. Thunder rumbled. Above the heavens, dark clouds gathered. He was about to face his tribulation. This would be his 4th tribulation. Kaishan, with ease and confidence, had successfully traversed 2 previous tribulations, elevating his cultivation to the 5th tribulation human celestial realm. As the celestial essence transformed, his aura became increasingly ethereal. With just 4 more tribulations to endure, he would attain the 9th tribulation human celestial realm and ascend to the celestial realm. With his cultivation stabilized, Kaishan departed the isolated island and returned to the Yi family. At this juncture, Baigu of the Ascension's sacred land was on the verge of giving birth. Unlike Huangfu Xian, she was not as fortunate and only bore a child with a superior divine root. A few years ago, such a divine root would have been formidable, a paragon even among the entire 9 provinces. However, within the current Yi family, it appeared rather unremarkable. Undeterred, Baigu aspired to give birth to a celestial divine root. Before long, the dragon maiden Long Zhe gave birth, astonishing all by delivering a child with a mid-grade celestial divine root, a daughter, whom Kaishan named Yi Ling Long. Although lacking a celestial body, this grade of divine root was only slightly inferior to that of Yizhan, the son of the water celestial. The reward for her childbirth was a mid-grade celestial artifact named the 10,000 Sounds Dragon Zither. This zither could produce the sounds of a true dragon, whether sorrowful, furious, joyful, or melancholic. Its power was formidable, capable of shaking the very universe. Additionally, it concealed within it a celestial technique called Dragon's Roar across the heavens. This technique was an audio-based attack of the true dragon lineage, classified as a mid-grade celestial technique, typically reserved for true dragons alone. Indeed, Long Zhe, you are fortunate. Kaishan chuckled to himself, recognizing that this celestial technique was evidently tailored for Long Zhe, as only she was closer to a true dragon. Moreover, Kaishan surmised that Long Zhe was exceptionally suited for this celestial technique. This female dragon possessed a resounding and enduring voice, showcasing her innate talent in this area. Yi ancestor vividly recalled this and decided to allow Long Zhe to consume the dragon pearl. The child had already been born. To remain distant now would be unreasonable. It was time to expand the horizons. Kaishan approached Long Zhe, who was presently cradling her daughter Yi Ling Long with immense affection. Upon seeing her husband enter, she immediately radiated joy and exclaimed, "Husband, I plan to take our daughter back to the Jiaolong clan." As she spoke, her expression swelled with pride, already envisioning the astonished faces of her kin upon meeting her daughter. "That sounds wonderful, but before you go, I have a gift for you." Kaishan replied with a smile, producing the prepared dragon pearl. Long Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. "Husband, are you truly giving me the dragon pearl?" Her breath quickened, her face a tapestry of incredulity. It was all too sudden, too delightful. "There's no falsehood in this. It's of no use to me. So it's better off with you," Kaishan said nonchalantly. In the next moment, Long Zhe set down her child and swiftly leaped into Kaishan's embrace, nuzzling against him. "Husband, you are too wonderful. I want to bear you 100 children," she declared loudly, eager to commence the endeavor immediately. All right. Let us discuss children later. I will protect you while you refine the dragon pearl." Kaishan hurriedly pushed her away, safeguarding his modest attire. Long Zhe nodded resolutely, and together they ventured once more to the overseas realms. The commotion of consuming the dragon pearl and transforming into a dragon would undoubtedly be astonishing. The Yi family could not withstand such turmoil. Preparations were made. Long Zhe shifted, transforming into her true form, a magnificent white Jiao dragon, stretching thousands of feet long. Her body as smooth and lustrous as jade, shimmering with brilliance. Unlike ordinary ferocious beasts, she exuded both majesty and a hint of endearing charm. Subsequently, Longzhe swallowed the dragon pearl whole. Shortly thereafter, her colossal form began to radiate light, contorting in pain as she underwent metamorphosis. Kaishan stood at a distance, observing quietly. Once the transformation was successful, Longzhe would become the only true dragon in the 9 provinces. Time passed languidly, and several days slipped by. On this day, an invisible dragon might suddenly envelop the surrounding sea, stretching across a radius of 100,000 miles. Countless sea creatures trembled, succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, prostrating in worship. The weaker beings were paralyzed with fear, collapsing in shock. To ordinary marine life, the dragon clan represented the heavens, the creators of all existence. They were their supreme deities. It was a success. Kaishan's eyes sparkled as he beheld Longzhe's form, now magnified several times, her scales more resilient and radiant. The single horn upon her head had transformed into a pair of majestic antlers. Upon closer inspection of her claws, Kaishan realized with excitement, a 4-clawed true dragon. The true dragon lineage was stratified. Ordinary true dragons possessed 3 claws and were considered the lowest tier. They were akin to dragon warriors. In contrast, 4-clawed true dragons served as the backbone of the dragon clan, typically embodying leadership roles. 5-clawed true dragons, however, were of noble lineage, royal blood. Longzhe's evolution from a Jiao dragon to a 4-clawed true dragon was indeed an unprecedented advancement. Kaishan laughed heartily. He had truly become a dragon knight. With the transformation from Jiao dragon to true dragon, Longzhe's power surged. Thunderclouds roiled in the sky. The tribulation was approaching. Chapter 236. The Sea Clan in Turmoil. No more pretense, time for revelation. The second tribulation arrived like a battering ram, almost devoid of difficulty as Longzhe breezily passed through it. Her combat prowess underwent a seismic shift. One after another, the third tribulation approached, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Effortlessly, she traversed the fourth tribulation, encountering no significant difficulty. In a brief span, Longzhe ascended from a first tribulation human immortal to a fourth tribulation human immortal. She still possessed ample strength. Yet she opted not to pursue further tribulations. Sometimes, rapid ascension and cultivation is not necessarily advantageous. Steady progress is essential for long-term success. During her tribulation, her aura continuously expanded, reaching deep into the boundless ocean. Mighty sea creatures such as the dragon whale, dragon shark, and dragon tortoise were left utterly astounded. The intensity was so overwhelming that I sensed the presence of a true dragon. How could this be? The dragon clan had vanished since ancient times. Where could a true dragon arise from? It was said that due to the constraints of heaven and earth, the dragon race had been compelled to retreat to the celestial realm. In the perception of the sea tribes, the existence of a true dragon in the endless sea was inconceivable. It was akin to a small pond suddenly being invaded by a whale. The entire endless sea erupted in fervor. The once tranquil ancestral grounds of the flood dragons trembled in response. Even the long-slumbering progenitor of the flood dragons awakened. A true dragon has emerged. Could it be that a true dragon still lies dormant within the ruins of the ancient dragon palace? Longzhe's aura transformed. Though the flood dragons were oblivious to this change, they only felt an overwhelming dragon might. What shall we do now? With the appearance of a true dragon, our flood dragon clan may find itself relegated to mere embellishment. Some flood dragons began to express their concerns. The presence of a true dragon would render them mere shadows. How narrow-minded. With a true dragon residing in the endless sea, we shall undoubtedly usher in a true renaissance. And soon the entire 9 provinces shall bow before the sea tribes, exclaimed an elder flood dragon. In the face of a true dragon, even the mightiest flood dragons were powerless, for the pressure stemmed from their very bloodline. Indeed, should the true dragon desire it, it could create numerous powerful sea tribes from its own essence. The existence of a true dragon holds immense significance for the sea tribes. The elder of the dragon clan spoke wisely. If we can welcome the true dragon back to our ranks, then the sacred lands of the 9 provinces will pose no threat. A graceful flood dragon spoke slowly. The reason flood dragons inhabit the deep sea is partly due to their fear of being hunted by formidable human tribulation immortals. Though they are powerful in their own right, they are no match for the 9 sacred lands. Very well. Henceforth, humans shall no longer ride upon the backs of the sea tribes. By the way, Longzhe is still in the hands of that human. We must swiftly retrieve her. The flood dragon clan buzzed with chatter. Never before had there been such lively discussion. At that moment, the aura of the true dragon dissipated, and the elder of the flood dragons promptly dispatched individuals to seek out the true dragon, ensuring its return. Meanwhile, Kaishan sat upon the back of a dragon, galloping through the realms. This was Longza's promise. Once she transformed into a dragon, she would immediately allow Kaishan to ride her, thus making him a dragon knight. After a considerable time, the two finally returned to the Yi family. Longza intended to take her daughter back to the Flood Dragon clan. Considering the safety of his wife and child, Kaishan decided to accompany them. Not long after, news reached the Flood Dragon clan. Clan leader, Longza has returned, reported a Flood Dragon scout. As long as she is back, that is sufficient. Dragon River. The clan leader of the Flood Dragons nodded slightly, realizing that the Yi family had learned of the true dragon's emergence. They were frightened, hence they voluntarily returned Longza. This is for the best, as it saves us from taking action. However, the Flood Dragon scout hesitated, as if wanting to speak, but holding back. What is it? Dragon River inquired calmly. Longza has also brought back a human, along with a child. What? Dragon River's eyes widened. It was evident what this entailed. A child born in such a short span. It is rumored that the ancestors of the Yi family excel in childbirth, but I never expected it to be so outrageous. Just how long has it been? One must understand, the more powerful the race, the more arduous it is to reproduce, and the Flood Dragon clan is no exception. Now, in the blink of an eye, Longza has a child. This is utterly absurd. Well, this person truly possesses the heart of a dragon and the gall of a phoenix. Daring to come to our Flood Dragon clan, Dragon River exclaimed, slamming the table, his eyes glinting with a chilling, killing intent. He had long heard of Kaishan's exploits, slaying the celestial silkworm sovereign and annihilating sacred lands. Yet, with such meager strength, he was not enough to be of concern. Send the order down. I want him to come and go without a trace. Dragon River commanded. At that very moment, Kaishan and Longza had already entered the deep sea, leisurely admiring the scenery along the way. Soon, they beheld a colossal island, vast enough to encompass 7 nations. Ahead lay the territory of the Flood Dragon clan. Longza pointed towards the island, introducing it to Kaishan. Kaishan's gaze flickered as he noticed palatial structures coiled beneath the island, stretching endlessly. Together, they formed the dominion of the Flood Dragon clan, the rulers of the endless sea. Subsequently, Kaishan descended onto the island alongside Longza. At that moment, a blue flood dragon soared from the sea, transforming into a youthful girl in a blue dress, appearing vivaciously before the two. Sister Longza, you have returned? The girl possessed large, fluttering eyes and delicate features, her skin a soft, snowy hue. Upon seeing Longza, she immediately affectionately linked her arm with hers, nuzzling close. Longza ruffled the girl's hair, introducing her. Husband, this is my sister from the clan, Long Kuei. Wow, you are Sister Longza's husband? The girl's eyes sparkled as she approached Kaishan, curiously examining him. You are human? Indeed, Kaishan nodded slightly, his gaze likewise appraising the girl before him. This flood dragon, named Long Kuei, though seemingly youthful, surprisingly possessed perfected cultivation. In terms of talent, she was not inferior to Longza. Longza, you possess audacity beyond measure. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed, causing the surrounding sea to churn violently. Powerful sea creatures emerged, their massive bodies resembling mountains, encircling the entire island. The ancestors of the dragon whale, dragon shark, and dragon tortoise had all appeared. These beings were all tribulation immortals. Soon after, Dragon River, accompanied by several elders of the Flood Dragon clan, descended from the void, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Without the clan's permission, you dare to bring a human into our sacred territory. Moreover, a distinguished Flood Dragon consorts with a human. Longza, what punishment do you deserve? The clan leader of the Flood Dragons demanded, directly confronting Longza. At this moment, Longza appeared in her human form, her horns concealed, leaving the Flood Dragons utterly unaware of her true identity as a true dragon. Clan leader, what do you intend to do? Longza furrowed her brow, calmly inquiring. She had no desire to explain or argue. She merely sought to discern Dragon River's intentions. Any human who comes here shall not return alive. Dragon River faltered for a moment, sensing something amiss in Longza's tranquility, yet, due to his authority as clan leader, he spoke nonetheless. You intend to kill my husband? Longza smiled faintly, her expression gradually turning cold, as a pair of deer-like horns slowly sprouted from her head. Concurrently, the pressure of the true dragon erupted forth like a volcanic eruption, creating tumultuous waves. She had initially wished to interact with her kin as an ordinary flood dragon. Enough is enough. The pretense is over. Chapter 237. When it is time to kill, one must kill, subduing the Flood Dragon clan. In an instant, Longza's dragon might was unleashed. The surrounding sea creatures, all the flood dragons, stood in shock, their mouths agape as they beheld Longza. The might of the dragon, the supreme pressure emanating from their lineage left them gasping for breath. Thud! A mighty dragon of the greatest sentient stage was the first to kneel. prostrating before the dragon's might. Little dragon pays homage to the true dragon. At that moment, the sea tribe present seemed to awaken from a dream. The case was solved. Long Zhe was indeed the true dragon. Long Zhe, how did you transform into a dragon? Long Chuan asked in disbelief, his eyes betraying a mixture of shock, envy, and fervor. Long Zhe could transform into a dragon, yet their esteemed leader of the Jiao Dragon clan could not. Humph. My transformation into Long Zhe today is entirely due to my husband's nurturing. He bestowed upon me the dragon pearl, allowing me to achieve this form. Pride radiated from Long Zhe's face, oblivious to the fact that she had become a fervent admirer of her husband, eager to showcase Yi Kaishan's prowess at every opportunity. Yi Kaishan, with his arms crossed, quietly observed Long Zhe's display, his eyes filled with admiration. One must admit, there is something undeniably charming about a woman who unabashedly praises her husband. It was a gratifying sentiment, indeed. He resolved to reward her handsomely afterward. Long Chuan suddenly realized that the dragon pearl must be the one lost from the ancient dragon palace. Damn it, that dragon pearl was consumed by Long Zhe. His expression darkened immediately. At that juncture, several formidable auras emerged as the elders of the Jiao Dragon clan ascended from their underwater palace, stirred by the presence of the true dragon. Upon seeing Long Zhe, expressions of surprise and joy illuminated their faces. Among them were 3 elder dragons, one at the 9 tribulations human immortal stage and 2 at the 8 tribulations human immortal stage. Elders. The gathered Jiao dragons bowed in respect. Excellent. Our Jiao Dragon clan has hope. Long Zhe, you have transformed into a true dragon, exclaimed the elder dragon at the 9 tribulations stage with palpable excitement. Humph. I dare not accept your praise. It seems that clan leader Long Chuan does not welcome me and even wishes to harm my husband. It would be best for me to take my leave. Long Zhe replied with a cold snort, her tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders were instantly agitated and glared at clan leader Long Chuan, questioning Long Chuan. Is this true? Elders, Long Zhe brought a human into our sacred territory. I was merely acting according to our customs. Long Chuan replied, his brow furrowing, maintaining a stance of neither subservience nor arrogance. As the clan leader, he was reluctant to bow his head to Long Zhe, fearing how it might affect his leadership in the future. However, upon hearing his words, Long Zhe snorted again and took action. Still defiant? It appears you cannot be spared. With a single punch, she unleashed a majestic dragon claw aimed at Long Chuan. Impudent. What do you intend to do? Long Chuan was momentarily taken aback before his anger flared, retaliating with a punch of his own. He was a 7 tribulations human immortal, his cultivation only inferior to the 3 elder dragons. However, to his astonishment, Long Zhe's cultivation had reached the 4 tribulations human immortal stage, coupled with her true dragon form. A single claw forced Long Chuan back thousands of feet, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The sea tribe was shocked, and the Jiao Dragon clan was in an uproar. Die! Long Zhe pressed her advantage, her heart set on annihilation, unleashing her full strength. Earlier, Yi Kaishan had communicated to her that Long Chuan must not be allowed to live. With his keen insight, he immediately discerned the ulterior motives lurking within the clan leader's heart. Such an enemy must be eradicated without delay to prevent further complications. This was not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary troubles. Long Zhe was no fool. She immediately complied, knowing that by eliminating Long Chuan, she would naturally ascend to the position of clan leader. Originally, the couple had merely returned to visit family, but due to Long Chuan's antagonism, they swiftly resolved to seize control of the Jiao Dragon clan. Long Zhe, cease at once. One of the elder dragons at the 8 tribulation stage could no longer hold back and intervened. He had only covertly supported Long Chuan and could not bear to watch him be slain. In an instant, he transformed into his colossal form and charged at Long Zhe, his immense presence shattering the void around him. Yet, at that moment, a blinding beam of celestial light erupted forth, striking the elder dragon with the force of thunder. This beam of celestial light stretched for 100,000 miles, cleaving the void in twain. It felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. A mid-grade celestial artifact, the Celestial Path Ruler. Yi Kaishan's ruthless strike was executed with deadly precision, directly severing the elder dragon in 2. Splurt. The old dragon's body was cleaved in half, a torrential cascade of blood gushing forth from the severed ends, staining the sea red. The anguished roar of the elder dragon echoed as his form twisted in the void, vitality swiftly waning. This was not an ordinary wound. It was inflicted by a celestial artifact. Everything transpired too quickly, leaving the elder dragons at the 9 and 8 tribulation stages unprepared. You dare kill an elder of the Jiao Dragon clan? Long Tuo, the elder dragon, glared furiously at Yi Kaishan. The 8 tribulations human immortal was the foundation of the Jiao Dragon clan. and he had been slain just like that? Would you like to test the sharpness of the celestial path ruler? Kaishan replied with a light chuckle, stroking the artifact in his hand as if to emphasize his point. There was no room for idle chatter. In this world, power reigned supreme. Although that previous strike had drained a significant portion of his celestial energy, it did not hinder him, for he possessed other hidden trump cards. Long Tua was left speechless. If Kaishan could slay an 8 tribulations human immortal with a single blow, how formidable could he himself be as a 9 tribulations human immortal? He held no confidence. More importantly, Kaishan was Long Zhe's husband. If they were to irreparably sever ties, the Jiao Dragon clan would lose their true dragon. With this in mind, Long Tua suddenly broke into a smile, sweeping away the gloom as he declared loudly, I have long heard of Daoist Ye's extraordinary talents. Today, I see that the rumors do not do you justice. You are quite perceptive, Kaishan replied, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes, accompanied by a faint smile. He then flicked the celestial ruler in his hand, releasing a killing intent that resonated through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The Sea Tribe warriors surrounding Jiao Dragon Island were instantly obliterated into blood mist. In an instant, the ocean's expanse turned crimson. The Jiao dragons on the island trembled in fear, rendered speechless. I have a phobia of colossal beings. I prefer not to have such giants surrounding me. Please forgive me. Fellow Daoist, Kaishan explained leisurely as he sheathed the celestial ruler. Long Tua took a deep breath, unclenching his fists, and forced a strained smile. They were unaware and disturbed you. Such a grave offense. Before long, the battle between Long Zhe and clan leader Long Chuan reached its conclusion. Long Chuan, filled with resentment, was forcefully obliterated by Long Zhe. Even in death, he could not comprehend how Long Zhe had the audacity to kill him. Though his cultivation surpassed Long Zhe's by 3 tribulations, the disparity between a Jiao dragon and a true dragon was insurmountable, an inherent, comprehensive difference. Subsequently, Long Tua proclaimed Long Zhe as the new clan leader of the Jiao Dragon clan. Congratulations. Congratulations, Sister Long Zhe. Some Jiao dragons who maintained a good rapport with Long Zhe stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Soon, the gathered Jiao dragons turned their attention to the child Long Zhe had brought. Clan leader, is this your child? One curious Jiao dragon inquired. Indeed, this is my daughter. With a mid-grade celestial spiritual root. Long Zhe exclaimed proudly. Mid-grade celestial spiritual root? Upon hearing Long Zhe's words, all the Jiao dragons gathered around, intrigued. As they examined Yiling Long, this level of talent surpassed even their own Jiao Dragon clan's standards. Within the Jiao Dragon clan, the vast majority possessed divine roots, with very few attaining celestial spiritual roots, let alone mid-grade celestial spiritual roots. While spiritual roots do not encompass the entirety of a cultivator's essence, possessing a superior spiritual root undoubtedly facilitates a far more advantageous path than that of a lesser one. In a moment, the myriad of dragon serpents could not help but cast their gazes towards Kaishan. It was already well known that the ancestor of the Yi clan was exceptionally prolific, a fact that now proved to be undeniably true. The expressions of some female dragon serpents towards Kaishan gradually transformed, imbued with newfound admiration. Over the ensuing days, Long Zhe organized the aquatic clans, while Kaishan relished a leisurely existence upon the island. The female dragon serpents subtly conveyed their affections to him, their nature being far more uninhibited than that of the human race. In a brief span, Kaishan found himself integrated into their midst. Apart from Long Kuei, there was another intriguing black dragon named Long Lan, who captured Kaishan's keen interest. She was an elder within the dragon serpent clan, possessing a cultivation level of 5 tribulations of a human immortal. On one occasion, after attending to his affairs, Long Zhe sought out Kaishan. Their initial greeting was akin to a tempest, yet it was not long before they broached serious matters. My husband, she began. The elder of the Longtu clan has conferred with me and expressed a desire for your assistance in ensuring the Dragon Serpent clan retains a lineage of excellence. I believe Long Kuei and Long Qin would be suitable choices. Perhaps you might consider marrying them? Long Zhe's tone was laced with a sense of plea, as though fearing Kaishan might decline. Upon hearing her words, Kaishan gently shook his head. Long Zhe's countenance fell. My husband, do you not wish to? Not at all. I simply wish to take a few more, Kaishan replied with a smile, feeling that too was rather insufficient. Long Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully nodded. As long as my husband is willing, several would be quite acceptable. Excellent, Kaishan affirmed, unreservedly beginning to name his selections. Besides Long Kuei and Long Qin, he also included Long Lan and Long Xian. Long Kuei represented a blue dragon, while Long Qin, a gentle and talented green dragon. He had already encountered. Long Lan was a black dragon, and Long Xian a red dragon. Each selection reflected his careful consideration and met his standards. My husband, you must endure this toil, Longzhe said, tenderly caressing Yi Kaishan's face, her voice tinged with concern. To take on so many at once must be exhausting. It is nothing. Your matters are my own, and this little hardship is inconsequential, Yi Kaishan waved dismissively. By the way, I possess a celestial technique specifically designed for the dragon race, and I shall impart it to you now. Suddenly, he recalled the divine technique known as Dragon's Roar in the Nine Heavens, which Long Qin had naturally possessed. Celestial technique? Long Zhe's gaze widened in astonishment. Upon learning of the formidable nature of Dragon's Roar in the Nine Heavens, she was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and hurried back to begin her cultivation. 3 days later, Yi Kaishan departed from the Dragon Serpent clan, accompanied by a host of dragon maidens, returning to Lizhou. In addition to Long Zhe, there were 5 other dragon maidens, each with cultivation levels no less than perfected Great Ascension, with Long Lan having achieved the remarkable 5 tribulations of a human immortal. With the addition of these dragon maidens, the Yi clan was poised to grow even stronger. Upon returning home, the first order of business was, naturally, to take concubines. Thus commenced a series of unending weddings. The first to join his household was, of course, Long Lan. The cultivators of Lizhou were left in shock and envy upon hearing the news. It was said that the ancestor of the Yi clan had chosen a dragon elder, a formidable being of the tribulation stage. The dragon serpents, the mightiest beings of the endless sea, could not escape the clutches of the ancestor. It could only be said that the allure of the Yi ancestor was so great that even the dragon serpents capitulated beneath his grand presence. Whispers filled Lizhou as many came seeking an audience with the ancestor, bringing lavish gifts, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. A being of the tribulation stage was indeed regarded as one of the pinnacle powers of the Jiuzhou continent, a celestial figure in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Yet, even such formidable beings were taken into Yi Kaishan's fold without hesitation or mercy. Soon, the news spread to other provinces, inciting tremendous commotion. The power of the Yi ancestor was terrifying. It was said that after marrying the saintess of the ascending paradises, she soon bore a celestial body. The number of celestial bodies within the Yi clan was likely greater than the combined totals of all Jiuzhou provinces. The holy lands of Jiuzhou trembled, with many factions consumed by envy. Among them were the vanishing Heaven Holy Land from Liqiu, the Starry Lodge from Fixingzhou, and the Crimson Lotus Holy Land from Cangzhou, all of whom dispatched their saintesses to Lizhou. They sought to emulate the ascending paradises and produce a celestial body of their own. Initially hesitant, which allowed the ascending paradises to seize the opportunity, they could not afford to hesitate any longer. In this recent period, none were happier than the ascending paradises, where the old Saint Master beamed with delight, praising his own wisdom. Consequently, he commanded the dispatch of numerous outstanding female disciples to support the Yi clan, anticipating the likelihood of other holy lands attempting to glean insights. Throughout Jiuzhou, apart from the Great Sun Rulai sect in Zhongzhou, nearly all factions were mobilizing. The leader of the Great Sun Rulai sect could only recite the Heart Sutra, feeling helpless in the face of such developments. After 3 months, representatives from various holy lands began to arrive in Lizhou. Upon discerning their intentions, Yi Kaishan naturally did not refuse. He welcomed them with open arms. These saintesses from the holy lands were predominantly at the Great Ascension stage, possessing unparalleled talent and cultivation. The saintess of the Crimson Lotus Holy Land was particularly notable, being the daughter of its leader. This lineage traced back to a celestial being known as the Crimson Lotus Sage, who, after ascending, left behind a legacy that formed the foundation of the Holy Land. The vanishing Heaven Holy Land, located in the far west of Jiuzhou, sent a saintess with golden hair and striking features, exuding warmth and exuberance. Thus, joyous occasions continued to multiply within the Yi clan, lasting over a year. The number of Yi Kaishan's concubines approached the remarkable figure of 20,000. Saintesses from holy lands, distinguished disciples, and the most prominent daughters of various immortal families converged upon the Yi clan, creating a familial tapestry woven from the myriad powers of Jiuzhou. The women formed their own small factions, competing discreetly amongst themselves. Yi Kaishan, however, chose to exercise leniency, recognizing that competition fosters growth. He endeavored to maintain an atmosphere of fairness. Simultaneously, within this year-long span, even more offspring were born. Several dragon maidens of the Dragon Serpent clan gave birth, and together with his other concubines, there emerged a veritable explosion of celestial roots numbering in the dozens. The saintess from the ascending paradises, Wang Yugu, bore a child with a low-grade celestial root. Dissatisfied, she clung to Yi Kaishan, insisting on having more children to ensure the birth of a celestial body. During this period, the progeny of the Yi clan experienced a remarkable surge in spiritual roots. With an increase in numbers, disorder became inevitable. To address this, Kaishan established numerous systems of rewards and punishments to manage his descendants. As the family grew, some members exhibited signs of arrogance, abusing their privileges, while others, complacent in their wealth, neglected their cultivation in favor of indulgence and frivolity. Such issues are bound to arise in a large family. Consequently, Kaishan had no choice but to impose the sex regulations to restrain those unruly descendants. To merely rely on personal sentiment would be tantamount to indulgence, ultimately harming them instead. Months passed. One evening, Kaishan felt a jolt of excitement as he heard the long-anticipated voice of the system. Congratulations, host. Your spiritual root has advanced to a low-grade celestial spiritual root. Chapter 239. Performance exceeds expectations, increasing yield, transformation of mortality into divine essence cauldron. Kaishan was elated. After taking so many concubines, his spiritual root had finally reached the celestial level. This marked a true qualitative transformation. In an instant, every pore of his body opened wide, as if inhaling and exhaling the essence of the universe. The speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth intensified remarkably. My lord, what troubles you? In the darkness, Shui Cheng, glistening with sweat, inquired softly. Nothing, Kaishan replied, coming back to his senses with a smile, and resumed his unfinished task. With the enhancement of his innate qualities, his chances of producing descendants with celestial roots would undoubtedly increase. He could not afford to be complacent. He must strive even harder. Thus, Yi Laozu battled tirelessly throughout the night, having long forgotten the meaning of sleep since embarking on his path of cultivation. The more he worked, the more invigorated he felt. He was determined to endure. His efforts bore fruit, as the innate talents of both parties gradually improved, bolstered by the supreme yin-yang innate art. The earliest of Yi Kaishan's concubines, Su Mei, Wang Shifeng, Shui Binger, Ren Tinglan, and others, each possessed at least earthly roots. Those with a modicum of talent, such as Wu Duohua, Yang Menghua, and Yin Shui Tian, had already attained celestial roots. Meanwhile, the dual celestial beings, the demons of the heavenly demon palace, the succubi, the jade demons, and the mermaid queen, Luo Wuqing, among others, had already reached divine-grade innate qualities. These transformations were readily apparent. All women married to Yi Laozu ascended to great heights, serving as a living testament that attracted numerous female cultivators who aspired to join the Yi family. The strong became ever stronger. After its rise, the Yi family could attract countless admirers without lifting a finger. On this particular day, Yi Kaishan took time as usual to visit the Wanxian Tower to inspect the progress of Kuei Ling's mining operations. On the second floor, before a massive celestial mine, a seemingly frail young girl wielded a large club, diligently hammering away within the cave. Her actions were not random. They followed a precise method. Not far behind her stood a mountain of celestial stones, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy that soared toward the heavens. Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction, estimating that there were already tens of thousands of celestial stones. Well done, Kuei Ling. I knew you were suited for this work, he remarked as he manifested, gazing down into the cave with a teasing smile. You scoundrel! Scoundrel! Kuei Ling furiously pounded the ore, venting her frustrations. Be gentle. If you damage them, you won't be able to compensate. Seeing your vigor, today's yield will increase by 30%, Yi Kaishan proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back, his words laced with cruelty. He intended to firmly suppress the spirit of this nine tribulations human immortal. In truth, Kuei Ling was already quite exhausted. Upon hearing of the increased yield, she nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Each piece of celestial stone had been painstakingly extracted by her own hands, devoid of cultivation, relying solely on her effort with a wolf-toothed club as her only tool. How infuriating! Kuei Ling bit her silver teeth, her anger nearly reaching a boiling point. Here she was, a nine tribulations human immortal and the highest combat power in the Jojo, reduced to toiling day and night in a mine, only to be criticized for her speed. Where could she seek justice? Of course, if you wish to stop mining, you might consider my previous suggestion, just bear 100 children. And that would suffice. At one per year, it would only take a century, Yi Kaishan coaxed gently. No, I would rather die than give birth. Kuei Ling was too enraged to heed Yi Kaishan's words. Excellent. I admire your spirit. Your yield will increase by another 10%, Yi Kaishan replied with a grin. And without waiting for her response, he vanished from sight. Next, he arrived at the first floor of the Wanxian Tower to check on the progress of his kin. To his astonishment, his daughter-in-law, Mu Wanqing, had already reached the Yuaning stage, seemingly having consumed some divine elixir that transformed her spirit and vitality. The other progeny had also made significant strides. The 100 who entered had all attained at least the Yuaning level, with some nearing the refinement void stage. Receiving great fortune, Subsequently, Kaishan released all the members of the first floor and rewarded them according to their merits, arranging for the next batch of descendants to enter. Time flew by. On this day, the Scarlet Lotus Saintess, the Star Constellation Saintess, and the Brahma Heaven Saintess successively gave birth. All three saintesses possessed divine roots and remarkable cultivation. Among them, the Scarlet Lotus and Brahma Heaven Saintesses bore offspring with inferior celestial roots, while the other produced another divine root. Although they lacked celestial bodies, descendants with celestial roots were already exceedingly rare. The act of childbirth required a significant element of luck. Following this, the Water Fairy's second child was born with a medium-grade celestial root. Simultaneously, she presented Kaishan with a truly extraordinary celestial artifact, the transformation of mortals into divine essence cauldron. This was a functional medium-grade celestial artifact. When a cultivator entered the cauldron, they could cleanse impurities and transform their mortal body into a divine root. This was more miraculous than any transformative elixir. Kaishan was overjoyed. With this artifact, did it not imply that the future Yi family would be entirely composed of individuals with divine roots? What a profound concept. The current bloodline of the Yi family, when combined, surpassed 300,000 individuals. 300,000 divine roots, once fully matured, would be enough to overwhelm 100 sacred grounds. However, Kaishan's ambitions extended beyond this. The celestial realm was his true destination. Now, as a 5 tribulations human immortal, he estimated that in just a few years, he would reach 9 tribulations human immortal and ascend to the celestial realm. At that time, he would forcibly bring his kin into the celestial realm, entering a broader expanse of existence. The Jojo continent was but a mere domain within the Xuanyu Great World, which itself was one of the 3,000 great worlds. This number of 3,000 is but an abstraction. In reality, it exceeds far beyond that. Ultimately, all beings of these great worlds would ascend to higher realms. It is evident that the talents and powers in the upper realms are as numerous as grains of sand. Beyond comprehension. Currently, the Yi family ranks among the top forces in Jojo, but upon entering the celestial realm, they would undoubtedly become one of the weaker factions. Therefore, Kaishan must prepare diligently, accumulate strength, and strive to rise swiftly upon entering the celestial realm, establishing a firm foothold. Starting anew was not an option. He must shine brightly and make a remarkable impression right from the outset. With the abundance of celestial body offspring now in the Yi family, the real journey would only begin upon entering the celestial realm. Even in the celestial realm, celestial bodies are a rare commodity. Furthermore, it is only in the celestial realm that such bodies can truly showcase their potential. Coupled with hundreds of thousands of individuals bearing divine roots, even the forces of the celestial realm would inevitably face significant challenges. For even in the celestial realm, not all beings are immortals. There will always be unfortunate souls, and many native beings cannot be born with divine roots. Subsequently, Kaishan examined the usage of the transformation of mortals into divine essence cauldron. This cauldron could only accommodate one person at a time and required 9 days of transformation. In other words, one divine root could be produced every 9 days. Not bad. Kaishan assessed. The time frame was acceptable, neither too long nor too short. The duration, whether lengthy or brief, depended on the individual's capacity to accept it. Chapter 240, The State Academy, The Abyssal Vein. Following this, Kaishan entrusted the transformation of mortals into divine essence cauldron to Su Mei, Yen Shui Tian, Lu Fian, and several other concubines for management. He assigned them the responsibility of this endeavor. Entrusting it to a single individual would inevitably lead to selfish motives or disagreements. In a large family, such issues are bound to arise. For instance, the first concubine, Su Mei, had already given birth to over 100 children. Children bearing children. The lineage to which she belongs boasts nearly 1,000 individuals. Not long ago, Yi Fan and Nalin Mingyue welcomed a child endowed with a heavenly spiritual root. Under the influence of Kaishan, and within this grand environment, even the most indifferent descendants of the Yi family ultimately succumb to the allure of marriage and procreation, typically resulting in 1 or 2 offspring. The genuine bachelors among them are exceedingly rare, such as Yi Changsheng, who is enamored with health and wellness pursuits and is singularly devoted to the quest for longevity, remaining unwavering in his resolve. Over time, Kaishan grew disinclined to admonish him. As long as the lad harbored no peculiar vices, he might as well be left to his own devices. The ancestral figure still engaged in the traditional practices of taking concubines and siring children without any hindrance. The Yi family's reputation had already been firmly established, attracting an increasing number of powerful forces from across the 9 provinces, arriving in a steady stream. Kaishan welcomed them all, unabashedly. One day, a group identifying themselves as representatives of the Zhongzhou State Academy arrived at the Yi residence. Yi Kaishan had been aware of this faction. Known as one of the most formidable powers in Zhongzhou, second only to the two great holy lands, rivaling even the Yaoqi sacred mountain. The disciples of the State Academy are scattered throughout the 9 provinces, comprising 4 major divisions beneath the leadership of the Academy head. Today, the head of one of those divisions had come. Upon entering the grand reception hall, Yi Kaishan observed a gathering of stylishly dressed men and women, each radiating an intriguing novelty. Greetings, Taoist friend Yi. I am Yu Xiaohong, the head of the Northern Division of the State Academy. Introduced a woman appearing to be in her 30s, performing a respectful bow. Clad in a simple purple skirt, her pallid complexion and picturesque features were exquisitely captivating. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with vitality, while beneath her modest robe lay a figure of striking allure, far surpassing that of an ordinary maiden. What brings you to seek my audience? Yi Kaishan inquired with a smile, instantly drawn to her mature demeanor, which eclipsed that of the youthful girls accompanying her. Most notably, this woman possessed a low-grade celestial spiritual root and had attained the cultivation level of a 5-tribulation human immortal. Yu Xiaohong offered a faint smile and slowly began. I have come today to propose an exchange of insights and techniques between our disciples and those of the Yi family. Oh, are you intending to disrupt the proceedings? Yi Kaishan raised an eyebrow. You misunderstand, Taoist friend. The State Academy periodically engages in exchanges with the powers of the 9 provinces solely for the purpose of learning. Not to provoke or display superiority, she earnestly clarified. Yi Kaishan nodded, perceiving her sincerity and sensing that she indeed sought knowledge. Not wishing to dwell on this matter further, Yi Kaishan's gaze shifted, and he suddenly asked, Friend Yu, do you harbor any hidden afflictions? He had noticed that her complexion was abnormally pale, and there was an undercurrent of chilling desolation lurking within her. At his words, her expression stiffened slightly, and she gestured for her disciples to leave before speaking earnestly. To be candid, I bear the heavenly severing pulse. A trace of bitter amusement flickered across her lovely visage, though she quickly regained her composure. The heavenly severing pulse. Yi Kaishan's eyes widened as he grasped the reason behind her peculiar condition. This affliction manifests solely in female cultivators. Initially, it can accelerate one's cultivation, but concurrently, it generates a chilling energy of annihilation. The faster one advances and the higher their cultivation, the more this energy accumulates, ultimately overwhelming the practitioner and leading to a catastrophic eruption. Yu Xiaohong was teetering on the brink of losing control. You must have endured considerable suffering over the years to suppress the heavenly severing pulse, Yi Kaishan remarked. Her surprise was palpable. Many were aware of her affliction, yet none had ever expressed such genuine concern. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. Thank you for your concern, Taoist friend. I assure you I am managing, she responded, suppressing her inner turmoil with gratitude. I have lived for 3,000 years. I have already earned my keep. Life and death hold no fear for me. She gradually calmed, finding peace within herself. Yi Kaishan chuckled and inquired, 3,000 years is enough for you? Do you not wish for immortality and eternal life? The woman fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps, I possess a means to cure your heavenly severing pulse. The next moment, Yi Kaishan uttered words that left her astonished. Is that truly the case? Yu Xiaohong stammered, her eyes reflecting a mix of panic and hope. Indeed. Provided you follow my guidance, Yi Kaishan affirmed with a confident nod. With his skills and techniques, the heavenly severing pulse was but a trifling matter. Subsequently, Master Yi laid his cards on the table, stating that if she were to marry him, he could guarantee the cure for her condition. The supreme yin-yang primal technique was the most formidable of arts, capable not only of transforming the acquired into the innate to treat such hidden ailments, but also a matter of utmost certainty. Yi Kaishan had consulted the Tongzi and received a precise answer. 1,000 treatments would suffice to eradicate the affliction. Marry you? Yu Xiaohong was momentarily taken aback, astonished at Yi Kaishan's unconventional method of treatment. Though skeptical, she could not help but trust him upon witnessing his earnest gaze. Coupled with the myriad of rumors surrounding the Yi family, where all women who married Yi Kaishan experienced remarkable growth, she pondered whether the esteemed ancestor might indeed possess extraordinary abilities in certain respects. With a determined bite of her lip, she nodded firmly. I am willing to give it a try. Nothing is more precious than life itself, especially for one like her, who had painstakingly cultivated to the level of a human immortal. On the cusp of ascension, she was loath to perish and see her efforts dissipate into nothingness. Excellent. In time, you shall be grateful for your choice, Yi Kaishan remarked with a smile. A few days later, news of Yi Kaishan's impending marriage to the head of the State Academy spread like wildfire. The disciples who had come to the Yi residence for the exchange were left in stunned silence. They hadn't even begun their discussions. Yet the Academy head had already engaged with the venerable ancestor of the Yi family. Days passed, and Yi Kaishan arranged for Yu Xiaohong to be married first, before any formal exchanges. On the night of their nuptials, Master Yi remained awake, sacrificing his rest for the sake of her well-being. The following day, Yu Xiaohong inexplicably sensed a reduction in the cold energy within her body. Overjoyed, she realized that the oppressive force had lessened. Thus, in the days that followed, Yi Kaishan found himself busier than ever. 3 months later, Yu Xiaohong's heavenly severing pulse had improved by half, her complexion now flushed with vitality and vigor. On this particular day, Longzhe returned from the Jiaolong clan, bearing 5 stabilizing pearls. Without hesitation, she presented them to Yi Kaishan. Together with the one he already possessed, he now held 6 pearls. As he combined the 6 pearls, a potent aura of celestial energy surged forth. The 6 stabilizing pearls radiated with dazzling brilliance, gradually coalescing into a magnificent tapestry. Yi Kaishan exchanged a glance with Longzhe, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes as they caught a whiff of opportunity. Chapter 241, The Sacred Dragon Aojin. The tapestry expanded, depicting a scene of a black dragon and a golden dragon locked in fierce combat, the intensity of their struggle causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Soon after, an ancient, resonant voice echoed in their ears. When the heavens and earth first emerged, the dragon race was led by the golden dragon, also known as the sacred dragon, the imperial bloodline of the dragon clan, commanding countless dragons. In time, the black dragon became tainted with demonic blood, transforming into a demonic dragon and establishing the demonic dragon clan, vying with the sacred dragon for dominion over the dragon race. A series of epic scenes flashed before them, captivating Longzhe, who was enraptured, yearning for the tales of old. Even Yi Kaishan could not help but be captivated. This was a narrative of the ancient history of the dragon clan, chronicling its rise and eventual decline. The image depicted a sacred dragon vanquished by a demonic dragon, suffering an abysmal defeat. In the present celestial realm, the dragon clan was under the dominion of the demonic dragon lineage. Eons ago, the golden dragon clan faced utter devastation, with the sacred dragons nearly exterminated. Only the most exceptional dragon maiden managed to escape with the clan's treasured relic, the sea calming pearl. Originally, there were 36 of these pearls, not merely the 6 that exist today. The complete set of sea calming pearls constituted an unparalleled celestial artifact, possessing the might to suppress the universe and the 36 grand worlds. This relic not only wielded immense power, but also commanded the dragon clan, encapsulating all of its exalted legacies. In the ensuing turmoil, the sacred dragon maiden fled, relentlessly pursued by the demonic dragons, who seized 30 of the sea calming pearls. Ultimately, only 6 remained. She paid a tremendous price to traverse from the celestial realm into the myriad worlds, leaving traces in many realms, before ultimately concealing the remaining pearls within the Jojo domain of the Xinhuang Great World. Thus, the ancient dragon traces of the endless sea were left by the sacred dragon maiden Aojin. After hiding the sea calming pearls, she hastily departed, for her cultivation level rendered her incapable of remaining in the lower realms for long. These 6 sea calming pearls were her contingency plan. The dragon pearl itself was a testament to her hope that one day, a sentient being might transform into a dragon, inherit the legacy, and ascend to the celestial realm to break the stalemate. Though this hope was exceedingly faint, in times of darkness, any glimmer of light is worth grasping with fervor. At that moment, the scene abruptly shifted, revealing a formidable woman clad in golden battle armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of supreme power. Yi Kaishan and Longzhe instinctively braced themselves. Fortunately, this figure was merely a projection, leaving traces of magical energy. Ah, has my legacy been touched? Aojin focused her gaze on Longzhe, her expression a mix of excitement and sorrow. You may be the only true dragon apart from me. Senior, can you see me? Longzhe asked in astonishment, bowing respectfully. This is but a projection infused with my spiritual consciousness, Aojin replied. So, does that mean you are not dead? Longzhe's eyes sparkled with hope, astonished to find himself recognized as the rarest of beings. In such a vast world, were there truly only 2 true dragons left? No, Aojin nodded slightly, adding, but it will be soon. I am currently captured by the demonic dragons, who are coercing me to divulge the whereabouts of the sea calming pearls. But how could I ever reveal such secrets? Thus, when they lose patience, my demise will arrive. Aojin spoke with a calmness that belied her profound melancholy. After my death, you will be the last true dragon of the clan. You must safeguard our dragon bloodline. Her tone became solemn, even somewhat harsh. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the dragon clan shall not perish. I will do my utmost to ensure more true dragons come forth, Longzhe vowed earnestly. Upon hearing this, Aojin could not help but smile helplessly. She longed to retort, how many can you possibly spawn? One dragon cannot create an entire lineage. Remember, the sea calming pearls must never fall into the hands of the demonic dragons, Jean reiterated firmly. Alas, your talent is middling, otherwise. If you could acquire the other sea calming pearls and gather all 36, you would attain the ultimate legacy of the dragon clan. She sighed softly, her heart heavy with reflection. At that moment, Kaishan could no longer suppress his laughter. It seems your dragon clan's legacy is not as formidable as you claim, considering you were defeated and subdued by the demonic dragons. What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you? Jean retorted, momentarily taken aback, her anger palpable. Sensing the tension, Longzhe quickly interjected, Senior, this is my husband, Kaishan. A human? You chose a human as your husband? How can such a frail being be worthy of a true dragon? Jean remarked coldly, her pride evident. Longzhe, unwilling to let this stand, countered, Senior, you do not understand the situation. It is I who am unworthy of my husband. He is so exceptional that he could elevate me beyond my means. Huh. Jin's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Could such words truly come from a true dragon? Anger surged within her. A dignified true dragon exhibiting such humility, this was disastrous. If her legacy fell into the hands of such a dragon, the clan would be irreparably damaged. Do not presume we are fools. Collecting sea calming pearls to preserve the dragon bloodline without cause. The fate of the dragon clan is of no concern to us. I have resolved that upon my ascension, I shall hand the sea calming pearls over to the demonic dragon clan. Kaishan scoffed, disdain dripping from his words. Only a fool would undertake such a thankless task. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Longzhe, misjudging the situation and overestimating the dragon clan's significance in Longzhe's eyes. What my husband says is true. We shall not play the fool, Longzhe stated flatly. Having transformed from a flood dragon into a true dragon, she felt no profound connection to the dragon clan. Jean was left speechless, her eyes wide in shock. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. She had never expected anyone to regard the dragon clan's legacy with such disdain. Panic set in. If they truly intended to relinquish the remaining sea calming pearls, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ultimately, she capitulated. Very well, as long as you do not hand over the sea calming pearls, I will reveal to you the location of the dragon clan's secret treasury. How does this deal sound? Jean proposed tentatively. Speak. Kaishan replied coolly. Sensing the golden dragon's lack of sincerity, for each word she uttered was fraught with inconsistencies. The eye of the sea beyond the celestial realm, Jean articulated. Each word deliberate. I hope you do not deceive me, otherwise. Kaishan's cold laughter echoed ominously. Humph. Would a dignified sacred dragon deceive a mere human? Jin's anger flared as she shot Kaishan a fierce glare, her frustration mounting. In this brief exchange, she felt as though she might faint from exasperation. Curse that human. If I ever escape, I shall make you pay dearly, she seethed. Begone. Kaishan waved dismissively, his tone indifferent, relishing the opportunity to vex the golden dragon. Chapter 242, 80,000 Progeny, the Great Sun, Celestial Body. Kaishan quietly noted the eye of the sea beyond the celestial realm, while Longzhe, carefree and unburdened, clasped his arm, gazing at him with tender affection. Husband, it has been so long since we. The true dragon's innate nature involuntarily surfaced. Kaishan chuckled softly, his gaze drawn to the delicate ivory horns atop Longzhe's head, intrigue piqued. A day later, the two finally emerged from their chamber. Kaishan hurriedly made his way to Xiaohong, intent on healing her. 3 months later, the woman's previously dire condition improved, and she also felt stirring in her womb. It was indeed a double blessing. Husband, thank you for granting me the chance of rebirth. Xiaohong expressed her profound gratitude, recognizing that her visit to the Yi family for this exchange had been her wisest decision. It was a mere trifling matter. There is no need for such formalities. Kaishan replied with a nonchalant smile. Xiaohong lowered her head shyly, acutely aware that this seemingly simple act was far from uncomplicated. In recent months, Kaishan has devoted an immense amount of effort to her. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your progeny have surpassed 80,000, expanding the family scale. You are rewarded with the 7 techniques of sun and moon harmony, 100 years of cultivation experience, 100 years of alchemy experience, and 100 years of array experience. The sudden notification startled Kaishan slightly. Unbeknownst to him, his descendants had already exceeded 80,000, with nearly half possessing spiritual roots. The system did not account for those who had undergone postnatal transformations. Besides his own progeny, the next generations, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren, totaled over 200,000. Numerous techniques, spiritual herbs, talismans, and experience were rewarded to him. Typically, Yi Kaishan would store these relatively low-level items in the family treasury for his descendants' use. As for the experience, it could not be exhausted all at once, so he opted to save it for the future. He was in no hurry to utilize the cultivation experience from this reward. Instead, he planned to store it up, aiming to ascend to the 9 tribulations human immortal stage in one swift motion. He even contemplated saving a bit more, perhaps for several thousand or even tens of thousands of years, to use after ascending to the immortal realm, thereby enhancing his power exponentially. The 7 techniques of sun and moon harmony are low-grade immortal techniques that include the sun and moon refinement, transformation, killing, sacrifice, void, divine, and Tao, totaling 7 techniques that, when layered, possess power rivaling mid-grade immortal techniques. Indeed, a commendable technique, Yi Kaishan mused, though he did not rush into cultivation, as he could simply allocate points directly. Ultimately, his main endeavor remained procreation. Time flew, and a year passed. Under the moonlight, Hong gave birth to a child with mid-grade immortal spiritual roots, which brought her immense joy. The reward for this mid-grade immortal spiritual root was a mid-grade immortal artifact named the 3,000 Weak Water Cauldron. This cauldron contained the weak waters of the heavenly river, a force of unimaginable power capable of submerging and annihilating the 9 provinces when fully activated. Yi Kaishan's other concubines, those saintesses, also bore many exceptional offspring. Their innate divine roots, combined with Yi Kaishan's immortal spiritual roots and unique abilities, allowed them to effortlessly produce descendants with divine roots, some of whom even possessed immortal spiritual roots. Even more astonishing for Yi Kaishan was the day when a great sun appeared in the sky above the Yi family, illuminating half of Lizhou. Another concubine had given birth, accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. Based on his experience, it was highly likely that this was an immortal body. Which formidable warrior could this be? Ding! Congratulations, host, for branching out and giving birth to a mid-grade immortal spiritual root offspring. You are rewarded with an additional 100 years of lifespan, a mid-grade immortal artifact, and 1,000 immortal stones. Note, this child possesses the special constitution of the great sun immortal body. By heavens, it is you, Wang Yugu. Upon learning of the child's mother, Yi Kaishan was momentarily stunned. Remarkably, Wang Yugu had indeed given birth to an immortal body. The great sun immortal body, a yang attributed immortal body, was evidently a result of Yi Kaishan's bloodline. This body required only the great ascension stage to attain a physique comparable to that of an immortal. Even without cultivation, it could autonomously grow, drawing strength from the sun's radiance. As long as the sun endures, the great sun immortal body will possess boundless power, growing stronger with each battle. Once in the immortal realm, cultivation under the sun of that realm would be incredibly formidable. Yi Kaishan hurried to Wang Yugu's birthing chamber. With so many births recently, he was stretched thin and could not wait outside for each one. At that moment, Wang Yugu, seemingly unfazed, excitedly cradled the newborn, affectionately rubbing her face against his. My son is an immortal body. Husband, you have arrived. Tell me, is our son truly an immortal body? She sensed the unusual phenomena outside, and her intuition suggested that such a magnificent occurrence likely indicated an immortal body. Indeed, it is a genuine immortal body, known as the Great Sun Immortal Body. Yi Kaishan affirmed, feeling equally elated. Husband, you are truly amazing. Wang Yugu exclaimed, rushing to him, showering kisses on his face like a chick pecking at rice. All right. You are wonderful too, Yi Kaishan chuckled, gently pushing her away. Wang Yugu, a transcending tribulation human immortal with commendable spiritual roots, could not have produced an immortal body solely by luck. Husband, let us name our son Yi Tai Xian, shall we? You promised me that if I gave birth to an immortal body, I could take him back to the Tai Xian Holy Land. I want our son to become the Holy Sun, Wang Yugu implored hopefully. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan hesitated. He indeed remembered promising Wang Yugu that she could bear an immortal body. Now, she had truly delivered. A man's word is his bond. And sending this child to the Tai Xian Holy Land would essentially mean it became part of his own family. He then ruffled Wang Yugu's hair and replied with a smile, what I say is law. It shall be as you wish. Thank you, husband. Wang Yugu rejoiced, pleasantly surprised by Yi Kaishan's agreeable nature. This man was truly captivating, remarkable in childbirth and considerate. He was simply perfect. At that moment, several elders from the Tai Xian Holy Land hurried over, having remained at the Yi family, and upon learning of Wang Yugu's childbirth, they rushed to the scene. Sister Wang, you truly birthed an immortal body. One of the female elders, Hu Jing, asked incredulously. She could not fathom that Wang Yugu had actually accomplished such a feat. It was utterly extraordinary. The gathering of elders surrounded the child, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity as they scrutinized the newborn. Wang Yugu beamed with pride, cradling her child with an air of superiority. Yi Kaishan shook his head and smiled, stepping outside. Not long after he left, Hu Jing chased after him. Lord Yi, I too wish to give birth to an immortal body. She mustered the courage to exclaim. Yi Kaishan turned back with a smile and nodded. 3 months later, Hu Jing achieved her desire and married Yi Kaishan. Meanwhile, Wang Yugu, eager to return with her child, was escorted back to the Taishan Holy Land by the elders. The Holy Master seeks the return of the immortal body. Chapter 243. Oh no, I have become a substitute. Lord Holy Master, Elder Huang and Elder Wang have returned with the immortal body. A guard reported anxiously within the grand hall of the Taishan Holy Land. Returned? Excellent, excellent. With the calamity body, our Taishan Holy Land shall ascend to new heights. The Holy Master of Taishan exclaimed excitedly, having just exited seclusion to receive such splendid news. Clearly, his judgment had not erred. Sending Huang Zheng and others was indeed the right decision. Their ability to accomplish tasks was exceptional. Incorrect, Holy Master. It is not a calamity body, but rather Elder Wang's own child. The guard disciple replied with a strange expression. Elder Wang's own child? Nonsense. When did Elder Wang have a child? The Taishan Holy Master bellowed, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. It had only been a short while since he last saw her, and Wang Yugu had already given birth. Furthermore, he had sought an immortal body, not Wang Yugu's offspring. It is indeed true. Elder Wang has married Lord Yi and given birth to an immortal body. She has returned with the child. As the guard spoke, a throng of people strode confidently into the grand hall. Wang Yugu, cradling her child, radiated a saintly glow, her expression one of pride and defiance. Holy Master, I have not disappointed you. I have brought back the immortal body. Allow me to introduce my son, Yi Taishan, the Great Sun Immortal Body. She pronounced the words Great Sun Immortal Body with emphasis, her face brimming with triumph. The Taishan Holy Master was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Celestial body, your son? I instructed you to retrieve the calamity body, and instead, you birthed the celestial body yourself? His thoughts momentarily spiraled into chaos, but soon clarity returned. Upon grasping the entire sequence of events, the Supreme Master of Taishan fell into a state of speechlessness. A prodigy, an absolute genius. If the calamity body cannot be reclaimed, then to create one oneself is truly remarkable. Having such talent within the holy land of Taishan is indeed a tremendous blessing. Splendid, splendid. Elder Wang, you are a benefactor of our Taishan holy land. The Supreme Master of Taishan erupted into laughter, his face alight with excitement. Resembling a blooming daisy. Although the situation was somewhat absurd, the outcome was favorable. The calamity body is difficult to control, in comparison to the Great Sun celestial body. He would prefer the latter. Moreover, this child is freshly born and easy to nurture. Once he grows up, he will be one of their own. Master, my son is so outstanding. Should you not show your appreciation? Elder Wang Yugu laughed, the insinuation of her intent unmistakable. She would be unwilling unless her son were made a saint. Very well, from this day forth, Yi Taishan shall be the holy son of our Taishan holy land. The master bit down resolutely, making an immediate decision, even without informing Lin Chongsu, merely whispering an apology in his heart. It was not that Lin Chongsu lacked excellence, but rather that the Great Sun celestial body was simply too exceptional. This holy sun holds significant meaning, symbolizing the dignity of the Taishan Holy Land. Soon, this news spread throughout the Taishan Holy Land. Elder Wang Yugu returned, bringing with her the prodigious Great Sun celestial body, Yi Taishan, who became the new holy sun. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire Holy Land erupted in excitement. What? A celestial body? Who is this Yi Taishan? Supposedly only 3 months old, and he has already usurped Lin Chongsu's position as holy son? The surname Yi already makes his lineage evident. He must be of the bloodline of the Yi family from Lizhou, and indeed, a descendant of the ancestors. The Yi family, the Yi family. Just how many celestial bodies do they possess? A Yi family celestial body, born as a holy son, backed by 2 colossal powers. He is truly the epitome of a heavenly prodigy. The disciples of Taishan Holy Land marveled. In comparison to Yi Taishan, they felt utterly unworthy to be called prodigies. Even though they were among the most exceptional talents of the younger generation in Zhongzhou, compared to Yi Taishan, they felt like mere beggars by the roadside, lacking both talent and background. At the Holy Sun Peak, a young acolyte, Qing Feng, rolled and crawled before Lin Chongsu, kneeling and exclaiming in despair, "It's terrible, Holy Sun. You have been stripped of your title. Elder Wang has brought back a celestial body from the Yi family, and the master has appointed him as the new holy sun." What? Lin Chongsu's eyes widened in shock, his composure shattered in an instant. This is bad. Have I become a mere substitute? He was the last to learn of this news. He never imagined that the Yi family would so easily replace him without a fight. Henceforth, the Taishan Holy Land would bear the surname Yi, and that brat would be directly called Yi Taishan. The humiliation of losing his position, compounded with new and old grievances, the Yi family. You have gone too far. Lin Chongsu gritted his teeth, nearly overwhelmed with rage. The Taishan Holy Land, which once treated him as family and proclaimed him the most exceptional holy son of modern times, has now turned its back on him. Lin Chongsu, possessing a low-grade celestial spirit root, had achieved the tribulation of human celestial in just over 1,000 years. Furthermore, he possessed a high level of comprehension, being the first in millennia to master the 3 great divine arts of Taishan. The Supreme Master of Taishan once declared that Lin Chongsu was the future light of Taishan, the sole heir to the Holy Master. But now, everything has changed. Very well. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just you wait. Lin Chongsu regained his composure, secretly enduring the pain. With his current strength, opposing the Yi family and Taishan would lead to his demise in an instant. He had no capacity for resistance. Therefore, he could only temporarily endure, transforming his sorrow into strength, vowing to slap everyone in the face with his actions. Master, since the Holy Land does not value you, why not leave? With your strength, you would be a holy son anywhere. The young acolyte Qing Feng expressed indignation. At this moment, he was likely the only one still standing up for Lin Chongsu. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongsu's eyes sparkled. Indeed, there was merit in his words. With his strength, becoming a holy son in another holy land would be exceedingly simple. In the realm of cultivation, relying solely on talent is insufficient. Vast resources are also paramount. Both are indispensable. The tale of a poor boy's rise to power is merely a story to be heard, not to be taken literally. Very well. If that is the case, we shall depart from Taishan. Lin Chongsu proclaimed, his gaze sharp and unyielding. He intended to bring his talent to another holy land. Leaving Taishan, he would undoubtedly make them regret their decision. Thus, the master and disciple prepared to descend the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered the elder steward sent to clear the area. Young Master Chongsu, your timing is impeccable. The Holy Sun Peak is reserved solely for the Holy Sun. Since you are no longer the Holy Sun, you are forbidden from setting foot here again. The leading elder steward declared haughtily, having already pledged allegiance to Elder Wang Yugu, ready to firmly stand behind Yi Taishan. Even within the Holy Land, factional disputes were unavoidable. Lin Chongsu regarded the elder coldly. These ordinary stewards would never have dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past. Leave if you must. One day I will return. At that time, I will settle the score. He snorted dismissively, casting a glare at the steward as he strode away, his resolute figure concealing his past glories. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Oh dear, what a fright. He still thinks he can return? Does he believe he is more formidable than a celestial body? Perhaps out of sympathy for Lin Chongsu, who had suffered such a blow, they attributed his disorientation to the shock, dismissing his words as nonsense. In an instant, laughter and ridicule filled the air, a display of myriad human expressions. Chapter 244, Red Lotus Body, Divine and Demonic Breaking the Heavens Technique. Lin Chongsu, accompanied by the acolyte, departed from the Taishan Holy Land and left Zhongzhou. After numerous twists and turns, he arrived in Sangzhou, and after some negotiations, he ousted the Red Lotus Holy Sun, Yin Yunfei, and became the new Red Lotus Holy Sun. Very well. If this place does not welcome me, there are other places that will. I hope you do not come to regret this. Yin Yunfei, rugged and wild, stood before the gates of the Red Lotus Holy Land, declaring his threats before turning to seek his next opportunity. At this very moment, news about Yi Taishan spread rapidly across the 9 provinces. Have you heard? The Taishan Holy Land has replaced its holy sun with a celestial body, said to be of the bloodline of the Elder Yi. Could it possibly be the great sun celestial body that emerged from the Yi family recently? Elder Yi. It's him again. Goodness, the Elder Yi is becoming increasingly formidable. He previously birthed a divine body, and now he has birthed a celestial body. In an instant, the 9 provinces were shaken. Not only the locals of Laizhou, but even cultivators from Zhongzhou, Qingzhou, Sangzhou, and Yuhua Prefecture were left astounded. Who can give birth to a celestial body, as if it were as simple as drinking cool water? Additionally, it is worth mentioning that on the day following Yi Taishan's appointment as Holy Sun, an elder named Hao Jian from the Taishan Holy Land vanished. Along with him, the Hao family suffered a merciless blow, due to the grievances between the Hao family and the mother-daughter duo of Hao Yu. The Supreme Master of Taishan promptly arranged for the Hao family to be dealt with. He was still able to discern priorities clearly. Ultimately, the Hao family, in a desperate scramble, knelt before the Hao Yang sect, pleading for Jiang Ying's forgiveness. Jiang Ying herself was utterly bewildered, yet she understood that it was all due to her good son-in-law's influence. standing atop the peak of Haoyang. She gazed down at the sea of kneeling members of the Hao family. She shed tears of warmth, filled with emotion and excitement. This scene was something Jiang Ying had never dared to envision in her dreams, yet it unfolded in reality. Ultimately, considering her bond with Haoyang, she chose forgiveness, casting aside all hatred and experiencing a profound elevation of her spirit. Her gratitude towards her esteemed son-in-law reached its zenith. Unbeknownst to her, Elder Yi continued his daily routine with unwavering enthusiasm. After giving birth to a child, Yu Xiaohong was soon pregnant again. She became addicted to the experience, fueled by the reward of a low-grade celestial artifact from Yi Kaishan, which brought her immense joy. Although Yu Xiaohong served as the head of the Imperial Academy, such artifacts were scarce within the academy, and she was not entitled to one. Other concubines were not idle either. Soon after giving birth, they too felt the stirrings of new life. Master Yi, with his obsessive tendencies, could not bear to witness this. Simultaneously, the acquisition of concubines did not cease. Maidens of noble birth from various states, holy maidens, princesses, and women of exceptional talent, flocked to the Yi family, bowing beneath the grandeur of the Elder's legacy. With the precedents set by the Taishan sacred ground and the Yuhua sacred ground, they all sought to bear offspring with celestial physiques. All the esteemed holy lands, except for the great Sun Tathagata sect, had connections to the Yi family. Those dispatched were either holy maidens or true disciples, for only those of considerable talent would suffice. Yi Kaishan grew almost numb to the incessant arrivals. A year later, another wave of children was born. Many holy maidens had given birth to their second and third children. For instance, Huang Fuxian had her first child manifest a celestial body, and her third bore a celestial spiritual root. Women of considerable aptitude, such as Hu Jing, Bai Gu, and Yu Xiaohong, saw one-third of them giving birth to celestial spiritual roots. This probability was extraordinarily astounding. In a brief period, the Yi family's celestial spiritual root offspring had surpassed 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for branching out and giving birth to an offspring with a mid-grade celestial spiritual root. Reward: 100 years of lifespan, a mid-grade celestial artifact, and 1,000 celestial stones. Note: this child possesses a unique constitution known as the Red Lotus Karma Body. Yi Kaishan was momentarily stunned. His tasks halted in an instant. The holy maiden of the Red Lotus, Hong Lingxiao, had given birth to a child with the Red Lotus Karma Body. He was bewildered. The Red Lotus Karma Body was indeed a genuine celestial physique, named after one of the 10 heavenly fires of the upper realm, the Red Lotus Karma Fire. This fire, a manifestation of karmic power, was immensely potent, and no celestial being could overlook its might. The Red Lotus Karma Body could wield this fire to incinerate all foes. Did the Red Lotus sacred ground possess the genes of the Red Lotus Karma Fire? Yi Kaishan was utterly astonished and immediately rushed to the birthing chamber to investigate. Above the Yi residence, an infinite expanse of fiery clouds enveloped the sky, creating a stunning spectacle. Everywhere, red lotus blossoms danced gracefully in the air, flourishing endlessly. Upon entering the birthing chamber, Yi Kaishan beheld an infant girl floating serenely atop a crimson lotus platform, silent and tranquil, exuding an aura of peace and serenity. Where did this lotus platform come from? Yi Kaishan pondered, perplexed. Was it inherent? If so, that would be remarkable. Husband, what kind of constitution does she possess? Hong Lingxiao pointed at the infant, a hint of trepidation in her voice. The aura emanating from the red lotus platform instilled a sense of fear within her. A tremor from the depths of her soul. The Red Lotus Karma Body, a unique celestial physique, likely derived its essence from the Red Lotus Fire. Yi Kaishan's eyes flickered with understanding. The Red Lotus platform bore similarities to the axe of the Battle Axe celestial body, akin to a companion artifact that could grow alongside its host. He reached out to touch the lotus platform, but before his fingers could make contact, the platform vanished into the infant's body. The little one even took precautions against me? Hong Lingxiao's eyes widened, her exquisite face filled with astonishment, as she too began to question how she had given birth to the Red Lotus Karma Body. Could it be that her ancestry held this bloodline? Husband, what shall we name our daughter? Yi Honglian? Hong Lingxiao asked tentatively, coming back to her senses. The naming philosophy of Elder Yi was no secret within the Yi family. Many concubines privately complained about the hastily chosen names for their children. Yi Honglian seemed rather common. Yi Kaishan smiled slightly and replied, how about we name her Yi Hongya? Half a year later, the number of spiritual root offspring in the Yi family experienced a significant breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 50,000 spiritual root offspring, further expanding the family scale. Reward: Divine Demon Breaking Heaven Technique, 100 years of cultivation experience, 100 years of formation experience, and 100 years of alchemy experience. The Divine Demon Breaking Heaven Technique? Yi Kaishan was astonished as he examined the reward. This was indeed a mid-grade celestial technique, a cultivation method for physical enhancement. Yi Kaishan had yet to acquire a celestial-level technique in this domain, and now he could finally remedy that deficiency. This technique comprised 6 levels, and upon completion, it would allow the practitioner to transform their physical form at will, capable of evolving into true dragons, celestial phoenixes, and various holy beasts, unleashing tenfold combat power. Upon reaching perfection, the physique would rival that of Earth immortals. Quite impressive. I shall give it a try. With a thought, Yi Kaishan absorbed the stored cultivation experience. Before long, he had progressed to the 2nd level of the divine demon breaking heaven technique. At this moment, Yi Kaishan's physique had reached the pinnacle of human immortality. Chapter 245, Ascension Ceremony, the Mother of Yaoqi. He needed only to advance one more level to attain a physique at the Earth immortal level. However, his experience had been exhausted, and he could only wait a while longer. He was not in a hurry. With his current strength, he could conservatively claim to be invincible across the 9 provinces. Furthermore, Yi Kaishan had 200 years of cultivation experience stored within the system that he had yet to utilize. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and another wave of offspring had been born. Many newlywed holy maidens were already welcoming their 2nd and 3rd children. On this day, Hong Lingxiu, with her prominent belly, returned to her family home with Yi Hongya. Learning of this, the Holy Lord of the Red Lotus could hardly contain his joy. His daughter had achieved such greatness. He promptly declared Yi Hongya as the sole heir to the Red Lotus sacred ground, appointing her as the only holy maiden of the sacred ground to signify her esteemed status. Consequently, he felt a bit awkward as he addressed Lin Chongxiu. Chongxiu, I apologize. You must be aware that my granddaughter possesses an extraordinarily rare celestial physique. You, on the other hand, will have to bear with it. However, rest assured, although you are no longer the Holy Son, I can appoint you as a true disciple, with benefits second only to those of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Lord of the Red Lotus, charming and approachable, spoke to Lin Chongxiu as if soothing a child. There was no alternative. Yi Hongya was not only his granddaughter, but also a member of the Yi family. Hence, she deserved utmost respect and recognition. Lin Chongxiu, the uninvited Holy Son, could hardly compare. Upon hearing the Holy Lord's words, Lin Chongxiu's face turned pale. He had never imagined that Yi Kaishan would produce another celestial physique, especially one connected to the Red Lotus sacred ground. Did this man have no limits to his fertility? The 9 provinces were vast. So why did it suddenly feel so small? Lin Chongxiu seethed with resentment, recalling the humiliation suffered by the Taishian's sacred ground, now experiencing it anew. As a man of stature, he found himself outdone even by an infant. Lin Chongxiu spoke in a deep voice, his demeanor grave. Speak, Chongxiu. The elegant Red Lotus holy master nodded gently, adopting a listening posture. The sacred land already has its holy son and holy daughter. Even if your granddaughter is exceptional, it is unnecessary to usurp the position of my holy son, Lin Chongxiu asserted loudly, his face resolute. The holy son was his non-negotiable bottom line. Accustomed to the privileges of being a holy son, he found the notion of assuming any other role intolerable. Should word of this spread, the cultivators of the 9 provinces would surely mock him mercilessly. How could he possibly continue to navigate this realm? If I cannot become the holy son, I must take my leave, Lin Chongxiu threatened in conclusion. Is that truly your intention? The Red Lotus Holy Master inquired with a smile. Indeed. Lin Chongxiu replied with unwavering determination. Then you may go. She waved her hand dismissively, without a hint of hesitation. Lin Chongxiu's expression faltered, quickly replaced by a profound sense of humiliation. Very well. I hope the Holy Master does not come to regret this decision. With those harsh words, he departed resolutely. In the ensuing days, the 9 provinces remained notably tranquil, with the most bustling locale still being the Yi family of Thunder State. 2 years later, the progeny of Yi Kaishan reached a breakthrough of 100,000. The milestone of 100,000 descendants came with substantial rewards, a low-grade immortal technique related to the soul and a puppet of human immortal 9 tribulations. Additionally, there was a wealth of experience amassed. As the next generation surged to 300,000, including his own children, the descendants of Yi Kaishan exceeded 400,000. With 300,000 descendants, the rewards were naturally abundant. Experience and skills were plentiful. Among this vast lineage, several tens of thousands possessed spiritual roots. However, they could not replicate Yi Kaishan's prowess in effortlessly producing offspring with spiritual roots, as if it were as simple as drinking cool water. Nevertheless, with several tens of thousands of spiritual root descendants among 300,000, Yi Kaishan was exceedingly satisfied with the odds, which had improved significantly compared to the initial days. As the cultivation levels of his descendants and the number of spiritual roots increased, It was only a matter of time before the entire Yi family became cultivators. In these 2 years, another significant event transpired. A celestial being ascended from the Thousand Cranes sacred land, creating a stir throughout the 9 provinces. Even Yi Kaishan could not resist using an immortal artifact to observe. The figure was an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard, emaciated yet spirited. He unleashed his aura high in the sky, shaking the heavens and attracting the attention of celestial sections. Ultimately, he ascended successfully. This elder was fortunate, as he was not ambushed by the 6th elder along the way. Some could not help but reminisce about the whereabouts of the former celestial silkworm human immortal, Kuei Ling, which remained an unresolved mystery. Did she succeed in her ascension or not? Not long after, the Taishan sacred land proclaimed that a founding ancestor was preparing to ascend, inviting cultivators from all directions to witness the event. To this end, the Taishan sacred land even dispatched an elder to the Yi family to deliver an invitation, asking Yi Kaishan to attend. Upon receiving the news, Yi Kaishan smiled. It had always been his family hosting such events. He never expected he would attend someone else's ceremony this time. How amusing. Yi Kaishan did not decline, taking along some concubines and setting off. He summoned a low-grade immortal artifact flying vessel, majestically making his way towards Central State. Instead of using a teleportation array, he chose to fly directly. Before long, he arrived in Central State, a place he had not visited in quite some time. Inside the flying vessel, the Lord of Ziyun reflected, now a mother of 5. With another child on the way, time had passed, and looking back, she felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Not only had she become a mother to several children, but her cultivation had also reached the first tribulation of human immortality. Under Yi Kaishan's diligent guidance, her progress in all aspects had been remarkable. My husband, did you bring us here to allow us to experience the atmosphere of ascension early and learn from it for our future ascensions? Queen Luo Li inquired with a smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Now, she too was a fully realized cultivator, though still far from ascension. She had begun to look forward to it. Of course not. Yi Kaishan shook his head with a smile. With me around, you need not rely on yourselves for ascension. As the concubine of the esteemed Yi ancestor, relying solely on your own merits to ascend would be akin to slapping the ancestor's face. The women were puzzled, unaware of Yi Kaishan's intentions. Within the vessel, Yao Tanner, Nalan Ronghui, and Hao Yu were present, with Yao Tanner having requested to come herself. Recently, she sensed the stirring of her other awakened avatars and wished to come to Central State for a stroke of luck. Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaishan's vessel reached the Tai Xian mountain range. By this time, numerous vessels of various sizes from across the 9 provinces had arrived, all belonging to prestigious families, gathering to witness the ascension. Among all these vessels, Yi Kaishan stood out as the largest and most resplendent, exuding a palpable sense of pressure that made all cultivators tremble. Goodness, could this be a celestial vessel? Who is this remarkable individual? The attending cultivators erupted into excitement. Immortal artifacts were typically found only among sacred lands, and ordinary cultivators rarely had the opportunity to witness one. Suddenly, the appearance of a celestial vessel was akin to a luxury vehicle crashing a gathering of simple carts. I see, this is the Yi family's vessel. How do you know? It's written on the bottom. Could it be that the legendary Yi ancestor is aboard? The Taishan mountain range buzzed with excitement as everyone gazed at the celestial vessel with a mix of reverence, admiration, and curiosity, particularly among female cultivators, who could hardly contain themselves. Had the Yi ancestor truly arrived? Within the Taishan sacred land, on a grand observation platform, a group of extraordinary women gazed curiously at the slowly approaching celestial vessel. In the center sat a woman of regal bearing, exuding an aura of maternal authority. She appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing breathtaking beauty, clad in a magnificent robe that embraced her voluptuous figure. Her hair styled high as if she were a bride. This iconic attire and her imperious presence unmistakably identified her as the mother of the Yaoqi sacred mountain. Chapter 246, a dashing man, unwavering in his intentions. Beside the mother of Yaoqi sat a perfect woman, seemingly crafted from exquisite jade. This woman, appearing around 20, radiated brilliance from every inch of her being, rendering her difficult to behold directly. She was the Linglong Saintess, the most outstanding woman of Central State, having achieved the 5th stage of the Great Ascension. Although only 800 years old, she had already reached the 3rd tribulation of human immortality. At this moment, the female cultivators of Yaoqi's sacred mountain focused intently on Yi Kaishan's celestial vessel. Is this truly the man renowned throughout the 9 provinces for his prolificacy? Who exactly is he? At this point, Yu Linglong could no longer contain herself and turned to the mother of Yaoqi, asking, in recent years, without a doubt, the most famous figure in the 9 provinces is Yi Kaishan. Even the Yaoqi sacred mountain, which typically remains aloof from worldly matters, has heard of him far and wide. Some female cultivators felt an irresistible urge to investigate further, but were stopped by the mother of Xiaoqi at a critical moment. This is a dangerous topic. Once it opens, it cannot be contained. Hearing this, the mother of Xiaoqi paused briefly before speaking. I have attempted to inquire with the celestial sects of the upper realm, and the celestial empress has consulted the celestial mechanic. However, no information regarding this person has been uncovered. Her voice was as melodious as a gently flowing spring, imbued with a charm that captivated the heart. Powerful factions possessed the means to reach out to the upper realm, and the Xiaoqi Sacred Mountain was no exception. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Yu Linglong's eyes as she contemplated the words of the Xiaoqi Divine Mother. The celestial queen she spoke of was none other than the founder of Xiaoqi, the esteemed leader of the Xiaoqi Immortal sect in the celestial realm, a woman of unparalleled talent and beauty, a once-in-an-eternity immortal. The fact that even she could not uncover anything about Yi Kaishan only served to highlight his formidable presence. Linglong, do not belittle yourself. Your gifts are extraordinary. With unwavering dedication to your cultivation, you shall not fall short of anyone in the future, the Xiaoqi Divine Mother reassured her. As they conversed, Yi Kaishan's celestial vessel arrived with an air of assertiveness, landing with a pronounced authority. Soon, everyone beheld a strikingly handsome man, hands clasped behind his back, sauntering down. Surrounding him were enchanting beauties, each one a vision, rivaling the allure of the Xiaoqi maidens themselves. Those unaware were left wondering which leader of the Hehuan sect had graced them with his presence. Yi ancestor has arrived. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. The elders of the Tai Xian's sacred ground clamored, eagerly fawning over him and hastily arranging a seat of utmost importance. Wang Yugu led Yi Tai Xian to meet his father. Yi Kaishan lifted his son and, guided by the elders, took his place at the head of the table, producing a celestial artifact to entertain his child. Such a scene left the gathered cultivators in awe and astonishment. The first sacred ground of the 9 provinces appeared surprisingly humble before the Yi family. Even their own holy son, cradled in his father's arms, did not dare to utter a word. Call me father, and this celestial artifact is yours, Yi Kaishan teased, prompting his son Yi Tai Xian to joyfully embrace the artifact and play with it incessantly. In that moment, many cultivators, though silent, found themselves mentally calling out to him as father. To call him father would grant them a celestial artifact. They could only dream of the Yi family's fortune. How outrageously extravagant. A celestial artifact used to amuse a child? When did such treasures become so commonplace? The onlookers were filled with envy and jealousy, their impatience evident. Among the female cultivators present, many found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Who could overlook such a charming, affectionate, and wealthy man? Even the maidens of Xiaoqi felt their hearts stirred. Such unintentional gestures had vividly displayed the wealth of the Yi family and the extraordinary generosity of their ancestor. Faced with the celestial artifact, anyone would be moved. Thus, some could not resist the urge to approach Yi Kaishan, eager to forge a connection. Stop. Do not disturb the esteemed Yi ancestor. An elder from the Tai Xian sacred ground raised a hand to halt her advance. Yi Kaishan glanced up and waved with a smile. No need to restrain the ladies. Before long, a throng of female cultivators from across the 9 provinces gathered around him. Those fortunate enough to attend the Tai Xian ascending ceremony were no ordinary practitioners. Their talents and beauty were beyond reproach. Yi Kaishan reveled in the attention, exchanging contact information and arranging future meetings. In an instant, the Tai Xian ascension ceremony transformed into Yi Kaishan's selection of brides. Beast, the male cultivators muttered under their breath, envious of his audacity. How could they not achieve such feats? After a while, the atmosphere began to stabilize. Yi Kaishan, still yearning for more, caught sight of the maidens from Xiaoqi across the platform. Thus, he entrusted his child to Wang Yugu and rose to glide over to them. The ancestor preferred initiative over passivity. In this line of work, one must cultivate a thick skin and know when to lower oneself. The maidens of Xiaoqi regarded Yi Kaishan with curiosity and caution, wondering what intentions he harbored. With a charming smile, he produced a gourd. Fair maidens, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this small token of my esteem. With a flourish, he poured out a handful of pills, their intricate patterns shimmering and faintly exuding a sense of fortuitous energy. Transcendence pills. The Xiaoqi Divine Mother and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Transcendence pills are top-tier divine elixirs, exclusively for those undergoing tribulations, and consuming one significantly enhances the chances of success. Yet, such precious pills were seldom enjoyed even by the highest leaders. Yi Kaishan offered the transcendence pills to the Xiaoqi Divine Mother, signaling for her to accept. His deftness mirrored that of the ancestor during his early days when he gifted cultivation pills to the maidens of the Yunlan sect. At his core, he remained the same Yi Kaishan, unwavering in his original intentions. The Xiaoqi Divine Mother stared at the Transcendence pills, so tantalizingly close. Her hands trembled as she hesitated. Struggling to maintain composure. Almost involuntarily, she lifted her delicate hand and plucked 2 from the offering. "What is your name?" Yi Kaishan inquired, his demeanor refined and elegant. A striking presence. "I am the Xiaoqi Divine Mother," she replied softly, regaining her composure after a momentary daze. Yi Kaishan nodded and turned his gaze to Yu Linglong. Flashing his signature smile, "I see you have also reached the tribulation stage. Feel free to take a few." In the 9 provinces, the rare Transcendence pills, in Yi Kaishan's words, seemed as commonplace as cabbages. The assembled cultivators were left in disbelief. Is this truly how one behaves? They wondered. Who gives away Transcendence pills upon first meeting? Yu Linglong hesitated, a smile blossoming in her eyes as her curiosity about Yi Kaishan's identity deepened. "I am Yu Linglong. Thank you for the Transcendence pills, Yi Sovereign." She boldly snatched the remaining pills from his palm. "So you are Yu Linglong? I have heard much of your esteemed name. Seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved," Yi Kaishan exclaimed with exaggerated admiration. In truth, upon his arrival, he had already discerned Yu Linglong's identity. Her laughter was infectious, as no woman could resist the allure of sweet words. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan followed suit, producing a gourd of integration pills to distribute to the other Xiaoqi maidens. The Xiaoqi cultivators received 2 integration pills each, as their cultivation levels had not yet reached the tribulation stage. The excitement was palpable as they gazed at Yi Kaishan with bright, sparkling eyes, unable to contain their imaginations. "Yi Senior is gifting me integration pills as a hint for a potential union." "Oh, how shy." The Xiaoqi maidens blushed, lowering their heads to avoid looking at Yi Kaishan's strikingly handsome face. Observing this, the Xiaoqi Divine Mother internally lamented, realizing that these young maidens had succumbed to his charm. She had unwittingly set the precedent, and once the floodgates opened, it would be difficult to contain. Who would have thought that the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family would resort to such methods to win the hearts of women? "Esteemed maidens, I must take my leave," Yi Kaishan said, knowing when to seize the moment and when to withdraw, ensuring he did not overstep. Having distributed the elixirs, he departed promptly. Some of the female cultivators felt reluctant to part ways, merely waving him farewell as he turned, a smile gracing his lips. The gathered cultivators watched his retreating figure with envy and admiration. The Transcendence pills and integration pills, such precious treasures, were given away as if they were mere trifles. This alone was enough for them to learn from for a lifetime. Why did the Yi ancestor have so many exceptional concubines? It was because he not only held a high status, but also displayed generosity and the ability to connect with others as equals. At this moment, from the depths of the Taishan sacred land, figures emerged. The Taishan sovereign and a multitude of elders approached Yi Kaishan, their faces adorned with smiles as they paid their respects. Before long, the ascension ceremony commenced. From the inner sanctum of the Taishan sacred land, a man clad in azure garments emerged, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. This individual was none other than the venerable ancestor, Xianxia, who had presided over the Taishan sacred land for millennia and was now poised to ascend. Xianxia unleashed his aura, the formidable presence of a 9th tribulation human immortal, radiating outward to envelop the entirety of Zhongzhou. In an instant, the very earth trembled, as the laws of this realm resonated with his essence. High above, a portal gradually materialized. The celestial gate had appeared. All present held their breath in anticipation, yearning for the day they too might ascend. As Xianxia channeled his magical power, the celestial gate expanded slowly, solidifying with each passing moment. From the viewing platform, Yi Kaishan observed with curiosity, noting that the celestial gate of the Taishan ancestor was considerably larger than the one that had appeared during Kuei Ling's ascension. Kuei Ling's gate measured only 10 zhang in size, whereas the Taishan ancestors had already reached 18 zhang. This difference was attributed to the size of the gate being directly correlated to the strength of one's magical power. Kuei Ling had ascended under duress, in a rather hasty manner, while the Taishan ancestor had evidently prepared thoroughly, his vitality and spirit at their zenith. Yi Kaishan couldn't help but wonder how grand his own celestial gate would be upon his ascension. As the celestial gate swung open, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy from the celestial realm cascaded forth, enveloping the cultivators present. "Ah, this is the essence of the celestial realm," exclaimed one cultivator, inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of white mist, feeling as though he were on the verge of ascension himself. The celestial energy was immensely beneficial to the cultivators. For a fleeting moment, all the cultivators on the platform were enraptured, reveling in the sensation until Xianxia entered the celestial gate, at which point the excitement began to wane. Just when the crowd believed the ceremony concluded, black gas suddenly surged forth from within the celestial gate, resembling oil, staining the gate with a sinister hue. Following that, A shadow emerged from the gate, lunging toward Kinjianzi. His expression shifted as he hastily retaliated, engaging in battle with the shadow. What was happening? What was this black gas? A tumult arose as the cultivators gazed in horror at the celestial gate, astonished that such an event transpired at this critical juncture. Demons. This is the demon tribulation. The Taishan sovereign's expression turned grave as he explained. The upper realm was not solely comprised of the celestial realm. There existed a demon realm designated for demon cultivators. Ordinary cultivators ascending had a certain probability of triggering the laws of the demon realm, thereby inviting the demon tribulation. Should one fail to overcome this tribulation, they might be drawn into the demon realm, becoming a demon cultivator themselves. The odds were slim, reliant entirely upon one's fortune. The Taishan sovereign had not anticipated that his own ancestor would encounter a demon tribulation during ascension. Should he falter, this ascension ceremony would transform into a complete farce. Such a turn of events. Some cultivators gasped, their inexperience revealing their ignorance of such matters. The demon tribulation was perilous, and the shadow within the celestial gate was an embodiment of the demon, evolving based on the cultivator's magical power, equally matched in strength. Mother Yaoqi spoke calmly, her demeanor unruffled, clearly possessing profound insights into the demon tribulation. Celestials and demons could not coexist, although the demon realm was also an upper realm. This lower realm was predominantly inhabited by cultivators. Unless one hailed from a demon-dominated world, any demon cultivator would be unwelcome in a normal realm. The order of the world necessitated rules, and demon cultivators disrupted these rules, inevitably jeopardizing many interests, much like an outcast destined for rejection. Moreover, demons were known for their bloodthirstiness, with their internal strife leading to far more deaths than among celestial beings. Thus, the number of celestials vastly exceeded that of demons, resulting in a dire shortage of demons within the demon realm. This scarcity led to the creation of the demon tribulation, randomly selecting fortunate ascendants and aggressively pulling them into the demon realm. Ordinary cultivators who entered the demon realm would be transformed by its laws into demons. The demon realm merely sought souls. Whether they were celestial or demonic mattered little to them. The laws of the demon realm exploited loopholes, snatching ascending celestials. And in the end, the celestial realm could not eradicate this phenomenon entirely, choosing instead to turn a blind eye as long as the transgressions were not excessive. The probability of encountering such a fate might be as low as 1%, or even less. Yet today, Kinjianzi found himself ensnared by this demon tribulation. Kaishan observed the celestial gate with a calm demeanor, noting that the black figure was not a living entity, but rather an illusion of the law. The combat was flawless, each strike deadly. Inside the celestial gate, a separate barrier had formed, with the two figures locked in a relentless battle, blood spilling into the void. The once radiant and sacred celestial gate was now partially tainted. Tension filled the air, as it became evident that Kinjianzi seemed to be at a disadvantage. The demon shadow was extraordinarily formidable, possessing the battle prowess of a genuine celestial. Halfway through his ascension, Kinjianzi was no match for such an opponent. This is dire. The ancestor is in peril. The elders of the Taishan sacred land turned pale. They could not intervene. The realm within the celestial gate was beyond the jurisdiction of the lower realm, and no one could interfere. Suddenly, the celestial gate trembled, and with a crack, it transformed entirely into blackness. The scene within shifted, and the demon shadow morphed into a colossal hand that engulfed Kinjianzi within its grasp, swiftly retreating into the boundless darkness. In an instant, the celestial gate vanished along with it. Chapter 248. Name your price. Yaoqi Sacred Mountain. Silence. The Taishan sacred land fell into an eerie stillness. The last image lingered in the minds of all present, Kinjianzi being seized by the black hand. It was evident that he had failed in his ascension to the celestial realm. The expressions of the Taishan contingent were grim, as though they had tasted bitterness itself, particularly that of the Taishan sovereign. The very purpose of staging this ascension ceremony was to assert their dominance, to showcase the might of Taishan to the 9 provinces. However, before all, their ancestor had faltered against the demon tribulation, dragged into the demon realm. This was akin to a resounding slap in the face, a humiliating disgrace. How could you be so unfortunate, ancestor? The Taishan sovereign lamented internally, cursing the minuscule odds that had befallen their ancestor. Cough. I extend my congratulations to the Taishan ancestor on his ascension. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the silence. A monk adorned in gold and silver, his head gleaming, spoke cheerfully. He was a representative from the Daylight Tathagata sect. In Zhongzhou, the 2 major sacred lands had always been at odds, and the rising star of the Daylight Tathagata sect sought to supplant Taishan as the foremost sacred land of the 9 provinces. Upon hearing such derisive words, The faces of the Taishian's sacred land turned green with anger. Yet, they dared not retort. Their ancestor had indeed ascended, albeit to an inappropriate realm. In an instant, cultivators from other sacred lands subtly revealed their mocking smiles, relishing the misfortune with an indescribable delight. Thus, the Taishian's sacred land's ascension ceremony concluded with the ancestor being taken away by the demon realm. This outcome shocked all within the 9 provinces. After the assembly disbanded, representatives from various sacred lands approached Kaishan to bid farewell, including the ladies from Yaoqi's sacred mountain, who felt compelled to express their farewells rather than leave without acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to the lord of the Yao Pool, the divine matriarch graciously invited, "If you ever find yourself at the Yao Pool, do allow us the honor of hosting you." To her surprise, Kaishan nodded in agreement without hesitation, stating, "Certainly, certainly. You may return to make preparations. I shall arrive shortly." He exhibited no semblance of politeness, utterly oblivious to the concept of decorum, boldly pressing forward. The Yao Pool matriarch was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with regret for having uttered such courteous words. Yet, now that the words had escaped her lips, she could only manage a hollow laugh in acquiescence. Throughout their exchange, Yao Tanner's gaze was fixated on a woman standing beside the Yao Pool matriarch. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding a bewitching allure, and possessed profound cultivation at the late stage of integration. Found at last, Yao Tanner's heart raced with excitement as she sensed the essence of the original source emanating from this woman. This must undoubtedly be one of her avatars. She refrained from acting impulsively, striving to contain her exhilaration. Soon after, Kaishan, under the enthusiastic invitation of the Lord of Taishian, commenced a tour of the sacred grounds. "I have heard that your sacred site boasts a 9-caliber divine bamboo that is 1,000,000 years old. Might I be permitted to witness it?" Kaishan directly addressed the matter at hand, for he had come to Taishian with this very purpose. "Are you interested in such a treasure, my friend? That can certainly be arranged," the Lord of Taishian responded, somewhat puzzled about how Kaishan had acquired such information. However, now that the request had been articulated, denying it would be an affront. Thus, the Lord of Taishian led Kaishan to behold the bamboo. Before long, Kaishan stood before the 1,000,000-year-old 9-caliber divine bamboo, towering 100 zhang and radiating a verdant luminescence. It was ensconced within an array, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to detect. "What do you think?" the Lord of Taishian inquired with a hint of pride. For this was one of their sacred site's most distinguished treasures, a marvel among the 7 wonders of the 9 provinces, a 1,000,000-year-old divine herb. "Very well. Let us discuss a price," Kaishan nodded, unexpectedly interjecting. The Lord of Taishian was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "Let us not beat around the bush. I wish to acquire this bamboo," Kaishan declared. The Lord of Taishian hesitated, saying, "My friend, this bamboo is a treasured possession of Taishian, and I fear it cannot be sold. Everything in the world has a price. Simply state yours," Kaishan insisted earnestly. Upon hearing such audacious words, the Lord of Taishian fell silent. This was Taishian, the foremost holy site of the 9 provinces. "My friend, I am afraid I cannot agree," the Lord of Taishian replied after a moment's contemplation. Yet before he could finish, Kaishan interrupted. "I'll offer you a piece of celestial equipment along with a sapling of the 9-caliber bamboo." The Lord of Taishian was stunned. If he refused, Kaishan might resort to theft. Kaishan produced a piece of celestial equipment and the sapling from earlier. A piece of celestial equipment was inconsequential, as it would eventually belong to his son. Had it not been for this consideration, he would have indeed resorted to thievery. "Very well, it's settled." The Lord of Taishian, after a moment of struggle, gritted his teeth in agreement, ultimately unable to resist the allure of the celestial equipment. The value of a low-grade celestial item was not inferior to that of the 9-caliber divine bamboo. To refuse further would seem ungrateful. "Excellent," Kaishan beamed, then reached out to uproot the 9-caliber divine bamboo, relocating it to his own domain. After completing this task, he tossed the celestial equipment to the Lord of Taishian and turned to leave. "Are you not staying a while longer?" the Lord of Taishian inquired. "Not necessary. The Yao Pool matriarch is still awaiting me." Kaishan waved his hand without looking back and vanished from sight. The Lord of Taishian gazed enviously, as if envisioning the Yao Pool matriarch bowing before Kaishan's grandeur. Having departed from Taishian, Kaishan piloted his celestial vessel, leisurely arriving at the realm of Yao Pool amid the attendance of his consorts. The towering peak before him pierced the clouds. This majestic mountain, known as Yao Pool Mountain, ranked as the 2nd highest in Central State, reaching an altitude of 30,000 zhang. At its summit, magnificent structures soared, clouds billowed, and islands adorned with palaces floated nearby. This scene resembled a celestial paradise. "Celestial vessel, Yi Xianxing has arrived." From afar, The female cultivators of Yao Pool sensed the opulence emanating from the celestial vessel. Hurry, hurry. Activate the formation and let the esteemed guest enter. The female cultivators, who had benefited from Yi Kaishan's generosity, hastily sprang into action. Yi Xianxian? Is he the one renowned for gifting integration pills upon their first meeting? The others, already familiar with the tales, gazed at the approaching celestial vessel with anticipation sparkling in their eyes. As the vessel drew closer, a clear, melodious laughter rang out. Ladies, I hope I am not a bother. Yi Kaishan alighted gracefully, holding a large gourd aloft. Good fortune has arrived. The female cultivators swarmed around him, forsaking all pretense. From within the mountain's divine palace, the Yao Pool matriarch emerged, immediately spotting Yi Kaishan distributing pills. A look of exasperation crossed her face. Had they opened the formation without her command? Did they not recognize her authority as the sect leader? Xian, I have arrived. Yi Kaishan called out, having finished distributing the pills and swaggering towards her with the gourd in hand. The Yao Pool matriarch was once again at a loss for words. Her disciples had even revealed her name. Chapter 249. Entering Yao Pool, the Xianhuang creation pill. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan engaged in amicable exchanges at Yao Pool Mountain, consistently showcasing his charm and wealth in subtle ways. With a celestial fan in hand, every gesture captivated the numerous female cultivators, leaving them enraptured, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Accompanied by the Yao Pool matriarch, Yi Kaishan explored every nook and cranny of the Yao Pool, leaving no stone unturned. He marveled, exclaiming that the celestial scenery of Yao Pool truly resembled the heavenly palace of the journey to the west. Furthermore, the female cultivators here were all exceptional, transcendent in beauty, each a rare gem in the outside world. Without a doubt, the matriarch and the exquisite Linglong saintess were extraordinary, but beyond them, Yao Pool also harbored four remarkable beauties. These four women were the most outstanding among the disciples in terms of talent, appearance, and cultivation. Yi Kaishan paid particular attention to them, secretly keeping them in his thoughts. Thus, he settled in for the time being. 1 month later, as he prepared to depart, his celestial vessel was laden with dozens of Yao Pool female cultivators. Master Yi was innocent. They had all voluntarily hidden themselves aboard the celestial vessel. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the Yao Pool matriarch caught them in the act. However, to the astonishment of the Yao Pool female cultivators, the matriarch did not express anger, but instead proposed a marriage arrangement. She betrothed 2 of the Yao Pool 4 beauties, Chunyu and Luo Yin, to Yi Kaishan. The female cultivator named Chunyu was, in fact, one of the avatars of the demon god, possessing divine roots and over 1,000 years of age, with complete integration cultivation. At this moment, she had yet to awaken. Upon hearing the news, Yao Tanner was left speechless, realizing that her husband had indeed captured her. However, upon reflection, she concluded that since she had lost both inside and out, she could leave the matter of avatars to her husband. As long as he could gather all the avatars, such matters were trivial. Yi Kaishan left some betrothal gifts and took dozens of Yao Pool female cultivators aboard his celestial vessel, returning to Lizhou. This journey proved immensely fruitful, for not only had he acquired the million-year-old 9-caliber divine bamboo, but he also returned with a bevy of stunning beauties. Upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Kaishan's first order of business was to take concubines. Days later, news spread. Yi Laozu was once again seeking to take concubines, and this time, they were none other than the fairies of Yao Pool. In the vast realm of Jiuzhou, the supreme sanctuary of female cultivators, where even the venerable ancestor Yi has made his presence felt, the Yaoqi has fallen under his relentless onslaught. The cultivators of Lizhou are both astonished and contemplative, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of each of ancestor Ye's matrimonial endeavors. Despite their surprise, the necessity of presenting congratulatory gifts remains paramount, prompting the major factions of Lizhou to spring into action once more. For 2 full years, Yi Kaishan has engaged in this quest of acquiring concubines, not only attracting the female cultivators of Yaoqi, but also those entangled in the Taishian sacred land, resulting in an impressive tally. At times, he would take several in a single day, and before long, the number of his concubines has soared beyond 20,000, on the brink of 30,000. During this period, a multitude of remarkable offspring has also come into existence, including those from the Yaoqi cultivators, such as Chunyu and Luo Yin, who have contributed several low-grade celestial spirit root descendants, as well as numerous with divine roots. On one fateful day, a celestial phenomenon erupted above the Yi residence, with the energies of yin and yang swirling in harmonious motion. The 7th offspring of Lu Fian has been born, undoubtedly a being of celestial physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for branching out and giving birth to a mid-grade celestial spirit root descendant, rewarded with an additional 100 years of lifespan, a mid-grade celestial artifact. and 1000 celestial stones. Note, this child possesses the unique constitution of the yin-yang celestial body. This newborn girl has perfectly inherited the traits of both Yi Kaishan and Lu Fian, embodying the supreme power of controlling yin and yang. Yi Kaishan observed with clarity that his newly born daughter possessed a pair of yin-yang eyes, though fortunately, this lasted but a brief moment before returning to normalcy. Ultimately, Lu Fian took the initiative to name the child Yi Mingyue, a name imbued with the essence of day and night. The mid-grade celestial artifact awarded for the birth, known as the Xuanwu 9 Palace Armor, is crafted from the shell of the sacred beast Xuanwu of the upper realm, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities. Though its appearance resembles that of a turtle shell, Yi Kaishan did not indulge in fastidiousness, donning it carefully beneath his garments. As defensive artifacts are exceptionally rare and precisely what he currently lacks. News of the Yi family producing a celestial body spread swiftly, astonishing the cultivators of Jiuzhou, yet also evoking a sense of familiarity. Thus far, the Yi family has birthed numerous celestial bodies, with one emerging every so often. It would indeed feel disconcerting if a day passed without the arrival of one. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan ventured to the endless sea, absorbing a century's worth of cultivation experience, and embarked on an extravagant tribulation. Originally a 5-tribulation human immortal, after assimilating the experience and leveraging the formidable physique of the divine demonic breaking heaven technique, he successfully surpassed 3 tribulations in succession, propelling himself to the rank of an 8-tribulation human immortal. Were it not for his apprehension of ascending too swiftly, he would have easily navigated the 9th tribulation as well. Yi Kaishan intentionally left the final tribulation for later, preferring to prepare adequately before ascending. For now, he aims to expand his lineage, laying a solid foundation for his eventual ascension to the celestial realm. By accumulating ample experience, he hopes to navigate the celestial realm with ease and grace. Months later, the number of Yi Kaishan's descendants surpassed the monumental threshold of 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the progeny exceeding 100,000, resulting in an expansion of the family scale, rewarded with a superior grade celestial elixir, 1,000 years of cultivation experience, 1,000 years of alchemical experience, and 1,000 years of formation experience. Finally, the number reached 100,000 descendants. Yi Kaishan's spirit soared. Little did anyone know the immense effort he had invested in these children, laboring day and night without respite. With the rewards for reaching such a milestone increasing substantially, and combined with his existing cultivation experience, he now possesses over a millennium of accumulated knowledge. However, he recognizes that this may still be insufficient. As he approaches the Earth Immortal stage, the demand for experience will undoubtedly rise. It is unreasonable that a breakthrough during the Qi refining stage requires merely a year, while the Earth Immortal realm should also demand the same. Thus, he resolved to accumulate even more experience. He then examined the rewards associated with the celestial elixir. This superior grade celestial elixir, known as the Xianhuang creation pill, possesses the capability to refine innate Qi, allowing one to undergo a rebirth and potentially manifest a celestial spirit root, with a certain chance of cultivating into a Xianhuang celestial body. Holding the elixir in his hand, Yi Kaishan scrutinized it. Consuming it himself would be a waste, as he already possesses a celestial spirit root and a top-tier celestial body. Should he consume the Xianhuang creation pill and inadvertently downgrade his celestial body, it would be catastrophic. Thus, after contemplation, he resolved to present it to one of his concubines, maximizing the elixir's potential. If she were to transform into a celestial body, the subsequent births of celestial beings would be effortlessly achieved. After a moment of reflection, Yi Kaishan summoned Su Mei, his first concubine and the one who has been by his side the longest, having borne the most children. Comparatively, Su Mei's talent and spirit roots are vastly superior to those of his later concubines. Yi Kaishan felt that this elixir was rightfully hers. "My husband, you called for me?" Shortly thereafter, Su Mei entered, dressed simply and devoid of makeup, her gentle demeanor contrasting sharply with her earlier stubbornness. In terms of sheer beauty, Su Mei may not rival those saintly maidens, princesses, or empresses. Particularly in terms of presence, she lacks that dazzling brilliance. Yi Kaishan embraced her warmly, sharing an intimate moment before speaking. "I have a precious gift for you." Upon hearing this, Su Mei's cheeks flushed, and she cast Yi Kaishan a playful glare. "After all this time, do we still need to be so extravagant?" With that, she extended her delicate hand. Yi Kaishan quickly interjected, "Mayor, do not misunderstand. This treasure is not what you think." "What is it?" Su Mei asked, momentarily bewildered. Yi Kaishan revealed the Xianhuang creation pill and elucidated its effects. After listening, Su Mei's pupils widened in disbelief. "My husband, you want me to consume it?" The mere mention of a superior-grade celestial elixir caused her heart to race. Such a treasure is not something a simple village girl like herself could hope to enjoy. Indeed, Kaishan nodded slightly. No. Such a precious elixir should be for you to consume. Su Mei vehemently shook her head, attempting to rise and flee. Kaishan, however, assertively pulled her back, prying her mouth open without further ado. This elixir can reshape your body, replenishing the innate chi you have lost over the years. If you refuse it, you may never bear children for your husband again, he explained, his expression stern. Bearing children inherently depletes one's essence, even for cultivators, leading to certain losses. Especially for someone like Su Mei, who is born over 100. Though the supreme innate art can compensate for some of the innate loss, it still requires considerable effort. After hearing Kaishan's words, Su Mei calmed down. The thought of being unable to bear children for her husband was more unbearable than death itself. For years, she has held the record for births in the Yi family, and she cannot let anyone surpass her. Thus, with unwavering resolve, Su Mei swallowed the celestial elixir. As Kaishan's first concubine, she could not bear to be surpassed by others. Soon after the elixir entered her abdomen, a powerful aura erupted from her acupoints. Her cultivation began to elevate, and her spirit root underwent transformation. Moments later, a surge of celestial spirit energy burst forth from her crown. At that moment, Su Mei awakened her low-grade celestial spirit root. Simultaneously, an essence of Xianhuang began to brew within her. The success or failure of this endeavor hinged upon this singular moment. Kaishan was filled with anticipation. The possibility of giving birth to the Xianhuang immortal body rested solely on Su Mei's fortune. However, not long after, the Xianhuang energy within Su Mei began to dissipate. Was failure imminent? A jolt of concern surged through Kaishan as his piercing golden eyes fixated intently on Su Mei, vigilantly monitoring the unfolding changes. Suddenly, a surge of innate energy erupted from the depths of Su Mei's dantian, entwining the primordial essence of Xianhuang, preventing its escape. This was the innate energy of the supreme Yin-Yang's innate technique. A flicker of understanding crossed Kaishan's gaze as he recognized the source of this energy. Su Mei, having spent the most time with him and engaged in the most profound exchanges, embodied the essence of their cumulative experiences. Subsequently, Kaishan took the initiative to assist Su Mei in solidifying her immortal body's essence. A day later, Su Mei's immortal body was successfully formed. At this moment, she had undergone a complete transformation, radiating a refreshing aura. Both her physique and beauty had experienced a comprehensive enhancement. She emanated a grandeur reminiscent of the Mother of Heaven and Earth. Kaishan marveled. At this juncture, Su Mei rivaled any of his concubines, especially her presence, naturally exuding an aura of depth and grace, akin to the very essence of the universe. Darling, have I succeeded? Su Mei exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, as the overwhelming power within her felt foreign yet exhilarating. It was immensely powerful. At this very moment, her cultivation had surged to the great ascension stage. I have succeeded. Kaishan laughed joyfully. Thank you, my husband, Su Mei replied, her voice choked with emotion. Witnessing her elation stirred something deep within Kaishan, compelling him to envelop her in his embrace. 3 months later, Su Mei felt a stirring within her womb, rekindling the sensations of her beginnings. A year later, she gave birth. Although the offspring did not possess an immortal body, she bore a child with a mid-grade immortal spiritual root. This marked the arrival of Su Mei's first child with an immortal spiritual root, an unprecedented elevation for her. The other women bore no resentment towards Su Mei's transformation, for they understood the significance of her being the first concubine of their husband, a monumental achievement for the Yi family. No one could rival her fertility. If I strive diligently, perhaps I shall be next, some of the older concubines secretly resolved, igniting their ambitions. If they exerted themselves, Kaishan would find himself overwhelmed, with scarcely a moment to breathe, let alone rest. In an instant, the Yi family was plunged into a frenzied baby-making mode. Time flew. 2.5 years passed. Kaishan's offspring with spiritual roots had surged to 80,000, rewarding him with an abundance of experience. The sheer number was astonishing. During this period, Kaishan also found time to take several concubines, including 2 beauties from the Yaoqi Divine Mountain. Upon hearing that the Yi family rewarded offspring with immortal artifacts, they could hardly resist. Even the divine mothers found it difficult to resist such temptation, nearly succumbing. Moreover, other sacred lands dispatched reinforcements. Thus, Kaishan continued to take concubines while simultaneously siring children. 3 years later, the number of Kaishan's offspring with spiritual roots reached a staggering 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The offspring with spiritual roots have surpassed 100,000, expanding the family scale. You have been rewarded with a fortune golden lotus. 1,000 years of cultivation experience, 1,000 years of artifact refinement experience, and 10,000 immortal stones. The fortune golden lotus stirred something within Yi Kaishan. Could it be the same as the one in Buddhism? He hastily examined it. It was a low-grade immortal plant of the third rank, capable of enhancing the family's or sect's fortune and accelerating the cultivation speed of its members, among other benefits. Additionally, this golden lotus could devour similar or fortune-endowed divine objects to increase its grade. A third-rank fortune golden lotus could augment the cultivation speed, fortune, and lifespan of its members by 30%. The lotus could reach a maximum of 36 ranks. Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction, while 30% might seem modest. The potential for the golden lotus to advance to 36 ranks promised an overwhelming increase. Under identical resources with the same spiritual roots and cultivation levels, his clan could cultivate several times faster than others. Over time, this would yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, the fortune golden lotus need not be planted within the family. It merely required the clan leader to refine it, allowing its members to benefit invisibly. Immediately, Yi Kaishan retrieved the fortune golden lotus. It was a golden flower with only 3 petals, each petal representing 1 rank. After refining the golden lotus, Yi Kaishan planted it within his blessed realm. Once everything was accomplished, he suddenly noticed a faint golden aura enveloping each member of the Yi family, including his concubines. This was the blessing of the fortune golden lotus. Ordinary individuals could not perceive it. It would quietly enhance their attributes across various aspects. While Yi Kaishan was engrossed in studying the golden lotus, a startling piece of news broke forth, sending shockwaves throughout the world. An unparalleled immortal artifact had emerged in the central continent. The revelation of this extraordinary immortal artifact ignited a frenzy across the 9 provinces. This was no ordinary immortal artifact. When it manifested, the entire 9 provinces trembled. In a flash, practitioners from all corners rushed towards the central continent, eager to witness the splendor of the immortal artifact. Soon, Yi Kaishan became aware of the news. In truth, he had never been particularly enamored with immortal artifacts, as they were exceedingly common. However, upon receiving a message from his son Yi Fan, his perspective shifted. This extraordinary immortal artifact was, in fact, a cauldron related to Yi Fan's black cauldron, likely a high-grade immortal artifact. A high-grade immortal artifact? Now, that warrants a closer look. Yi Kaishan chuckled. This was his son's opportunity, and as a father, he could not remain indifferent. Without delay, he piloted his celestial vessel, departing the Yi family with great fervor, heading towards the central continent. At this moment, the winds of the 9 provinces were tumultuous. All major sacred lands and factions mobilized. Faced with the allure of a masterless immortal artifact, no one could resist its pull. The sacred lands unleashed their full strength, summoning their ancestors, racing towards the central continent with fervor. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the western region of the central continent, an endless desert stretched for 10,000 miles. Enveloped by a terrifying formation, gale winds howled, and the skies shifted ominously. Amidst this chaotic tempest floated a massive black cauldron, colossal as a mountain, exuding a magnificent celestial light. Surrounding it were the prominent forces of the central continent, including the Taishan Sacred Land, the Dei Rulai Sect, the State Learning Academy, and the Yaoqi Divine Mountain. They had all arrived but refrained from making a move, waiting for the cauldron's power to dissipate. Recently, a mortal practitioner attempted to seize the cauldron, only to be obliterated by the celestial light it emitted. In an instant, no one dared to act recklessly, merely gazing hungrily at the black cauldron. With just a hint of its might, it had the power to shatter a mortal practitioner, something no ordinary low-grade immortal artifact could achieve. To them, this was very likely a mid-grade immortal artifact. In the 9 provinces, the immortal artifacts possessed by the major sacred lands were merely of low-grade quality. A mid-grade immortal artifact could significantly alter the balance of power and held great significance. Amitba, esteemed ones, this treasure has emerged in the western region and is fated to belong to my Dei Rulai sect. I humbly request that you, benefactors, withdraw, proclaimed a robust, bald monk, radiating golden light, his hands clasped together, his resonant voice echoing through the heavens. He wore a peaceful smile, but a fleeting glimmer of desire flickered as he gazed at the black cauldron in the sky. If this cauldron can be obtained, the Sun Buddha sect will undoubtedly be able to overpower the supreme, profound sacred land. Moreover, this cauldron has conveniently appeared in the western regions, which is nothing short of divine providence. The bald head is spouting nonsense again. This treasure is ownerless and devoid of any Buddhist essence. How could it possibly be fated for you? The elder from the supreme, profound, sacred land retorted sharply. Speaking of fate, this cauldron is truly destined for my celestial cauldron sect. How about you all show some courtesy and let it be mine." A wild-looking man jested heartily. "Enough of the idle chatter. This is an ownerless item, and each must rely on their own abilities." The master of the State Academy stated nonchalantly. As they exchanged words, an increasing number of powerful figures arrived, including even the reclusive immortals who had not appeared for millennia. These were relics of the great sacred lands, rarely seen, all vying for the celestial artifact. It was evident that each sacred land was determined to possess the celestial treasure. At this moment, the formidable aura emitted by the celestial cauldron gradually diminished, and as everyone sensed the imminent opportunity, they began to advance deeper. The malevolent energy of the celestial artifact dissipated. The moment had arrived. Someone shouted, causing everyone to become tense. As the fierce wind subsided, the celestial light of the cauldron dimmed. In that instant, all present understood that the celestial cauldron had truly manifested. However, just as they prepared to seize it, the immense cauldron suddenly contracted rapidly, leaving behind only a singular figure. Innocently appearing before them, this individual was Yifan, who had recently been guided by the little black cauldron in search of the other celestial cauldrons scattered across the 9 provinces. There were a total of 9 black cauldrons, which, when combined, formed the complete celestial artifact. Unexpectedly, while he was refining the celestial cauldron, it had suddenly been activated, causing such a commotion. Observing the formidable figures surrounding him, Yifan awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. "Greetings, everyone." The crowd exchanged glances, due to the cauldron's concealment. They had failed to notice that someone was hidden within. Who is this young brat? Hand over the celestial cauldron, or else an elder was the first to speak. His expression unfriendly. However, before he could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man beside him pulled him back and whispered something in his ear. The elder's authoritative demeanor suddenly stiffened, then softened, as he forced out a smile that was more painful than tears. "Ah, it turns out to be the son of the Holy Master Yi. Haha, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, as both the informed and uninformed recognized the identity of the young man before them. He was none other than Yifan, the eldest son of the Yi family and the revered ancestor Yi. "Haha, so it is young Master Yi. A pleasure to finally meet you." Several sect leaders from the Celestial Gates greeted him with apparent flattery. Many among them were related to the Yi family through marriage. They were practically relatives. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere transformed completely with Yifan's appearance. Those sacred land leaders who had familial ties to the Yi family. The reclusive ancients who had not shown themselves in ages, found themselves in a difficult position. Yi Laozu's son had claimed the celestial artifact. What were they to do? Attempt to snatch it? They were somewhat intimidated. Yet, to forego the opportunity left them feeling quite dissatisfied. "Nephew, why are you here? Could it be that you have a connection with this cauldron?" The Holy Master of the Supreme Profound inquired. "Indeed, I was drawn here by the cauldron's resonance. It has recognized me as its master, and I have refined it," Yifan explained with calm confidence. The Holy Master of the Supreme Profound nodded and addressed the crowd of powerful figures. "Have you all heard? Young Master Yi truly has a connection with the celestial cauldron. This is not mere talk. Let us disperse." The Holy Master intervened on Yifan's behalf, providing everyone with a graceful exit. The leaders of the major sects, astute as they were, understood the implications. "So it is, since the celestial artifact acknowledges young Master Yi as its master, we can only extend our congratulations. Like father, like son, young Master Yi has inherited the true legacy of Holy Master Yi. Even the celestial artifact recognizes him as its master. His future is boundless. Young Master Yi possesses the bearing of an immortal." The various sacred lands spoke warmly, their attitudes exceedingly amicable. This left the scattered cultivators in utter disbelief. They wondered when these sacred lands had become so accommodating. They understood that it was not the sacred land's benevolence, but rather the fact that Yifan was the descendant of Yi Laozu. Had a mere wandering cultivator without a background attempted to claim the celestial artifact, regardless of fate, they would have met a grim end, their very essence shattered. At that moment, the scattered cultivators felt immense envy. Such treatment was something they could only dream of. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, having feared a fierce battle, only to find the sacred land so yielding. However, just as the crowd was about to disperse, the Sun Buddhist sect, which had remained silent until now, could no longer contain itself. "Humph. Do you think you can monopolize the celestial artifact based solely on your word? We fear the Yi family, but we do not fear you." The leader of the Sun Buddhist sect spoke coldly, initiating a confrontation. It was inconceivable for them to simply relinquish the celestial cauldron. As soon as these words were uttered, the cultivators present displayed expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Sun Buddhist sect would show such disrespect to the Yi family. However, upon reflection, among the 10 great sacred lands, the Sun Buddhist sect was the only one that had no ties to the Yi family, maintaining its unsullied reputation. This was clearly an act of anger. Who could blame the Sun Buddha sect? Given that the rest of the sacred lands were eagerly marrying into the Yi family to obtain celestial bodies, not to mention the Sun Buddha sect, they were already feeling anxious merely watching. The celestial artifact has been refined by me. Do you still intend to forcibly seize it? Yi Fan calmly regarded them, unfazed. Life inevitably involves trials. His father's reputation had already deterred 90% of his opponents, leaving the remaining 10% for him to confront alone. Since time immemorial, the weak are prey to the strong. Celestial artifacts belong to those with the capability to wield them. Should one forcibly covet this treasure, it is likely to invite disaster upon oneself. It would be wiser to entrust it to our care. A gaunt monk interjected, a faint golden light radiating from his head. As he spoke, his words resonated with a profound cadence, harmonizing with the heavens. The elders of the various sacred lands exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. This seemingly unremarkable monk harbored terrifying power, surpassing even the leader of the Sun Buddha sect. Haha, how shameless of you. If you desire the celestial artifact, just say so. Do you truly need to cloak your intentions in such grandiloquent words? Yi Fan scoffed, experiencing his first encounter with the Sun Buddha sect's members, and was taken aback by their audacity. Since you are so obstinate, then this poor monk shall take matters into his own hands. The high monk intoned ba, his previously serene gaze suddenly turning fierce. A surge of formidable energy erupted forth, shaking the very foundations of the realm. 8 tribulations, human immortal. The elders of the sacred lands felt their hearts constrict. A being of such caliber was nearly unparalleled in the current era. After all, those at the 9 tribulations human immortal level rarely emerged, and even more rarely engaged in battle, lest they be sensed by the heavens and compelled to ascend. A golden hand expanded relentlessly, reaching for Yi Fan. Buzz. Yi Fan formed a seal, summoning a black cauldron from above, enveloping him and colliding against the massive hand. With a resounding crash, the void erupted in chaos, terrifying shockwaves pushing back the surrounding powerful figures. A mere mortal attempting to wield the might of a celestial artifact with your cultivation? How laughable. The old monk snorted, intensifying his pressure on the celestial cauldron. As it appeared that Yi Fan was about to falter, the holy master of the supreme profound and others prepared to intervene and rescue him. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the souls of all present, bullying the weak, seeking death. Boom. A resplendent sun ascended alongside a chilling moon, thundering down upon the aged monk, extinguishing his life in an instant. The 7 styles of sun and moon kill. A mere flicker, and the 8 tribulations celestial being met his demise. The old monk, even in death, could not discern who had unleashed this fatal blow. Silence enveloped the heavens and earth. The onlookers stood in a daze, gazing at the celestial vessel soaring towards them from the horizon. The conspicuous insignia made the identity of the newcomer abundantly clear. How could the 8 tribulations celestial being have been vanquished in a single strike by Ancestor Yi? The assembled heroes were struck with awe, their scalps tingling. In all the years past, they had never witnessed Yi Kaishan in action. Who could have anticipated that his first display would be so earth-shattering? The 8 tribulations celestial being was no mere foe. How could he possess such formidable strength? Wasn't Ancestor Yi's greatest prowess supposed to lie in procreation? Why then did he exhibit such overwhelming combat prowess? The disciples of the great Sun Buddha sect were bewildered, chilled to the bone. The sect leader, King Kongming, bore a ghastly expression, a mix of shock and fury. The 8 tribulations celestial being had perished just like that. You dare say that treasures can only be claimed by the capable. Does the Yi clan now possess such a qualification? Yi Kaishan descended into the arena, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he regarded the members of the great Sun Buddha sect with a sardonic glance. All around him, eyes were cast downwards. The other holy lands and celestial gates quietly exhaled in relief. Had they acted irrationally and contested Yi Fan for the celestial cauldron, the consequences would have been dire. How dare you, Yi clan, think us of the great Sun Buddha sect easy to bully? King Kongming's gaze turned icy, and he bellowed in rage. In the next moment, from tens of thousands of miles away, the holy land of the Tathagata erupted with 2 beams of terrifying Buddhist light. The resounding chants of the Dharma reverberated in the ears of all beings in the western regions. Following this, the aura of the 9 tribulations celestial beings permeated the air. 2 venerable monks, clad in ancient robes, emerged from the holy mountain, wielding staffs and bowls, traversing the void with strides that spanned miles. The great Sun Buddha sect had gone mad. How could they conceal 2 9 tribulations celestial beings? The likes of the Supreme Xian and the Ascended Master, along with the Mother of the Jade Pool, gazed in astonishment at the approaching monks, their feet upon the golden light path. These were indeed 2 9 tribulations celestial beings, and they bore celestial artifacts. King Kongming sneered coldly, his expression twisted, for this was the hidden strength of two celestial beings, originally intended to combat other holy lands. Yet now, due to Yi Kaishan, they were compelled to reveal themselves. Your killing intent is too heavy. Surrender, and come with me to the holy mountain for repentance. Intoned the monk with the staff, reciting scriptures, arriving close at hand in a breath. The rhythmic Buddhist sounds, filled with the power of salvation, sought to redeem Yi Kaishan. The heroes' expressions shifted subtly as they discreetly channeled their powers, steadfast in their resolve to resist this force of redemption. Why sacrifice oneself needlessly? Yi Kaishan, hands clasped behind his back, remained unfazed by the celestial sounds. It appeared the monk was still unaware of his own transgressions. The staff-wielding monk sighed softly, then suddenly unleashed his attack. A golden Buddha began to rise majestically from his crown. The immense palm of the Buddha descended with a cataclysmic force, akin to the heavens collapsing, capable of obliterating all. Meanwhile, the other staff-wielding monk summoned his own staff, unleashing the might of a low-grade celestial artifact. Surging forth like a tidal wave, the combined assault of the two Nine Tribulations celestial beings unleashed a terrifying wave, causing the leaders of the Holy Lands to shudder and retreat from the battlefield. Together, the two Nine Tribulations celestial beings. How would Ancestor Yi respond? The assembly lamented. In their eyes, Yi Kaishan's earlier dispatching of the Eight Tribulations celestial being had carried an element of ambush. Even if his true cultivation were on par with that of a Nine Tribulations celestial being, he could hardly withstand the combined might of two Nine Tribulations celestial beings, especially with the latter wielding celestial artifacts, unless Yi Kaishan possessed an even more formidable celestial artifact. As they pondered, the dual onslaught of the Nine Tribulations celestial beings bore down upon them. Yet Yi Kaishan maintained his stance, arms crossed, seemingly oblivious to the lethal strikes aimed at him. Everyone was bewildered, feeling a pang of anxiety for him. What did this mean? Was he surrendering, forsaking resistance? With a thunderous crash, the earth shattered, and the void split open. As the dust settled, Yi Kaishan stood unscathed before the crowd, brushing off the dust from his attire, a smile gracing his face. Not bad. If you'd exerted a bit more force, I might not have held up. His peak celestial body, coupled with the defensive prowess of a mid-grade celestial artifact, the Xuanwu 9 palace armor, allowed him to effortlessly withstand the onslaught of the Nine Tribulations celestial beings. The two venerable monks exchanged glances, their faces gradually overtaken by terror. How could this be possible? Thunderous roars echoed as their auras were sensed by the heavens, summoning the celestial gates. Kongming, we must ascend now. This foe is fierce. Go seek aid from the higher realms, or our sect is doomed. The two venerable monks cried out, realizing they could not vanquish their opponent and planning to flee to safety. With a whoosh, celestial light shot forth, piercing the sky. Yi Kaishan acted swiftly, summoning the celestial path measuring ruler, striking down the fleeing monks mid-ascent, their blood staining the void. Chapter 253, The Origin of the Black Cauldron, a Conspiracy. The two venerable monks, on the verge of entering the celestial gates, were obliterated in an instant by Yi Kaishan's strike, their forms bursting apart. The radiant light of the celestial gates dimmed, gradually fading away. What a pity, if only they had been female. I could have captured them in the 10,000 celestial tower for mining. Yi Kaishan lamented as he collected the fallen staff and bowl. Silence. All the assembled heroes stood in stunned disbelief, petrified. The two Nine Tribulations celestial beings wielding celestial artifacts had been dispatched by Yi Kaishan in an instant. His ease in doing so resembled that of crushing an ant. What realm was Ancestor Yi in, to be so terrifying? The powerful began to speculate. Such combat prowess had transcended the realm of celestial beings, yet had not drawn the attention of the celestial gates. This indicated that Yi Kaishan's cultivation had not yet reached the level of the Nine Tribulations celestial beings. Hiss. Upon closer reflection, this only amplified the terror. The Supreme Xian, the Ascended Master, and the leaders of the Holy Lands felt a tumult of emotions. The Mother of the Jade Pool gazed at Yi Kaishan's retreating figure. Her heart stirred. Unknowingly, her gaze softened. Such an exceptional man, radiating a masculine allure, stirred her long-dormant heart, making it flutter uncontrollably. If she felt this way, one could only imagine the reaction of the other female cultivators in the Jade Pool, their eyes brimming with hearts of red. One could foresee that soon a wave of matrimonial proposals would sweep across the 9 provinces. At this very moment, the members of the Great Sun Buddhist sect were as pale as death, bereft of color. It was over. Two Nine Tribulations celestial beings had perished just like that. Their adversary remained unscathed, not even a hair harmed. Impossible. How could two eminent monks, having reached the pinnacle of celestial being status and armed with celestial artifacts, fail to defeat him? King Kongming mumbled incoherently, his mind in disarray. It made no sense. This was utterly illogical. After concealing their power for so long, how could they crumble so easily? But what power remained? If none, then you are destined to perish. Yi Kaishan regarded King Kongming with a sardonic smile, a visage more terrifying than that of a demon from hell. Run. In the next instant, without uttering a word, King Kongming turned to flee. With only the cultivation of a 7 tribulations celestial being, engaging in battle would be tantamount to seeking death. Perhaps fleeing offered a glimmer of hope. Whoosh. True to his title as the leader of the Great Sun Buddha sect, he fled with astonishing speed, covering miles in an instant while maintaining his composure. Boom. A colossal hand of black and white descended from the heavens, transforming him into a mist of blood. Thus fell a Generation S sect leader. Yi Kaishan withdrew his hand. Flamboyant as he was, did he still think he could escape? The monk Kongming had perished. The assembled cultivators were struck with shock and lamentation. With this battle, the Daylight Tathagata sect was surely doomed. 2 venerable 9 tribulation human immortals, along with their sect leader, had both fallen, leaving the sect grievously weakened. In the days to come, the 10 great sacred lands would no longer witness the presence of the Daylight Tathagata sect. Various factions, filled with trepidation, felt immense relief that they had not been blinded by greed and attempted to seize the celestial artifacts from the Yi family. At this juncture, the supreme Xian sage approached Yi Kaishan, clasping his hands in greeting. Friend Yi, he cautioned, you must remain vigilant. The Daylight Tathagata sect is a branch of Buddhism, which holds a premier position in the celestial realm, a paragon of power. To be at odds with them may invite calamities when you ascend to the celestial realm. His well-meaning warning conveyed the knowledge he possessed to Yi Kaishan. Each of the great sacred lands in the upper realm has its own lineage. The supreme Xian sacred land is no exception. Although they are the foremost sacred land of the 9 provinces, they pale in comparison to the Buddhist sect in the celestial realm. The Buddhist lineage extends across myriad worlds, boasting countless followers, and even in the celestial realm, they possess their own domains, with origins steeped in ancient history. Yi Kaishan nodded gently, unsurprised. However, given the current situation, with the adversary slain, what more could one do? Should it happen again, he would not hesitate to act with the same resolve. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan took his son Yi Fan aboard the celestial vessel, inquiring about the Black Cauldron. After a series of inquiries, he learned that the 9 black cauldrons were collectively known as the 9 Heavens Black Dragon Cauldron, a treasure of a demon dragon. Long ago, this demon dragon pursued the sacred dragon Ao Jin to the lower realm, where the 2 dragons clashed in a fierce battle. The black dragon, ferocious in nature, summoned the 9 Heavens Cauldron, shattering the original continent into 9 pieces. Ultimately, the black dragon faced defeat at the hands of the sacred dragon Ao Jin and was obliterated. The 9 Heavens Black Dragon Cauldron was subsequently lost in the 9 provinces, fading into obscurity. In an instant, Yi Kaishan's understanding crystallized. He finally comprehended why Yi Fan had located the ancient dragon palace and acquired the dragon pearls, subsequently gathering the 9 Heavens Black Dragon Cauldron. Clearly, this was the machination of the Black Cauldron, concealing a grand conspiracy. Within the celestial vessel, Yi Kaishan's demeanor grew increasingly tense, his divine gaze subtly scrutinizing Yi Fan, assessing whether he had been influenced by the Black Dragon. Fortunately, Yi Fan's spirit remained pure. Fanner, does your Black Cauldron contain an elderly figure? Yi Kaishan maintained an even expression, discreetly communicating. Upon hearing his father's transmission, Yi Fan's pupils flickered as he subtly nodded, fully aware of his father's solemnity and immediately adopting a cautious demeanor. The trials of recent years had matured Yi Fan's mind. He had also sensed something amiss with the Black Cauldron. Fortune does not fall from the sky. In hindsight, the guidance he received from the Black Cauldron had been too seamless, revealing numerous gaps upon reflection. Can it perceive events occurring in the outside world? Yi Kaishan continued to inquire. It possesses only a faint thought to guide me, but it never manifests, as if it fears something, Yi Fan replied candidly. Moreover, it is not an elderly man, but rather an elderly woman, he added, a statement that caused Yi Kaishan's eyes to brighten slightly. Yi Fan felt as if he were hallucinating, as though he had seen his father smile. I understand now. She must be afraid of her mortal enemy, realizing she is still alive. Presumably, the Black Dragon feared that the sacred dragon Ao Jin could detect her aura. Unbeknownst to them, Ao Jin had already been captured by the Black Dragon clan. From Yi Fan's words, Yi Kaishan gleaned the Black Dragon's intentions. Within the 9 cauldrons lay fragments of the Black Dragon's soul. Once united, she could resurrect. This indicated that the Black Dragon regarded Yi Fan as a mere pawn, with all her actions aimed at reviving herself. Fanner, do you know the realm of the Black Dragon? Yi Kaishan pressed on, still unable to ascertain whether the black dragon's nature was benevolent or malevolent. However, he could envision that should the black dragon resurrect, she would undoubtedly look down upon all. In the eyes of such a formidable being, ordinary life forms were akin to ants. The crux of the matter was that the remaining dragon pearls were still in his possession. If the black dragon were to revive, she would likely target him first. His son Yifan was unaware of the enmity between the black and sacred dragons, but he understood that the black dragon must not be allowed to achieve her desires. They needed to devise a means to restrain her. Kaishan pondered, contemplating underhanded tactics. In response to your father, the black dragon once revealed that she is a golden immortal. Golden immortal. A jolt coursed through Kaishan, his eyes brimming with astonishing brilliance. How formidable must such a being be to give birth? Chapter 254. The 9 cauldrons acquired, visitors from the upper realm. Subsequently, the father and son conspired together, intending to turn the tables on the black dragon. Although she was a golden immortal, that was a thing of the past. Kaishan was confident that with his means, he had a chance to seize a remnant soul of a golden immortal. Following this, Kaishan disseminated the news. Any force in the 9 provinces that found the black cauldron could bring it to the Yi family for a celestial artifact in exchange. Simultaneously, he did not remain idle. Piloting the celestial vessel, he and his son sought the black cauldrons that lay hidden in the 9 provinces. Now, they possessed 2 black cauldrons, and if they could locate the remaining 7, they would achieve great success. Yifan feigned nonchalance, connecting his consciousness to the remnant soul within the black cauldron, earnestly assuring, "Predecessor, please rest assured. I have already found 2 black cauldrons. As long as I can find the remaining ones, I will aid you in your resurrection." After a moment, a voice, laced with seduction, floated through the air. "You have done well. Once I am revived, I shall take you to ascend to the celestial realm. Remember, with your potential, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall never become an immortal in this lifetime. However, you are fortunate to have encountered me. Everything becomes possible." The woman's voice was imbued with extreme arrogance, as she believed her strength should naturally command respect over the lower realm. "Thank you, predecessor, for your guidance. I shall strive diligently," Yifan replied repeatedly, his resolute words imbued with a hint of fervor, perfectly calibrated. Subsequently, to gain the trust of the demon dragon, he produced the other cauldron, connecting the 2 black cauldrons. Sensing the presence of another remnant soul, the black dragon was immensely satisfied. The dawn of her resurrection was at hand. She was finally on the verge of leaving this wretched place. The 9 provinces buzzed with unprecedented excitement, all spurred by Kaishan's proclamation, plunging into a frenzy. Everyone was engaged in a singular pursuit, the search for cauldrons. Any artifact resembling a cauldron was not to be overlooked. Before long, a celestial cauldron emerged in Yuhua Prefecture. The Yuhua sacred land, without hesitation, seized the black cauldron and promptly delivered it to Kaishan. They were already aware that there were a total of 9 black cauldrons, and that only when united could they unleash their true power. A solitary black cauldron was even inferior to a low-grade celestial artifact. Useless, better off taken to the Yi family. This not only allowed them to exchange for celestial artifacts, but also to gain the favor of the Yi family. "You have done well. What type of celestial artifact do you desire?" Within the celestial vessel, Kaishan reclined on a lavish throne. Standing before him were the elders of the Yuhua sacred land. Upon hearing his words, the elders were momentarily taken aback. They could select? Had the Yi family's celestial artifacts reached such an abundance? After deliberation, they conferred with their sect and ultimately provided an answer. "We seek an offensive-type celestial artifact." "Very well." Kaishan nodded, producing a blade brimming with murderous intent. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed elders of the Yuhua sacred land departed joyfully, bearing the celestial artifact. Upon receiving the news, the major sacred places intensified their efforts. A few days later, Kaishan and his son discovered a black cauldron in Qingzhou. The Fengtian sacred land and the Yaoqi divine mountain each contributed a black cauldron. As a token of gratitude, Kaishan not only presented them with celestial artifacts, but also assured the Yaoqi goddess that he would come to propose marriage once he finished his affairs. Upon hearing this, the Yaoqi goddess blushed, an unusual sight for her, leaving her momentarily flustered. She was somewhat perplexed by Kaishan's implication. While he spoke of a marriage proposal at Yaoqi, he had not specified whom he intended to marry. Could it be that he wishes to wed me? As more black cauldrons emerged, news of the Jiutian Black Dragon cauldron gradually spread. When people learned that it was a superior celestial artifact, they were both astonished and envious. However, with over half of the black cauldrons already in the possession of the Yi family, coupled with Kaishan's formidable combat prowess, even the sacred places were reluctant to contend for them. The cost was simply too high. In the western sacred mountain, the Dei sect faced a dwindling population. Since the last battle, many disciples had returned to secular life, leaving behind only a handful of monks barely clinging to existence. The once glorious sacred place was now waning. The Buddha's disciple confirmed that the Black Cauldron was indeed a superior celestial artifact, and the Yi family had acquired the majority of them. At the back mountain's forbidden area, a monk with a goatee stood outside a precious temple, addressing those within. The disciple he referred to was the most distinguished student in the Dei sect, second only to the sect master. After a brief moment, a calm and ethereal voice resonated from within. I understand. The demise of the Yi family is imminent. They will soon face retribution. The cycle of cause and effect cannot be escaped. Upon hearing this, the tall, lean monk's expression faltered in surprise as he inquired, Disciple, what do you mean? The upper realm has learned of our esteemed monk's murder and is enraged. They are currently opening a passage to the lower realm, and soon, immortals will descend, marking the end for the Yi family. The disciple's voice was serene and unperturbed. For the upper realm's Buddhist sect, facilitating a few immortals' descent was not a challenging task. By then, no matter how powerful Yi Kaishan might be, he would not stand a chance against the celestial beings. After hearing his words, the tall monk rejoiced. This ensured their triumph. Even as the Yi family reveled in their arrogance over the superior celestial artifact, it would ultimately still belong to the Buddhist sect. A month later, through the efforts of the 9 provinces, digging deep into the earth, Yi Kaishan had acquired 8 black cauldrons, with only 1 remaining. The 9 provinces had been thoroughly searched, with the allure of celestial artifacts. Even elderly women on the roadside were rummaging through dirt piles, hoping to find hidden cauldrons within. One day, while Yi Kaishan was aboard his celestial vessel contemplating the whereabouts of the final black cauldron, the Jiaolong clan arrived, having located the last black cauldron in the endless sea. Well done, Yi Kaishan exclaimed joyfully, promptly rewarding them with a celestial artifact. After all, they were family. With the 9 cauldrons in hand, Yi Kaishan did not rush to unite them. He needed to prepare thoroughly to ensure success. Half a month later, all preparations were complete. Yi Kaishan found a clearing, arranged the formation, and prepared talismans and other means, awaiting the emergence of the Black Dragon. However, just as father and son were about to commence, the 9 provinces quaked violently. The void, earth, and ocean trembled intensely. What was happening? The cultivators of the 9 provinces were bewildered, uncertain of the cause. The sensation felt as though a great calamity was about to befall them, stirring unease. With a thunderous roar, a more ferocious quake struck, and a massive fissure appeared in the heavens, followed by a shattering. Above the central continent, a colossal vortex formed, covering thousands of miles, with a terrifying force spilling forth, as if something were about to break free. Someone was opening a passage between worlds. In the Taishian sacred land, the venerable elders gazed up at the sky, their faces etched with astonishment. In the next moment, the vortex vanished, replaced by a profound black hole. 3 figures shimmering with golden light stepped forth, their presence overwhelming the very heavens and earth. At their appearance, the sound of Buddhist chants resonated in the ears of the beings of the 9 provinces. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes wide open. The upper realm's Buddhist sect had arrived. Chapter 255, Celestial Maidens from the Upper Realm, Earth Immortals Descend. Indeed, the Buddhist sect would not relent, even at great cost. To break through the passage, Yi Daoyu was in peril. The Taishian sacred lord's expression turned grave. The 3 high monks emerging from the passage had already transcended the realm of human immortals. For the upper realm's Buddhist sect, sending a few individuals to the lower realm was not a difficult task, even with the constraints of heaven and earth. These formidable figures were far beyond the capabilities of the human immortals in the lower realm. A calamity was upon them. It was said that the Buddhist sect was notoriously protective of its own. How could the Yi family's ancestor escape the vengeance for the murder of a high monk from the Dei sect? The aura radiating from the 3 monks was terrifying. Despite the constraints of heaven and earth, each of them possessed at least the cultivation of Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals, the Yi family was doomed, and the Yi clan was finished. The major sacred places erupted in chaos. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were filled with dread, feeling as though a ravenous wolf had broken into their tranquil pasture. They were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. At this moment, the true foundation of the sacred places was unveiled, bringing forth the old to deal with the young. In the boundless void, the 3 golden glowing monks looked down with indifferent expressions upon the 9 provinces' mainland. In this small expanse, there seemed to be some audacious beings who had dared to provoke the Buddhist sect. The expressionless monk in the center coldly remarked, "How vast is the world! There are always some shadowy corners where our Buddhist glory cannot reach." The other monk, who constantly bore a smile, spoke leisurely, pride shimmering in his eyes as he mentioned the glory of the Buddhist sect. "Let us proceed," since we are in the lower realm, we might as well eliminate these obstacles. The last monk calmly stated, his gaze sweeping across the 9 provinces, fixating on the sacred places. The 3 monks were named Hugin, Huijing, and Huikong, with one being a perfected earth immortal and the other 2 in the later stages of cultivation. Even under the restrictions of heaven and earth, they could still exert 30% of their power. Even that fraction was enough to sweep across the 9 provinces' mainland. Clearly, sending one earth immortal could conquer all. Yet the cautious upper realms Buddhist sect dispatched 3. First, let us deal with that arrogant fool, the central monk stated dismissively. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the Dei Rilai sect was in an uproar. The entire sect was in high spirits. The reinforcements from the upper realm had arrived. With the intervention of powerful beings from above, what was the Yi family in comparison? How could mere ants comprehend the visage of a true dragon? The Yi family could never fathom the strength of our Buddhist sect in the upper realm. In the sacred mountains forbidden area, the temple trembled, and the disciple emerged. He was a handsome monk, with rosy lips and white teeth, exuding a profound aura of compassion. Let us go. Follow me to welcome the high monks from the upper realm. This marked the disciples' first emergence from the temple in millennia, a rare exception made to honor the upper realm's monks. Soon, the remaining monks of the Dei Rilai sect, led by the disciple, exited the sacred mountain to await the arrival of the 3 upper realm monks. Before long, the 3 monks appeared above the sacred mountain. Who has harmed you? Lead us to them. The monks of the Dei Rilai sect were elated and hurriedly led the way. The group marched with an imposing aura across the 9 provinces. The 3 earth immortals shining like suns, drawing countless gazes. The various sacred grounds were engulfed in trepidation, fearing the arrival of the celestial beings from the Buddhist sect at their doorsteps. Consequently, the Taishan sacred ground, which had long been at odds with the great Sun Tathagata sect, reached out to the upper realm for assistance. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the Buddhist sect, they realized that without summoning aid from above, calamity would surely befall them. Thus, the Taishan immortal sect took action, opening a passage to the lower realm and dispatching a pair of disciples, one male and one female. The male, named Wugan, donned white garments and possessed a strikingly handsome visage, though his thin lips bore a hint of cold arrogance. The female, known as Ranjing, was equally beautiful, her features gentle and tranquil, and as she spoke, a pair of small canine teeth peeked out, adding a youthful vibrancy to her demeanor. In the grand hall, the Taishan sacred master recounted the recent events in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Wugan's eyes flickered with intrigue as he subtly inquired, Master, has the high-grade immortal artifact fallen into the hands of Yi Kaishan? Indeed, the Taishan sacred master affirmed, unaware of the unusual gleam in the young man's eyes. Exchanging an immortal cauldron for a low-grade immortal artifact seems somewhat unwise, Wugan lamented, a different hue glimmering beneath his calm exterior. The Taishan sacred master, feeling somewhat awkward, explained, our Taishan has a good relationship with the Yi family. The current holy son is a descendant of Yi Kaishan, possessing the celestial body of the great sun immortal, which is why. Upon hearing this, both Wugan and Ranjing were taken aback. In the mere lower realm of the 9 provinces, there exists a celestial body? Their astonishment only deepened when they learned that Yi Kaishan was merely one among many descendants with celestial bodies. Ranjing's eyes sparkled with profound curiosity. Such remarkable individuals exist in the lower realm? As the Buddhist sect prepares to make a move against the Yi family, I hope both of you will lend your assistance. The Taishan sacred master continued, displaying a strong sense of camaraderie. As Ranjing opened her mouth to agree, she was interrupted by the young man beside her. Master, the Buddhist sect has dispatched 3 earth immortals, and with our limited strength, we may not be able to assist him. Furthermore, our mission in descending to the lower realm is solely to protect the Taishan lineage from harm. Other matters are beyond our purview. Wugan proclaimed with righteous fervor, showing little regard for the Yi family and only a keen interest in the high-grade immortal artifact. Despite his earth immortal cultivation within the Taishan immortal sect, he was merely an ordinary disciple, often burdened with arduous tasks to accumulate contributions. Acquiring a high-grade immortal artifact could propel him to great heights. The Taishan sacred master hesitated, caught between his authority and the disparity in their cultivation levels, ultimately deciding to remain silent. The Buddhist sect is about to take action. I shall go to investigate, Wugan declared, rising and striding towards the exit. At that very moment, the disciples of the great Sun Tathagata sect, under the watchful eyes of many, had already arrived in Lijiao, their imposing presence looming over the Yi family. With a thunderous roar, a formation was triggered, unleashing a myriad of sword lights aimed at the encroaching foes. This was a top-tier divine formation, capable of obstructing those who sought to transcend into immortality. Mere trifles. The monk Huikong smirked, reciting scriptures as he effortlessly dismantled the formation with a gentle gesture. The might of an earth immortal was indeed formidable. The powerful figures of Lijo wore solemn expressions, pondering how the Yi ancestor would respond to such a terrifying force. Once the formation was shattered, the entire Yi family lay bare before the heavens. The members of the Yi clan gazed upon their uninvited guests with grave countenances. Umadba, as monks, we must not take lives. You may end your own, Hugin intoned, hands clasped in prayer, his calm words sending shockwaves through the crowd. Where is Yi Kaishan? The Buddhist sect's disciple called out, his voice booming as he searched for the elusive figure, growing anxious at the absence of Yi Kaishan. Could it be that the old rascal has fled prematurely? Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yi family, Yi Kaishan had just concluded his enhancements. Though the formation had been breached, the protection of the 10,000 Immortal Tower rendered him unperturbed. With a millennium's worth of cultivation experience poured into the divine demonic breaking the heavens technique, Yi Kaishan swiftly ascended to the third level, his physical form transforming qualitatively, surging from the peak of human immortality to the pinnacle of earth immortality. In that moment, his bloodline swelled, his body on the verge of bursting with overwhelming power clamoring for release. As the disparity between his physical strength and cultivation deepened, his soul bore the burden, much like a small horse pulling a great cart. Boom! Yi Kaishan rose, releasing his formidable power. An overwhelming and majestic aura emanating from him, as if a colossal beast or a mighty demon had awakened within. Instantaneously, the entire 9 provinces felt this surge of power. A force that appeared suddenly, yet remained shrouded in mystery. What is happening? Lijo, has the conflict already commenced? In an instant, countless powerful beings set forth towards Lijo, some employing treasures and secret techniques to probe the situation of the Yi family. The world held its breath. The 3 eminent monks exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they observed the source of this formidable presence. In the distance, Wu Gan, Ran Jing, and the representatives of the Taishan sacred ground arrived just in time. Has the Yi family concealed a being beyond human immortality? Ran Jing exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, the aura sending a shiver down her spine, indicating that this power could indeed threaten her. Soon, she beheld Yi Kaishan stepping forth from the Yi family, a man exuding a wild essence, both divine and demonic, enigmatic and unfathomable. This man is Yi Kaishan. Huixing remarked to the Buddhist disciple behind him. No wonder the Buddhist sect suffered such a crushing defeat in the lower realm. The strength of the individual before them had transcended human immortality. It is he, the disciple affirmed, nodding gravely. Excellent. He is worthy of our intervention. Hugin responded with a slight nod, a smile gracing his features. Suddenly, he struck, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of divine power, transforming it into pure land aimed at suppressing Yi Kaishan. This strike expanded the very heavens, as boundless voids began to collapse. How terrifying! The powerful beings of the 9 provinces were left in shock. Even from 100,000 miles away, they could distinctly sense the sheer ferocity of this force. The Yi ancestor is doomed. Many entertained this thought. With a thunderous crash, the pure land descended, an inexorable tide of power crashing down. Break for me! Yi Kaishan roared, unleashing a punch imbued with divine demonic energy. Bang! The pure land quaked, shattering into countless fragments. Hugin, Huixing, and Huikong were shaken. This man had obliterated the pure land with a single punch. What kind of monstrous physique was this? Before they could even contemplate, Yi Kaishan soared through the air, wielding the 3,000-week water cauldron in his left hand and the celestial path measuring ruler in his right, clad in the Xuanwu 9 palace armor. The oppressive aura emanating from him, amplified by 2 mid-grade immortal artifacts and the pinnacle of an earth immortal body, left the 3 eminent monks aghast. Their own artifacts were merely low-grade immortal artifacts, which they seldom dared to utilize. This fellow possesses mid-grade artifacts, and not just one. You ungrateful wretch. Wasteful. The monk Huixing scolded in fury. This treasure is fated to be ours. This descent to the lower realm will reap great rewards. Huikong held a different perspective, setting his sights on Yi Kaishan's treasures. Thus, they all moved in unison, intent on a swift resolution. Buddha moves mountains and rivers, Huixing proclaimed. As an ancient blue sky Buddha rose behind him, and in an instant, boundless Buddhist power cascaded down. The Dharma is boundless. Namo to the 10,000 Buddha's diamond law spell. Brilliant verses cascaded from the lips of the wise monk, weaving an expansive realm of sacred texts adorned with countless golden words, enveloping the mountain of Yi Kai. These scriptures manifested into divine treasures of the Buddhist realm, such as the golden lotus, the demon-subduing pestle, the precious banner, and the alms bowl. Phantom images of bald monks and ancient Buddha figures emerged, each one awe-inspiring in their celestial presence. In an instant, the three eminent monks unleashed their most formidable techniques, leaving no room for mercy. Bathed in the radiance of these sacred lights, mantras, and scriptures, Ye Kai felt the overwhelming might descend upon him, akin to the weight of innumerable divine mountains. Had he not transcended to the earth immortal body, even with the protective embrace of the Xuanwu Nine Palace's armor, his flesh would have been crushed. The three monks exchanged knowing smirks, confident that together they could contend with even celestials in the upper realm. Faced with a mere human immortal, they believed victory was assured. Achieving this level as a human immortal was sufficient pride, even in death. Huikong, the monk, chuckled as he channeled his magic, amplifying the brilliance of the Buddhist light surrounding him. Yet, at that moment, the seemingly faltering figure of Ye Kai suddenly stood upright, as straight as an arrow. Earth immortal? Is that all? Ye Kai scoffed, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even in the face of such peril, he remained defiant. Thud, thud, thud. The Xuanwu Nine Palace's armor trembled, releasing a roar akin to a sacred beast, unleashing its full power. In an instant, all attacks were nullified. Ye Kai remained unscathed. Not a single scratch upon his flesh. What is this? I did not even defend myself, yet you cannot even harm a hair on my body. With a taunting demeanor, he advanced, wielding two celestial artifacts as he charged forward. Boom. The 3,000-week water cauldron unleashed a torrent of surging weak water, engulfing the three esteemed monks entirely. Weak water? They were horrified to realize that the liquid within the cauldron resembled the celestial river's weak water of the immortal realm. The moment their flesh touched the weak water, it began to corrode. Not even golden bodies could withstand such a corrosive force. Ye Kai, embodying unparalleled valor, single-handedly faced three foes, wielding the celestial path ruler, mercilessly striking down his adversaries. Mamma mia! The three monks, enraged, chanted mantras in unison, golden seals illuminating their forms, attempting to extricate themselves from the weak water's grasp. Slap! Ye Kai delivered a resounding blow to Huikong's face, interrupting his spellcasting and distorting his features. I shall silence your incantations. Huikong glared fiercely, only to be met by Ye Kai's colossal fist, which descended with tremendous force. Boom! Huikong exploded, a flower of destruction blossoming in his wake. Junior brother, Hui Jin and Hui Xing widened their eyes in horror, their voices rising in anguished cries. Let me reunite you. Ye Kai advanced, launching a flurry of blows with the might of divine energies, unyielding against celestial artifacts. The impact upon their bodies was catastrophic. Bang bang. Ye Kai's fist struck with devastating force, obliterating Hui Xing and Hui Jin, reducing their relics to mere dust. Though Ye Kai's magical prowess paled in comparison to the three monks, he was confident in his superior physicality, honed by relentless training and sleepless nights, forging a body of immense strength. The battle concluded swiftly. The three eminent monks of the Buddhist sect fell one after another at Ye Kai's hands, the encounter being a stark one-sided affair. Observers, including powerful figures from various sacred lands, were left utterly astounded, gasping in disbelief. The three earth immortal monks of the Buddhist sect were no match for Ye Kai. How could he be so formidable? Was there no justice in the heavens? Would no one intervene? Chapter 257. Fishing, just hard fishing. Capturing the female immortal. The members of the Great Sun Tathagata sect, including the Buddhist disciples and high monks, were left in a state of utter shock, their expressions graver than a 3-pound weight of misfortune, their pupils reflecting sheer terror and existential doubt. The three eminent monks dispatched from the upper realm had perished so effortlessly? Suddenly, one monk, unable to bear the psychological strain, howled in madness and turned to flee. Swish! He was met with a single finger from Ye Kai, piercing through his brow. I offered you a chance, but alas, you did not cherish your lives. Ye Kai lamented, swiftly following with a series of strikes that decimated the members of the Great Sun Tathagata sect, including the Buddhist disciple without exception. Silence enveloped the surroundings. It became evident that the Great Sun Tathagata sect had been utterly vanquished, having reached the end of their reckless path. After executing these actions, Ye Kai's countenance suddenly shifted, blood spewing forth as he clutched his chest in agony, murmuring in dismay, "This is bad. The cost of slaying the old monk has taken a toll on my essence. My life hangs by a thread." With these words, Ye Kai collapsed into the void, struggling to rise as he entered a meditative state to heal. At that moment, the onlookers were left bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been spirited, yet now he seemed incapacitated. What has happened to Master Yi? I understand now. Elder Yi forced himself to defeat his opponent. Those three old monks were, after all, earth immortals. Achieving such a feat undoubtedly came at a great cost. One insightful observer explained gravely. A backlash, one could say. The heavens envy the talented. The various cultivators expressed a chorus of regret and concern. their gazes complex and laden with emotion. How could this happen? The Supreme Lord of Kaishan appeared astonished. Beside him, the celestial being Wugon wore a peculiar expression, his eyes flickering as they scrutinized Ye Kai. In the next moment, he moved swiftly, directly confronting Ye Kai, casting a lofty gaze upon him. Wugon, what do you intend to do? Gasped the Supreme Lord of Taishan, along with Ranjing, both alarmed. At that moment, Wugon emanated a chilling aura, and it was clear to all that he intended to do something nefarious. Hee, as one approaches death, how can one allow a treasure to be tarnished? Wugon sneered. Indifference etched upon his features. Surrender the treasures upon you, including those 9 celestial cauldrons. Perhaps I possess a means to prolong your existence for a while. He discerned the chaotic energy within Ye Kai's body. Wugon, how can you take advantage of someone's misfortune? Ranjing surged forward, vocally challenging him. Wugon, we in Taishan implore you to reconsider, the Supreme Lord of Taishan urged. By heavens, the celestial from Taishan intends to seize the treasures. The realization struck as they recognized that Ye Kai possessed no less than a dozen celestial artifacts, along with a top-tier celestial cauldron. The crowd erupted in astonishment, not believing that Taishan had such a cunning figure among them. While they were astonished, a tinge of envy also surfaced. If you refuse, I shall be compelled to act myself, Wugon stated coldly, observing Ye Kai's lack of response. Hearing this, Ye Kai suddenly smiled, murmuring to himself, there truly are those who have taken the bait for me to catch the big one. As he spoke, his pallid visage began to regain color, as if witnessing a revival. Are you deceiving me? Wugon's expression shifted, his voice rising in incredulity. He abruptly retreated, drawing his sword from his back, launching an attack. Too late. Ye Kai surged forth like a fierce tiger, betraying no signs of injury. With a mere sidestep, he closed the distance, striking Wugon's sword from his grasp, and then delivering a crushing blow that pierced his chest. You wretched fool, you dare to deceive me. Wugon's eyes widened in horror as vitality rapidly drained from him. Ye Kai's arm radiated immense power. The divine force shattered him into a crimson mist. Then, he seized the celestial sword, claiming it as his own. The crowd stood in stunned silence, jaws agape as they beheld the unfolding scene. It turned out that Ye Kaishan was merely pretending. This cunning old fox had deliberately feigned weakness, luring others to covet his treasures, only to turn the tables on them. Such a devious tactic to unearth potential adversaries was utterly insidious and perverse. The Supreme Master of Taishan remained silent, while Ranjing found herself in a state of stupor, grateful she hadn't allied with Wugon, for otherwise, she too would have faced demise. That one over there. If I recall correctly, you are his companion, aren't you? Ye Kaishan approached, a smile gracing his lips as he floated down before the young woman. What do you want? Ranjing took a step back, her eyes warily fixed upon Ye Kaishan. What do you think? Ye Kaishan replied with a smirk. Although I share a lineage with Wugon, I am not beholden to him, nor do I intend to take advantage of you. Do not act recklessly. Ranjing's delicate face turned pale, her flustered explanations resembling a frightened rabbit, her small canines appearing oddly endearing. No need to explain. Since you are of the same sect, you bear shared responsibility. His current state is a result of your lack of discipline, Ye Kaishan declared, dismissively waving his hand. I refuse to listen. Return with me for penance, and once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall restore your freedom. You are being unreasonable, Ranjing protested, her chest rising and falling with indignation, nearly on the verge of tears. What unreasonableness? What if you run back to the upper realm to inform them prematurely? Decide now, return with me, or reunite with your companions. Choose wisely. Ye Kaishan's tone was stern, for this woman possessed a low-tier celestial root and was at the late stage of Earth immortal cultivation. She had to be taken back for strict supervision and training, with the added prospect of mining and, if fate allowed, procreation. Fine, I'll agree to return with you. Ranjing stomped her foot in frustration, reluctant to face death after finally making it this far. Well done. It seems you possess some sense. Ye Kaishan nodded with satisfaction. The Supreme Master of Taishan was left in chaos. How could he explain this to the celestial sects above? Alas, he resigned himself to the thought that once Ye Taishan matured, he would pass the mantle of leadership to him. He had resolved to abandon his position. Whoever wished to take it could have it. Thus, the battle concluded, and none had anticipated such an outcome. The venerable ancestor Yi demonstrated his overwhelming prowess by defeating the Earth Immortal from the Buddhist sect, and then showcased his acting skills to ensnare the Supreme Immortal of Taishan. In the end, the remaining female immortal was coerced and forcibly taken away. It was evident that she too would be unable to escape the fate of motherhood. The nature of Ye's lineage was well known across the 9 realms. Consequently, of the 5 Earth Immortals that descended from the upper realm, 4 perished, and 1 was captured, a complete rout. The Yi family had truly become invincible. Cultivators across the 9 realms lamented, realizing that even the celestial beings from above could do nothing against the Yi family. They, mere commoners, stood no chance whatsoever. Yi Kaishan returned to the Yi family, and his true nature soon became apparent. Fairy ran, "As long as you bear me a child, I shall forgive you," he proposed with a grin. The celestial maiden from the celestial realm was taken aback. She had never encountered such straightforwardness, with someone immediately proposing procreation upon meeting. This scene was beyond her wildest dreams. "Humph, I advise you to abandon this line of thought." Ran Jing resolutely refused. "With your qualifications as a fairy, bearing a celestial body child is not beyond the realm of possibility," Yi Kaishan earnestly explained. Ran Jing, exasperated, protested that no one ever suggested such things upon first meeting. It was utterly bizarre. "Unwilling? Then let us return to mining." Yi Kaishan smiled faintly before sealing her cultivation and leading her to the second level of the 10,000 Immortals Tower. The second level was originally only meant for human immortals, yet by sealing the target's cultivation, they could be treated as mortals. This was a bug Yi Kaishan had inadvertently discovered. "Where's this?" Ran Jing felt a whirlwind of sights before her, arriving in a peculiar space. Soon, her gaze fixed upon a petite woman, bent over, diligently mining. "What is this?" Ran Jing was momentarily taken aback. Yi Kaishan brought her down to the ground. "Kuei Ling, I've found you a helper." "Scoundrel!" Kuei Ling emerged from the mine. Her silver teeth gritted as she glared at Yi Kaishan. Then her attention shifted to Ran Jing. The woman's intuition told her that this newcomer was not ordinary. Yi Kaishan didn't conceal the truth. He briefly introduced Ran Jing's identity. Upon hearing it, Kuei Ling's pupils constricted, exclaiming, "This is impossible. Not even an earth immortal could contend. Unbelievable." How had Yi Kaishan grown so formidable in such a short time? She had hoped one day to deliver a sound thrashing to him, yet here he was, effortlessly handling earth immortals. Next, Yi Kaishan revealed a pre-prepared recording, which left Kuei Ling deeply shaken. The footage captured the formidable Yi Kaishan, showcasing his prowess as he obliterated the 3 heroes of the Buddhist sect. After watching, Kuei Ling was rendered speechless, her eyes fixated solely on that invincible figure. Suddenly, an unusual thought crossed her mind. This fellow seemed rather handsome. "Uft! How could I think such a thing?" Kuei Ling snapped back to reality, her face flushed with indignation. "All right, from now on, the 2 of you shall cooperate. With an extra pair of hands, production will double." Yi Kaishan chuckled, leaving a parting remark before vanishing back to the outside world. Next came the time to resurrect the Black Dragon. During this period, the Black Dragon had been urging Yi Fan to hasten the process. Yi Fan could only deflect and fabricate excuses to placate her emotions. At long last, the awaited day had arrived. "Senior, I have located the remaining celestial cauldrons. You will soon be revived." Yi Fan excitedly shared the news with the magic dragon. "Oh, that is splendid news. Rich rewards await." Her alluring voice resonated suddenly, calm yet laced with palpable excitement. She had awaited this day for far too long. Soon, she would be reborn. At that moment, she would seize dominion over this realm, stage a comeback, and use it as a springboard to ascend to the upper realms. With this thought, the Black Dragon's mind stirred, and she imparted a celestial technique to Yi Fan. Overjoyed, Yi Fan had not anticipated such unexpected gains. Subsequently, the father and son duo, along with the Black Cauldron, arrived at the Tianlua wasteland and set up various measures. They placed the 9 black cauldrons together. Shortly thereafter, the cauldrons began to emit light, akin to the gathering of 7 Dragon Balls. The 9 cauldrons shone brightly. The divine dragon was about to arrive. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, a thunderclap resounded, and a tremendous force of divine souls surged upward, continuously growing stronger. In the haze, 9 divine souls began to coalesce, forming a small black dragon. This dragon was forged of pitch-black gold, exuding an air of nobility, possessing 5 claws, indicative of royal dragon lineage. Then, this demonic dragon shape-shifted into human form. She was a woman, enveloped in black gauze that accentuated her exquisite figure, her devilish curves captivating. A veil cloaked her face, shrouded in mystery and allure. Her deep, enchanting eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Yi Kaishan's heart surged with emotion. He could swear she was the most alluring woman he had ever encountered. Her charm was akin to a potent poison. At that moment, the woman's gaze swept across, landing on Yi Kaishan and his son in the distance. "Kid, who is this person?" the woman coldly inquired, her tone dripping with disdain and arrogance, seemingly displeased that Yi Fan had brought others without her consent. Before her stood a golden immortal, a figure of such esteemed nobility. For mortals in the lower realms to behold her was an honor beyond measure. "Elder, this is my father." Yi Fan replied earnestly. Oh, he seems rather astute. Bring him forth to pay his respects to me, and he shall serve this palace henceforth. The woman declared imperiously, intending to make Yi Kaishan her little lapdog. In her eyes, this was a reward that no one could possibly resist. Countless individuals aspired to this role, yet found no means to attain it. Yi Kaishan, amused yet infuriated, thought the woman before him was insufferably arrogant. However, she possessed the merit to be so, with a top-tier celestial root, noble dragon lineage, and golden immortal prowess. These formidable advantages rendered her exceptionally outstanding. Even within the celestial realms. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and come to me. Xianxiaaudiobooks urged impatiently, noticing Yi Kaishan's lack of action. She could only assume that this human man was so overwhelmed with excitement that he had lost his sense of direction. She understood that anyone faced with such an astonishing surprise would be rendered momentarily flustered. Aligning with her meant ascending to immortality. And carving out a distinguished place in the celestial world would not be a daunting task. Oh, I'm coming right now. Yi Kaishan nodded vigorously, hastening toward her. Yet, halfway there, he formed a seal with his hands and suddenly launched an attack. At that moment, the black dragon was at its most vulnerable, making it the perfect opportunity to strike. With a thunderous roar, a great formation arose, enveloping the heavens and the earth, its suppressive and sealing forces spreading forth. What do you intend to do? Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, her expression shifting, laughter tinged with fury. These two lowly humans dared to plot against her. A mere mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of their own limitations. With a sharp command, her soul's power surged forth, instantly altering the very atmosphere. The woman's soul, akin to a shadow, transformed into the claw of a black dragon, lunging toward Yi Kaishan. In that instant, he summoned the Wanlai dragon Zither, manifesting the true roar of a dragon. The resounding dragon's cry shattered the void, instantly dissolving the demonic dragon's claw. Following this, Yi Kaishan produced a bell-shaped celestial artifact, the Tianxing soul-destroying bell, specifically designed to counteract soul powers. A single dragon's chant, accompanied by the chime of the bell, disoriented Xianxiaaudiobooks, nearly causing her soul to shatter. Newly reborn, she was still quite fragile, her cultivation but a fraction of what it once was, unable to withstand such a profound impact. Xianxiaaudiobooks, astonished, fixed her gaze on Yi Kaishan, her eyes reflecting deep surprise. A human man possessed such formidable celestial artifacts? She noted that other artifacts surrounded them, yet made no move to intervene. Yi Kaishan, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of attacks, employing all manner of stratagems. Soon, the freshly reborn Xianxiaaudiobooks could withstand no more, teetering on the brink of spiritual annihilation. Chapter 259. The human man's craftiness tames the demonic dragon. Yi Kaishan pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of underhanded tactics. Xianxiaaudiobooks could scarcely fathom that a human from the lower realms possessed such a diverse array of abilities. Where did this anomaly come from? Her surprise and fury intertwined. In her prime, a mere glance could have obliterated her adversaries, yet now she found herself trapped, like a dragon stranded in shallow waters. Xianxiaaudiobooks forced herself to activate the Nine Heavens Black Dragon Cauldron, revealing the might of a top-tier celestial artifact. The earth trembled, and the nine realms swayed. Launching tower. Subdue. Yi Kaishan declared without hesitation, summoning his ultimate weapon. What? You possess a top-tier celestial artifact? Xianxiaaudiobooks was once again taken aback. A being from the lower realms wielded such power. Was this even plausible? Boom. The launching tower unleashed a resplendent radiance, causing the sun and moon to tremble, and the supernatural to manifest. The two top-tier artifacts collided, unleashing a terrifying celestial might. Their wielders tirelessly channeled their spiritual energy into the fray. Yi Laozu's family was prosperous, amply supplied with celestial stones and divine elixirs. Any depletion of spiritual energy would swiftly be replenished. Gradually, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to fear, showing signs of impending collapse. This human man was astonishingly persistent, demonstrating a power far beyond what a mere human immortal should possess. Yi Kaishan hovered in the skies, relentlessly applying pressure from above, seizing the initiative. Approximately an hour later, a resounding crash echoed, as Xianxiaaudiobooks' form trembled and fell, utterly defeated. The black veil that obscured her face fell away, revealing an enchanting visage, captivating enough to beguile all. She was the unparalleled enchantress of the Black Dragon clan, the strongest seduction that had conquered many male beings within the celestial realm. Upon seeing her face, Yi Kaishan momentarily lost himself, utterly captivated by her extraordinary beauty. At that moment, his resolve to have offspring solidified even further. Xianxiaaudiobooks lay on the ground, her body limp and devoid of strength, her soul fragmented and on the verge of collapse. Yi Kaishan, quick-witted, utilized a celestial artifact to bind her, rendering her immobile. He then surged forward, imprisoning her. Success! Kaishan rejoiced. The sense of achievement in subduing a golden immortal demonic dragon was beyond expression. Human, what do you intend to do? I am of the royal bloodline of the Black Dragon clan. You shall not escape my wrath. Xianxiaaudiobooks glared at Kaishan, her voice laced with venomous threats. Her humiliation palpable. She was of noble blood, a celestial elite, yet had fallen into the hands of a mere human in the lower realms. It felt akin to being tripped by an ant while walking down the street, utterly ludicrous. And what of the Black Dragon clan? I dare even to touch the tail of the holy dragon Aogene, let alone you. Kaishan smirked, revealing a bombshell of information. What? You know Aogene? Xianxia's eyes widened. Mentioning Aogene ignited a wellspring of anger within her. They were bitter rivals, having clashed for many years. Yet fate had dealt her a losing hand. To her astonishment, Kaishan claimed familiarity with Aogene. Indeed, not only do we know one another, but she is also destined to be my wife. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall marry her and father 100 children. Kaishan unabashedly proclaimed, attempting to provoke her competitive spirit. Xianxia's expression morphed into one of skepticism. She suspected this brash human was deceiving her. Yet, observing his earnest demeanor, she found it difficult to believe he was lying. Everything was in disarray. She steadied herself, beginning to analyze the situation. It was apparent that Kaishan had had interactions with Aogene in the lower realms, implying some form of connection. The sea-calming pearl. Could it be that the sea-calming pearl resides within this man? She pondered, convinced that Kaishan must have received assistance from Aogene to be so formidable. Xianxia's eyes gradually sparkled with intent. Having searched far and wide, she deduced that this individual possessed precisely what she desired. If she played along, feigning submission, biding her time until her strength was restored, she could eventually turn the tables, reclaim control. What a splendid outcome that would be. As her thoughts coalesced, the ferocity in her expression softened, giving way to a smile that was almost endearingly naive. My lord. Bang. Kaishan activated the Wanxing Tower, ensnaring Xianxia within its second layer. Stripped of her strength, she was utterly unable to resist the tower's pull. This isn't right. What does that damned human intend to do? Xianxia thought in bewilderment as darkness enveloped her vision. Son, come and clean up this battlefield. I shall teach this demonic woman a lesson. Kaishan turned towards the distance, waving to Fan, who stood with his back to him. He had left behind the 9 Heavens Black Dragon Cauldron, taking with him other celestial artifacts before vanishing. Fan wore a look of exasperation. His father was at it again. It wouldn't be long before he found himself with several extraordinary younger siblings. The pressure on him, as the elder brother, was immense. On the second floor of the 10,000 Immortals Tower, Xianxia gazed around in bewilderment, her expression gradually darkening. She realized that she had entered a special barrier. Cunning humans. Xianxia cursed, as she initially intended to feign compliance, following Kaishan in hopes of finding an opportunity to seize control. Instead, he had unceremoniously trapped her within a magical artifact. Here, even if she broke the seals on her body, she could only exert the power of a peak human immortal. Wandering aimlessly, Xianxia soon noticed 2 figures that caught her attention. There, in a mining cave, 2 women were busily extracting celestial stones. Celestial maidens mining? Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. These 2 were not mere mortals. One was a human immortal, and the other a terrestrial immortal. It was shocking to see them engaged in such menial labor, typically reserved for the lowest beings in the celestial realm. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart raced with alarm. Did he bring her here to make her mine? A noble dragon, a golden immortal, and a celestial prodigy, reduced to digging for stones? The imagery was too absurd. Just as she feared, Kaishan appeared, a faintly wicked smile on his face. With a playful twist of his mouth, he taunted, You see what you've stumbled upon? Why not join them? He gestured languidly in their direction. We are beings of great worth. How can we stoop to such tasks? Xianxia gasped, retreating in fright. She wanted to escape, but it was futile. Within the 10,000 Immortals Tower, Kaishan reigned supreme, with a mere thought. He could imprison her and cast her into the mine. Ran Jing and Kuei Ling watched in shock as the dark-clad woman fell from the sky. What a beautiful lady. As women themselves, they were captivated by Xianxia's stunning beauty. Who is she? The 2 women inquired, looking at Kaishan with curiosity. Just a humble golden immortal from the dragon clan, Kaishan replied casually. The 2 women gasped in astonishment. A humble golden immortal? How can that be considered humble? Any identity she possessed was grand beyond imagination. In an instant, their gazes towards Kaishan were imbued with a different meaning. This man, though irksome, was undeniably powerful and alluring, distinctly set apart from the rest. Begin mining, or you shall never escape. Kaishan threatened Ao Yeja fiercely, then shifted his tone. Of course, if you prefer not to mine, you could always give birth to 100 children and be spared from such toil. Chapter 260. The Ascension of a Million Clans Naturally. Ao Yeja was indignant, her expression defiant as she declared, "Very well, I shall mine." And so, she set to work. Kaishan smiled faintly, secretly savoring the delightful scene. Another leverage in his grasp. Alas, he truly was a devil. Having completed this, Kaishan returned to the outside world. At this moment, the Yi family was bustling with activity. The number of women seeking to marry into the family stretched from Lizhou to Zhongzhou. Who wouldn't want to wed the world's strongest, wealthiest, and most skilled formation master and alchemist? In the path of cultivation, wealth, partners, laws, and land were all indispensable. Undoubtedly, Kaishan was the dream partner in the hearts of women across the 9 provinces. Kaishan did not hesitate. He welcomed them with open arms. He was on the verge of ascension, and soon there would be no opportunities left. Consequently, he donned his crimson robe and remained active without pause. A year later, he took the initiative, bearing lavish gifts to the Yaoqi sacred mountain. Fellow Taoist Mixin, I have come to propose. The Yaoqi goddess was filled with excitement, her heart racing like a fawn. She shyly emerged from her palace and uttered the words, "I am willing." Kaishan smiled. It was a delightful misunderstanding. Thus, he piloted his flying vessel, whisking all the female cultivators of Yaoqi to the Yi family. While not all would become his wives, one must at least attend the weddings of fellow sect members, right? On the wedding night, Kaishan lifted the bride's red veil, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty and regal grace. The Yaoqi goddess appeared especially stunning that night. Kaishan's heart surged with excitement as he snapped his fingers. What followed was, naturally, a night of sleepless revelry. Half a year later, all the female cultivators from Yaoqi had been taken by Kaishan, leaving only the saintess, Yu Linglong. Simultaneously, the Yaoqi goddess was expecting. It was now possible to announce to the world that the Yaoqi sacred mountain bore the surname Yi, the sole remaining descendant. Yu Linglong found it increasingly difficult to resist under Kaishan's formidable pressure. Imagine being surrounded by hundreds of fellow disciples whispering in your ear. Even the strongest-willed saintess would gradually succumb. This illustrates the profound impact of one's environment. Remaining untainted amidst the mire is arduous. Succumbing to corruption is all too easy. Just as Kaishan was on the brink of success, the Yaoqi goddess revealed a significant revelation. "Husband, I know you have taken a liking to Linglong, but she is the successor favored by the Yaoqi empress, bound by restrictions that, given your current cultivation, you may not be able to breach." Her words were laden with implications. The Yaoqi empress had left such measures to ensure the purity of her successor. Is that so? Kaishan was taken aback. The Yaoqi empress proved to be quite a formidable figure. He promptly sought out Yu Linglong to verify the claim. "Linglong, I am going to poke you a bit. I hope you won't mind." Yu Linglong lowered her head in silence, tacitly consenting. She braced herself for what was to come. Kaishan extended his finger and prodded her. No reaction. Just as he was puzzled, a powerful surge emanated from Yu Linglong, sending Kaishan flying. What the? There truly is a restriction. Kaishan was both astonished and alarmed. What is going on? After some investigation, he was rendered speechless. The restrictions on Yu Linglong were extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what a mere human immortal could contend with. Brute force would not suffice. He would need to employ cunning. "Oh, you Yaoqi Empress, just wait until I ascend, then you will rue your actions." Kaishan vowed silently, determined to deal with the Yaoqi Empress once he reached the celestial realm, ensuring she learned a lesson. Not wishing to rush into studying the restrictions just yet, Kaishan prioritized expanding his lineage. Another year passed. The batch of Yaoqi female cultivators began to give birth in succession. The disciples of Yaoqi were among the most talented female cultivators in the 9 provinces, their cultivation, talent, and beauty ranking among the finest. Naturally, they were not lacking in offspring. Thus, the Yi family's celestial spirit root descendants entered a period of explosive growth. From just the Yaoqi female cultivators, over 20 celestial spirit root children were born, with the Yaoqi goddess giving birth to 1 mid-grade celestial spirit root descendant. Meanwhile, Kaishan's other concubines were also hard at work, effortlessly producing spirit and celestial root offspring. In just a few short years, the Yi family's celestial spirit root descendants were on the verge of breaking the 4-digit mark. This signified that Kaishan possessed a staggering number of celestial artifacts in the hundreds. He was not one to be stingy. Rewards were duly given. Only those capable of wielding celestial artifacts, particularly his concubines, each received one. In the eyes of the major holy lands, these celestial artifacts were revered treasures. Yet in Kaishan's possession, they were as inconsequential as cabbages. 5 years later. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your progeny has surpassed 200,000, expanding the family scale. Reward. Frozen Prison Divine Fist. 1,000 years of cultivation experience. 1,000 years of formation experience. 1,000 years of alchemy experience. The Frozen Prison Divine Fist is a mid-grade celestial technique. With an influx of 1,000 years of cultivation experience, Kaishan's reservoir of knowledge grew even more substantial. Throughout these 5 years, he diligently pursued the acquisition of concubines. To date, his concubines had swelled to 50,000, encompassing nearly all the esteemed ladies of the 9 provinces. To his astonishment, Yao Tander discovered that she need not search. All of them resided within the Yi family. Moreover, many were heavily pregnant, giving birth to children. This posed a dilemma for the demon god. How would he merge with so many? Meanwhile, during these years, the Yi family continuously expanded, with the 9 provinces gradually becoming their backyard. They did not engage in conquest. Rather, they united through familial ties, effectively achieving a semblance of world unity. This applied to both the Holy Lands and the various noble families, without exception. Kaishan seized the opportunity to annex the treasure trove of the Great Sun Tathagata sect, evolving the Fortune Golden Lotus into a 5th-grade artifact. Time flowed gently, and several more years passed. Kaishan's spiritual root offspring surpassed 200,000. With the addition of his descendants, the Yi family's bloodline had reached 1 million. Congratulations, host. The total population of the family has surpassed 1 million. Reward: 1 million celestial stones. A small encouragement from the system. At this juncture, Kaishan possessed several thousand years of cultivation experience. It was time to ascend. Kaishan mused that the accumulated experience of several thousand years was nearly sufficient. Remaining in the lower realm would only hinder his pursuit of celestial maidens. On this day, Kaishan began preparations for his ascension. Meanwhile, good news emerged from the 10,000 celestial tower. During this time, Ao Yejia had become idle, indulging in leisure while coercing Kuo Ling and Ran Jing to shoulder her share of the workload. She acted as a middleman, a hands-off manager. Over time, the 2 women grew tired of this arrangement, deciding to dig only if they felt inclined. Upon hearing the news, Kaishan was naturally overjoyed. Thus, the final acquisition before Yi ancestors' ascension commenced. Not long after, Ran Jing and Kuo Ling found themselves with child. On Kaishan's end, preparations were complete. He soared into the heavens, releasing his aura, and in an instant, the winds of fate shifted. The final thunder tribulation descended. Chapter 261. The Perfection of Humanity. The entire clan ascends. Thunder rumbled. The skies above Thunder Prefecture roiled, with a terrifying sea of thunder enveloping 1 million miles of sky. This time, Kaishan did not conceal his prowess. He faced the tribulation openly. The 9 provinces had no rivals left, and he no longer needed to feign weakness. Good heavens! What a terrifying thunder tribulation! Yi ancestor was undergoing the final trial. The mighty figures of Thunder Prefecture sensed it first, gazing in shock at the cataclysmic heavenly tribulation. Thunder tribulations vary in strength, and Kaishan's was evidently the most formidable, marrying the most beautiful maidens, engaging in the most magnificent battles, and weathering the most intense tribulations. This encapsulates Yi ancestor's life. Amidst the boundless sea of thunder, Kaishan's figure resembled an ancient thunder god, shattering the very heavens with each movement. His combat prowess was so overwhelming that it transcended the limits of this world. Even the most fearsome 9th thunder tribulation could not inflict the slightest harm upon him. Black lightning struck his flesh, yet Kaishan felt no pain. Rather, he found it exhilarating. He did not even resort to celestial artifacts, relying solely on his fists to obliterate the bolts that could annihilate any human celestial. Good heavens! Yi ancestor is indeed a celestial being. The mighty figures of the 9 provinces were astounded, while human celestial cultivators gazed in disbelief. Their own tribulations felt akin to a torturous ordeal. They prepared countless tricks and strategies, approaching with utmost caution. Yet, Kaishan faced the tribulation head-on, forcing the thunder to retreat in terror. It is said that Yi ancestor was only 300 years old, truly beyond reckoning. I dare say that even upon ascending to the celestial realm, he would become a dominant force, perhaps even ascend to the throne of a celestial lord. Some human celestial boldly asserted that they had never encountered such an extraordinary individual in their long lives. After a long while, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Kaishan effortlessly passed the final tribulation. The simplicity of it left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Following his successful tribulation, he promptly sat cross-legged in the void, awaiting the transformation of the celestial essence within him. This action undoubtedly shocked everyone present. What does Yi ancestor mean? Is he preparing for immediate ascension? Hiss! Isn't this a tad hasty? Typically, After overcoming the 9 tribulations, many would choose to seal their aura, allowing time for consolidation and further preparations before ascending to the celestial realm. This approach would equip them with more hidden cards. In the lower realm, they are supreme beings, without rivals, occupying the pinnacle of the food chain. However, upon ascending to the upper realm, they would instantaneously become the lowest tier, mere scraps. In the upper realms, whether in the celestial or demonic realms, individuals of great fortune vastly outnumber those in the lower realms. That is where the true stage lies. For instance, the demon god, having not chosen immediate ascension, devised a method for creating avatars in preparation for achieving true immortality, ensuring self-preservation and stability upon reaching the celestial realm. In a flash, news of Yi ancestors' impending ascension spread like wildfire across the 9 provinces. The powerful figures of the Holy Lands and noble families rushed to Thunder Prefecture, eager to witness this grand spectacle. Thus far, the most formidable man in the 9 provinces was set to ascend. Such an event could not be missed. Instantly, the 9 provinces stirred, countless cultivators hastening toward Thunder Prefecture as if on a pilgrimage to witness this momentous occasion. A month later, outside the Yi family's holy land, a throng of cultivators gathered, filling the area for miles around, all eagerly anticipating the event. They settled onto their small stools, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. Yi ancestor, our paragon, the mightiest man throughout history. Ah, how I long to quickly reach human celestial status and follow in Yi ancestor's footsteps. Many gazed up at the lofty figure in the sky, their eyes reflecting reverence, admiration, and infatuation. Alas, Yi ancestor is about to ascend, and I shall never have the chance to wed him. A female cultivator lamenting her low cultivation level, which had prevented her from even entering the Yi family gates. She had hoped to marry Yi ancestor once her cultivation was sufficient. Little did she know he would ascend before that could happen. She silently vowed to strive diligently in her cultivation, determined to ascend to the celestial realm. At that moment, the figure in the heavens stirred. Yi Kaishan slowly rose, his eyes glinting with brilliance. At this moment, his spirit reached its zenith. His aura naturally emanated, connecting with the forces of heaven and earth, summoning the celestial gates. Here it comes! Here it comes! Instantly, all beings present erupted in excitement. A layer of divine light enveloped the firmament, and holy celestial power surged as if an ocean were coalescing. Yi Kaishan gazed down at the Yi family, raised his hand, and called forth the 10,000 celestial tower. Those of my kin who wish to ascend to the celestial realm, hasten and enter this tower. His grand voice resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. Long ago, Yi Kaishan had summoned the descendants of the Yi family, with the news of his ascension spreading. Members of the Yi family from various corners of the 9 provinces had already returned. Upon hearing this declaration, everyone outside the Yi family's sacred grounds was left in utter astonishment. Yi ancestor intended to lead his clan in a collective ascension? Incredible! A family-wide ascension. The onlookers were left speechless. At that moment, the Yi family members sprang into action. The concubines of Yi Kaishan transformed into celestial beings, magnificently soaring into the 10,000 Immortals tower. Without hesitation, they followed their husband wherever he went. This scene resembled Chang'e's flight to the moon, captivating all who beheld it. The descendants of Yi Kaishan soon followed, each filled with exhilaration, as this presented an unprecedented opportunity for them. Not everyone possesses the innate talent to become a human immortal and ascend. Now faced with a direct chance to ascend, how could they let it slip away? Why am I not a member of the Yi family? The crowd, envious and distraught, clutched their heads in despair. Soon, nearly all Yi family members had flown into the 10,000 Immortals tower, with only a select few hesitating. Yi Kaishan gazed at them, inquiring, "Do you not wish to accompany me to the celestial realm?" In reply to father, "I wish to ascend to the celestial realm through my own strength," Yi Fan resolutely responded. "And you?" Yi Kaishan turned his attention to Yi Tai Xian, who had now blossomed into an exceptionally handsome youth. In response to father, "I feel the same," Yi Tai Xian replied with a smile, mirroring his elder brother, Yi Fan. "Nonsense. You possess a body of the great sun immortal. The celestial realm is where you truly belong. Remaining here would be a sheer waste of your talent." Yi Kaishan's expression tightened as he raised his hand and tossed the lad into the 10,000 Immortals tower. In the realm of cultivation, 2 types of individuals exist: those who rely on sheer luck and the protagonist's halo, and those who depend solely on innate talent. Clearly, his sons, Yi Fan and Yi Tai Xian, represented these 2 categories. Yi Fan's steady, methodical ascension from the lower realms posed no issues. However, if Yi Tai Xian desired to follow suit, that would merely be foolishness, wasting his innate gifts. Once the great sun immortal body entered the celestial realm, under the influence of the celestial realm's great sun, it could evolve into the most rapidly advancing immortal body. Subsequently, Kaishan bestowed a ring upon Fan. He did not compel all his offspring to ascend. As long as his wives accompanied him, that sufficed. Kaishan intended to establish the 9 provinces as the Yi family's stronghold in the lower realms, vowing not to relinquish it lightly even after ascending to the celestial realm. Chapter 262, The Indomitable Immortal Gate. Force alone will not suffice. The ring Kaishan entrusted to Yi Fan contained vast resources, including spirit stones, immortal stones, and an abundance of immortal artifacts. Additionally, a 9-tribulation human immortal puppet was included as a contingency, ensuring that even after his ascension, the Yi family would remain unrivaled in the 9 provinces. After completing these arrangements, the celestial gate began to coalesce in the heavens, expanding rapidly. When Taishan soared, the celestial gate was nearly 20 zhang tall. One could only imagine how grand Yi ancestors would be. Without a doubt, Yi ancestors' gate would be immense. The onlookers gazed at the celestial gate, whispering among themselves as it continued to grow beyond their wildest imaginations, their eyes widening in disbelief. At this moment, the celestial gate had surpassed 100 zhang. 300, 500, 1,000. What? 1,000 zhang celestial gate? How could it be so enormous? Everyone stood agape, for it was said that the largest celestial gate in the history of the 9 provinces had barely exceeded 90 zhang. This 1,000 zhang celestial gate shattered their comprehension. It's still expanding. 1,000 zhang was not the limit. The gate continued to swell rapidly. 2,000, 2,500, 2,800. Ultimately, Yi Kaishan's celestial gate reached an astonishing 3,000 zhang. A 3,000 zhang celestial gate. What a monstrous creation. In comparison to this, the previous Xianxiaaudiobooks was but a mere needle. At this moment, the scene was also broadcast live within the 10,000 Immortals Tower, as Yi Kaishan lifted the restrictions, allowing AOEG within the tower to witness the spectacle. What a display of grandeur. The 3,000 zhang celestial gate resonated with the principles of the Tao, representing the ultimate limit. Inside the 10,000 Immortals Tower, AOEG watched in astonishment. Though she was a native of the celestial realm and had no need to ascend, she still understood the significance of celestial gates. The size of a celestial gate symbolizes the potential of the ascendant. A gate as grand as Yi Kaishan's could be deemed extraordinary. Could he possibly possess the qualifications of an immortal emperor? AOEG's eyes widened, her heart quivering with realization. It turned out that this human, who was addicted to taking concubines, even more so than her own dragon kin, was indeed a prodigy in cultivation. Outside, Yi Kaishan bathed in celestial light, his spirit and essence continuously enhancing, as his body was gradually drawn towards the celestial gate. Yi ancestor is about to ascend. Without him, how lonely will the 9 provinces become? One person lamented. Without Yi ancestor, where shall we feast in the future? Another sighed in relief, glad they no longer had to worry about gift-giving. A myriad of expressions filled the crowd as they gazed at the slowly ascending figure, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a black dot appeared before them, growing larger by the second. Within the celestial gate, demonic energy surged, and a demonic tribulation descended at that moment. Hiss! This is bad. Yi ancestor has triggered the demonic tribulation. Someone shouted, awakening from their stupor. Damn it! The demon realm is targeting just one individual? First, they snatched Xianxia, and now they come for Yi ancestor? Another cursed. Though such occurrences were said to be random, it seemed unreasonable for a small realm like the 9 provinces to face 2 such tribulations in quick succession. It could only be concluded that Yi ancestor was simply too exceptional. Even the demon realm sought such talent. Demonic tribulations tend to target those with high potential. Even if the demon realm was lacking in beings, they had no desire to capture the worthless. One Yi ancestor equaled 1,000. The crowd marveled, fixated on the celestial gate, observing the happenings within. Interesting, I didn't expect to require a demonic tribulation myself. Yi Kaishan chuckled, sensing another force surrounding him. An additional principle attempting to draw him away. Simultaneously, in a corner of the celestial gate, demonic energy churned, and a black hole began to coalesce. In the next moment, a tall demon emerged, boasting wings on its back, a single horn atop its head, and a grotesque visage filled with fangs. This was a demon of the earth immortal level, and the moment it appeared, it lunged at Yi Kaishan. Bang! Yi Kaishan's fist struck the demon, obliterating it into a mist of blood. Is that all? He shook his head with a chuckle. The demon's weakness exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Yi Kaishan had fully transformed his immortal essence and officially entered the early stage of Earth Immortal, complemented by a peak Earth Immortal physique. His combat prowess was formidable. The demons birthed from the demonic tribulation were merely reflections of the corresponding demons in the demon realm. The great laws of the demon realm replicated here. The demon Kaishan vanquished was merely the most common type of Earth Immortal demon. Yet, this ordinary demon had previously defeated Xianxia. The cultivators of the 9 provinces were astounded. This demonic tribulation seemed exceedingly straightforward. It gave the impression that anyone could handle it. Just then, the scene within the celestial gate shifted again, and an even more powerful demonic presence began to emanate. A more formidable demon emerged from the black hole, sporting 3 heads and 6 arms, each face twisted in a grotesque expression. Oh, there are even stronger ones. Kaishan's expression turned curious as he casually threw a punch, which was surprisingly met with a block from the opponent. It is evident that the strength of this demon far surpasses that of the previous one by several folds. He engaged earnestly, putting forth his utmost effort. Thinking to drag me into the demon realm? That depends on my mood. I could venture there myself. But you cannot force me. As the sun and moon fell into oblivion, a lethal intent surged forth. Kaishan amalgamated the 7 techniques of sun and moon into a devastating strike. After 7 moves, the demon was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Comparatively, Kaishan yearned more for the celestial realm. The demon realm is perilous. With his current strength, the dangers he would face there would be tenfold those of the celestial realm. To put it plainly, he was far more interested in courting the little celestial maidens than in contending with grotesque demons. These 2 fiends were each more hideous than the last, leading one to ponder the appearance of the demonesses in that realm. The mere thought sent a chill down Kaishan's spine. At this moment, after the demise of the 3-headed, 6-armed demon, an even more formidable aura emanated. Still more? Kaishan was taken aback. Clop, clop. A sound emerged from the black void, and a slender, powerful leg, reminiscent of a high-heeled shoe, extended forth. In the next instant, a white-haired female demon emerged from the black abyss. She was tall and exquisitely formed, like the most splendid creation of a divine craftsman. Her crimson lips, stunning visage, and eyes that danced between allure and enchantment bore no resemblance to a demon. Come with me to the demon realm. It is a place where you can experience all the pleasures of the world. The female demon said with a beguiling smile, as if she were a living being. Is this truly a demon? Kaishan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of such a female demon emerging before him. Yet, her appearance exuded an oppressive aura that felt 100-fold stronger than the previous 2 demons. What level of demon is this? Before he could respond, dissatisfaction flickered in the depths of her eyes. Since you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands. She seemed to follow a predetermined script and lunged forward to seize him. Impudent! Kaishan bellowed, raising his hand to grasp. As the myriad stars of the 9 provinces suddenly ignited, as if cascading down, countless starlights surged forth, converging at his fingertips. Kaishan's body radiated light, his acupoints resonating with thunderous energy, delivering a strike of extraordinary magnitude. The Starfall technique. Boom. A gaping hole was blasted through the female demon's chest, leaving her momentarily speechless as she looked down at her wounded form. Chapter 263, Ascending to the Heavens. The Dark Desire Demon King. The white-haired female demon was breathtakingly beautiful, a rarity in the world. Kaishan found himself captivated, yet as the ancestral elder of the Yi family, how could he allow himself to be taken by a female demon in front of others? Thus, he showed no mercy, striking with ferocity and piercing through the female demon. A gentleman appreciates beauty, but within bounds. While Kaishan enjoyed spreading his lineage, he was not the type to be ensnared by every woman he encountered. Who knows what intentions this demoness harbored? Perhaps she would capture him to confine him as a breeding stallion. That would be disastrous. You dare strike me? The white-haired demon gazed in disbelief at her chest before lifting her head to glare at Kaishan. In the next moment, she lunged forward, her form transforming into countless illusions, disregarding space as she reached for him. Kaishan shifted his stance, retreating while coalescing the essence of ultimate Een in his right hand. A mid-grade celestial technique, the Frozen Prison Divine Fist. The essence of this fist lies in comprehending the path of Een arising from the utmost Yang, allowing one to condense a fragment of ultimate Een power from the depths of Een. This minuscule essence of true Een is the origin of duality, the inception of Een and Yang. With a single punch, it could freeze an expanse of void, transforming it into a realm of ice. Boom! Kaishan unleashed his punch, freezing the entire void, ensnaring the true form of the white-haired demon within, rendering her immobile in the heavens. Unable to move, are you? Then I shall proceed. Kaishan grinned wickedly, summoning the celestial path ruler of the end and striking downwards. In an instant, a surge of black, true fire erupted from the demoness, melting away the icy chill enveloping her. In a moment of critical peril, she surprisingly evaded the blade of the celestial path ruler. By the heavens? Quite impressive. Kaishan's eyes widened in astonishment. The strength of the white-haired demon exceeded his expectations. Typically, he could easily subdue ordinary demon lords of the earthly celestial tier with a mere gesture, yet this female demon, of the same caliber, managed to engage him in a tit-for-tat battle. It was evident that she was a formidable figure within the demon realm. With this realization, Kaishan's interest surged. One day, he would undoubtedly venture into the demon realm to meet the demonesses there. But for now, he would never accompany the white-haired demon to the demon realm. The little celestial maidens in the celestial realm awaited him. Kaishan let out a long howl, unleashing a fierce fighting spirit and exponentially amplifying his combat prowess. Boom, bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The clash between one man and one demon unfolded within the celestial gate. Outside, the cultivators of the 9 provinces stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by shock. The demon realm. How desperately do you seek Elder Yi to engage in a war of attrition against him? What do you understand? Capturing Elder Yi is tantamount to acquiring 100,000 elite soldiers. Do not forget, Elder Yi is accompanied by his kin. Someone shouted, enlightening the crowd. Indeed, ordinary ascenders are often solitary. Yet Elder Yi is accompanied by millions of his kin. Capturing him is equivalent to 10,000 celestial ascenders. The demon clan has a keen understanding of this. At this moment, the battle within the celestial gate had escalated into a fierce climax. The two opponents clashed repeatedly, causing the void to ripple and shatter. Shortly thereafter, Kaishan paid a hefty price and finally shattered the image of the white-haired demon. This was not her true form, but merely a projection of her essence. Otherwise, Kaishan would have long sought a way to capture her within the 10,000 Immortals Tower to savor the experience of a demoness. After all, he must experience the taste of a demon maiden. As the figure of the white-haired demon vanished, a massive rift suddenly opened within the celestial gate, pulling Kaishan inside. In an instant, a dense celestial light flooded the realm, elevating the entire 9 provinces. This overwhelming celestial energy catalyzed the evolution of the heavens and earth in the 9 provinces, enhancing the essence of the world. Many powerful planes are birthed in this manner. As long as there are a steady stream of ascenders, the world they inhabit will ascend as well. Elder Yi has succeeded. He has ascended. Someone shouted with excitement. Overflowing with joy, as cultivators of the 9 provinces, they felt an immense sense of honor. I too shall strive to break through the demon tribulation and ascend to immortality like Elder Yi. We congratulate Elder Yi on his ascension. In an instant, resounding congratulations echoed throughout the 9 provinces, filling the air. Deep within the demon realm, at the 7 demon mountains, resided the 7 great demon kings, feared by countless demons. Each demon king is an unparalleled existence, equivalent to celestial kings. Atop one of the demon mountains, a colossal demon palace loomed. Surrounding it, the laws of the universe swirled, coiling like the embryonic form of the cosmos. Within the depths of the demon palace, a white-haired demoness, with a figure both alluring and tumultuous, lay upon a bed of bones crafted from skulls. She was the Dark Desire Demon King, one of the 7 demon kings. Suddenly, the demoness opened her eyes, a flicker of intrigue illuminating her gaze. A lower realm ascender has actually defeated my imprint's manifestation? The Dark Desire Demon King sat up, a wave of allure emanating from her figure, her slender waist impossibly delicate, forming a perfect curve with her hips. Her enchanting eyes brimmed with curiosity. The manifestation within the demon tribulation corresponded to her former self during the earthly, celestial period. To become a being capable of reigning as a demon lord, one must be an extraordinary existence that has transcended millions of epochs. The fact that this individual can vanquish their former self from the earth immortal period signifies that they possess at least the potential of a demon lord. For the imprint of one's dharma body does indeed differ from the true essence of oneself. Let me see who this is. The dark lust demon lord revealed a smile that could ensnare souls, extending her delicate finger in a beckoning manner. In an instant, the river of laws outside the demon palace trembled, and a strand of law flew forth, entwining itself around her finger. Before her, a series of images began to replay. A handsome man approached, delivering a single punch that shattered one of her most treasured weapons. Following this was a ruthless battle, where the man struck with lethal intent, targeting her vital points, thoroughly toying with her dharma body. The dark lust demon lord's expression gradually turned ashen, exclaiming, "What a despicable human to so ruthlessly destroy beauty." Her anger morphed into a mocking smile. She had personally sent her dharma body to invite this individual into the demon realm, only to have them refuse her grace and subsequently defeat her. This marked the first time in her life that she questioned her own allure. It is worth noting that she is the supreme demon lord of the demon realm, an unparalleled beauty that drives countless demon beings to madness. No demon has ever been able to resist her charm. Yet now, she found her allure ineffective against a mere mortal. Humph. The laws of the demon realm must be negligent. Otherwise, how could my divine essence fail to enchant such a trivial human? The Dark Lust Queen snorted disdainfully, beginning to scrutinize the laws of the demon realm for faults. It must be so. Snap. The Dark Lust Demon Lord snapped her fingers, and the grand doors of the demon palace swung open, admitting a female demon adorned with small devilish wings atop her head, with a pure yet seductive countenance. Her lowered gaze made her appear quite submissive. I pay my respects to your excellency, the demon lord. She knelt before the Dark Lust Demon Lord, earnestly offering her blessings. Yifei, I require your assistance, the Dark Lust Demon Lord instructed, plucking a strand of hair from her head and handing it to the female demon. Once you locate that human, bind this hair to him. Chapter 264. The Celestial Domain of Xuanji, the Ascension Pool. The demoness named Yifei cautiously accepted the hair with both hands, rising to take her leave. The Dark Lust Demon Lord, utilizing her immense power, sent her to the Xianhuang Great World, the 9 provinces continent. She was dispatched as an undercover agent to deal with Kaishan. Generally speaking, when the demon realm or the celestial realm seeks to place an undercover agent within the opposing side, they send an individual to reincarnate in the lower realms before ascending to the higher realms. Only in this manner can they avoid detection. Humph, little mortal. Let us see how you escape from my grasp. The Dark Lust Demon Lord could not help but chuckle wickedly at the thought, her laughter reverberating throughout the entire demon mountain. The other slumbering demon lords of the 7 demon mountains were roused by her laughter, casting puzzled glances at one another, wondering what had driven her to such madness. In the celestial realm, the pinnacle of all worlds, lies the most expansive and boundless domain. Here exists the origins of Buddhism and Taoism, the colorless heaven, the blissful heaven, alongside the supreme existences of the great red heaven and the great Luo heaven. Moreover, it encompasses the heavenly court, celestial dynasties, and various immortal forces of immense power. The 3,000 great thousand worlds, the myriad realms, represent the ultimate aspiration for most sentient beings. Upon ascension, there are generally 2 outcomes. One may randomly land in various corners of the celestial realm, or be teleported through celestial gates to different ascension pools. After bathing in the waters of the pool, the overseeing forces take charge. Throughout the celestial realm, there are a staggering number of 128,000 ascension pools. In the far north of the boundless celestial realm lies a small corner known as the Xuanji Celestial Domain, governed by the celestial sovereign Xuanji. This domain conveniently houses an ascension pool. Today, various sects from the Xuanji Celestial Domain gathered around the ascension pool, eagerly awaiting a new batch of ascenders to select promising candidates. Generally, those who ascend from the lower realms are individuals of great determination. Should they possess exceptional spiritual roots, it would be akin to discovering a treasure. Furthermore, there is an even more pressing matter, capturing individuals for mining. The celestial realm is rich in celestial mines, which are laborious for ordinary cultivators to excavate, yet perfectly suited for ascenders. Esteemed colleagues, by our allocation, my heavenly god sect requires 100 ascenders. Is there any dissent? Boomed a robust figure, radiating golden light, amidst the vastness surrounding the ascension pool. My sacred spirit immortal sect also demands 100, another elder interjected, casually affirming his share. Hee, enough talk, the fish have arrived. At this moment, a celestial-level powerhouse gazed intently at the waters below the pool, suddenly breaking into a grin. Kaishan felt as if he were in a dream, his body weightless, ascending as if buoyed by water, traversing through mysterious spatial barriers, layer upon layer, soaring upwards. It felt as if his life were being elevated, yet there lingered an illusion of helplessness. Kaishan realized he had entered the celestial passage. As time passed, he became increasingly aware that the laws of time and space here were entirely different from those in the lower realms. Suddenly, a vibrant light burst forth before him. It felt akin to swimming from a sea into the vast ocean. In the next moment, he beheld powerful figures standing at the shore, gazing down with enigmatic smiles, both men and women, the majority of whom were celestial beings. At that moment, Kaishan finally comprehended the surroundings. Before him lay a colossal ascension pool, shrouded in mist, emanating formidable power that enveloped his body, cleansing impurities and fortifying his physique. Within the pool, he was not alone. Many ascenders had just surfaced, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings. Men and women alike donned peculiar garments, some even resembling non-humanoid beings. It was evident they were powerful beings who had ascended from various planes, and a cursory glance revealed nearly 10,000 of them. At this juncture, a man clad in silver armor stepped forth from beside the ascension pool, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the gathered ascenders. You ascenders from the lower realms. Heed my words. These are the elders and representatives of our celestial sections. You are to comply with our arrangements without question. His demeanor was indifferent, delivering his commands with an authoritative tone. Upon hearing this, an ascender from the pool immediately shot forth, wielding a sword. Humph, I shall not entertain this. Farewell. As the words fell, he attempted to take flight. Bang! A celestial being flicked his finger with casual ease, instantly dispatching him. Unaware of your own circumstances, it seems. This is the celestial realm, not the lower realms. Regardless of your past exalted status, here, you must heed our command. The celestial being stated coldly, his gaze sweeping imperiously over the ascension pool. At these words, the ascenders within the pool felt a chill run down their spines. Daring not to exhibit even a hint of discontent, silently enduring. Those who had reached this juncture and ascended to the celestial realm were all individuals of meticulous thought. Having learned from past experiences, they were naturally cautious. How intriguing. I never expected such matters to unfold right after my ascension, Kaishan mused, shaking his head internally. It was no wonder some individuals, having reached the 9 tribulations of human immortality, were reluctant to ascend. As one ascends to the celestial realm, they inevitably forfeit their authority and must commence anew. In the mortal world, they were revered as unparalleled powerhouses, yet upon their elevation, they instantaneously devolve into mere shadows of their former selves. This transition profoundly impacts the resolve of cultivators. Those who have just ascended are typically at the early stage of Earth Immortal, hardly a match for the celestial immortals, let alone the mightier true immortals. Even disciples at the late stage of Earth Immortal find it exceedingly challenging to prevail against ordinary ascenders. With a flicker of thought, Kaishan discreetly began to absorb cultivation experiences. Simultaneously, he activated the divine demon breaking heaven technique, subtly drawing strength from the immortal pool. Once he had absorbed enough, he set about orchestrating the native denizens of the celestial realm, ensuring they understood the prowess of those who had just ascended. Let me see if there are any promising talents. At that moment, a woman clad in palace attire, a true fairy, directed her gaze, unleashing a beam of golden light that enveloped the immortal pool. Under this radiant influence, certain individuals began to glow. Kaishan felt an overwhelming surge of energy within, compelling him to suppress it swiftly. Is there indeed a mid-grade immortal root? Suddenly, the beautiful true fairy's eyes sparkled with interest as she fixated on a stunning maiden. What is your name? Would you join my sacred spirit immortal sect? The onlookers silently lamented the situation, yet dared not voice their thoughts in the face of the sacred spirit immortal sect's formidable power. Among the ascenders, the most common types were the divine roots and the inferior immortal roots, with mid-grade immortal roots being a rarity. Replying to my esteemed elder, my name is Biluo. I am willing to join the sacred spirit immortal sect, the maiden stated with poise, promptly agreeing. Excellent. Proceed to cleanse your body, and once completed, come to me. The beautiful fairy replied with a satisfied smile. Subsequently, various immortal sects began selecting their candidates. Kaishan maintained a low profile, revealing none of his capabilities, appearing rather unremarkable among the ascenders, and thus was naturally overlooked. He held no regard for these meager sections. After the selection concluded, a powerful true immortal waved his hand and declared, regrettably, for those of you remaining, you shall face some trials. All of you will go to the mining district and toil for 10 years to temper your hearts. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted in the immortal pool. They had laboriously ascended to the celestial realm only to be relegated to mining? Kaishan's expression turned peculiar, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Was the retribution for his previous imprisoning of fairies now manifesting? Chapter 265, Swift Progress, Shattering Celestial Immortals. Quickly, those who have completed their cleansing, come forth. Prolonged immersion in the immortal pool may lead to bodily explosion. Urged a guard by the poolside. The waters of the immortal pool, akin to fine wine, though delightful, should not be overindulged. Prolonged exposure could overwhelm the body, potentially resulting in catastrophic failure. Soon, some individuals emerged from the immortal pool, their faces flushed. An increasing number of ascenders followed suit, including the maiden named Biluo, who approached the beautiful fairy. Indeed, I am Humang, and I shall be your master henceforth. Now that you have completed your cleansing, let us return to the sacred spirit immortal sect. The fairy smiled gently, leaving a few disciples of celestial immortal rank to accompany Biluo as they departed. To acquire such an exceptional disciple rendered this journey worthwhile. From that point onward, there was little left to capture her attention. What good fortune this maiden possesses, some remarked, lamenting the disparity in fates among ascenders. While some were condemned to labor in the mines, others soared to great heights. The Sacred Spirit Immortal Sect stands as a premier force within the Xianxia immortal domain, presided over by a formidable golden immortal. The golden immortal, immortal in essence, represents the very foundation of the celestial realm. The cleansed ascenders gathered in the adjacent square, their expressions envious, awaiting their assignments. Other true immortal elders, satisfied with their disciples, returned to their sects, leaving behind a cadre of celestial immortal disciples, who believed even a single celestial immortal would suffice to subdue these ascenders. In the immortal pool, Kaishan remained motionless, diligently absorbing the pool's energies. He pursued dual paths, enhancing his cultivation experience while simultaneously fortifying his physique with the pool's waters. At last, with a resounding crack, Kaishan's taut body relaxed, and he ascended to a new level. The divine demon breaking heaven technique broke through to the fourth realm, corresponding to the physique of a celestial immortal. His acupoints expanded, and his absorption rate accelerated. Simultaneously, he covertly operated the celestial level technique, the indestructible Chaos Sutra. Upon reaching the celestial realm, he could finally cultivate this extraordinary scripture, channeling the chaotic energies of the celestial world to draw upon its strength. Unbeknownst to him, Kaishan's cultivation had advanced from the early stage of Earth Immortal to the late stage, nearing completion. He had expended merely a few hundred years of accumulated experience. In that instant, the waters of the immortal pool began to diminish under his insatiable absorption. The immortal pool, a construct of celestial laws, possessed the ability to self-repair, continuously generating power for ascenders to undergo cleansing. However, Kaishan's demand was insatiable, as he alone was worth more than 10,000. The immortal pool had never encountered such a voracious individual, and it was nearly drained of its essence. At that moment, only a few dozen people remained in the pool. How peculiar. Why does it feel increasingly comfortable? Has my physique improved? Indeed, it must be so. This water is truly exceptional. I shall continue my cleansing. I have heard that the longer one stays, the better it is, so I shall indulge. The remaining ascenders felt a surge of excitement. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had slipped by. Strange. This batch of ascenders has endured for so long. Could it be that their bodies are laden with impurities? Speculated the attendants on the shore. At that moment, Kaishan's body trembled as he slowly opened his eyes, having reached the full stage of Earth Immortal. The divine demon breaking heaven technique had advanced to the late stage of the fourth realm, corresponding to the physique of a late-stage celestial immortal. He paused, not out of unwillingness to break through, but because the powers of the immortal pool had been entirely consumed. The once rich waters had become crystal clear. What is happening? Has the power of the immortal pool vanished? Suddenly, an ascender exclaimed, "No wonder it feels increasingly light. The celestial water has turned into ordinary water." What? The guards of the pool were taken aback, hastily grabbing a handful of pool water to inspect, their faces turning a ghastly green. How could this happen? Such an occurrence had never transpired since they began their duties. Was the immortal pool malfunctioning? Another guard examined it, completely oblivious to the fact that the water had been drained by a single individual. Do not jest. The power generated by the immortal pool is sufficient to accommodate 100,000 ascenders for cleansing. All right, you few, come up quickly. We are heading to the mines. Dilly-dallying will not change anything. A celestial immortal stepped forward, impatiently declaring, having waited long enough. The ascenders in the pool gradually emerged, leaving only Kaishan. "Hey, I'm calling you. Why aren't you coming up?" The celestial immortal disciple furrowed his brow and shouted loudly. There was no response. Seeking death? The celestial immortal was enraged, his arm shaking as he reached out. The overwhelming might of a celestial immortal emanated, rendering the other ascenders mute with fear. This is the realm of immortals, where even the most ordinary disciple wields an irresistible power. Regardless of their arrogance in the mortal realm, upon arrival here, they must bow their heads in humility. It is a pity that some ascendants gaze upon the figure of Kaishan with pity in their eyes, lamenting the fate of one who has just ascended, yet faces the prospect of losing his life before achieving greatness. All efforts would be rendered futile. As a colossal hand descended, Kaishan suddenly moved, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a tidal wave. In a thunderous roar, the frozen prison divine fist struck out, suppressing the heavens. With a sickening crack, the sound of bones shattering echoed, and celestial blood splattered forth. The arm of that celestial being was severed. Terrified, he clutched his broken limb, an aura of coldness emanating from him, freezing him into an emotionless ice sculpture. The horror etched upon his face was vividly captured in that moment. Silence. All the celestial beings and ascendants present gaped in disbelief, as if turned to stone. Was this a dream? A newly ascended being had actually vanquished a celestial with a single punch. Who was this formidable figure? Outrage. A voice filled with fury and indignation rang out, as yet another native celestial in mid-stage took action. He summoned a low-grade celestial artifact, unleashing its might towards Kaishan. Huh, how dare you bring forth a mere low-grade celestial artifact? Prepare to die? Kaishan rose, embodying a demonic god emerging from ruin. The celestial measuring ruler appeared in his hand, slicing through the air. With his current magical power, he could unleash a significant portion of the artifact's might. Measuring the universe, it traversed the heavens and the earth. The celestial measuring ruler suddenly expanded, emitting resounding cries, directly sending the opponent's low-grade celestial artifact flying. With a thunderous crash, the ruler descended, reducing the mid-stage celestial to ashes. A mid-grade celestial artifact. The onlookers were astounded. A native from the lower realm had actually mastered a mid-grade celestial artifact? Was this the son of a celestial king in disguise? It is known that even in the celestial realm, artifacts are precious commodities. For an ordinary earth celestial or heavenly celestial, possessing a low-grade celestial artifact is a source of envy, especially for unconnected, unassuming cultivators. Yet now, a newly ascended cultivator from the lower realm not only shattered a celestial with his bare hands, but also wielded a mid-grade celestial artifact. If he lacked a background, they would never believe it. In an instant, the disciples and stewards of various celestial sects fell silent, watching Kaishan emerge from the celestial pool. Losing all courage to act, their minds raced with wild speculation. Could he be the son of a celestial king, or perhaps a cousin of a celestial sovereign? Such possibilities were not far-fetched, as many prominent figures in the celestial realm send their offspring to the lower realms for training. Legends tell of an emperor who endured countless tribulations to ascend to the throne, leaving traces across myriad worlds. Suddenly, Kaishan became shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the crowd. Even the dullest among them recognized that he was no ordinary ascendant. Who are you? A celestial demanded. Fixing his gaze upon Kaishan. You lack the qualifications to know of my existence. Kaishan replied coldly, demonstrating his overwhelming power as he subdued over a dozen celestial beings, planting restrictions to control them. He subsequently extracted vital information from them. Now, take me to the nearest celestial mine, Kaishan commanded, lifting a celestial with a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. And you all, are you willing to follow me? He addressed the gathered ascendants, many of whom were talented female cultivators. Those who could ascend were certainly not mediocre. After a brief silence, a wild woman clad in a beast skirt stepped forward. I am willing to follow you. With sun-kissed skin and a stunning visage, she exuded a robust vitality and a charming wildness. Her name was Amon, hailing from an ancient, untamed realm. Not only did she possess a low-grade celestial spirit root, but she also harbored an ancient bloodline within her. Excellent. Come with me. Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. Following his call, nearly 300 ascendants, including over 200 female cultivators, chose to accompany him, while the rest opted to depart. They believed that Kaishan had committed a grave offense by slaying disciples of the celestial sects and would inevitably face dire consequences. To follow him would be to invite suffering. Soon, Kaishan led his large entourage away from the celestial pool. Before them lay a vast city known as Meteor City. 80,000 miles beyond that was the 100 Broken Mountains, an unyielding range that spanned half of the Xianxia Immortal domain. This mountain range alone was as vast as dozens of continents. Within it lay countless celestial mines, with hundreds already discovered and claimed by various powerful factions nearby. 70% of the mine's celestial resources were required to be delivered to the Xianxia Celestial Palace, which in turn supplied the Heavenly Court. The forces surrounding Meteor City were intricate and varied, comprising celestial sects, noble families, and other formidable races, with hundreds of factions of all sizes. The Xianxia Celestial Palace did not directly manage the celestial mines nor concern itself with who guarded them, as long as the tributes were delivered punctually. This led to constant turmoil in the 100 Broken Mountains, as various factions fought fiercely for control of the celestial resources. Additionally, the mines were fraught with danger, inhabited by toxic beasts, poisonous traps, and ferocious creatures lurking within the mountains. Ordinary cultivators were completely incapable of venturing in. Only celestial beings could mine. Various factions often captured newly ascended ascendants, compelling them to toil in the mines, while their own disciples were tasked with guarding the mines and overseeing the mining operations. Though the celestial realm was vast, its survival laws were even more brutal than those of the lower realm. Here, lives were as insignificant as grass, with countless ascendants arriving and just as many celestial beings perishing. Thus, Kaishan's first course of action upon arrival was to seize celestial mines and establish his own power, ensuring his growth and protection. Under the guidance of several celestial beings, Kaishan finally arrived at the 100 Broken Mountains. Before him rose colossal, majestic ancient mountains, towering over the earth. Towering ancient trees and wild beasts filled the air with their roars, a cacophony of life and death. The atmosphere was thick with bloodshed and carnage. Amon inhaled deeply, her senses ignited by the familiar aura, as if she had returned home. The celestial spirit energy is so rich here. Yi Kaishan praised, his divine gaze sweeping across, spotting a multitude of gleaming celestial stones at the base of the mountains, easily numbering in the millions. Great Lord, ahead lies the celestial mine guarded by the Ding family of Meteor City. What are your intentions? A celestial leader reported. Excellent. Go help me seize it. This place shall belong to me from now on, Yi Kaishan commanded. What? The celestial leader was taken aback. A newly ascended being from the lower realm was demanding to seize a celestial mine? Was that not a bit too ambitious? Did you not understand? Hurry up. Yi Kaishan coldly snorted, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. The celestial leader shuddered, gritting his teeth as he led his companions into action. Get lost. This celestial mine is claimed by my master. They roared as they charged in, brazen and unrestrained. This mine has long been guarded by the Ding family. Resounding shouts echoed through the ancient mountains, swiftly followed by the cacophony of battle. We must lend our aid. A man eagerly exclaimed, leading several hundred ascenders into the fray. The guards protecting the Ding family's celestial mine comprised merely a few dozen earth immortals, along with 7 or 8 heavenly immortals. Caught off guard, they were quickly overwhelmed and forced to flee. An hour later, the skirmish subsided. Yi Kaishan, accompanied by the leader of the heavenly immortals, entered the celestial mine. Within, several hundred miners toiled, mostly earth and human immortals, alongside some ascenders and local cultivators. They gazed at Yi Kaishan with trepidation, pondering the identity of this imposing figure, unaware that he was merely a fledgling ascender in the celestial realm. My lord, the heavenly immortal leader ventured, the Ding family possesses considerable strength. With several true immortals stationed here, you have seized their celestial mine. Yi Kaishan tossed out 10,000 celestial stones for cultivation, instructing, distribute the remainder as you see fit. The rest is none of your concern. With that, he strode out. The heavenly immortal leader was overjoyed. This was tantamount to his salary for several months. Who exactly was this person? His curiosity about Yi Kaishan's identity only deepened. Upon exiting, Yi Kaishan distributed additional celestial stones to his following ascenders, particularly favoring those who had distinguished themselves, such as the barbarian maiden Aman, known as Zhuang Yan, an enigmatic female cultivator with a cool exterior yet a warm heart. These female cultivators possessed commendable talents and dispositions. Yi Kaishan couldn't help but entertain the notion of taking a concubine. Given the perils of the celestial realm, how about we form partnerships to support one another? He proposed earnestly. It's been too long since I've taken a concubine. My ancestors are growing impatient. Upon hearing this, Aman considered for a moment before nodding enthusiastically. She was quite taken with Yi Kaishan's demeanor. The other female cultivators pondered briefly before agreeing as well, having long harbored admiration for him and naturally reluctant to refuse. Splendid. However, I may have a slight abundance of partners, Yi Kaishan candidly admitted. Not a problem. Aman waved her hand dismissively. How many more could there possibly be? Meanwhile, word of the celestial mine's plunder swiftly reached the Ding family, igniting their fury. Concurrently, rumors of an ascender wreaking havoc at the flying immortal pool began to circulate. Chapter 267. The Celestial Eye of the Heavy Pupil, a talented true immortal approaches. The ascender's rampage at the flying immortal pool resulted in the slaying of several heavenly immortals before he departed in a flourish. His strikes were ruthless and he was extraordinarily wealthy, wielding mid-grade celestial artifacts with ease. Unbelievable. How could a newly ascended earth immortal possibly slay heavenly immortals? Even with a mid-grade celestial artifact, this feat seems implausible. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The disparity between each realm in the path of immortality was immense, each level a world unto itself. To leap over a significant boundary and emerge victorious was nothing short of extraordinary. This individual was in grave danger. Having just ascended, he had already made powerful enemies, and his future would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. However, the young man displayed a certain cleverness, knowing to flee after committing murder, without question. This was his wisest course of action. In Starfall City, the denizens of the surrounding Baiduan Mountains buzzed with intrigue. They had never encountered such a fierce ascender, one who initiated their journey with bloodshed. The factions whose disciples had perished were incensed, many vowing to place a bounty on his head, with some even offering rewards of 100,000 celestial stones. As various factions anticipated that Yi Kaishan would swiftly flee and avoid further appearances, news of his audacious theft of the Ding family's celestial mine soon surfaced. Gasps of disbelief echoed by the heavens. A formidable figure has descended upon us. Is he truly not escaping? The crowd was astounded. They had expected him to retreat, yet he had turned around to seize the Ding family's celestial mine, elevating his reckless pursuit of danger to new heights. The Ding family was one of the prominent clans in Starfall City, and their acquisition of a celestial mine in the Baiduan Mountains spoke volumes of their formidable power. Within their ranks were not only true immortals, but more than one. A mere earth immortal, no matter how exceptional, could hardly contend with a true immortal. In the realm of immortality, true immortals represented a qualitative transformation, wholly distinct from earth and heavenly immortals. Upon reaching the true immortal level, one gains the preliminary capacity to grasp the laws of the celestial realm, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Alas, these ascenders seemed blissfully unaware of the celestial realm's vastness. They mistaken it for the mundane world, oblivious to the countless gifted individuals from the lower realms who had become mere dust in history. Strong individuals scoffed at the naivety of these ascenders, recognizing that while they were indeed formidable and possessed great determination, the denizens of the celestial realm were endowed with innate advantages, making them far more fearsome. Many cultivators toiled tirelessly to attain levels of power that some beings were born with. Celestial offspring, such as those of celestial lords and kings, were often nurtured with profound resources, emerging as celestial beings from birth. Such a starting point was unattainable through mere luck or sheer determination. In the Ding family's grand hall, Patriarch Ding Hao, filled with rage, found irony in his situation. They were a prestigious family within the Baiduan Mountains, yet they had been humiliated by a newly ascended upstart. With so many celestial minds to choose from, why did he have to target theirs? It was infuriating beyond measure. Akin to the longevity immortal hanging himself, utterly fed up. Second brother, you shall handle this matter. I intend to make this individual wish he had never been born, thereby restoring the might of the Ding family. Ding Hao directed a steely gaze at a young man beside him, his voice laced with a murderous intent. Rest assured, brother. I shall make him experience suffering beyond imagination, death followed by death. The young man, Ding Xia, the youngest true immortal of the Ding family, replied with a sinister smile. As his words fell, Ding Xia vanished from the hall in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, host. A new chapter has begun, elevating the family to a 9-rank celestial clan. Reward, Celestial Eye of the Heavy Pupil. Upon Yi Kaishan's acquisition of the celestial mine, the system activated a new family upgrade reward. Previously, he had belonged to a sect of cultivators in the lower realms, but now, having ascended to the celestial domain and established his own territory, he had become a genuine celestial clan. Yi Kaishan was elated. This unexpected reward was immensely gratifying. The Celestial Eye of the Heavy Pupil was an invincible ocular technique, capable not only of manifesting a third celestial eye at the brow, but also of launching surprise attacks on adversaries. At its pinnacle, this celestial eye could even subdue celestial kings, far surpassing the prowess of the broken illusion golden eye. Integration. Yi Kaishan commenced the fusion, and in the next moment, his eyes began to burn and swell. Fortunately, the system's technology was reassuring, and the discomfort was brief. Without enduring excruciating pain, the celestial eye successfully integrated. In that moment, Yi Kaishan's eyes appeared profound and piercing, seemingly unchanged at first glance, yet he felt a surge of power within. With a mere thought, he sensed a deadly aura approaching him, a passive ability of the celestial eye, designed to avert danger. Who could it be? Could it be someone from the Ding family? Yi Kaishan mused, now within the myriad immortal tower, where he had just shared tender moments with his partners. Bloodshed had not hindered the continuation of their lineage. When the time was right, he would release his kin. With that, Yi Kaishan departed the myriad immortal tower and returned to the outside world, his cultivation having reached the mid-stage of heavenly immortal. With a millennium of experience gained from the transition from earth immortal to celestial immortal, aided by the mystical Kaishan pool, Yi Kaishan found himself contemplating the arduous journey ahead. However, the progression from early to mid-celestial immortal also consumed another 1,000 years of experience. As one ascends in power, the requisite experience grows exponentially. Currently, Yi Kaishan had 3,000 years of experience remaining. He estimated that upon absorbing this, he would be poised to break through to true immortal. Thus, he sat serenely atop the ancient peak before the celestial mine, awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. Before long, an overwhelming aura descended upon him. A young man clad in a purple robe appeared in the skies above the celestial mine. His visage twisted in malice as he sneered at Yi Kaishan atop the mountain. "Are you the Ascendant?" he inquired. Yi Kaishan offered a slight smile before responding. "I am Yi Kaishan. You may address me as Ancestor Yi or Master Yi." Ding Xia, the young man, was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "Who inquired about your name? Your identity is inconsequential. Remember this. The one who will slay you is Ding Xia of the Ding family." With a chilling howl, his voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, deliberately loud to assert his dominance and instill fear in the surrounding beings. For he intended to employ the most brutal methods to dispatch this foe. The Ding family has arrived? Isn't Ding Xia the youngest true immortal of the Ding clan? The disciples from various sects nearby, alerted by his proclamation, began to gather, employing various techniques to peer into the unfolding confrontation. He is doomed. He has dared to provoke the white tiger, one laughed, referencing the ferocious sacred beast of the celestial realm. Once, an unparalleled prodigy met his end after foolishly touching the slumbering white tiger. Rumor has it he possesses a mid-grade celestial artifact. Surely he cannot perish so easily? Another speculated. If celestial artifacts were sufficient, what need would there be for cultivation? They may provide some reliance, yet in the face of absolute power, their efficacy diminishes significantly. Chapter 268, True Immortal? Let the battle begin. Kaishan observed the anxious expressions of the ascendants before the celestial mine. A formidable true immortal foe had arrived, and they were uncertain how to respond. Despite their extensive experience and having witnessed many scenes in the lower realms, they dared not confront a true immortal with their earth immortal cultivation. Such an encounter was unthinkable. In that moment, Kaishan raised a finger, summoning the xianxia celestial measuring ruler to strike first. Without pretense, he demonstrated his resolve. A mere mid-grade celestial artifact cannot safeguard your life, Ding Xia scoffed, his gaze brimming with disdain, convinced that anyone relying on such artifacts must be utterly weak. Instantly, he clenched his hand, conjuring a blood-red river. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a horrific stench of blood permeated the air, accompanied by ominous roars. Is that the blood principle? Ding Xia has comprehended the blood principle? The true immortal guardians at the celestial mine sensed the ominous aura, their expressions shifting dramatically. The blood principle was fearsome, capable of controlling the blood of the world, and even that within one's adversary. Imagine, in the midst of battle, your blood suddenly being drained, or ignited to cause self-detonation, a terrifying prospect indeed. With a surge, the blood river roiled, radiant with crimson light, encircling the xianxia celestial measuring ruler, attempting to drag it down. Now, your celestial artifact is under my control. Let us see what you can do. Ding Xia chuckled darkly, but abruptly, his mirth was silenced. Kaishan flicked his wrist, and several celestial artifacts flew forth. More? Ding Xia's eyes widened as the Sanshan weak water cauldron plummeted heavily upon him. Boom! Ding Xia was flattened into the earth, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Onlookers were stunned, unable to fathom that Kaishan possessed additional mid-grade celestial artifacts, discarding them as if they were mere trinkets. Is this truly an ascendant? Some questioned their very existence, having never encountered such an ostentatious display of wealth. Ding Xia roared in fury, erupting from the earth, his form transforming into a blood shadow that flickered through the air. In an instant, he was before Kaishan, snarling. I will make you wish for death, yet find no escape. Bloodburst. He spat coldly, unleashing a wave of lethal intent. This technique could rend the blood within his opponent's body into countless strands, exerting immense pressure on their flesh before exploding in the most agonizing manner. In the next heartbeat, Kaishan felt his blood surge uncontrollably, threatening to break free from his form. This was the terror of the blood principle. Even the blood of an immortal could be manipulated. Frozen prison fist. Kaishan bellowed, unleashing his full cultivation. A punch that froze time and space, while simultaneously suppressing and solidifying the blood within him. Ding Xia's small eyes widened in astonishment. This was not what the rumors had suggested. The man before him was, indeed, a celestial immortal. This is absurd. How could an ascendant break through to celestial immortal so swiftly? Bewilderment enveloped the onlookers, including the powerful beings around them. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Kaishan stepped upon the void, channeling the forces of yin and yang to manifest a colossal taiji diagram. As the diagram emerged, it instantly subdued all, calming the tumultuous blood within him. Is that an immortal body? Gasps of awe filled the air, as Ding Xia was shaken to his core, realizing that this power had subdued his blood principle. This individual possessed an immortal body. Boom! Kaishan's strength surged, his cultivation advancing to the late celestial immortal stage. With a single punch, he pierced through Ding Xia, obliterating half of his body. Ding Xia's face contorted in agony as his shattered form rapidly reconstituted. This is impossible. His mind shattered at the realization that he, a true immortal, was being utterly dominated by an ascendant. The prideful youngest true immortal of the Ding family could scarcely accept such a reality. A mere true immortal is nothing to fear, Kaishan declared, advancing upon the taiji diagram, suppressing the blood of the surrounding worlds. He struck repeatedly, obliterating Ding Xia time and again, ultimately exhausting his power and delivering a fatal blow. With a gesture, Kaishan collected the gold coins from the remnants of the once mighty adversary, securing a storage ring. Silence enveloped the scene. All who bore witness were petrified. The Ding family's prodigious true immortal had perished so swiftly. Who on earth is this person? The beings in the vicinity of the celestial mind gasped in awe. Did you not hear? His name is Yi Kaishan, Ancestor Yi, Master Yi. Yi? Is there a notable figure by that name in the celestial realm? The crowd pondered, rife with speculation and conjecture. Yi Kaishan returned to the celestial mind, where the ascendants and the dozen or so celestial immortals regarded him with the reverence one might afford a deity. The powerful man emanated an irresistible charm. Yi, you promised to marry us. When shall this begin? I can hardly wait. A man rushed forward, exuberant and untamed, unabashedly expressing her feelings. She was drawn to Yi Kaishan, yearning to share a life with this remarkable man. Behind her stood her female disciple, whose face was flushed with shyness, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Yi Kaishan, as if it were glued to him. All right, let us marry now. Yi Kaishan was unambiguous. Such a request was never one he would reject. Thus, he stepped outside, raised his hand, and summoned a divine city. This city boasted numerous grand and intricate halls, sprawling across a vast area of 100 miles. It could be both grand and modest. This was a mid-grade immortal artifact, known as the Unfalling Divine City. While it lacked offensive capabilities, its primary strength lay in its formidable defense, and it could even serve as a flying vessel. For now, this city shall be our home. We shall make do with it until we find something better, Yi Kaishan informed the women. The group gazed in astonishment at the unfalling divine city. Indeed, it was yet another mid-grade immortal artifact. Luxurious. Excessively luxurious. To think such a treasure would be used merely for dwelling. Enough. Whoever is digging, tell them to cease. Grant them a day off, and prepare a feast for me. Yi Kaishan commanded the celestial leader. My lord, how many tables should we prepare? The celestial leader tentatively inquired, wondering who would dare to attend your wedding. 1,000,000 should suffice. Yi Kaishan replied after a brief pause, a smile gracing his lips. What? 1,000,000? The celestial leader was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. Are you inviting the entire Starfall city? My lord, we must not overextend ourselves. Yi Kaishan tossed out 10,000 immortal stones. Use this for now. I want all nearby forces to know. Yi Laozu is taking a concubine. Chapter 269. Achieving True Immortality. Supreme Laws. How audacious. Just a mere ascendant who killed my second brother dares to hold a wedding and form a union. Ding Hao seethed with rage upon hearing the news, slamming his teacup onto the table, a palpable aura of vengeance radiating from him. How arrogant. This person has slain my second brother and immediately seeks to wed. It is utterly unconscionable. Such behavior is akin to defecating on the Ding family's head and expecting us to clean it up. I shall turn this person's joyous occasion into a funeral. Ding Hao's expression turned cold, and his resolve solidified. At that moment, families and celestial sects across the 100 Broken Mountains received invitations from the Yi family. Yi Laozu is taking a concubine. Observing the invitation in hand, the gathered forces wore peculiar expressions, lost in contemplation. To marry at such a critical juncture, it was clear they held the Ding family in utter contempt. A slap in the face. Should we attend this banquet or not? Rumor had it that this person was preparing a feast for 1,000,000 guests. Such audacity. Did he believe we would all bow to his whims? The leader of the Celestial Gate immediately tore up the invitation, declaring that a mere celestial being was unworthy of inviting him. Ridiculous. Just a celestial, and he fancies himself an emperor? Not going. Not going. Many celestial sects and noble families sneered, disdainfully discarding the invitations. In Starfall City, the Meng family found the situation amusing. It was as if they were treading upon the Ding family's pride. I must witness this wedding, chuckled Meng Ku, the head of the Meng family, which stood on equal footing with the Ding family as one of the prominent families of Starfall City. The two families had long engaged in a covert rivalry, and seeing the Ding family falter brought Meng Ku great delight. Father, you intend to attend the wedding of that ascendant? A sweet voice, akin to a yellow aureole, chimed as a petite young woman entered. On this day, Yi Kaishan's wedding day finally approached. Simultaneously, he had fully absorbed his stored experiences, breaking through to the initial stage of true immortality. Had it not been for the hindrance of his kin, the Yi family would now be fully qualified to ascend to a 7th grade immortal clan. Ascending to the initial stage of true immortality, Yi Kaishan smoothly comprehended the laws of yin and yang. Due to the nature of the Taiji Dao body, this comprehension was almost innate. With minimal effort, he grasped it. The laws of yin and yang rank among the top 10 supreme laws of the 3,000 orthodox paths. If the law of blood is a mere stream, then the law of yin and yang is a mighty river. The disparity between the two is like that of clouds and mud. Excellent. My first law is yin and yang. With this foundation, the future is boundless, Yi Kaishan mused with satisfaction. After achieving true immortality, Each individual could master one or multiple laws. The quantity and strength of these laws closely correlate with one's combat prowess. For instance, a premier law like the yin and yang law is far superior to possessing multiple lesser laws. One could easily suppress a dozen ordinary laws. Conversely, when one masters too many laws, more time is required for comprehension, making breakthroughs increasingly difficult. Thus, many cultivators opt to specialize in one or a few laws. With his mastery of the yin and yang law, Yi Kaishan's strength underwent a qualitative transformation. He could finally be regarded as a formidable force. Next, Yi Kaishan began to release the members of the Wanxian Tower one by one. In an instant, the once desolate, unfalling divine city was suddenly teeming with life. Bustling with people, the celestial guards stationed at the city gates were left dumbfounded. What is this? Where did all these people come from? They felt as though they had never seen so many individuals in their lives. When Yi Kaishan's myriad concubines gathered in the central square, a man, Zhuang Yan, and the other ascendants were rendered speechless. Is this what you meant by a little too many? A man stared wide-eyed at Yi Kaishan, utterly flabbergasted. The key point was that although these women lacked his cultivation level, each possessed beauty akin to celestial beings, each a paragon of unparalleled grace. Even more astonishing were the countless youngsters at the rear, calling Yi Kaishan father, grandfather, and ancestor. Indeed, just a tad, Yi Kaishan nodded with a smile. Wow. Is this the immortal realm? It feels so comfortable. I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Taixin gazed at the sky, absorbing the energy emanating from the great sun of the immortal realm, causing him to radiate light and exude a warmth akin to that of a blazing sun. He unexpectedly sat cross-legged, achieving a breakthrough on the spot, his cultivation soaring like a rocket. Boom, boom, boom. He broke through several minor realms in quick succession. Such speed astonished everyone present. The moment Yi Taixin entered the immortal realm, the latent power of the great sun's celestial body within him was unleashed. He had been pent up for too long in the lower realm. Upon entering the immortal realm, he could not be contained any longer. The explosion was imminent. What? Is that a celestial body? A following ascendant stared wide-eyed, horrified, at Yi Taixin. Though he was still weak, the unique power emanating from him sent shivers down the spine. The great sun's celestial body. The legendary celestial body. At its peak. The celestial body was at its most formidable when the sun was at its zenith. Some recognized it, astonished by the origins of the celestial body. Meanwhile, Yi Xianxia, possessing the Guanghan celestial body, also began her transformation. Her physique corresponded to the Taiyin, a top-tier yin attribute physique. Under the influence of the Taiyin in the immortal realm, her cultivation surged forth, explosively intensifying. She seemed to transform into a cold moon, casting an icy glow that enveloped everyone. Hiss! Is this also a celestial body? The ascendants gasped in shock, having encountered two celestial bodies in such a short span of time. How terrifying! What kind of physique is this? One ascendant among the crowd muttered to himself, utterly astounded. This is my sister, Yi Xianxia. She possesses the illustrious Guanghan celestial body. A sudden voice rang out, causing the ascender to turn and discover a tall, strikingly handsome young man standing beside him. Are you also a descendant of the esteemed Yi ancestor? He inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I am Yi Zhan. The robust youth nodded affirmatively. The newcomer was none other than Yi Kaishan and Shui Xinzi's son, Yi Zhan, who boasted an exceptional celestial root and the battle-axe celestial body. He remains the record holder for the greatest talent in the Yi family. Upon hearing this, the ascender chuckled in surprise, patting Yi Zhan on the shoulder. I am Chu Feiyang. With siblings as formidable as yours, you must strive diligently to avoid being outpaced. Otherwise, it would be quite the embarrassment for an older brother. I shall endeavor to do so. Yi Zhan earnestly nodded. Many years later, whenever Chu Feiyang reminisced about this day, he would proudly boast to others, I once patted the shoulder of an immortal emperor. At the very moment Yi Xianxia's physique was awakened, far above in the endless skies of Guanghan, an enchanting figure began to stir from the moon, exuding an aura that could captivate the world. Her eyes cast downward, long lashes fluttering. She gazed towards the direction of the Xuanji immortal domain, a flicker of intrigue illuminating her gaze. Guanghan celestial body. How fascinating, how intriguing. Chapter 270, Meng Xiao, the indigenous of the immortal realm, stunned. Within the city of Buluo, the descendants of the Yi family displayed their extraordinary abilities, leaving onlookers agape. The ascended female cultivators were particularly eager to see what kind of celestial bodies their future offspring might inherit. Moreover, Kuei Ling and Ran Jing were both round with child, seemingly on the verge of giving birth. Yi Kaishan, you despicable human, release me. In the Wanxian Tower, Ao Yejia was in a state of panic. Everyone else had exited, leaving her alone inside, enveloped in loneliness. Oh no, I dare not. You, a formidable golden immortal, If I were to release you, would you not tear me apart? Yi Kaishan retorted with a sardonic tone, his speech tinged with the nuances of yin and yang, since comprehending the laws of duality. The principles have not been grasped in vain. You scoundrel! Ao Yejia bellowed in frustration, wreaking havoc on the second level of the Wanxian Tower. Hold on a moment. Yi Kaishan interjected. Let me reiterate, as long as you bear me a child, I would not only consider releasing you, but might even allow you to ride upon my back. Humph. Impossible. Ao Yejia, in a fit of anger, would never concede. After all, she was of the dragon demon lineage, a proud dragon with royal blood. How could she be tamed by a mere human? Well then, I shall seek out Ao Jin. If you refuse, there are plenty of dragons willing, Yi Kaishan coldly stated, withdrawing his consciousness from the Wanxian Tower, leaving Ao Yejia seething with impotent rage. At this time, the preparations for the wedding were nearly complete. Originally, Yi Kaishan intended to wed merely 7 or 8 female cultivators. But soon, several ascended female cultivators had succumbed to his charm. In the short time since their arrival in the immortal realm, they had experienced its harsh realities. Many ascenders like themselves were imprisoned in the 100 broken mountains, forced to mine and toil in perpetual darkness. This revelation made the ascended female immortals realize that having a protector in the immortal realm would make life considerably easier. Yi Kaishan, possessing both wealth and looks, as well as being an ascender himself, was undoubtedly a highly suitable candidate. The following day, the city of Buluo was filled with jubilant festivities as Yi Kaishan commenced his first nuptial in the immortal realm. Compared to the mortal realm, it was rather modest, with only a select few local immortals coming to offer their congratulations. The Meng family from Xingyun City extended their best wishes to the head of the Yi family. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed. Yi Kaishan's figure flickered, and he ascended to the city's heights, spotting a refined man who appeared to be in his 30s, accompanied by a group traversing through the air. This individual was at the late stage of true immortal cultivation, followed by 7 or 8 heavenly immortals. Among them, a petite girl caught Yi Kaishan's attention. She sported twin ponytails and carried a hammer larger than herself, an odd yet harmonious sight. Despite her youth, she possessed the cultivation of a mid-stage heavenly immortal. Dao friend Yi, congratulations. Meng Ke strode forward, clasping his hands in a salute, eager to support the Yi family as long as it was against the Ding family. You are too kind. Yi Kaishan returned the gesture, already aware of the visitor's identity. Greetings, Dao friend. I am Meng Xiao, the hammer-carrying girl chimed in cheerfully, exhibiting a friendly demeanor. Yi Kaishan couldn't help but chuckle and inquired directly. Might the young lady have a betrothed? Meng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, while her father, Meng Ku, darkened in countenance and swiftly pulled her behind him. This man named Yi was being utterly outrageous, attempting to court his daughter. Dao friend, my daughter is wholly devoted to her cultivation and does not engage in mundane matters, Meng Ke stated with utmost seriousness. Then please, come in. Yi Kaishan gestured invitingly, ushering them through the gates. The Meng family stepped into the city, and the scene before them suddenly transformed. The Yi family had already seated over 1 million members, engaging in lively conversation. What on earth? The Meng family was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a vibrant gathering. Meng Ku was astounded, noticing several young men and women enveloped in formidable auras, deep in their practice. Celestial bodies. These are all celestial bodies. A torrent of emotions surged within him. Dao friend Yi, who are they? Meng Ku inquired in astonishment. These are all my wives and kin. Yi Kaishan replied. Gasp. The Meng family collectively inhaled sharply. An ascender had brought along 1 million kin. How was this possible? A family from the mortal realm possessing such an abundance of celestial bodies? This family truly knew how to procreate. While many in the immortal realm favored the continuation of their lineage, it was not merely a matter of quantity, quality, or innate talent was paramount. Clearly, this individual's talent had reached an extraordinary level. Suddenly, Meng Ke felt a pang of regret for his earlier words. Had he known, he would not have spoken so resolutely. If his daughter were to marry into this family, given her own talent, there was every reason to believe it would be a successful match. After all, many of these women from the mortal realm were not even human immortals, while his daughter, Meng Xiao, was already a heavenly immortal. Dao friend Meng, please take your seats. Yi Kaishan invited. Subsequently, they proceeded to the main seat. At that moment, representatives from various immortal sects and noble families began to arrive one after another, primarily drawn by the spectacle. However, upon entering the city, they shared the same astonishment as the Meng family. This is excessive. I have heard that the esteemed Yi ancestor has thousands of concubines. Even an immortal king could not match such numbers. A beast. Is this what a cultivator is? Does he not even practice? The native cultivators of the immortal realm were utterly shocked. This man was not only capable of marrying, but also of prolific procreation. Was it possible that he had done nothing in the mortal realm but focus on fathering children? Such an absurdity could not be tolerated. How could someone like this ascend while the mortal realm was devoid of talent? Many disciples from the immortal sects lamented, both envious and resentful, as the ceremony commenced. After the vows were exchanged, Yi Kaishan was pulled aside by Meng Ku. "Dao friend Yi, come, allow me to toast you." He was affable, attempting to foster camaraderie. Yi Kaishan chuckled helplessly, feigning to drink. Suddenly, a chilling aura enveloped the divine city, followed by a cold laugh. The Ding family had arrived. "Yi Kaishan, today's celebration shall become your memorial day come next year." Ding Hao's voice, thick with malice, echoed ominously across the city. Two figures appeared in succession, one being Ding Hao, and the other a gaunt middle-aged man, another powerhouse from the Ding family. They are all at the pinnacle of true immortal, even more formidable than Ding Xia. Indeed, the Ding family has arrived. The crowd lifted their heads, feeling no surprise. "Yi, my friend, Ding Hao is ferocious. You must heed Monk Zheng's solemn warning," someone cautioned. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Yi Kaishan set down his wine cup and ascended into the heavens. Seeking death, came a fierce shout. In the next moment, a thunderous clash erupted, a cataclysmic battle ignited without preamble. Above the heavens, a terrifying aura enveloped the scene, leaving many immortals unable to discern the events transpiring before them, only feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Old Ancestor Yi is far too reckless, daring to face two alone. How audacious. Someone shook their head in disbelief. Just as the words fell, a resounding thud echoed, and two corpses plummeted to the ground. Recognizing their faces, the assembled immortals rose in unison, their eyes reflecting profound shock. Chapter 271. The Holy Spirit Immortal Sect Shaken. Annihilation of the Ding family. In the city of no fallen gods, all cultivators stood in unison, staring in awe at the corpses of the two true immortals from the Ding family, their scalps prickling, rendered speechless. Since entering the city of gods, they had not paused. How is this possible? Panic swept through the crowd. The Ding family's two ancestors were true immortals at their peak, yet they were dispatched by Yi Kaishan in an instant. It was too swift, too unfathomable. True immortal. Has old ancestor Yi transcended to true immortal? Someone exclaimed in astonishment, prompting another collective gasp. How could one not be startled upon realization? Yi Kaishan had only ascended a few days prior, yet had already broken through from earth immortal to true immortal. Was it possible that this individual had the protection of an immortal emperor, secretly bestowing upon him enlightenment in the dead of night? They could conceive of no other explanation. Even the most extraordinary beings throughout history had never achieved such rapid advancement. At that moment, Yi Kaishan descended gracefully, the wind and clouds parting before him, exuding an air of composure. Esteemed guests, indulge well in food and drink. He smiled gently, gesturing to the guests below as he returned to his seat. He lifted the cup of wine that he had yet to sip, remarking, "Ah, this wine is still warm," before downing it in one gulp. Monk Ku was left dumbfounded. Pondering warm? Has it not always been cold? A glance at his daughter, Meng Xiaoxiao, revealed her large, expressive eyes filled with hearts. The old man, quick to comprehend, raised his own cup and, with a sheepish grin, proposed, "Yi, my friend, my daughter has admired you for quite some time. Shall we perhaps set a date?" He understood that Yi Kaishan had numerous concubines, clearly indulging in such pursuits. His daughter was charming and lovely. Surely, he would not refuse her. Upon hearing her father, Meng Xiaoxiao immediately became bashful, fidgeting with her clothing, a sight utterly endearing. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this, looked on with disdain. After all, old ancestor Yi had only ascended a few days ago, and here they were, proclaiming admiration for so long. How shameless. Haha, no problem at all. Once I finish my business here, I shall visit the Meng family to propose, Yi Kaishan replied with a satisfied smile, feeling that his earlier performance had not been in vain, as rewards were now forthcoming. Monk Ku was overjoyed and raised his own cup in celebration. Subsequently, on the wedding night, the fierce woman, a man, unleashed astonishing combat prowess. For many consecutive days, Yi Kaishan busied himself marrying other ascended female cultivators into his household. Meanwhile, news of Yi Kaishan's annihilation of the Ding family's two ancestors spread throughout the 100 Broken Mountain Range. Various great sects and celestial clans were left astounded, while others of the same batch of ascendees were still mining and honing their skills. This man had already begun to slay true immortal ancestors. Many factions regretted not having recognized such a gem earlier. In the Xuanji Immortal Domain, on the Sacred Spirit Mountain, the Holy Spirit Immortal Sect's sanctuary, which derived its name from nurturing the Sacred Spirit Immortal fetus, a primary peak was home to Fairy He Meng, who was instructing Bai Luo in her cultivation. Excellent. You have completely adapted to the immortal realm. A breakthrough to mid-earth immortal is not far off. The beautiful woman beamed with pride. For Bai Luo was indeed her carefully selected disciple, demonstrating remarkable adaptability. Not only did she possess an extraordinary spiritual root, but her comprehension was also exceptionally high. Surpassing her in the future would not be difficult. At this rate, it seemed that in merely 10,000 years, Bai Luo would achieve true immortal status. In the immortal realm, the lifespan of an earth immortal typically spanned between 100 to 200,000 years, while a celestial immortal lived for 500,000 years. And a true immortal exceeded 1 million years. Hence, a mere 10,000 years was inconsequential to them. As the two women contemplated their futures, a spiritual crane descended, landing in Himeng's hands, transforming into a myriad of radiant lights. This was a means of communication. Cultivators must not only hone their skills, but also stay abreast of recent events to avoid becoming obsolete. In the next moment, the two women captured a message from the radiant light. They fell silent, exchanging glances filled with intensifying shock. The individual who had once caused a ruckus at the flying immortal pool had ascended to true immortal? Explosive. It was no exaggeration to say that the two women had never heard such earth-shattering news in their lives. It felt like a dream. While they were contemplating a breakthrough to mid-earth immortal, Kaishan, who had ascended at the same time, had already slain a true immortal ancestor. Himeng was filled with regret, lamenting how she had failed to recognize this formidable man earlier. At that moment, a figure enveloped in sacred light appeared atop the peak. Sectmaster, what brings you here? Himeng quickly rose, astonished. I require you to journey to the 100 Broken Mountain Range and recruit the one known as Kaishan. I can offer him the position of Holy Son. The figure spoke calmly, exuding an aura of immortality. It was a golden, immortal powerhouse. Understood. Himeng nodded earnestly, and when she raised her head, the figure had already vanished. In Starfall City, the Ding family was shrouded in a pall of gloom. 3 out of 5 ancestors had perished. The remaining 2 true immortal ancestors were already plotting their escape. Damnable beasts. One day, Ding will return and tear this person limb from limb, vowed Ding Yu, gazing in a certain direction before departing with his kin. However, barely had they exited the city when disturbances rippled through the sky ahead. Then, a strikingly handsome man emerged, followed by several celestial immortal subordinates. You are leaving just like that? Not even a word of farewell? Kaishan inquired with a smile, addressing the Ding family. Brash fool, do you think we fear you? Ding Yu roared, summoning his immortal weapon to strike at Kaishan. Moments later, the 2 ancestors fell, leaving the remaining Ding family trembling in fear, too terrified to resist. Where's Lu Jiang? Kaishan demanded. Here. A celestial immortal named Lu Jiang stepped forward, radiating formidable energy. Good. You have spirit. Kaishan praised, then shifted his tone. Take them to the immortal mines, replacing those ascenders. It would be a shame to kill them. Let them be repurposed for mining. Lu Jiang gazed at the mass of Ding family members, hesitating. My lord, it seems we don't need so many in the mines. Don't need? Then go seize a few more immortal mines. Kaishan declared boldly, perfectly adapting to the laws of the immortal realm. Now, the Yi family boasted a population of over 100,000. The resources required for these individuals could no longer keep pace solely through procreation. Presently, the Yi family commerce had yet to commence, necessitating a vast supply of resources. Seizing immortal mines was the most direct and effective method. Understood. Lu Jiang clasped his hands, then promptly took action, escorting the members of the Ding family to the celestial mine. The ascended beings, now liberated, expressed profound gratitude towards Kaishan. Seizing the opportunity, the patriarch won the hearts of a multitude of women. Even celestial maidens found themselves bowing beneath the grandeur of his oversized shorts. Subsequently, Kaishan relocated his base of operations to Starfall City. With the support of the Ding family, he alleviated numerous burdens. The celestial clans within the city were astounded by the rapid advancement of the Yi family. In an astonishing transformation, they emerged as one of the prominent celestial clans in Starfall City. After settling in, Kaishan hastened to the Meng family to propose marriage to Meng Xiaoxiao. Chapter 272. The Birth of the Spirit and Fragments of the Law. On this day, Starfall City buzzed with excitement. It was the day Yi Laozu would take a concubine. Days prior, invitations had been dispatched far and wide, marking this occasion with extraordinary solemnity, as the leaders and patriarchs of various celestial sects and clans gathered with utmost seriousness. The past transgressions lay buried in silence, and few anticipated that Meng Ku would wed his daughter to Yi Laozu, a man reputed to have amassed tens of thousands of partners. The celestial clans whispered among themselves, perplexed and incredulous, some even deeming Meng Ku's decision reckless. Yet, Meng Ku sat at the head of the table, beaming with satisfaction. On the wedding night, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your root bone has been upgraded to a mid-grade celestial spiritual root. In the deep of night, upon receiving this system alert, Kaishan felt invigorated, as if he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Upon attaining the celestial spiritual root, each subsequent advancement in rank altered the speed at which he absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. In the ensuing period, Kaishan dedicated himself to expanding his lineage, while simultaneously continuing to take concubines. Many female cultivators, having emerged from the celestial mine, flocked to him upon hearing of his exploits. Once esteemed as the elite among mortals, they had come to realize the harsh realities of the celestial realm. Thus, finding a protector became imperative. Consequently, Kaishan welcomed all who came, tirelessly taking in new companions. The cultivators of Starfall City were left in awe, inundated with gifts. On this day, yet another group of ascended beings arrived to pledge their allegiance. Individuals who had once ascended alongside Kaishan, now turning to him for support. Upon learning of their arrival, Kaishan's demeanor turned frosty as he commanded, "Let the female cultivators remain, while the males depart. In the past, you disregarded me. Now, you cannot reach my heights." Months passed, and the bellies of Aman, Zhuangyan, and Ming Xiaoxiao began to swell. The concubines brought from the lower realm also began to give birth. Congratulations, host. You have expanded your lineage, giving birth to a mid-grade celestial spiritual root offspring. Rewards include an additional 100 years of life, a mid-grade celestial artifact, a random fragment of the law, and 2,000 celestial stones. To Kaishan's astonishment, among the rewards for childbirth was a fragment of the law. Has the system truly bestowed upon me such a boon? Kaishan couldn't help but ask in delight. The rewards will correlate with the host's cultivation level. Upon reaching true immortal status, you will qualify to comprehend the laws, hence the random appearance of law fragments among childbirth rewards, the system replied. The higher the offspring's spiritual root, the greater the probability of receiving a fragment. Please make the most of this opportunity. Kaishan praised, truly remarkable. Such a considerate and perceptive system is rare to find. Typically, comprehending the laws is a burdensome and arduous endeavor, but receiving law fragments as rewards changes the game entirely. Let me see what this law fragment entails. Kaishan rubbed his hands together in anticipation, akin to unboxing a mystery gift. Upon opening, he was greeted with the message, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a fragment of the Devouring Law." Devouring Law. Kaishan was taken aback. Undoubtedly, the Devouring Law is an exceptionally potent law. While it may not surpass the Yin-Yang principle, it is still regarded as a top-tier law. Among the myriad laws of the 3,000 paths, it ranks within the foremost. Mastering this law to its zenith allows one to devour all and enhance oneself, a straightforward yet brutal approach. Refining. Kaishan, with a mere thought, eagerly commenced the refinement process. In no time, the fragment was successfully refined. He had grasped the essence of the Devouring Law, even if only to a minuscule extent. Yet this threshold remains insurmountable for many celestial beings throughout their lives. Soon after, he visited the birthing chamber, presenting a mid-grade celestial artifact as a token of appreciation to Ranjing. As a mere late Earth immortal, she had never before encountered such an artifact and joyfully embraced Kaishan, showering him with affection. What is a mid-grade celestial artifact? In the future, I shall bestow upon you a top-tier celestial artifact, Kaishan declared grandly. Ranjing's eyes sparkled with excitement, enamored by her husband's extravagant demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Kuei Ling approached her own time of delivery. Suddenly, the skies above Starfall City resonated with celestial melodies, followed by a cascade of astonishing phenomena. Dragons and phoenixes danced. Celestial maidens played conches, and various extraordinary sights enveloped 1,000,000 miles of space. What on earth is this phenomenon? A celestial body. A celestial being is descending upon Starfall City. Quick, investigate at any cost. We must secure this child. The various celestial clans within the city grew fervent, yet soon found themselves at a loss. The source of the phenomenon originated from the Yi family. The Yi family has birthed a celestial body? The clan leaders turned pale, contemplating how they might seize such a prize if it were born into a common family. How could they contend with the Yi family? Congratulations, host. You have expanded your lineage, giving birth to an upper-grade celestial spiritual root offspring. Rewards include an additional 100 years of life, an upper-grade celestial artifact, a fragment of the law, and 4,000 celestial stones. Note, this child possesses a unique constitution, the innate Tao body celestial fetus. Kuei Ling, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Kaishan rejoiced. Although Kuei Ling's cultivation was not on par with Ranjing's, her unique constitution, combined with his superior genes, resulted in an explosive birth. An upper-grade celestial spiritual root, coupled with a celestial body, marked this child as a prodigy. The innate Tao body celestial fetus is an unparalleled constitution that harmonizes both law and physical prowess. Not only does it foster a swift cultivation process, but it also boasts unparalleled physical capabilities, being born as a human celestial physique. It is no exaggeration to state that once this child matures and masters their powers, they will be able to contend with celestial beings. Overjoyed, Kaishan immediately visited the birthing chamber to present a mid-grade celestial artifact to Kuei Ling, deeming an upper-grade celestial artifact too formidable for her grasp. Kuei Ling was ecstatic, finding it vastly superior to her former spiked club. Husband, is he a celestial body? After her initial joy, Kuei Ling, pointing at the infant in her arms, tentatively inquired. She had sensed the external phenomena and possessed sufficient insight to question. Indeed, you are perceptive. This child not only possesses an upper-grade celestial spiritual root, but is also an innate Tao body celestial fetus, Kaishan confirmed with a smile. Kuei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such an extraordinary child truly be hers? It took her a while to regain composure. Husband, let us name our son. Kaishan pondered briefly before declaring, let us name him Xianxian. Fortunately, this celestial body came with an innate naming ability. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Subsequently, Kaishan exited the birthing chamber to review his rewards. The news of the Yi family's celestial body had already set Starfall City ablaze with excitement. Soon after, an even more explosive revelation emerged. The Yi family possesses not merely one celestial body. Astute observers have discerned that many others lie concealed. Whispers have circulated, proclaiming that the venerable ancestor Yi is a master of procreation, specifically of celestial bodies. The source of this revelation remains a mystery, yet it has sent shockwaves through the various celestial clans and sections. Quick, summon the young lady at once, bellowed the excited patriarch of a certain celestial clan. Chapter 273. The innate gathering treasure basin, the laws of time. The celestial families of Starfall City have stirred into a frenzy. They have finally grasped the reason behind Monk's beaming smile at the Yi family's banquet that fateful day. This old fellow was clearly aware of Yi Kaishan's extraordinary ability, fantasizing about embracing a celestial body grandchild. Consequently, numerous celestial clans, unwilling to be outdone, have beseeched for matrimonial alliances. Each of these clans boasts a lineage spanning over 1,000,000 years. Even those least adept at procreation have numerous descendants. Identifying some exceptional female relatives would be but a trifling matter. At this moment, Kaishan was inspecting his rewards. Among them was the top-tier celestial artifact, the innate gathering treasure basin. This artifact, while lacking any offensive or defensive capabilities, possesses an astonishing functionality. It can amass innate energies within the basin, nurturing treasures capable of evolving into magical artifacts, celestial medicines, and more. Additionally, mundane items can be cast into the basin, and through the passage of time, they might transform into divine treasures. The terrifying capabilities of the innate gathering treasure basin include the creation of entities from the void and the harvesting of milk from grazing. With a mere thought, Kaishan retrieved the basin, which appeared unassuming, resembling a standard vegetable washing bowl. Yet within it shimmered countless stars, imbued with profound mysteries, infinitely capable of containing the world itself. Would it be possible to toss someone in and emerge with a celestial maiden? Mused Kaishan, chuckling at the whimsical thought. Alas, this artifact cannot contain living beings, otherwise it would have truly been beyond comprehension. Thus, he proceeded to extract an array of pills, spiritual herbs, materials, and so forth, all of which were rendered unnecessary from the lower realms. He poured them into the basin to assess the outcome. Subsequently, he produced a shard of a law as a reward. This particular shard pertained to the law of thunder. Kaishan deemed it quite satisfactory. Although the law of thunder is not among the highest echelons of laws, its destructive and lethal capabilities are unparalleled. It could be refined. An hour later, after completing the refinement, Kaishan emerged into the outside world, and immediately upon his exit, a maid approached with news. Ancestor, the various celestial clans of Starfall City seek an audience, expressing desires for matrimonial unions with you. Upon hearing this, Kaishan's demeanor transformed, curving into an exquisite smile. Such fortuitous opportunities are certainly to be embraced. He would welcome as many as wished to come, without hesitation. He instructed them to send each suitor forth, assuring them of his acceptance. These celestial women predominantly possessed celestial spiritual roots, and with his noble bloodline, the probability of producing offspring with celestial spiritual roots was nearly a certainty. Only a fool would decline such an offer. Thus, invitations from the Yi family soared forth like swift arrows, as Kaishan continued to marry while simultaneously, his numerous consorts were giving birth. After 2.5 years, the celestial maidens he wed began to ascend, delivering offspring in succession. Remarkably, most of these children boasted inferior to mid-tier celestial spiritual roots. Notably, Meng Xiaoxiao produced a superior celestial spiritual root. Although lacking a unique constitution, such a caliber of spiritual root within the Xuanji celestial domain is considered exceptional. The Meng family has yet to witness the emergence of a superior celestial spiritual root. In a brief span, the Yi family's celestial spiritual root offspring surged dramatically. Each celestial spiritual root child brought rewards of celestial artifacts and celestial stones, propelling the Yi family's wealth to astonishing heights. On average, each child garnered a reward of 1,000 celestial stones. 1,000 children would yield 1,000,000 celestial stones, and 10,000 would amount to 10 million. Moreover, with the continued birth of celestial spiritual root offspring, this figure continued to escalate. Simultaneously, Yi Kaishan's possession of celestial artifacts reached a staggering count of 2,000. Among these were 3 top-tier celestial artifacts: the 10,000 Celestial Tower, the Innate Gathering Treasure Basin, and the Doomsday Celestial Spear, awarded for Meng Xiaoxiao's childbirth. This treasure is exceptionally violent, encompassing various laws of destruction and slaughter. Once unleashed, it can obliterate the heavens and the earth, hence its ominous designation. Several hundred mid-tier celestial artifacts and over 1,000 inferior celestial artifacts comprised the remainder. Despite the preponderance of inferior artifacts, they were suitable for use by his consorts and offspring. Consequently, Yi Kaishan promptly issued a decree. Any Yi family member who attained the human celestial stage could claim an inferior celestial artifact from him, while those who reached the celestial stage could receive a mid-tier celestial artifact. It is worth noting that even among the celestial clans of Starfall City, only prominent family members possess celestial artifacts. Ordinary members are exceedingly rare. In the celestial realm, the price of an inferior celestial artifact ranges from hundreds of thousands to 1,000,000 celestial stones. Families like the Yes, with such unparalleled wealth, are virtually non-existent. In a fervor of enthusiasm, the Yi family members were invigorated, plunging into a frenzy of cultivation. With resources aplenty, all they needed to do was close their eyes and cultivate. If they failed to exert effort, they had no one to blame but themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan nurtured the Fortune Golden Lotus, elevating it to the 12th tier. A 12th tier Fortune Golden Lotus provides a 120 enhancement, though it may seem modest over time. This advantage will manifest significantly. In the celestial realm, human celestials do not require tribulations, only progressing through 4 small realms: initial, middle, late, and perfection. Thus, cultivation is considerably easier compared to the lower realms. Through Yi Kaishan's relentless efforts, many of the consorts with divine roots have gradually attained celestial spiritual roots and subsequently broken through to human celestial. The Jiaolong clans Long Zhe and Long Lan have even advanced to Earth Celestial. His offspring have also not lagged behind. Many with celestial spiritual roots, divine bodies, and celestial bodies have achieved the fusion stage, with some even reaching the great ascension stage. In similar circumstances, the cultivation speed in the celestial realm is at least 10 times that of the lower realm. On this particular day, as Yi Kaishan reviewed his rewards, he was astonished to discover that the shards of laws had reached 58 in number. All had been unlocked. Yi Kaishan was filled with anticipation. Opening a blind box is delightful, but unveiling over 50 is even more exhilarating. Congratulations on acquiring the Water Law Shard. Congratulations on acquiring the Eating Law Shard. Congratulations on acquiring the Stone Law Shard. Congratulations on acquiring. Excessive. Why are all these laws related to eating? Yi Kaishan found himself at a loss. Is there truly a law regarding consumption? If this continues, might there be one for expulsion as well? With countless laws governing heaven and earth, some are undeniably peculiar, and certain oddities made Yi Kaishan squirm. The collision law? You better clarify how that works. With widened eyes, Yi Kaishan beheld a plethora of incomprehensible laws. However, in the next moment, his heart surged with excitement, nearly causing him to rise from his seat. Congratulations on acquiring the Time Law Shard. By the heavens, the Time Law, you have finally arrived. Yi Kaishan was beside himself with joy. Undeniably, the Time Law ranks among the top 10 supreme laws. Yet, his excitement stemmed from more than just that. With the Time Law, he could masterfully control time, transforming into a maestro of time management, thereby expanding his lineage more effectively. Upon ascending to the celestial realm, ordinary celestial artifacts no longer suffice to manipulate the flow of time. Only the Time Law can achieve such a feat. The Time Law. I shall affectionately deem you the instrument of procreation. Yi Kaishan rejoiced at the emergence of this Time Law. He was thoroughly satisfied. The laws of collision and consumption could be entirely disregarded. However, amidst the subsequent fragments, a principle emerged that piqued Yi Kaishan's interest. Chapter 274, Monumental Advancement, Such Sparring. Congratulations. You have acquired a puppet law fragment. Yi Kaishan beamed handsomely. Although the puppet law does not rival the law of time, mastering it to a certain degree allows one to transform adversaries into mere puppets, manipulable at will. Apart from some peculiar laws, many laws, when cultivated to their zenith, exhibit immense power. With all 58 laws fully activated, several resonated with Yi Kaishan's satisfaction: time, puppet, water, fire, and the dream law. He had no intention of practicing the remaining odd laws. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. He refrained from pursuing laws that did not align with his ambitions. Yet, neglecting to cultivate them would render these law fragments somewhat squandered. System: can I exchange the unwanted law fragments for specified law fragments? When faced with uncertainty, consult the system. Yes, the mechanical voice of the system resonated, akin to a celestial melody. No way, really? Yi Kaishan exclaimed in astonishment, impressed by the system's promptness. He casually inquired, not expecting such a decisive response. Exchange rules. The host may only exchange for laws they possess. Second, 10 law fragments can be exchanged for one specified law fragment. After reviewing the exchange rules, Yi Kaishan found them acceptable. It was better than wasting them. In other words, is a single time law fragment not more valuable than 10 fragments of the collision law? System: exchange 5 time law fragments for me. Without hesitation, Yi Kaishan opted to exchange for time law fragments, as this was what he needed most. He had already mastered the aspects of yin and yang proficiently. To further expand his horizons, he required time. After a successful exchange, Yi Kaishan immediately commenced the refinement process. A day later, all law fragments had been refined. In the training room, Yi Kaishan sat in tranquil meditation, with the laws swirling around him. As time danced in the air, the time law coalesced into a river, flowing like a gentle stream. Time halt. Suddenly, Yi Kaishan opened his eyes and spoke a truth. In an instant, the fabric of space around him froze. Moments later, it resumed. This was the culmination of his refinement of the time fragments. Yi Kaishan could now momentarily suspend the surrounding space. This was incredibly powerful and pivotal. In what manner was it pivotal? Yi Kaishan exited the training room as night fell, traversing the chambers of over 100 concubines throughout the night. Do not misconstrue this. It was not due to speed. Time remained unchanged. However, his efficiency had skyrocketed tenfold. He even had leisure to sip tea and engage in idle chatter, navigating effortlessly. Time is not measured by how much one possesses, but by how much one masters. Yi Kaishan could not help but muse that if he could comprehend the law of time in the lower realms, he would have already fathered a billion offspring. Subsequently, he delved into his endeavors with unwavering diligence. Even with numerous concubines, there was no urgency, as some were in seclusion for cultivation. Amidst the intervals of childbirth, he remained committed to self-improvement. Months passed. One day, Fairy Himeng and Bai Luo arrived at Starfall City. Upon learning of their visit, Yi Kaishan's mind conjured the image of a regal beauty adorned in palace attire. Soon, he met the two women in the reception hall of the Yi family. Fairy Himeng gazed at Yi Kaishan, astonishment flickering in her eyes. The Yi Kaishan before her was a stark contrast to the one she had previously known. Though his appearance had not dramatically changed, he had become even more handsome. Yet, it was the essence and the subtle aura he exuded that instilled a sense of pressure within her. This individual's strength likely surpassed her own, she mused internally. For she was a perfected celestial being. It had been quite some time since the two fairies had met. Yi Kaishan smiled, his gaze appraising them. Bai Luo had not changed much, still not having entered the mid-stage of Earth Immortal. What intrigued him was the persistent dreamlike aura surrounding the palace-dressed woman, making her seem somewhat unreal. This was the ambience unique to the dream law. Coincidentally, Yi Kaishan had a modicum of expertise in the dream law. This law was exceedingly enigmatic, able to draw opponents into a dreamscape where they could be manipulated at will, leading to their abrupt demise without their awareness. The techniques were numerous, contingent on one's ingenuity. Yi Daoist friend, it feels like an eternity since we last met. Your transformation astonishes me, Fairy Himeng praised sincerely. Not at all, Daoist friend. You two have become even more exquisite, Yi Kaishan replied candidly, speaking his heart. Although Fairy Himeng was several tens of thousands of years old, her mature and enchanting appearance, coupled with her ethereal aura, was truly exceptional. Fairy Himeng was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever complimented her so openly. Though somewhat abrupt, being appreciated brought her a clandestine joy. You flatter me. How could I possibly compare to any of your partners, all of whom are stunning? She humbly smiled, then swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, Yi Daoist friend, we have come today to invite you to join the Sacred Spirit Immortal sect. I wonder how you feel about this. She stated her intent directly, knowing further elaboration would lead to eye rolls from Bai Luo beside her. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan was not particularly surprised. He had already deduced the purpose of their visit. He did not rush to respond, but instead posed a question that sidestepped the matter entirely. Fairy he, I have heard you specialize in the dream path, and coincidentally, I have dabbled in it as well. How about we engage in a sparring session? If you win, I shall acquiesce to your request, Kaishan suggested with a smile. Is this truly so? Fairy He Ming exclaimed, her confidence surging at that moment. Kaishan's challenge struck at the core of her expertise. Indeed, Kaishan nodded. However, should you lose, you must grant me one request. A request? Fairy He Ming's expression shifted, contemplating, but she soon arrived at a decision. While she might not be Kaishan's match in combat, she had no reason to falter in a contest of the dream path. Very well, it is settled. Prepare yourself, Taoist friend. Fairy He Ming declared, immediately launching into action. The two remained motionless, their consciousnesses entering another realm. Fairy He Ming found herself in an ethereal world, Kaishan's dream. At that moment, Kaishan lay motionless on a cloud bed, ensconced in slumber. Fairy He Ming approached, smiling knowingly. Indeed, her opponent offered no resistance. In the next moment, she raised her delicate hand, poised to conclude the battle. The dreamscape was her domain. Yet, at that instant, Kaishan abruptly sat up, casting her a charming smile. With a gasp, Fairy He Ming found herself drawn into his embrace, rendered immobile. What are you doing? Fairy He Ming panicked. This was hardly a fair contest. In her fluster, she was at a loss for how to respond, stripped of her means of defense. Kaishan chuckled unsettlingly. Next, they transitioned to his realm of expertise, the external world. Bai Luo watched in astonishment as two rosy hues bloomed on Fairy He Ming's porcelain-like face, her body trembling slightly. What is happening? She wore a perplexed expression, her mind swirling with questions. Chapter 275, The Map of the Immortal Realm and the Tree of Enlightenment. At that moment, the ethereal Fairy He Ming suddenly twitched, awakening from her slumber. Without a glance back, she dashed out. Her steps were frantic, her gaze shy, and her cheeks flushed like snow. Bai Luo stared in a daze, and before she realized it, her own face had turned crimson. She was no fool. She could surmise what had transpired. Fairy He Ming had been bullied by Kaishan in her dreams. Hiss! Bai Luo gasped in shock. Was Kaishan's mastery of the dream path truly this formidable? In truth, when it came to the principles of dreams, Kaishan was no match for Fairy He Ming. However, he was utterly shameless. He played by no rules, launching his attacks as soon as they met. Although Fairy He Ming was of considerable age, she remained unblemished and had never encountered such an experience. Naturally, she was unable to withstand Kaishan's onslaught, ultimately succumbing. Fairy He Ming, you have lost. Kaishan shouted gleefully, chasing after her. This was called seizing the victory, striking while the iron was hot. The victor must carry themselves with the grace befitting their triumph. You shameless rogue. Fairy He Ming regained her composure, turning back to scold him, a current still coursing through her body, nearly electrifying her. Battles were inherently like this. Should she face a true enemy, it would not merely be a matter of shamelessness. Kaishan maintained a calm demeanor. Fairy, as a prominent figure of the Holy Spirit Immortal sect, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Alas, if you were to renege, I truly would be at a loss. He continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm, provoking her further. Fairy He Ming stamped her foot in frustration. And being thus incited by Kaishan, she blurted out, who said I would renege? My Holy Spirit Immortal sect would never bully the weak. A loss is a loss. Very well, let us set a date. Kaishan exclaimed joyfully, relishing her straightforwardness. He, too, was forthright. He had already broached the topic of marriage and children in the dream. Then let it be 3 years hence. Fairy He Ming hesitated, contemplating suggesting 100 million years later, but that would be akin to dishonesty. No problem, Kaishan nodded. To an immortal, 3 years was but a fleeting moment. Subsequently, Fairy He Ming took residence in the Yi household, awaiting the arrival of the 3-year mark. 1 year later, Long Zhe, having borne a great belly for 2 years, finally gave birth. This child, inheriting the bloodlines of both the dragon and human races, emerged with a superior immortal spiritual root and contained a potent bloodline power within. Kaishan named the girl Yi Lizhen, meaning great strength. As a reward for the childbirth, he received a superior immortal artifact named the Starry Dragon Monument. Adorned with countless dragon imprints, once activated, it would summon a myriad of dragons, wielding incomprehensible power. After Long Zhe's delivery, the second child of the Yaoqi goddess also bore offspring with superior immortal spiritual roots. The bestowed treasure was named the Map of Mountains and Rivers, a superior immortal artifact that also served as a map of the immortal realm, detailing a portion of its territories. Should an adversary fall within the map, they would be subject to the control of the map's possessor. Kaishan promptly produced the Map of Mountains and Rivers, scrutinizing it with keen interest. This map recorded the 7 immortal domains, Tianshu, Tianquan, Tianxian, Xinji, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The 7 domains were contiguous, vast, and boundless. Yaoqi? Suddenly, Yi Kaishan spotted a force named Yaoqi Immortal Sect in a corner of the map, located within the Tianxian Immortal Domain, and several other domains. He also discovered the Taishian Immortal Sect and Tian Can, along with a few sacred lands from the lower realms, corresponding to their respective immortal sections. This meant that cultivators ascending from the 9 provinces fell under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court. Yi Kaishan suddenly understood, while ascension would not designate a specific location. It would provide a general area. The domains of Xinji, Tianxian, plus Tianshu, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Tianquan, and Yaoguang were all adjacent, collectively under the purple micro-immortal king's dominion. How intriguing. When I have the time, I must pay a visit to the Tian Can Immortal Sect. Yi Kaishan chuckled, for he had not forgotten the ambush orchestrated by the old ancestor of Tian Can. At that time, he would skin that old silkworm for leather shoes. Then, Yi Kaishan stowed away the immortal map and presented the gathering treasure basin. Within the basin, nebulous starry clouds floated, harboring various immortal herbs and dozens of immortal pills. All of these were completed transformations, with many still in the process. Goodness, you work rather swiftly. Yi Kaishan marveled. In just a year or two, so much had been accomplished. Such efficiency warranted an award for outstanding performance. Among the transformed pills, most were of inferior grade, with a handful being of medium grade. These immortal pills served various purposes, enhancing cultivation, altering aptitude, healing wounds, and bolstering combat power. Yi Kaishan took them all out, contemplated briefly, and summoned Su Mei, Wu Nanshan, Wang Shifeng, Zhao Fian, Shui Binger, and others. These were his earliest concubines, and naturally, he thought of them first when he had good fortune to share. Of course, he also included his daughter-in-law, Mu Wanqing. Yi Kaishan distributed the cultivation-enhancing immortal pills among them and instructed them to consume them immediately. He refrained from giving them the aptitude-enhancing pills, for he himself was the best pill available. It was merely a matter of frequency. Only Mu Wanqing received an additional aptitude-enhancing pill. The ladies were ecstatic. Even though their husband now had celestial maidens as concubines, he still did not neglect them. After some time, the ladies began to break through. Su Mei, already at the great ascension stage and possessing an immortal body, consumed a medium-grade cultivation-enhancing pill, elevating her to the early stage of Earth Immortal. The other concubines, slightly less fortunate, only reached the human immortal stage. The daughter-in-law had better luck, with an aptitude pill. Her spiritual root soared, attaining an inferior immortal spiritual root, and her cultivation also ascended to human immortal. The ladies felt as though they were in a dream, reminiscing about their humble beginnings in Qingyun town, when they were mere mortal women or lowly qi refinement cultivators. Now, they had transformed into immortals. Fate can be quite miraculous at times. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan distributed the remaining immortal pills to quickly bolster the family's strength. Lu Fian, the Yaoqi goddess, and the holy maidens of various sacred lands, with the assistance of the immortal pills, all stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. In a single day, the Yi family gained over 20 Earth Immortals and more than 30 human immortals. Thus, the family's advancement criteria had been met. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The family scale has increased, advancing to an 8-rank immortal clan. Reward: exceptional immortal plant, seedling of the Tree of Enlightenment. What the heck? The Tree of Enlightenment. Yi Kaishan gazed at the reward, his excitement causing him to flash a broad grin. The Tree of Enlightenment embodies the laws of heaven and earth. Meditating beneath its boughs enhances one's comprehension and offers the chance to grasp the great laws. Furthermore, its leaves can be brewed into tea, inducing a state of enlightenment that propels one's cultivation forward. Yi Kaishan retrieved the seedling of the Tree of Enlightenment, standing at merely 3 feet tall. The seedling was flawless in its entirety, suffused with rich Tao rhythms, and the dancing leaves bore traces of the laws. Note: this tree can be bound to the family, enhancing the comprehension of its members. The system's voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan's eyes sparkled. Was this not akin to the Fortune Golden Lotus? A family-wide amplification artifact. Chapter 276. Did you not mention my name? Yi Kaishan rejoiced, for the system remained ever so considerate, directly arranging such a boon for him. The juvenile Tree of Enlightenment could double the comprehension of the family members. Upon reaching adulthood, one may experience an enhancement of up to 5-fold. If one were to meditate beneath the wisdom tree or partake of its enlightening tea, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. In essence, the system has entirely digitized the capabilities of the wisdom tree. In truth, as long as the wisdom tree is planted within the confines of the family, any member residing in that vicinity can elevate their comprehension. However, Fearing the complications this might entail, Brother Tong directly bound it. Thus, any member of the Yi family can, unbeknownst to them, benefit from the wisdom tree's augmentation. Consequently, Yi Kaishan planted the wisdom tree within the confines of his cave abode. This way, he could continuously reap the benefits of the tree's powers. What on earth is happening today? I feel an intense itch in my head, as though I am on the verge of a mental breakthrough. At the Yi family estate, a young boy exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration. The mystical abilities he had long struggled to grasp suddenly crystallized in his mind. Am I too formidable? What if I inadvertently place too much pressure on my elder siblings? Heavenly Great Spirit Pill. I have finally succeeded. Across various locations within the Yi estate, many individuals were subtly influenced by the wisdom tree. A doubling of perception is sufficient to alter many circumstances. Previously insurmountable challenges swiftly yielded to breakthroughs. On this day, Yi Kaishan had just exited the chamber of a concubine when a servant awaited him at the door, reporting that Lu Jiang sought an audience. Yi Kaishan promptly made his way to the family's council hall. The head of the Celestial Gate, Lu Jiang, had been waiting there, appearing battered and bloodied, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. My lord, it is dire. I have encountered a formidable opponent. Upon Yi Kaishan's arrival, Lu Jiang fell to his knees, his face a mask of despair as he relayed his report. Not long ago, he had been tasked with seizing celestial mines, leading a contingent of ascendants in a vigorous campaign. After considerable effort, they had managed to capture one mine. However, when attempting to seize a second, they encountered a fierce adversary, nearly losing their lives in the process. Furthermore, their own celestial mine was seized, leaving them with none. Who was responsible? Did you not invoke my name? Yi Kaishan inquired, his brow furrowing in a cold tone. Over the years, his reputation in Xingyun City had become resounding. He had annihilated the Ding family with a single strike, instilling fear far and wide. Generally, other factions were inclined to show deference to the Yi family. It was the Celestial Gate. I invoked your name, but they responded with even greater ferocity. My two brothers were unable to escape and were slain. Lu Jiang replied vehemently. The Celestial Gate? Very well, take me there. I shall obliterate them. Yi Kaishan's demeanor turned icy, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. My lord, the Celestial Gate is protected by 3 perfected true immortals and wields middle-grade celestial artifacts, making them considerably stronger than the Ding family. Should we not devise a more prudent strategy? Lu Jiang tentatively suggested, attempting to offer a word of caution. Not at all. Yi Kaishan replied nonchalantly, producing a middle-grade celestial pill and bestowing it upon Lu Jiang. You have performed commendably. Take this to enhance your strength. Is this truly for me, my lord? Lu Jiang gasped, his eyes wide. To date, he had only consumed a low-grade celestial pill and had never even touched a middle-grade one. This is a reward for your loyalty, Yi Kaishan stated succinctly, then took flight. Lu Jiang, having stowed away the celestial pill, hurriedly followed. In a certain celestial mine within the 100 Broken Mountains, celestial beings from the Celestial Gate loomed over the captives, their demeanor cold and commanding. Behave yourselves. Diligently mine for the Celestial Gate. Those who perform admirably may be granted the opportunity to become official disciples. Joining the Celestial Gate promises boundless opportunities. Our foundation far exceeds that of a mere Yi family. This indigenous clan from the lower realms is utterly oblivious to their impending doom. They dare to seize our celestial mines. We shall annihilate them shortly. Let me be candid. The Celestial Gate is under the aegis of the Rui Immortal sect. You have heard of the Rui Immortal sect, have you not? The proud elders of the true Immortal spoke, addressing the ascendants below. While others may fear the Yi family, they held no such trepidation. The Celestial Gate not only boasted several true immortals, but was also sheltered by the Rui Immortal sect. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the ascendants below shifted, recognizing the weight of the Rui Immortal sect's name. This was a top-tier force within the Xuanji Immortal domain, replete with numerous powerful beings and presided over by golden immortal titans. In terms of sheer strength, they surpassed even the Holy Spirit Immortal sect. The Rui Immortal sect reigned over the 100 Broken Mountains, possessing nearly 100 celestial mines, while also controlling various celestial clans and sects, with the Celestial Gate being one of them. Have you all made your decisions? Will you follow the Celestial Gate to glory, or accompany the Yi family into the abyss? The third elder of the Celestial Gate declared coldly, his true immortal pressure enveloping the area, rendering all present incapable of lifting their heads. The ascendants bore grim expressions, gritting their teeth to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. The Celestial Gate? After today, this force shall cease to exist. With the utterance of those words, the oppressive weight on the ascendants vanished, granting them a sense of renewed vitality. Yi Kaishan's figure appeared before the crowd, having materialized without a sound. Even the elders of the Celestial Gate were taken aback by his sudden arrival. Kaishan, I never expected you to dare come here. For your audacity, I shall grant you an opportunity. Should you gain the forgiveness of the sect leader and join the Celestial Gate, serving my sect for generations, we shall consider this matter resolved, the third elder said nonchalantly, a proud smile adorning his face. The earlier panic had long since dissipated. He did not believe Kaishan would dare to take action against him. Even if he refused to show him respect, he would still regard the Immortal sect with deference. Kaishan chuckled, speaking leisurely. Have you finished delivering your last words? What? The expression of the third elder changed dramatically. In the next moment, Kaishan's massive hand descended, crushing him effortlessly. A mere true immortal dares to speak so brazenly before me. You killed the third elder? The disciples of the Celestial Gate were struck with fear. How could this individual resort to violence over a mere disagreement? More astonishingly, the third elder, who was in the late stages of true immortal, had been unable to withstand a single strike. Let all of you perish. The Celestial Gate shall accompany you into the abyss. Kaishan continued his assault, leaving only one trembling disciple of the Celestial Gate standing. Oddly enough, this sect had no female cultivators. Take me to the Celestial Gate, Kaishan commanded the remaining disciple, lifting him with ease and tossing him aside as he began to stride away. Lu Jiang, I leave this place in your hands. The arriving Lu Jiang was filled with astonishment. My lord, what are you planning? He wouldn't dare to annihilate the Celestial Gate, would he? Before long, Kaishan, still gripping the disciple, arrived at his destination. The towering divine mountains and ancient palaces of the Celestial Gate loomed before him. Kaishan wasted no time, launching an attack. Boom. The earth shook, triggering the defensive array of the Celestial Gate. Who dares intrude upon my territory? A thunderous voice echoed from within. Chapter 277. Is it about the celestial artifact? True immortals are invincible. Kaishan's appearance sent ripples through the powers of the 100 broken mountains. This was the ascendant from the Yi family. Was he challenging the Celestial Gate? Arrogance. The combined might of the three strongholds of the Celestial Gate can contend with the Xian Immortal. Even if this individual possesses some skills, he cannot possibly rival the Xian Immortal. The individual has somewhat overestimated himself. The might of the Celestial God sect is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the Ding family. The onlookers shook their heads with amused smiles, perceiving Kaishan's actions as tantamount to courting death. At this very moment, within the Celestial God sect, a towering figure, resembling a deity, burst forth. He exuded a wild charisma, his muscular physique prominently displayed, and his golden locks danced in the wind with formidable splendor. This was Bachalu, the sect leader of the Celestial God sect, a being of consummate celestial prowess, adept in the laws of the blade, unmatched in both combat and destructive potential. Kid, dare to be audacious in my Celestial God sect. Have you grown weary of life? Bachalu gazed down upon Kaishan with an air of superiority. His frame stood at an imposing height, casting an overwhelming presence. Bring forth your allies. I shall deal with them all at once. Kaishan replied nonchalantly, sensing two other formidable auras concealed within the sect, nearly on par with Bachalu. What? Bachalu paused momentarily before erupting into laughter. You are that native from the lower realm? Do not presume that a modicum of cultivation grants you license to rampage. This is the celestial realm. Bachalu sneered, having already discerned Kaishan's identity. I have already slain your companions. Now it is your turn. Once I extinguish you, the Celestial God sect shall be obliterated. Kaishan retorted coldly, your threats are meaningless. At his words, Bachalu's expression darkened, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him. You seek death. I shall annihilate your entire lineage. With a thunderous roar, he summoned a blood-red axe, its mere emergence sending tremors through the heavens and earth, an invisible aura of slaughter enveloping the surroundings. Bachalu wielded the bloodthirsty axe, a mid-grade celestial artifact, unparalleled in lethality, even among its peers. It was said that even across vast stretches of time and space, one could still sense the sharpness of the blood axe. With such a formidable weapon in his possession, Bachalu, at the pinnacle of celestial mastery, was nearly invincible within this realm. Rumors suggested that Kaishan had just entered the ranks of celestial beings. Even with a mid-grade celestial artifact, he would be no match for Bachalu. Observers calculated that Kaishan's chances of survival were virtually nil. It could be declared a death sentence before the battle had even commenced. My bloodthirsty axe has tasted the blood of countless foes. You shall be next. Bachalu's muscles swelled as he channeled his strength into the axe. With a single swing, the world seemed to darken. An ominous wind howling as if the very spirits lamented. Humph! You dare present such a wretched axe? Today, I shall show you what a true celestial artifact is. Kaishan bellowed, raising his hand to summon the Doomsday Spear. Bang! With a mere tremor, he sent the bloodthirsty axe soaring from Bachelu's grasp, nearly dislodging it from his hand. An even more terrifying aura of slaughter and destruction surged forth from the doomsday spear. The space resonated with a horrific sound akin to the lamentation of the heavens. Under this oppressive atmosphere, the surrounding experts felt as if they were plunged into an icy abyss, witnessing the decay of the world, as if the apocalypse had arrived. "This is a top-grade celestial artifact," someone gasped, nearly collapsing from sheer shock. In comparison, the murderous intent of the bloodthirsty axe seemed trivial, akin to a child's play. Utterly insignificant, a mere small fry overshadowed by a giant. Trouble. A formidable enemy. Two elders clad in resplendent robes emerged from the celestial god sect. They were the first and second elders, both at the pinnacle of celestial mastery. Armed with mid-grade celestial artifacts, they rushed to Bachelu's aid. Great Thousand Vortex. Dawn's light. The elders radiated brilliance as they unleashed their ultimate techniques against Kaishan. Phantoms of myriad worlds and dazzling divine lights converged, shrouding the area in an overwhelming spectacle. The laws of the vortex and light were invoked as the two elders made their move. It was said that the vortex law was a branch of the laws of the world, capable of evolving into black holes and giving rise to worlds. This technique was potent enough to obliterate any celestial being. The gathered experts were momentarily taken aback. Yet in the next instant, Kaishan remained as steadfast as a mountain, manifesting the laws of time. Time cease. With a sweeping gesture, he transcended the constraints of time, enveloping the entire space around him. The power of the time freeze plunged the realm into an instant of stillness, as if everything had been encased in ice, forming a frozen tableau. "It is quite ill-fated to employ the time freeze against you for the first time," Kaishan remarked disdainfully before wielding the doomsday spear to decapitate the second elder. At this juncture, his command over the laws of time allowed him to temporarily immobilize celestial beings, akin to a binding spell. Yet even a fleeting moment was sufficient for a confrontation of such caliber. Whoosh! The head flew off, blood splattering like ink. As time resumed, the second elder's body collapsed, lifeless. The destructive laws of the doomsday spear shattered his very essence, rendering even a celestial being incapable of resurrection. This spectacle left all observers in stunned silence. "The laws of time. You have mastered the laws of time?" Bachelus shouted in terror, unable to fathom that a mere ascendant from the lower realms had grasped one of the world's supreme laws, and at such a profound level that he could immobilize them. Meanwhile, the celestial beings outside were rendered speechless in shock, having witnessed Kaishan's murderous rampage firsthand. The immobilized second elder fell like a chick, utterly powerless against the onslaught. The first elder howled in rage upon witnessing his fallen comrade. Yet his roar was abruptly silenced as Kaishan appeared before him, the doomsday spear piercing his chest. "Bachelu, it is your turn." Kaishan turned back, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips, the spear in his hand emanating an even more terrifying aura of slaughter. Now stained with blood, its power surged to new heights. "Do not act recklessly." Bachelu retreated repeatedly, fear etched across his face. The adversary wielded a top-grade celestial artifact and commanded the laws of time. What hope did he have? "Where has your previous arrogance gone?" Kaishan mocked, advancing with the spear, unleashing a massacre. "Kaishan, if you slay me, the Rui celestial sect will not spare you." Bachelu bellowed defiantly in his final moments before Kaishan delivered a fatal blow. The laws of devouring activated, assimilating and absorbing his essence. Chapter 278. Annihilation of the Celestial God Sect. Ao Yejia is conquered. The devouring laws enabled the absorption of an opponent's cultivation, yet posed a risk of chaotic power. Excessive absorption could lead to one's destruction. Even if it did not result in an explosion, it could disrupt one's own magical essence, ultimately resulting in backlash. Just as blood types cannot be mismatched, each cultivator's essence is unique. Therefore, Kaishan could only refine the foe's power, distilling it down to a tenth or even a hundredth, before gradually absorbing it. This method mitigated side effects, albeit with less significant gains. Nevertheless, even so, his magical essence had seen considerable growth, nearing a breakthrough to mid-celestial mastery. Subsequently, he raised his hand, collecting his spoils. At this very moment, all the great sects were utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. They had presumed this to be a certain demise. Yet Kaishan effortlessly dispatched the three formidable warriors of the heavenly god sect with merely a few moves, as if it required no more effort than blowing away dust. Is this truly the power of an immortal? It was terrifying. This individual's combat prowess could well rival that of early-stage xianxian. The true immortals of the various sects fell into a profound silence, lost in contemplation of how many moves they might withstand if they were to face Kaishan. The answer was self-evident. It seemed only those of the celestial kings could hope to subdue him. Someone lamented that, at least within the 100 Break Mountains, and perhaps even within the Xuanji immortal domain, there was no true immortal capable of achieving such a feat, no matter how powerful a true immortal might be. They remained true immortals. Kaishan's annihilation of the heavenly god sect was akin to slapping the face of the Rui immortal sect. I wonder how he will navigate this challenge. Indeed, the heavenly god sect was but a subordinate of the Rui immortal sect. Not only were there xianxian strongmen present, but even golden immortals were stationed there. The Yi family had encountered a major crisis. At this juncture, Lu Jiang arrived with a throng of followers, all wearing expressions of fervor as they witnessed Yi Kaishan's divine might. Among them, several female cultivators were particularly smitten, their hearts fluttering uncontrollably. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan instructed Lu Jiang to escort the disciples of the heavenly god sect to the immortal mines. With the death of Bachalu, the assets of the heavenly god sect naturally fell into the hands of the Yi family, including the management of the immortal mines. Afterwards, Yi Kaishan fed the fortunes of the heavenly god sect to the fortune golden lotus, nurturing it to the 15th rank, yielding a remarkable enhancement of 150. Following the destruction of the heavenly god sect, Yi Kaishan did not relent in his offensive. He and his subordinates seized several more immortal mines, bringing the total under his dominion to 10. On the return journey, Yi Kaishan's consciousness ventured into the 10,000 Immortals Tower, where he amused himself by teasing the demon dragon. How do you find my prowess now? Are you feeling any inclination to reconsider and bear me offspring? Humph. How could a true dragon condescend to a loach? Aoyiji remained haughty, her lips pursed in stubborn silence, even after witnessing Yi Kaishan's earlier execution of Bachalu, which he had orchestrated as a live demonstration for her. Yet, Aoyiji still refused to relent, fully aware that her capitulation would compel him to become obstinate. Alas, how unfortunate. I had intended to assist you in restoring your cultivation, but since you do not appreciate my efforts, let it be. Yi Kaishan shook his head helplessly, producing a small sapling in his hand. Aoyiji was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening at the sight of the diminutive tree. The enlightenment tree. She gasped, astonished. Such a premier celestial plant was beyond the reach of even the dragon clan. From where had Yi Kaishan procured it? May I see it? She inquired, stepping cautiously forward. However, before she could touch it, Yi Kaishan withdrew it. Ah, how peculiar. The noble dragon clan has yet to encounter the enlightenment tree? He teased with a playful tone. Aoyiji retracted her hand, her expression tinged with embarrassment. In the next moment, Yi Kaishan produced another item, the top-grade celestial artifact, the starry dragon tablet. Where did you acquire this? Aoyiji exclaimed, her eyes widening, her voice trembling slightly. This celestial artifact was exceptionally suited to the dragon clan, even surpassing the 9 heavens black dragon cauldron, making it even more appropriate for her. Do you desire it? Yi Kaishan asked with a smile. Aoyiji nodded fervently. Repeat what you just said, he insisted. I am a loach. I am a loach. Aoyiji exclaimed eagerly, nearly kneeling in her urgency. Quick, quick, it's urgent. Obtaining it is quite simple. All you need to do is marry me and bear my children. Not only will I bestow upon you the starry dragon tablet, but I shall also lend you the enlightenment tree for your use, Yi Kaishan declared, his demeanor calm and collected. Upon hearing this, Aoyiji fell silent, her expression a tumult of conflict. At that moment, Yi Kaishan revealed another piece of information. You may not yet know, but I have a child with Long Zhe, possessing a top-grade celestial spiritual root, not inferior to yours. What? Aoyiji raised her head in astonishment. If Long Zhe, a mere ordinary dragon, could produce a child with a top-grade celestial spiritual root, what might she be capable of? Very well, I accept. She nodded emphatically, her defenses crumbling completely. Having lived for so long without having given birth, she was keen to try. Her nature was such that once she accepted something, she would become remarkably straightforward and decisive. It is settled, Yi Kaishan rejoiced, producing several celestial herbs and pills to present to her. Restore your strength first, and wait for my notification. Presently, Aoyiji's cultivation remained suppressed at the human immortal level, which would significantly impede their potential offspring. Yi Kaishan escorted her to the 5th level of the 10,000 Immortals Tower, a place capable of accommodating true immortals. This level of cultivation was just right. Too high would be difficult to manage. With determination, Aoyiji swallowed the celestial herbs whole and then sat down to cultivate. Yi Kaishan departed the 10,000 Immortals Tower and promptly made his way to Yulinglong. This young lady had been quite anxious lately, watching as Yi Kaishan's concubines advanced rapidly while she had made little progress, causing her great distress. In truth, whenever Yi Kaishan had the opportunity, he would come to attempt to unravel the restrictions placed upon her. After a period of diligent effort, the seal had finally begun to loosen. Therefore, Kaishan had come today with the intent to press forward with determination, to strike decisively. Linglong, shall I begin? He asked, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. In a room nearby, Linglong resembled a timid little rabbit, her eyes closed and her teeth clenched, resolutely stating, "Come forth." Previously, it had not bothered her much. But now she detested the restrictions placed upon her, as they severely hindered her progress. Otherwise, she might have already attained the status of a celestial immortal. How could she remain stagnant at the human immortal level? "Oh, Celestial Empress, little do you know that your restrictions are severely obstructing my future," Linglong silently grumbled within. After a considerable time had passed, a resounding crack echoed, as if something had shattered. "Success!" Kaishan exclaimed with great joy. The restrictions had finally been broken. "It's truly gone." Linglong laughed with exhilaration, suddenly leaping into Kaishan's embrace. At that very moment, as the seal upon Linglong was lifted, in a magnificent and opulent deep palace somewhere within the Xianxian immortal domain, a regal and imposing woman abruptly opened her eyes. "What has transpired? The restrictions I set have vanished?" Chapter 279, The Ultimate Celestial Body, the Immortal Slaying Flying Dagger. The imposing woman was none other than the Yaoqi Celestial Empress, acclaimed as the most beautiful and talented woman in the Xianxian immortal domain. The air of unassailable authority that enveloped her left countless men of the Xianxian domain entranced. What man would not wish to conquer such a transcendent beauty? At this moment, the Yaoqi Celestial Empress was filled with fury. She was a genius in the art of restrictions, excelling beyond her peers. Even the most casually laid restrictions were not something ordinary individuals could unravel. Now, however, they had been broken. Who could have accomplished this? Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with cold light as she began to deduce the situation with a delicate gesture of her fingers. Meanwhile, Kaishan had already commenced the next step. With the removal of the restrictions, he was prepared to wed Linglong. He understood that hesitation could lead to complications. It was imperative to act swiftly. The city of Xingyun was abuzz with activity, the Yi family adorned with festive decorations, joyfully welcoming guests from all directions. This time, the number of guests attending Kaishan's wedding surpassed that of the previous occasion. However, many celestial beings, fearing the repercussions of the Rui immortal sect, dared not attend. After all, Kaishan had destroyed the heavenly god sect, incurring the wrath of the Rui immortal sect, an outcome not to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, the wedding proceeded as planned. On the night of their nuptials, there were no obstacles to impede Kaishan. A few months later, Linglong's belly began to swell. It is often said that immortals find it challenging to bear offspring, yet this notion held no validity in Kaishan's case. Whether mortal women or female immortals, he treated them all the same. Over a year passed, and Linglong was ready to give birth. As early as 3 months into her pregnancy, Kaishan had used his celestial eyes to inspect the child within her womb, discovering that the child was enveloped in celestial energy, a sign of an immortal body. Both he and Linglong were of the immortal physique, thus the probability of giving birth to an immortal offspring was exceedingly high. If a child did not manifest, Kaishan would find it rather peculiar. Thus, on the day Linglong was to deliver, Kaishan waited eagerly outside. Sure enough, before long, a prodigious phenomenon unfolded above Starfall City, as the laws of the immortal realm showered blessings, prompting universal celebration. The cultivators within the city were astounded. Could this be yet another sign of an immortal body? Quick, find out where this child is. No need to look further. It's yet another descendant of the Yi family. The various immortal clans scrambled about in a frenzy, but once they discerned the source of the phenomenon to be the Yi family, they fell silent in admiration. Their faces were marked with envy, compelled to acknowledge the prowess of the Yi ancestor. How had he accomplished such a feat? Beep. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage and giving birth to a child with an exceptional immortal root. Rewards include a lifespan increase of 100 years, a premium immortal artifact, 10 fragments of law, the eternal true self-combat technique, and 4,000 immortal stones. Note, this child possesses the unique constitution of the eternal immortal body. Goodness gracious. Linglong, your worth is justified, as I have painstakingly lifted the restrictions on you. Kaishan was overjoyed. The first premium immortal root of the Yi family had been born. Even more astonishing, this child possessed the eternal immortal body, a pinnacle of immortal physique. What does pinnacle mean? Even without cultivation, they could autonomously grow into an immortal being of indestructible stature, transcending a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. With diligent effort, they could easily surpass the likes of immortal lords and kings. Furthermore, this immortal body inherently possessed an invincible combat technique, each being a contender for supremacy within their cohort. The eternal immortal body. Henceforth, you shall be named Yi Yongheng. Before even laying eyes on the child, Kaishan had already decided on the name. He hurried to the birthing chamber, only to behold a child radiating divine brilliance, surrounded by an inexplicable domain, floating in midair. Kaishan was taken aback. This child was born with an innate domain, a prodigy destined for greatness. "Son, come let your mother hold you," Yulinglang called from below, arms outstretched, cautiously preparing to catch the child, fearful he might fall. In truth, such worries were unwarranted. At this moment, Immortal He Meng and Bai Luo arrived. Drawn by the extraordinary phenomena of childbirth, unable to resist the urge to glimpse the event. Upon witnessing the scene, their eyes widened in shock, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Such unparalleled talent could perhaps only be rivaled by the progeny of an immortal king. He Meng whispered in astonishment. Even she, a well-versed inhabitant of the immortal realm, had never encountered a child so defiant of the heavens. At least, none existed within the sacred spirit immortal sect. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, she finally shifted her gaze from the child to Kaishan. At that instant, he seemed to emanate a divine radiance, almost blinding, and somewhat unapproachable. Suddenly, He Meng shuddered, and under Bai Luo's perplexed gaze, fled as if escaping. "What just happened?" Bai Luo questioned, bewildered. To run away after merely a glance? How overly sensitive. Subsequently, Kaishan, having assessed the child, eagerly turned his attention to the rewards. A premium immortal artifact. Even within the immortal realm was a rare treasure. This artifact was known as the Celestial Slayer Flying Dagger. It was a weapon born purely for the purpose of slaughter. Its ferocity unmatched, capable of cleaving through anything. This treasure stemmed from an immortal vine, being one of the gourds it bore. If its full potential were unleashed, even an immortal lord could be effortlessly vanquished, while an immortal king would be compelled to evade its edge. What a marvelous treasure! Kaishan smiled. He was intimately familiar with this artifact, having encountered its legends in his past life. The Celestial Slayer Flying Dagger appeared as a verdant gourd, within which rolled chaotic energy, concealing a sharp blade. It was small and seemingly unremarkable, yet its lethality could instill fear even in immortal lords. Kaishan examined it for a moment before carefully stowing the gourd away. He then reviewed the other rewards. The Eternal True Self-Combat technique was an upper-tier immortal technique, requiring the practitioner to maintain an invincible heart. By doing so, one could condense an invincible law body, communicating with the cosmos, the realms of life and death, and the endless chaos. Once mastered, one would embody an unparalleled war deity, impervious to all forms of attack, crushing everything in their path, enhancing their combat power tenfold. Excellent. Excellent. Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. With this immortal technique, his combat prowess would surely reach new heights. Though upper-tier techniques were challenging to cultivate, it mattered not. As long as his descendants exerted effort and produced many offspring, he would have an unending source of combat experience. If 1,000 years were insufficient, then 1,000,000 years. If 1,000,000 years still fell short, then 100,000,000 years. Thus, Kaishan promptly convened a family assembly, urging all descendants to procreate abundantly. The younger generation responded eagerly, quickly entering the fray, for the more children they bore, the more rewards from their ancestor awaited them. Only a handful of cultivation zealots displayed disinterest in this endeavor. Most other offspring, to varying degrees, felt obliged to contribute by producing several children. 1 year later, beep. Congratulations, host, as your descendants have surpassed 300,000, expanding the family size. Rewards include 10 immortal herbs, 3,000 years of cultivation experience, 3,000 years of formation experience, 3,000 years of alchemy experience, and 3 million immortal stones. On this day, Kaishan's lineage achieved another monumental breakthrough. With several thousand concubines, each bearing 2 children, the family welcomed an additional 100,000 descendants. Immediately, Kaishan absorbed the experience and began to advance. Chapter 280, The Late True Immortal. Marrying Aoyejia. After a considerable time, having absorbed 3,000 years of experience, Kaishan successfully broke through to the late true immortal stage. This realm of true immortals possessed a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Typically, ordinary cultivators required at least 10,000 years to break through a minor realm. Those of lesser aptitude might take even 100,000 years to achieve such progress. For instance, He Meng was nearing 100,000 years of age. She took 500 years to become an immortal, 1,000 years to attain the Earth immortal stage, and 5,000 years to break into the celestial immortal realm. It took her 20,000 years to reach the true immortal level. Such speed was already commendable. However, Kaishan achieved true immortal status in less than 10 years, reaching the late stage. If other true immortals were to learn this, they might be driven to madness from envy. In fact, he had yet to reach 500 years of age. Yet, This did not hinder the Yi ancestor from enjoying the fruits of his labor. Shortly after 300,000 descendants broke through, Yi Kaishan's progeny also exceeded 1,000,000. The total population of the Yi family surpassed 130,000. The rewards for having 1,000,000 descendants were monumental, offering not only 1,000,000 immortal stones, but also 10,000 years of cultivation experience, 10 lower-tier immortal techniques, 10 celestial immortal puppets, and various elixirs. These vast resources brought a beaming smile to Yi Kaishan's face. He subsequently placed these treasures into the Yi family treasury. Following this, Yi Kaishan activated the Yi family trading company, mobilizing departments for weapon forging, potion crafting, puppet creation, and more. They swiftly established a foothold in Starfall City and rapidly expanded outward. Throughout the entire Xuanxi immortal domain, there are over 100 celestial cities, among which more than 20 are located near the Baiduanshan mountain. Within just a year, the Yi Family Commercial Association has expanded its influence in these cities. On this day, the appointed time for Yi Kaishan and the enchanting Huomeng fairy has arrived. The fairy, brimming with anticipation, has been eagerly awaiting this moment, especially since during this period, Yi Kaishan's concubines have been giving birth in rapid succession, each child displaying extraordinary talent, much to the fairy's excitement. News of their impending marriage had circulated days prior, causing a stir among the various sections. Huomeng fairy is renowned for her beauty in the vicinity and is the object of many a cultivator's dreams. Upon hearing the news, the leader of the Sacred Spirit Immortal sect was left speechless. How could he have allowed Huomeng fairy to align herself with Yi Kaishan, thereby jeopardizing his own standing? The Ru-Yi Immortal sect, having faced ruin at Yi Kaishan's hands, contemplated a plan to eliminate him, fearing that the world might perceive their decline. A cold voice echoed within the Ru-Yi Immortal sect, causing the sect's formidable members to stiffen in response. Shangwanxian, Shangwanhong, you two shall undertake this mission, commanded the Grand Elder of the Ru-Yi Immortal sect, a figure adorned in majestic attire, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Soon after, two strikingly similar young men appeared, cupping their hands in respect before departing. Meanwhile, within the Yi residence, the wedding night commenced. The two destined souls engaged in a long-awaited contest, fierce and exhilarating. Huomeng fairy demonstrated astonishing talent, maturing from naivety to prowess in merely half a day. The following morning, Yi Kaishan emerged from the chamber, invigorated, having once again emerged victorious, his opponent already subdued. Yi Zhenlong, my cultivation has returned to the true immortal realm. Will you take me as your wife? Suddenly, Yi Kaishan felt a presence emanating from the 10,000 Immortals Tower. It was Aoye's voice, who had taken to addressing him as such since being subdued by Yi Kaishan previously. So swift? Yi Kaishan was taken aback. In such a short time, Aoye had ascended from the human immortal realm back to true immortal. He moved into the 10,000 Immortals Tower and found Aoye standing confidently, radiating power. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan, her demeanor shifted, becoming humble. True dragon, you're here? I've prepared myself. When shall we wed? She inquired eagerly, her impatience palpable. Since you are nearly restored, why wait for a more auspicious day? Let us wed today, Yi Kaishan replied, a man of decisiveness, eager to savor the taste of dragon meat. With a wave of his hand, he released Aoye from the 10,000 Immortals Tower. I'm free? Aoye marveled at her surroundings, her smile becoming increasingly enchanting. What are you grinning about? Yi Kaishan's voice resonated. Aoye turned to him, her expression playful. In our dragon clan, there exists a rule forbidding marriage to beings weaker than oneself. Can my esteemed husband defeat me in a fair contest? She proclaimed, hands on her slender waist, exuding pride. Freed from the constraints of the 10,000 Immortals Tower, her lost confidence and pride surged back with vigor. Are you certain you wish to test that? Yi Kaishan inquired, bemused, as Aoye seemed to revel in her defiance. Absolutely, she declared, her head held high, eager to engage. Excellent. Then I shall give you a thorough lesson, Yi Kaishan retorted, coldly, as he struck out. My esteemed husband, I am a true dragon of royal blood. I am not to be compared with mere mortals, Aoye quipped, launching a palm strike of her own. The two figures collided in midair, both evenly matched. Husband, I only exerted 70% of my strength, Aoye boasted. Yi Kaishan chuckled, raising a finger. Apologies, my dear. I utilized less than 10% of my power. Indeed, Aoye's strength far surpassed that of many, yet it still fell short when compared to his. I do not believe it, she retorted, charging forward with ferocity. However, after a few exchanges, she found herself overpowered, laid across his knee as he delivered a firm lesson. Dare you challenge your husband again? Yi Kaishan chastised, having accumulated quite the number of concubines, but only this one dared to defy him. I concede. I shall never do so again. Aoye pleaded, struggling in vain. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, Yi Kaishan finally relented, turning to instruct his attendants to prepare the feast. Days later, the wedding ceremony of Yi Kaishan and Ao Yi commenced. Guests speculated about the identity of this noble lady. She does not seem like a virtuous maiden. She resembles a daughter of the demonic realm, they whispered, observing Ao Yi's every action with skepticism. Haha, enjoy the feast. For this may well be the last time Yi Laozu takes a concubine, another remarked. Indeed, such a pity. Suddenly, two voices pierced the air, sounding particularly jarring. The crowd turned to see two identical young men calmly sipping their drinks. How dare you? Today is our ancestors' joyous occasion. How can you rascals speak so irreverently? One of the Yi family's guards barked. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are Shangwan Qian and Shangwan Hong of the Ru Yi Immortal sect. One of the men stated nonchalantly. At this revelation, the guests' expressions shifted dramatically, clearly recognizing the names of the two brothers. This was a provocation. Chapter 281. Such brutality. The indestructible body of Xian Huang. The guests were astonished, then enlightened. The Shangwan brothers were known figures of the Ru Yi Immortal sect, infamous for their ruthless reputation. They practiced a unique martial art that allowed them to fight in perfect harmony, disregarding the principles of martial ethics. Few could stand against them at the same cultivation level. Even formidable talents would struggle against the two. The brothers, both at the mid-Xian Immortal stage, could contend even with those at the late Xian Immortal stage. The Ru Yi Immortal sect had sent them to settle scores with the Heavenly God sect. In an instant, powerful figures in attendance rose, retreating to avoid the impending conflict, wary of becoming collateral damage. Haha, on Yi Laozu's joyous day, we have prepared a gift, Shangwan Qian said with a slight smile, raising a finger as celestial light erupted from it, forming a resplendent bell. Dong! The resonant sound echoed, shaking the very foundations of the Starfall city. A bell. Was this a harbinger of doom? The cultivator's expressions shifted, as those with keen insight quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Presenting a bell on such a joyous occasion was nothing short of a dire omen. Are you seeking death? A booming voice erupted as Yi Kaishan soared from the Yi residence, Ao Yi at his side, her expression darkening at the disruption on her celebratory day. Oh, the main character has arrived. Please accept this bell. It took us much effort to procure, Shangwan Qian remarked, sitting unperturbed as he waved his sleeve, sending the bell crashing toward Yi Kaishan. The seemingly casual gesture harbors a lethal intent, a technique of the xianxian capable of vanquishing any true immortal powerhouse. He aims to slay Yi Kaishan in such a domineering manner, thereby amplifying the illustrious reputation of the Ru Yi Immortal sect. Yi Kaishan's gaze turned icy, brimming with an inexhaustible killing intent, as his entire being crackled with the activation of myriad acupoints, summoning formidable power. Boom! He unleashed a punch that forcefully dented the celestial bell, leaving behind a distinct impression of his fist. Witnessing this scene, all present gasped in astonishment. To confront a celestial artifact barehanded and render it inoperative was an extraordinary feat of physical prowess. Quite impressive. It seems your ability to slay Bachalu is not merely due to luck. Shangwan Qian rose with a smile, his eyes calm, recognizing that Yi Kaishan's strength warranted his full attention. Husband, I cannot endure this. I shall make them pay with their lives. Ao Yeji shouted in fury, readying herself to strike. Excellent. One for each of us. Let us see who kills faster. Yi Kaishan replied with a cold smirk. What a joke. Are mere rabble allowed to challenge us? Shangwan Hong laughed heartily, incredulous that a mere concubine would dare to flaunt her might before them. In the next moment, Ao Yeji appeared before him, her face twisted with a cruel smile. Slap. She delivered a vicious blow to Shangwan Hong's face. Blood and teeth flew, and that slap nearly decapitated him. Beast, seeking death. Shangwan Hong, regaining his senses, let out a frenzied roar. With a swift motion, Ao Yeji struck him again, this time on the opposite side of his face, her speed rendering him defenseless. Ever since emerging from the 10,000 Immortals Tower, she had consumed countless celestial herbs and elixirs, her cultivation steadily recovering. Now, Ao Yeji had reached the pinnacle of true immortal, and with her advanced comprehension of the laws, her combat prowess was nearly on par with Yi Kaishan's. For her, dealing with a mid-stage xianxian such as Kalami was a trivial task. Brother, Shangwan Qian stood aghast, bewildered by the sight. His valiant brother could not even best Yi Kaishan's concubine? An illusion. It must be an illusion. The guests present were dumbfounded, their thoughts in disarray, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, Yi Kaishan also made his move, launching a ferocious onslaught upon Shangwan Qian. Brutes! The two brothers cried out in anguish, their faces swollen from the blows. I shall rip you apart. Shangwan Hong sputtered, his face swollen beyond recognition, half of his teeth missing, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Still unyielding, Ao Yejia's eyes turned cold as she raised her hand and struck Shangwan Hong's head down into his abdomen. Another punch landed on his belly, causing his head to explode from within. Shangwan Hong's will twisted in agony. Upon witnessing his brother's dire state, he felt compelled to intervene, only to be seized by Yi Kaishan and torn asunder. Xianxian strength? Not a hindrance. The surrounding powerhouses were stunned by the brutality displayed by the two. Truly, they were a family, each more ruthless than the last, one driving a head into a belly, the other literally tearing a person in two. Unbeknownst to all, the Shangwan brothers were utterly outmatched. The display of arrogance moments prior now culminated in their tragic downfall. Yi Laozu's wife was no ordinary woman. She was ferocious beyond belief. The crowd began to doubt Ao Yejia's origins. Such a formidable woman should not be of unknown lineage. Shortly thereafter, after enduring a harrowing ordeal, the Shangwan brothers departed, unable even to flee. Everyone, please continue. Yi Kaishan smiled and waved at the onlookers, he and his wife acting as if nothing had transpired, continuing to entertain their guests. At such a moment, who would dare to partake in the feast? The guests could only concoct excuses to take their leave. Husband, let us go? It is time for us to consummate our union, Ao Yejia said with a bright smile, tugging at Yi Kaishan. He found himself speechless. Thus commenced the battle that belonged solely to the two of them. It took Ao Yejia 3 consecutive days to finally yield. Yi Kaishan was astounded. This woman was astonishingly fierce, nearly overpowering him. One cannot deny that the Dragon clan possesses remarkable prowess in this regard. Months later, Yi Kaishan found himself ensnared by Ao Yejia, contributing the majority of his essence until she finally quieted down, indicating that life was stirring within her. Ao Yejia was elated, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their child. On that day, the Yi family welcomed yet another immortal body into the world. Ding! Congratulations, host, for branching out and giving birth to a superior immortal root offspring. Rewards: 100 years of lifespan, a supreme celestial artifact, chaos of the era, 10 shards of law, and 4,000 celestial stones. Note: this child possesses the unique constitution of the Xianhuang indestructible body. This child, born of Su Mei, manifested the Xianhuang indestructible body atop her Xianhuang immortal body, a top-tier immortal physique capable of rivaling the eternal immortal body. This body is impervious to death, enduring as long as the heavens, with unparalleled combat strength and a physical form that can withstand the mightiest of attacks without perishing. Excellent, excellent. Just as I expected of my mayor, Yi Kaishan mused, his spirits lifted by this delightful surprise. The supreme celestial artifact awarded for the birth was named the Xianhuang Maternal Qi Cauldron. This cauldron not only has the ability to suppress the myriad realms, but also periodically births Xianhuang Maternal Qi. Ordinary celestial beings who refine Xianhuang Maternal Qi can significantly enhance their foundation, elevating their essence and enabling a complete transformation. Chapter 282, The Law of Space. Conditions in the 9 provinces. In addition to the Xianhuang Maternal Qi Cauldron, the shards of law awarded had amassed to over 100. Yi Kaishan, in one fervent effort, activated them all. Congratulations on acquiring the law of gold. Congratulations on acquiring the law of poison. Congratulations on acquiring the law of slaughter. Congratulations on acquiring the law of space. A cascade of law shards activated, and upon hearing the law of space, Yi Kaishan felt invigorated. At last, the law of space, a companion to the law of time, had arrived. Furthermore, the law of slaughter, which ranks among the top laws of the 3,000 great avenues, was also acquired. Consequently, Yi Kaishan selected a portion of these laws, exchanging the remainder. Space, slaughter, gold, wood, poison, and so forth. Generally, powerful laws encompass various other laws. For instance, the law of the 5 elements includes gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thus, gathering these 5 fundamental laws facilitates mastery over the law of the 5 elements. Therefore, Yi Kaishan retained the 5 basic laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, primarily focusing on time, space, and yin-yang in that order. The remaining less significant laws were prioritized for exchange. Presently, Yi Kaishan's law of time could still halt true immortals, but it was nearly ineffective against xianxians. Thus, he prioritized enhancing the law of time. After the enhancement, he could traverse 1,000 concubines' chambers in a single night. In summary, everything was geared towards the purpose of procreation. Just as Yi Kaishan was refining the shards, the outside world erupted in chaos. The manifestation of the Xianhuang indestructible body astonished the entire Baiduan mountain range. All powerful beings were left in a state of bewilderment. Not long ago, the Yi family had welcomed an immortal body, and now another had appeared, truly inconceivable. Yi Laozu's prowess in childbirth. Could it be that he has comprehended the laws of procreation? Some cultivators pondered existentially. The venerable ancestor Yi possesses tens of thousands of concubines. Were it anyone else, they would surely be exhausted. Yet, he remains unperturbed and progresses with remarkable speed. Could it be that Ancestor Yi is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? Many began to fantasize and speculate about Yi Kaishan's origins. The familiar scent lingers. When he descended to the lower realm, people suspected Yi Kaishan was the reincarnation of a celestial being. Now that he has ascended to the celestial realm, the divine beings once again speculate whether he is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. In fact, Yi Kaishan's extraordinary performance has even caught the attention of the Xuanji Immortal Palace. The lady akin to a celestial star has fixed her gaze upon the Yi family, eager to discover the truth. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, Yi Kaishan finds himself once more engulfed in madness over his conquests. Regardless of whether they are local fairies or female cultivators who have ascended from the lower realms, he welcomes all who dare to approach. To this end, Yi Kaishan has dispatched individuals to guard the Kaishan pool, hoping to rescue any who may ascend. Many factions, intimidated by Yi Kaishan's might, offer him a modicum of respect. Of course, Yi Kaishan's vigilance over the Kaishan pool serves another purpose: to observe whether any acquaintances from the lower realms ascend. At this very moment, in the 9 provinces of the lower realm, since Yi Kaishan's ascent, Yi Fan has taken full command of the forces in the 9 provinces. As the eldest son of Ancestor Yi, he commands considerable respect from the major sacred lands. With the unification of the 9 provinces, the Yi family has emerged as the predominant force. Moreover, due to Yi Kaishan's ascension, an abundance of celestial energy has descended upon the 9 provinces, resulting in a significant increase in spiritual essence and material wealth. This has accelerated the cultivation speed of all practitioners in the 9 provinces. In a brief span of time, numerous prodigies have emerged, among them a young woman who, at the tender age of 18, has broken through to the transformation stage. This astonishing speed has left the various powers of the 9 provinces in shock. A teenager achieving the transformation stage is an unparalleled rarity. Consequently, upon learning of her accomplishments, the major sacred lands hastily extended their olive branches. However, the young woman remained unmoved, rejecting all invitations from the sacred lands. Even Yi Fan was intrigued and sought to investigate further. When the young woman learned of Yi Fan's identity, a subtle smile graced her lips. It appeared that he was of the same lineage as that individual, and forging a connection with the Yi family would make it easier to approach this person in the future. She mused silently, her beautiful eyes flashing with an enigmatic glimmer. Thus, she agreed to join the Yi family's sacred land. This young woman was, in fact, an undercover agent sent by the Dark Desire Demon King. In truth, Yifei was not as simple as she appeared. Her cultivation had already reached the great ascension stage. Were it not for the fear of alarming the practitioners of the 9 provinces and raising suspicions, she would have likely already undergone the tribulation. Originally, she had been a demon lord. After reincarnation, she awakened her true spirit, making advancements in cultivation a mere trifle. For her, it was not a matter of breaking through, but rather a restoration of her former strength, resulting in an astonishingly rapid progression. After joining the Yi family, Yifei quietly prepared for a breakthrough to ascend. Meanwhile, several elders from the Taishan sacred land, including the feathered Ascension Lord, were ready to ascend. With the elevation of the 9 provinces' essence, they too successfully reached the 9 tribulations human immortal stage. Without delay, they ascended directly. On that day, high above Zhongzhou, several powerful figures stood tall, while countless practitioners below gazed up in awe at the imminent sacred spectacle. Farewell, esteemed seniors. Yi Fan bowed respectfully, bidding them a final farewell. In the years that followed, he had advanced to the 1 tribulation human immortal stage, his cultivation flourishing, exuding the composure of a family patriarch. Yi Fan, we shall await you in the upper realm. Do strive for excellence. The Taishan sacred lord remarked with a smile. Since Ancestor Yi ascended, the 9 provinces have become quite lonely. I wonder how your father fares. With his capabilities, he may have already established himself as a celestial immortal in the celestial realm. The feathered Ascension Lord lamented, his expression filled with nostalgia. Having enjoyed a period of tranquility, they were finally set to ascend. When they reached the celestial realm, they could only hope to hear news of Ancestor Yi. The elders sighed, gazing at the 9 provinces with heavy hearts. The time for ascension was upon them, an inevitability they could not escape. To progress further and attain a more prolonged lifespan, they must continue to break through. They had already reached the pinnacle of the lower realm, unable to advance further, and thus, they had no choice but to ascend to the celestial realm, leaving their homeland behind. Such is the celestial path, such is life. Very well, time waits for no one, my friends. Let us commence, the Taishan sacred lord proclaimed. At his words, the gloom lifted, and they rallied, their eyes sparkling with fervor. In the next moment, they unleashed their auras, triggering the celestial gate. 7 powerful figures ascended together, an unprecedented feat, as the celestial gate materialized. The 7 turned back to cast one last glance at the vast expanse of the 9 provinces before resolutely stepping through. Celestial essence cascaded down, filling the heavens and the earth. Congratulations to the 7 esteemed seniors on your ascent. Hailed the practitioners from Du Jinxiang of Zhongzhou, Lei Province, and Qing Province. In an instant, jubilant cheers erupted across the 9 provinces. In a certain locale, a handsome young man clad in a green Taoist robe gazed at the celestial gate above, a cold smile creeping across his face. These old geezers have finally left. The 9 provinces will now be my dominion. With that, the young man moved swiftly towards Zhongzhou. This individual was none other than Lin Chengxiu, the former holy son of the Taishan sacred land. Now a 9 tribulations human immortal, he was determined to exact revenge for past grievances. Chapter 283, The Yi Family's Foundation, Misplaced Ascension? Lin Chengxiu arrived at the Taishan sacred land with a fierce presence. Akin to a dragon or tiger, Taishan, Lin Chengxiu, have returned. The heavens and earth trembled as all disciples of Taishan gazed in astonishment at the figure above. With hands clasped behind his back and an expression of detachment, he emanated the aura of an 8 tribulations human immortal, exerting pressure in all directions. Lin Chengxiu? How has he returned? Isn't that the green-hatted holy son? Good heavens! Has he been lurking all this time just for revenge? The disciples of the sacred land were alarmed. It was evident he had returned with malicious intent. That old fool, the Taishan sacred lord, is blind. Today, I shall obliterate Taishan and cleanse the stains of my past humiliation. Lin Chengxiu's gaze turned icy as he made his move. He unleashed a verdant energy that engulfed the sky, forming a colossal handprint that struck the sacred land's formation. Boom! In an instant, chaos ensued. Many disciples were thrown to the ground by the force of the impact. Soon, an 8 tribulations human immortal stationed within the Taishan sacred land emerged. However, Lin Chengxiu, having mastered numerous divine arts and gleaned from various schools, was no ordinary foe. Despite being merely an 8 tribulations human immortal, his combat prowess had already reached the level of a 9 tribulations human immortal. After a fierce exchange, the 8 tribulations human immortal from Taishan was defeated. Shortly thereafter, a 9 tribulations human immortal appeared but was still forced to ascend in retreat. Good heavens! Lin Chengxiu is incredibly powerful. What a disaster! Even a 9 tribulations human immortal cannot contend with him. Who in the 9 provinces can suppress him now? The disciples of Taishan felt a deep sense of foreboding as Lin Chengxiu's ferocity surged, and they realized they would soon face dire consequences. I am finally invincible. Lin Chengxiu laughed heartily. Having endured for so long, he was finally able to revel in his triumph. He then prepared to unleash a massacre. At that critical moment, a massive celestial vessel pierced through the void, heralding Yi Fan's arrival. Upon seeing this, Lin Chengxiu smirked coldly, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He had planned to destroy Taishan and then turn his attention to the Yi family. Unexpectedly, they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. How considerate of them. Yi Fan, do you really think you can stop me? Lin Chengxiu scoffed as he gazed at the figure emerging from the celestial vessel. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely savored this delightful moment. You've expressed your anger, Lin Chengxiu. Let us put an end to this. And I shall consider it as if nothing has transpired, Yi Fan replied calmly. You dare to be so arrogant when your father is no longer present? Lin Chengxiu erupted into laughter, bewildered by Yi Fan's audacity to stand before him. In the next instant, however, his smile vanished, replaced by a sudden surge of murderous intent. Boom! With a flick of his sleeve, Yi Fan unleashed a celestial puppet, the 9 calamities human celestial that Yi Kaishan had bestowed upon him. Lin Chengxiu's eyes narrowed as he countered with a palm strike, staggering back thousands of zhang. It is merely a puppet. I am not afraid. Lin Chengxiu bellowed defiantly. Not afraid? Yi Fan chuckled, sweeping his sleeve again to summon a flurry of thunderous celestial talismans, encircling Lin Chengxiu. Crackling sounds filled the air. Lin Chengxiu's hair stood on end as he writhed in agony, his flesh torn and bloodied. Yet, this was only the beginning. Yi Fan continued to unleash celestial artifacts and various lethal formations, all remnants left by Yi Kaishan. It was said that not even a single 8 calamities human celestial could withstand them, let alone 9 calamities human celestials, all of whom would be compelled to kneel in submission. Ultimately, Lin Chengxiu was obliterated, transformed into a streak of light that soared into the heavens, vanishing beyond the realm. The Yi family's Yi Fan had already begun to embody the formidable presence of the ancestral patriarch, unflinching in the face of danger and able to turn the tide of battle. The legacy left by the patriarch was indeed terrifying, capable of slaying even 9 calamities human celestials. The powerful beings of the 9 provinces were left in awe, despite the patriarch's ascension. The Yi family remained indisputably the foremost clan in the 9 provinces. In the Xuanji celestial domain, at the flying Immortal pool on this day, another large batch of ascenders had taken flight. Certain factions, lacking sufficient mining personnel, had arrived early, eager to select individuals to bring back for labor. While the top-tier powers looked down upon them, the second- and third-rate factions coveted these ascenders, relishing the prospect of free labor. Gurgling sounds echoed as the celestial light of the flying Immortal pool swirled, and one by one, ascenders from the myriad worlds emerged. Haha, I've finally ascended. Here I come, celestial realm. Boisterous voices rang out, filled with pride, as unruly talents descended from various realms, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of their circumstances. Silence. What are you barking for? Behave yourselves and undergo the celestial baptism. Then, follow us to the mines, commanded the powerful figures from various celestial sects, exuding immense pressure near the flying Immortal pool. At these words, the ascenders fell silent, stunned. Mining. Were they not all unparalleled prodigies in the lower realms, who had toiled to ascend only to be captured for mining? Reality soon struck them hard, as the mere hint of pressure from the upper realm deities silenced them completely. In one corner of the flying Immortal pool, 3 elegantly dressed men were conversing in hushed tones, their faces filled with dismay. This is bad. Where have we ascended to? These upper realm immortals intend to drag us off to mine. My Kaishan immortal sect is in the Yuhang celestial domain, and clearly, this is not it. I must have ascended to the wrong place. I am in the same predicament. The Yuhua immortal sect is in the Yaoguang celestial domain, and there are no immortals here from Yuhua. This is clearly not the Yaoguang celestial domain. This is terrible. We are supposed to be lords of sacred lands. Are we truly to be forced into mining? The 3 individuals were none other than the Taishan sovereign, Yuhua sovereign, and Honglian sovereign. Typically, with their standing, they would have had guardians overseeing the flying Immortal pool to receive ascenders from the lower realms. Given the influence of their sects, they had bases not only in the 9 provinces, but also in other vast worlds. It seems we will have to mine first. Once the period is over, we can find a way to venture to other celestial domains, the Taishan sovereign remarked helplessly. What a disgrace, lamented the Yuhua sovereign, shaking his head. In the lower realms, we were above thousands, yet here in the celestial realm, we must engage in this most laborious task. After mining, we will need to earn enough celestial stones to use the teleportation array to other celestial domains. Such back and forth could take millennia. If fortune does not favor us, we may even encounter ruthless villains who could threaten our lives. Soon after, the baptism concluded, and disciples from the various celestial sects began categorizing the ascenders, preparing to send them to the mining zones. They were treated like mere livestock, entirely at the mercy of others. Just as despair settled over the 3 sovereigns, a commotion erupted in the distance. The crowd parted, as if a significant figure was approaching. The Yi family has arrived, someone whispered. At this, the celestial beings from the heavenly realm displayed expressions of fear, akin to having tasted something foul. Each time the Yi family appeared, they would forcefully take a large group of ascenders, particularly beautiful female cultivators, without exception. The Yi family, the Taishan sovereign, Yuhua sovereign, and Honglian sovereign were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in surprise. Chapter 284, A Familiar Taste, the Ascender Alliance. The 3 exchanged glances, then shook their heads with a self-deprecating smile. They could hardly believe that this Yi family was indeed the one associated with Yi Kaishan. It seemed absurd. It was evident that the upper realm immortals harbored a deep-seated fear of this so-called Yi family. Undoubtedly, they were an extraordinarily powerful celestial clan. But how long had it been since Yi Kaishan ascended? It was impressive enough that he had managed to establish a foothold. The 3 managed to steady their excitement and continued without further thought. This Yi family is outrageous. They take away half of the ascenders every time they come, leaving us with barely enough to go around. But what can we do? The ancestral patriarch can even slay Xian immortals. Would you dare to confront him? Discussions persisted around them, further solidifying the 3 sovereigns' thoughts. The ancestral patriarch can indeed eliminate Xian immortals. Clearly, he is not the individual we were hoping for. Enough. My sect leader attended the ancestral patriarch's wedding 3 years ago and has yet to return. He is probably still feasting, lamented a celestial being. The ancestral patriarch is too ruthless. The fairies of the 100 Broken Mountains are nearly all taken by him. Damn it. It's making it difficult for me to find a partner. Another immortal complained. Upon hearing this, the 3 sovereigns exchanged glances, intrigued. Wait a moment. This ancestral patriarch also enjoys taking concubines? Could it be? They suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Disbelief mingled with anticipation. At that moment, Lu Jiang strode in with a group of well-trained ascenders, chests puffed out in confidence as they approached the flying immortal pool. Without a word, he began selecting personnel. "You women, come over here." With a grand gesture, Lu Jiang pointed, acutely aware of his master's preferences. "Gather them all. We are taking them back to present to our lord." The celestial beings had grown accustomed to this and allowed him to choose, not daring to speak out. It was not worth provoking the Yi family over a handful of ascenders. Aside from top-tier sects like the Rui Immortal sect and the Holy Spirit Immortal sect, ordinary celestial sects would not dare to provoke the Yi family. Thus, a significant portion of the female ascenders was claimed by the Yi family. As Lu Jiang prepared to depart, the Taishan sovereign, Yuhua sovereign, and Hong Lian sovereign grew anxious. "Wait, brothers. What about us? You? Sorry. We don't take men," Lu Jiang replied with a smile, shaking his head. The three sovereigns were now more certain than ever. This unmistakable style could only belong to Yi Kaishan. "May I inquire if the true name of the master of the Yi family is Yi Kaishan?" The Supreme Lord of Taishan inquired with great eagerness. "Hold! How dare you address my lord by his true name?" Lu Jiang exclaimed, his eyes narrowing and his demeanor turning frosty. "It is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We are old acquaintances of your master, or rather, we should say, relatives." The third Saint Master exclaimed, hopping around in excitement, hardly able to believe how powerful Yi Kaishan had become in such a brief span of time. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang displayed a look of astonishment. Given the gravity of the matter, he resolved to escort them for confirmation. Thus, the three Saint Masters achieved their desire and followed Lu Jiang away. Along the way, they could not help but inquire about Yi Kaishan's recent circumstances. This inquiry was monumental. Good heavens! In such a short time, Yi Kaishan is on the verge of breaking through to the celestial immortal realm. He has begun by seizing celestial minds, performing feats such as slaying true immortals while inebriated, and tearing apart celestial immortals with his bare hands. Is this truly something a newly ascended individual can accomplish? Astonishing. Indeed, extraordinary individuals remain formidable regardless of their environment, the Supreme Lord of Taishan lamented. Who could have imagined that one day, we would have to rely on the protection of old ancestor Yi, remarked the feathered Ascension Saint Master, a look of contemplation on his face. Fortuitously, we wed the saintess to the Yi family. Otherwise, we would have been captured to mine long ago. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jiang brought the three Saint Masters to Starfall City. Gazing upon the grand city that resembled a heavenly court, they were struck with awe, akin to Lu Laolao entering a manor. The rapid establishment of such a magnificent estate by Yi Kaishan was indeed breathtaking. At that moment, the Yi family was hosting a grand ceremony, with guests arriving from all directions. Celestial beings were aplenty, with true immortals being commonplace. These guests hailed from the surrounding immortal sects and clans of the 100 Broken Mountains. Such formidable individuals. In their presence, one feels like an ant, easily crushed beneath a foot, murmured the Red Lotus Saint Master. It is thanks to him that we, having just ascended, are able to partake in a joyful banquet. The Supreme Lord of Taishan remarked with a smile. "This sensation feels like returning home," said the feathered Ascension Saint Master, reminiscent of their days in the 9 provinces. Upon learning of the arrival of the 3 Saint Masters, Yi Kaishan promptly came forth to greet them, a familiar face in a foreign land. "My esteemed friends, it has been a long time," he said with a smile at the entrance of the Yi family. At his words, passing celestial beings cast astonished glances at the trio. They recognized old ancestor Yi. But who were these 3 earth immortals? Their cultivation was hardly worthy of standing at the gate. "Old ancestor Yi. It has been a long time," the 3 responded, visibly moved. Given Yi Kaishan's current status and cultivation, he had not forgotten his roots and had come out to welcome them, which was truly commendable. "You have arrived at the perfect time. Come, let us enter and celebrate," Yi Kaishan said with great joy, personally arranging for the 3 to take their seats at the main table. The Supreme Lord of Taishan, the feathered Ascension Saint Master, and the Red Lotus Saint Master felt somewhat out of place as they sat amongst true immortals and celestial immortal elites. Out of respect for Yi Kaishan, these elites maintained a friendly demeanor and did not exhibit any signs of disdain. "Dear friends, we are the masters of sacred grounds and kin of old ancestor Yi. We must uphold his honor," the Supreme Lord of Taishan discreetly conveyed to Red Lotus and Feathered Ascension. Soon, the 3 regained their composure, displaying the poise befitting a Saint Master, raising their cups and toasting with dignity. The elites at the same table were slightly taken aback. Although the trio's cultivation was shockingly low, their demeanor was anything but ordinary. With this alone, their future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. The day following the wedding, Yi Kaishan sought out the 3 Saint Masters, presenting them with elixirs to enhance their cultivation. "Dear friends, are these not too precious?" The 3 hesitated as they gazed at the elixirs before them. "Precious? Not at all. In my Yi family, These are as commonplace as meals, Kaishan chuckled, though there was a hint of exaggeration in his tone. Yet, in his possession, ordinary elixirs indeed held no value. The innate treasure pot could daily transform a substantial amount of celestial materials, and with the Yi family's refined alchemy department, elixirs were never in short supply. The three exchanged silent glances, realizing their perspectives were still rather narrow. Yi, my friend, from this day forth, I, Lu Yao, shall follow your lead, proclaimed the Supreme Lord of Taishan as he accepted the elixir, having already decided to forsake his own sect to ally with Yi Kaishan. I shall do the same, echoed the Red Lotus Saint Master and the Feathered Ascension Saint Master in agreement. What are you all doing? Yi Kaishan chuckled helplessly. Subsequently, he raised their cultivation to the celestial immortal realm and assigned them a task, to establish an immortal sect dedicated to receiving ascenders from the lower realms. What shall we name this sect? Inquired the Supreme Lord of Taishan. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Kaishan slowly pronounced, the Ascenders Alliance. The Ascenders Alliance? The name sounds a bit peculiar, yet it is straightforward and comprehensible, the Red Lotus Saint Master mused after a moment's reflection. Understood. The Supreme Lord of Taishuan's eyes brightened as he grasped the deeper meaning behind it. The immortal named Lu Jiang had already set a precedent, indicating that the Ascenders would only accept females. He shared a knowing glance with the Feathered Ascension Saint Master, both of them seasoned players in the game. Then I must trouble the three of you. Yi Kaishan smiled with satisfaction. The purpose behind establishing the Ascenders Alliance was to build his own power, specifically to recruit Ascenders who shared a sense of belonging, as most Ascenders were individuals of great determination and potential, with millions of Ascenders rising to the celestial realm daily. Envisioning the tremendous energy that could be amassed by gathering them all under his banner was indeed formidable. What Yi Kaishan aimed to accomplish was precisely this, to unite all Ascenders beneath him for his own use. Immediately, the Supreme Lord of Taishan, the Feathered Ascension Saint Master, and the Red Lotus Saint Master sprang into action, eagerly making their way to the Ascenders pool. Let us find a wife for old ancestor, they exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to have ascended to the celestial immortal realm and wield such authority, where even true immortals had to treat them with courtesy. Upon arriving at the Ascenders pool, they were no longer the same. With hands clasped behind their backs, they surveyed the landscape with an air of imperious authority. Other celestial beings from rival factions looked on in confusion, wondering what stroke of luck had befallen these three. Meanwhile, on the side of the Rui immortal sect, enraged by the death of the Shangwan brothers, they dispatched a formidable golden immortal and a multitude of powerful beings to besiege the Yi family. In an instant, the Yi family's commerce and celestial minds were under severe threat. Upon receiving the news, Yi Kaishan and Ao Yeji immediately set out for the 100 Broken Mountains. The golden immortal from the Rui immortal sect awaited them there, seemingly anticipating their arrival. Husband, you must be cautious. Golden immortals are no ordinary foes. I shall handle it. You may observe from the sidelines, Ao Yeji instructed, her slightly rounded belly a testament to her impending motherhood, yet her temperament remained fierce. At present, Ao Yeji had regained her cultivation at the celestial immortal level and, employing various techniques, was confident in her ability to contend with the golden immortal. What nonsense! How could I allow you to face this alone? Yi Kaishan chuckled. As they spoke, they had already entered the 100 Broken Mountains. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, and ferocious beasts roared. This place was a true wilderness, with celestial beasts occasionally appearing. You have arrived? How fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out. As the two figures came to a halt, a faint voice resonated through the expanse of heaven and earth. Unbeknownst to them, a silhouette emerged from the horizon, seemingly merging with the very fabric of the universe. This was a man of modest stature, unremarkable at first glance. Yet only those of considerable prowess could discern the extreme peril he embodied. His name was Li Qiu, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Rui immortal sect. The early-stage golden immortal, Yi Kaishan, remained unperturbed as he addressed Ao Yeji, his celestial eyes perceiving the truth with ease. You can see through my cultivation? Indeed. This alone justifies your recent acclaim, the man remarked, his surprise evident. Yet, he soon shook his head. Alas, you have gravely erred in slaying Brother Shangwan, inviting your own demise. His expression grew increasingly icy. In response, Ao Yeji suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Merely an early-stage golden immortal. The lowest tier of Dao fruit. What audacity you possess to utter such words. Humph, even at the lowest tier of Dao fruit. Exterminating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Li Qiu snorted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as an overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. The presence of an immortal golden immortal enveloped half of the Xuanji immortal domain. In the path of immortality, the true immortal represented a qualitative transformation. and the golden immortal signified yet another. Even at the nascent stage, Xiao exuded an unmatched aura of intimidation, one that no profound immortal could dismiss. Demonic Dragon Genesis. Xianxiaaudiobooks declared without hesitation, summoning the formidable might of the Dragon Clan. In an instant, a vast star map unfolded, the stars glittering as they formed an ancient demonic realm that spiraled and descended upon Xiao. Are you of the Dragon Clan? Xiao's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise igniting within his eyes. Unfazed, he raised one hand, encompassing countless dimensions, lifting the entire demonic realm within his palm. As an immortal golden immortal, his every gesture bore the potency to annihilate realms. For beings of ordinary stature, such power translated into a calamity. At that moment, the creatures inhabiting the 100 broken mountains quaked with an innate trepidation. The emergence of a golden immortal from the Rui immortal sect signified the potential doom of the Yi family. Golden immortals were realms beyond what any profound immortal could contend with, while Yi Laozu could rend a profound immortal asunder. He could not even touch a hair of a golden immortal. The celestial beings debated fervently, their eyes drawn towards the impending clash. The Lord of the Holy Spirit immortal sect, the master of the Xuanji immortal palace, various celestial clans, and the fairies of the moon palace in the heavens all bore witness. Among them was a resplendent beauty, captivating enough to overshadow the world, standing alone amidst the cosmos. Gazing towards the 100 broken mountains, she had intended to descend to accept disciples, but was instead drawn into this extraordinary battle. I concede that your dragon clan is formidable, innately powerful, yet the chasm between our realms is insurmountable. Xiao bellowed, his voice echoing with an indomitable will. Today, I shall show you what true disparity means. Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, unleashing the star dragon steel with a fierce command. Boom. The power coalesced from the will of myriad dragons was unfathomable. Xiao's form was sent hurtling like a shooting star, his arms fracturing upon impact. What a formidable high-grade immortal artifact. Xiao mused, momentarily shaken, before erupting into a maniacal laugh. You have sealed your own fate. Though he had initially harbored some trepidation regarding Xiaoxiaaudiobooks' identity, his murderous intent now surged forth unabated. Xiao's figure flickered, his injuries mending instantaneously as he returned to his zenith, charging towards Xiaoxiaaudiobooks. Despite being an early-stage golden immortal, Xiao was relentless. And even with the star dragon steel, Xiaoxiaaudiobooks found herself struggling to secure victory, the battle growing increasingly tense. The onlooking immortals gasped in astonishment, envy coursing through them. Yi Laozu is indeed our model. Even his concubines are this formidable. This woman appears to belong to the demonic dragon clan? Gasp. Yi Laozu is a dragon knight. Xiaoxiaaudiobooks unleashed her full strength, revealing her lineage. The demonic dragon clan was inherently powerful, but unfortunately, this woman's cultivation was too low, rendering her likely incapable of overcoming Xiao. The astute observers noted that a golden immortal required a Dao fruit to elevate their essence, a feat beyond the grasp of profound immortals. Typically, the lifespan of a profound immortal could reach 10 million years, whereas a golden immortal's lifespan exceeded 100 million. Such longevity alone illustrated the might of a realm. As the celestial beings marveled at the unfolding events, Yi Kaishan stealthily retrieved a gourd. Chapter 286. Treasure, please turn. Yi Kaishan quietly brandished the battle immortal gourd. This was the opportune moment to strike, while his adversaries remained unsuspecting. Treasure, please turn. He whispered, the ritual essential. This phrase he often uttered to his concubine, now directed at a gourd. In the next instant, the gourd indeed redirected its mouth towards the void above where Xiao resided, locking onto the essence of its prey. Subsequently, a brilliant beam of immortal light surged forth from the gourd, its velocity surpassing time itself. Whoosh! The eternal immortal light sliced through Xiao's form, akin to the light of creation illuminating the Xuanji immortal domain. Instantly, Xiao's body stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. Blood gushed from his throat as his head fell from the heavens. The immortal slaying flying blade had swiftly extinguished his life, inflicting an irreparable wound, an inescapable Dao injury. Silence enveloped the 100 broken mountains. All celestial beings stared in shock at the scene before them. What had that radiant beam been? Many had scarcely glimpsed the truth, merely witnessing a flash of light before Xiao's head plummeted, resulting in his immediate demise. What transpired? Why did Xiao suddenly perish? An immortal artifact. That was the aura of an extraordinary immortal artifact. Suddenly, an ancient profound immortal gasped in horror. By the heavens, the Yi family possesses an extraordinary immortal artifact? The world erupted in astonishment, all present rendered speechless. No wonder Xiao had met such a sudden end. The might of an extraordinary immortal artifact was far beyond what a golden immortal could withstand. In an instant, The leaders of the Holy Spirit Immortal sect and Rui Immortal sect wore expressions of grave concern. Particularly the members of the Rui Immortal sect were nearly paralyzed with fear. Possessing an extraordinary immortal artifact, the Yi family was now in a different league altogether, fully qualified to ascend into the realm of top-tier forces within the Xuanji immortal domain. Everything warranted a re-evaluation. Quickly, summon our forces back. The leader of the Rui Immortal sect commanded. What further offense is there to pursue? What a terrifying immortal artifact. A pure weapon of annihilation. Not even a golden immortal could withstand it. Even I could pay a heavy price for a moment's negligence. Amidst the clouds above, the Taiyin immortal lord reflected upon the preceding events, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. She had witnessed everything. The stealthy emergence of the gourd had not escaped her keen gaze. A diminutive flying blade, despite its size, harbored an unparalleled aura of devastation, an extraordinary rarity in the world. Such a formidable treasure lay within the grasp of a true immortal. How intriguing indeed. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood frozen, staring at her suddenly deceased opponent. How infuriating. That wretched man concealed an extraordinary immortal artifact. She glared resentfully at Kaishan, vowing that upon her return, a reckoning would surely await him. Kaishan tucked away his gourd, appearing nonchalant as he gathered the spoils of victory. With the demise of Liqiao, the disciples of the Rui Immortal sect were already so terrified that they were left utterly demoralized. Concurrently, the nearly 100 celestial minds controlled by the Rui Immortal sect fell entirely into the hands of the Yi family. Following this battle, the Yi family officially ascended to become a top-tier power within the Xuanji immortal domain. It became common knowledge that the Yi family possessed supreme celestial artifacts capable of slaying golden immortals. On the journey home, Kaishan could not help but inquire about the Tao fruit of the golden immortal. He was on the verge of breaking through to the profound immortal realm. With the golden immortal realm within reach, acquiring some preliminary knowledge would be beneficial. After one ascends to the golden immortal realm, they will coalesce their own Tao fruit through their innate powers, which will determine their future potential. There are 3 types of Tao fruits: Tai Tao fruit, Deluo Tao fruit, and Hunyuan Tao fruit, each further categorized into 4 levels: inferior, middle, superior, and supreme. Liqiao possessed the most inferior Tai Tao fruit, indicating that the golden immortal was his utmost limit. Xianxiaaudiobooks did not withhold any information and explained everything. My dear, what level of Tao fruit do you possess? Kaishan inquired with a slight nod, turning to Xianxiaaudiobooks with curiosity. Me? Upon hearing Kaishan's question, Xianxiaaudiobooks' demeanor instantly transformed into one of pride. I possess a superior Tai Tao fruit, she declared with satisfaction, fixing her gaze on Kaishan as if to say, praise me. Quickly, however, Kaishan could not suppress a chuckle. I apologize for my inability to restrain myself. How is it that you only have a superior Tai Tao fruit? I had presumed you at least possessed a Deluo Tao fruit. At this remark, Xianxiaaudiobooks became instantly incensed. What do you mean by that? Do you have any idea what a Deluo Tao fruit signifies? It is the fruit of the immortal kings and emperors. Oh, so your potential as an immortal sovereign has reached its limit. Kaishan responded with a knowing expression, inciting Xianxiaaudiobooks to leap up and grasp his neck. Shouting in his ear, an immortal sovereign presides over a domain and dominates a realm. How could that possibly be considered weak? Calm down. Be cautious not to disturb the fetus, Kaishan said with a teasing smile, gently wrapping his arms around the woman's waist and holding her close. A superior Tai Tao fruit is not without the opportunity to achieve the status of an immortal king. It all depends on one's fate. Suddenly, a clear and elegant voice resonated, echoing in their ears. Who is it? Kaishan and Xianxiaaudiobooks were startled and quickly disengaged from their intimate embrace. Unbeknownst to them, a woman had appeared before them. Upon seeing her, Kaishan was immediately struck by astonishment and exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman!" Even with his extensive experience, he could not help but admire her grace. Her beauty was extraordinary, her demeanor exuding an elegant aloofness, her figure slender, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Though she appeared fragile, she concealed terrifying power within. An immortal sovereign. This is an immortal sovereign, Kaishan thought in shock. His first reaction being how formidable it would be if she were to bear his child. Fair lady, to what abode do you belong, and how may I address you? Kaishan managed to muster a perfect smile, exuding charm as he inquired, aware that she bore no ill intentions and was not an enemy. The woman smiled, pointing skyward, and said, I reside on the moon. The world knows me as the Dark Moon Goddess, while my true name is Xiha. Xiha, the Dark Moon Goddess? Kaishan's expression froze, realizing why he perceived her resemblance to Chang'e, as if she were subtly revealing herself. You are the Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign. Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed in astonishment, her heart brimming with caution. As a member of the Dragon Clan, how could she not be aware of the name of the Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign? What could this woman want by blocking their path? Surely, she did not intend for her husband to father a child with her. Lady Xia, I hope you don't mind if I refer to you in such a manner? Yi Kaishan ventured, unabashed, undeterred by her status. Even if an immortal emperor were to approach, as long as she was a beauty, he would dare to pursue his ambitions. The Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign slightly shook her head, her curiosity deepening at his calmness in the face of her true name, something she had never encountered before. Thus, she decided not to keep him in suspense and revealed her purpose. I have descended today to take on disciples. You wish to take me as your disciple? Yi Kaishan was taken aback, feeling the weight of the situation. Not quite. I wish to take your daughter as my disciple, Xia replied with a smile. That is easily arranged, fair lady. Please, accompany me home, and feel free to select as many as you wish, Yi Kaishan invited enthusiastically, his demeanor shifting dramatically. The Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign graciously accepted Yi Kaishan's invitation. Her descent to the mortal realm was primarily to recruit the Guanghan celestial body, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Upon learning of her intent, Yi Kaishan was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely taken aback. Though his daughter Xianxiaaudiobooks possessed only a mid-grade celestial root, she bore the Guanghan celestial body, which resonated with the Dark Moon. In the celestial realm, an immortal-esque growth depends on various factors: perception, opportunity, luck, and so forth. The significance of the spiritual root diminishes compared to the mortal realm, as anyone capable of achieving immortality would not possess a subpar root. Moreover, once one becomes immortal, their lifespan extends infinitely, unlike the fleeting nature of mortal existence. Every immortal enjoys the luxury of countless ages. Upon reaching the golden immortal stage, lifespans can exceed 1 billion years. A powerful spiritual root can indeed expedite a cultivator's ascension initially. However, once one attains the true immortal stage, enlightenment and comprehension of the laws become crucial to their cultivation. Thus, the celestial realm does not place excessive emphasis on spiritual roots, often valuing other aspects more significantly. Xianxiaaudiobooks' spiritual root is not particularly remarkable, merely average within the celestial realm. Yet, her Guanghan celestial body allows her to align with the Dark Moon, enhancing her potential. The Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign was precisely drawn to this aspect. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, Yi Kaishan promptly summoned Xianxiaaudiobooks and explained the situation to her. Naturally, upon learning that the Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign wished to take her as a disciple, Xianxiaaudiobooks did not refuse. Lady Xia, are there any others you might be interested in taking with you? Yi Kaishan eagerly inquired, indicating that she could select more children. No. Xianxiaaudiobooks' path resonates with my own. I shall only take her, the Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign replied amicably, declining the offer. However, when Yi Xiantian, Yi Yonghong, Yi Xianyellow, and others arrived, the Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign could not help but be momentarily stunned. These youths were all top-tier celestial bodies. A profound astonishment flickered in her eyes, as she had not perceived this earlier. Lady Xia, what do you think of my children? Yi Kaishan could not resist boasting. This was the joy of a father. The innate Tao body, the eternal celestial body, the unyielding Xianyellow body. If nothing unexpected occurs, these will all be future immortal kings. The Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign stated earnestly, adding, one of the current immortal kings possesses an innate Tao body. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan was slightly taken aback. So, does this mean one of the immortal kings is my son? Lady Xia, might you truly consider taking a few more disciples? Yi Kaishan inquired once more, as if he were a salesman. No, their qualifications are beyond my capacity. Taking them as disciples would only bring them harm, the Dark Moon Immortal Sovereign stated seriously. However, I can recommend some. Perhaps there are others even more formidable willing to accept them, she added. Then I would be most grateful for your assistance, fair lady. Yi Kaishan replied with a smile. In an instant, the Moon Immortal took Xianxiaaudiobooks and prepared to return to the Moon Star. At that moment, Yi Kaishan expressed his desire to accompany them. As a father, he was concerned for his daughter's safety and wished to see for himself. After a brief contemplation, Xia readily agreed, understanding the sentiments of a father. Thus, Yi Kaishan followed the Moon Immortal to the Guanghan heaven. In the realm of immortals, there exist countless formidable barriers established by prominent figures. The most renowned among them include the De Luo heaven, De Qi heaven, Pure Land heaven, Supreme heaven, and Nether heaven, among others. Although Guanghan heaven may not rival these, its reputation in the immortal world is indeed resounding. Guanghan heaven was established by the Moon Mother, Wangshu, a primordial deity of great power, who emerged at the dawn of creation and is regarded as one of the earliest mighty beings. Xia, adorned in flowing garments, led Yi Kaishan through the turbulent currents of time and space, traversing numerous layers of law barriers, finally arriving at Guanghan heaven. The potency of these barriers is such that, Without the owner's consent, even a golden immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the moon star. Kaishan gazed in astonishment at the grandeur before him. The immense moon star stretched endlessly, surrounded by countless celestial bodies, forming a magnificent cosmic map. Xiha, not only the moon immortal, but also a celestial ruler of the heavenly court, governs numerous star deities. Upon their return, a multitude of celestial beings manifested their divine forms to pay homage, all of whom were female immortals, some wielding staves, others donned in golden armor, blowing conch shells and waving colorful ribbons, creating a breathtaking spectacle that illuminated the entirety of Guanghan heaven. So many celestial maidens! Kaishan exclaimed. His eyes widened in awe as he beheld the towering celestial forms upon the colossal stars nearby. These women were exceptionally powerful, at the very least, Xian immortals. With many being golden immortals, their beauty was beyond compare. The female star deities under the command of the moon immortal were renowned throughout the celestial realm. While other heavens are celebrated for their strength, Guanghan heaven is famed for its exquisite beauty. Kaishan finally understood Xiha's hesitation in bringing him along. The presence of so many female immortals could indeed pose a slight inconvenience. Xiha, this Guanghan heaven is truly a breathtaking sight, making one reluctant to depart, Kaishan remarked, following closely beside Xiha, unabashedly expressing his admiration. To be honest, he felt an urge to move in permanently. When you become an immortal lord in the future, you may carve out your own realm, Xiha replied with a gentle smile, her composure unwavering. Her expression perpetually adorned with a serene smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Upon hearing this, Kaishan suddenly pointed towards the sun in the celestial realm and inquired, "Is there anyone residing there?" "There was once, but not anymore," Xiha responded. "Good. That shall be mine in the future. We will be neighbors and can visit often," Kaishan declared with a radiant smile, speaking earnestly. My friend jested. "The sun star is not a realm that just anyone can claim," Xiha replied with a chuckle, amused by Kaishan's aspirations. The sun star harbored ancient killing formations, making it challenging even for an immortal king to establish a foothold. Once, the Ziwei immortal king attempted to refine it as his domain, but ultimately failed. In her view, whether Kaishan could even become an immortal king remained uncertain. Perhaps being an immortal lord would be his limit. How could he possibly tame the perilous sun star? Is it truly that formidable? Kaishan's eyes sparkled with surprise. If even an immortal king cannot manage it, then I shall aim for the title of immortal emperor. As they spoke, they ascended to the moon star. Before them loomed a magnificent and resplendent palace, with a severed laurel tree standing at its entrance. This tree, once a renowned primordial entity in the celestial realm, now stood as merely a stump. At that moment, the grand doors of Guanghan Palace swung open, and a young woman clad in a blue and white celestial gown emerged. She bore a resemblance to Xiha, though her stature was notably more petite. "Sister, why have you brought a man back?" the young woman inquired, stepping closer and scrutinizing Kaishan with large, bewildered eyes. "This is my disciple's father. I felt uneasy and came to check on him," Xiha explained. "This is my younger sister, Xianxia." Chapter 288. The Moon Sisters, the Immortal King's Teachings. Xianxia. Kaishan's heart stirred. The moon star's sister flowers? In the ancient myths of the blue star, these sisters were the wives of the golden crow emperor June. The delicate young woman before him, with eyes like stars and a porcelain-like beauty, was also an immortal lord. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Xianxia. I am Kaishan. Feel free to call me Kaishan," he said, beaming with a smile as he instantly sought to establish rapport. Xianxia's curiosity intensified. It was rare for a man to enter Guanghan heaven. This man, possessing only the realm of true immortality, stood before the two sisters with such confidence, even playfully smiling. "Let us proceed inside first," Xiha instructed. "Xianxia, prepare some celestial tea to entertain the head of the Yi family." "Hee hee, Kaishan, you are in for a treat. My sister's celestial brew is not something just anyone can savor," Xianxia teased, tossing a remark before gracefully soaring into Guanghan Palace. Shortly thereafter, Kaishan, accompanied by his daughter, followed the Moon Sisters into Guanghan Palace. It wasn't long before Kaishan tasted Xiha's celestial brew. "It's quite delightful," he remarked after a sip, though in truth, he found it lacking compared to his own enlightenment tea. "Just quite delightful?" Xianxia asked, astonished. Ordinary immortals encountering such celestial brew would likely lick the cup clean. Yet this fellow remained so composed. "Kaishan, have you ever tasted celestial tea superior to this?" Xianxia pressed, eager to unveil any pretense. However, for Kaishan, this merely provided the perfect opportunity to assert himself. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeve, conjuring several cups of enlightenment tea, shimmering with a terrifying aura of Tao, which floated before the sisters. The two women gazed in shock at the celestial tea before them, with their discerning eyes. They could easily recognize the extraordinary nature of the enlightenment tea. They delicately lifted the cups and elegantly sipped. In an instant, both women were taken aback, closing their eyes as they entered a state of profound realization. After a long while, they slowly opened their beautiful eyes, astonishment written all over their faces. Just this brief moment of enlightenment had slightly enhanced their cultivation, which had stagnated for many years. "What kind of tea is this?" Xiha inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue as she gazed at Yi Kaishan. "This was gifted to me by an old acquaintance, known as enlightenment tea," Yi Kaishan replied calmly, fully embracing his role of understated grandeur. He intentionally claimed it was a gift from an acquaintance, both to enhance his mysterious background and to imply that the item was not currently in his possession. After all, if the sisters knew he possessed the enlightenment tree, what might happen if they grew impatient and attempted to seize it? One must always guard against potential threats. As a seasoned veteran, Yi Kaishan adeptly navigated the boundaries of propriety. Enlightenment tea? Could it be brewed from the leaves of the enlightenment tree? The sisters immediately grasped the origins of the tea, their curiosity about Yi Kaishan's background intensifying. They were aware that only one immortal king held dominion over such a tree. What was Yi Kaishan's connection to that immortal king? "My friend, what is your relationship with the Mitian immortal king?" Xiha inquired softly. Yi Kaishan was taken aback. Who is the Mitian immortal king? "I do not know." Though internally bewildered, he nonetheless shook his head and softly uttered two words, "Secret." This indicated that it was a slide not to be touched. The two women nodded slightly, displaying an understanding that precluded further inquiry. Such is the nature of prominent figures. They are often enigmatic, shrouded in mystery, and possessing idiosyncratic temperaments. In the days that followed, Yi Kaishan found himself blissfully immersed in philosophical discussions with Xiha and Xianxia, engaging in dialogues that spanned the cosmos. In moments of leisure, he would sip on the enlightening tea, and before long, his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of true immortality. The two women were perplexed, wondering just how much of this tea he possessed. Was it not said to be a gift from others? How could it seemingly be inexhaustible? Within the confines of the blessed realm, the enlightenment tree was nearly stripped bare by Yi Kaishan's indulgence. Fortunately, it had the ability to regenerate, and it would not be long before new leaves sprouted forth, continuously replenishing itself. The sacrifice of the enlightenment tree proved worthwhile, as during this period, Xiha and Xianxia's demeanor towards Yi Kaishan had markedly transformed. From an initial air of unfamiliarity and distance, they had grown to converse freely, their camaraderie now teetering on the edge of intimacy. Half a year passed. On this day, Yi Kaishan decided it was time to depart, as his wife and children awaited his return. Yet, at that moment, a magnificent purple aura descended from the heavens, spanning millions of miles. The earth trembled, and the sound of Tao reverberated. "I wish to expound upon the great Tao. All who are destined may come to Xianxiaaudiobooks to listen." This resounding proclamation echoed throughout the vast expanse of the celestial realms, reverberating through countless beings as if it were the very will of heaven. What was happening? Yi Kaishan gazed up at the sky, astonished. "The celestial king speaks once every 10,000 years. Xianxia exclaimed excitedly. "The ZY celestial king delivers teachings in Xianxiaaudiobooks every 10 millennia, inviting those of fate to attend. This is a rare opportunity. Will you accompany us?" She inquired of Yi Kaishan. "Indeed, I shall certainly go." Yi Kaishan nodded, eager to behold the visage of the celestial king and to glean insights from his teachings. Without delay, he followed the celestial beings of the Taiyin star cluster, departing from Guanghan heaven and soaring towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. Upon entering Xianxiaaudiobooks, Yi Kaishan beheld an immense ancient star, its purple hue dwarfing even the Taiyin star by several magnitudes. At that moment, numerous celestial beings had already gathered in Xianxiaaudiobooks, mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and several formidable celestial lords. True immortals like Yi Kaishan were a rarity among them. "Xiha, Xianxia, you have come as well?" A melodious voice emerged from the rear of the procession. Yi Kaishan turned to see a mature and graceful female celestial lord approaching, accompanied by a throng of celestial beings. "Xuanji, it has been a long time." Xiha and Xianxia greeted her with smiles, clearly indicating a friendly rapport with this celestial lady. "Is this the celestial lord of Xuanji?" Yi Kaishan mused, discreetly assessing the woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, exuding a captivating blend of authority and gentleness. At the level of immortals, it was rare to find the unattractive, especially among celestial lords. Each radiated a unique charm. The beauty of Xuanji celestial lord was certainly on par with that of the Taiyin star sisters, though each possessed distinct qualities, serene, vivacious, and elegantly commanding. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xuanji celestial lord turned her gaze to Yi Kaishan. "You must be Yi Kaishan. I have heard of your exploits. It is a pleasure to meet you. When time permits, I shall share them with you in person." Yi Kaishan clasped his hands in greeting, a radiant smile adorning his face. This declaration left the assembly of celestial beings momentarily speechless. Was he jesting with the celestial lord? Uncertain glances were exchanged. Xuanji's celestial lord blinked in surprise before breaking into a smile. She did not perceive his words as an affront. Rather, she found them amusing. At the very least, Yi Kaishan's gaze was sincere, genuinely intrigued by her. As the ruler of a domain, it was not uncommon for Xuanji to have countless admirers. A reality she had long since grown accustomed to. Very well, the teachings of the celestial king are about to commence. Let us proceed, Xiha interjected, steering the conversation away, wary of any potential sparks that might ignite. Thus, the two groups of celestial beings traversed the violet currents, ascending to the ZY star. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal tree adorned with celestial fruits. This tree boasted 365 branches, each meticulously arranged in harmony with the Tao. It was an innate divine entity, remaining unscathed. The celestial tree of the Zhou sky. Yi Kaishan recognized it at once, its value rivaling that of the enlightenment tree. This marvel was replete with treasures. The celestial fruits could enhance cultivation, while its timber could be crafted into artifacts and formations, with boundless applications. Bypassing the Zhou sky's celestial tree, they advanced. At the heart of the celestial realm stood a Tao palace imbued with profound resonance, before which lay a vast square capable of accommodating millions. Many celestial beings had already settled into their positions, preparing to absorb the teachings. As the group reached the square, they conjured cushions and sat in succession. Yi Kaishan found himself beside Xiha and Xianxia, with Xuanji's celestial lord on his other side. In his row sat numerous celestial lords from various realms, amounting to dozens. Yet, amidst these lords, a mere true immortal was intermingled. Such a striking arrangement left many celestial beings astonished, speculating on the identity of this noble figure. Who was he? To be so closely associated with Xuanji and Taiyin celestial lords? Was he perhaps the progeny of a prominent figure? A humble true immortal, yet bestowed with such privilege? Many found it hard to believe he bore no significant background, as celestial beings from other realms were unaware of Yi Kaishan's status. Those from the Xuanji realm recognized him instantly, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is that not Yi Laozu? Am I mistaken? How is he seated among the celestial lords?" One gasped, feeling as though they were losing their senses, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it is Yi Laozu. That striking silhouette and aura are unmistakable. Why is he acquainted with the Taiyin and Xuanji celestial lords? An astonished Xian Immortal remarked, noting that such exalted beings were beyond his conversational reach. Yet here was Yi Kaishan, seated among them, engaged in friendly banter. Yi Kaishan exchanged jokes with Xianxia and playfully interacted with Xuanji's celestial lord, thoroughly enjoying himself. The celestial beings behind him were left in a state of frustration, gnashing their teeth in envy. How bold one must be to attain such prominence. It seems there is truth to the rumors of Yi Laozu taking many consorts. It is not without reason, mused a celestial being from the Baiduan mountain range. What is this man's true identity? Pondered a being cloaked in divine radiance. She was the master of the Holy Spirit sect. Recalling her previous attempt to invite Yi Kaishan to join as a holy son, the leader of the Holy Spirit sect felt a sense of shame. For while he mingled with celestial lords, she could only observe from afar. This illustrated the stark disparity between them. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Rui sect were rendered pale, trembling in fear. "What shall we do?" they murmured, as Yi Kaishan's presence drew the attention of the entire square, making him the focal point of all eyes. Amidst the cacophony of exclamations from those in the know and the wild conjectures from the uninformed, Yi Kaishan paid little heed to the surrounding tumult. Instead, he was engaged in a hushed conversation with Xianxia, recounting a tale about a young girl named Mushroom Picker. However, the innocent Xianxia failed to grasp the underlying implications of the narrative, while Xiha and Xuanji, nearby, found their cheeks flushed in embarrassment, silently cursing Yi Kaishan for his shamelessness. "You are truly a scoundrel, uttering such indecencies at such a significant gathering." Xianxia glared at him with indignation, her expression betraying a facade of anger, while inwardly, she delighted in the tale. After scolding him, she promptly sought to entice Yi Kaishan into sharing another story. "Come on, you rascal." Yi Kaishan cast a fleeting glance her way, showing no inclination to continue. He preferred to witness the demure blush of a woman rather than her eager insistence for more. Casting a discreet eye around the assembly of celestial beings, he noted that those seated in the front row were indeed formidable figures. Beside the illustrious Xuanji, there sat a woman clad in white, exuding an aura of calm composure and formidable authority. She was a celestial monarch, the lady of the Tianxian celestial domain. Further along was another woman in resplendent golden robes, her exquisite features and regal presence radiating a brilliance that rendered her almost blinding to behold. She was the queen of the Yaoguang celestial domain. Among the 7 celestial monarchs, 3 were women and 4 were men, including a handsome youth, a composed middle-aged man, and a venerable elder with an air of gravitas. Moreover, Kaishan spotted other celestial monarchs from various domains, and a glance around revealed that dozens of celestial beings had gathered, with countless golden immortals in attendance. It was indeed a convergence of titans, a gathering of the formidable. For these beings, the teachings of a celestial king could illuminate the path, saving them countless years of arduous cultivation. Yet, it was rare for most celestial kings, and even celestial emperors, to willingly impart their wisdom. Only the Ziwei celestial king, with unflagging patience, would periodically deliver his teachings. Kaishan mused. The Ziwei celestial king is rather benevolent. Suddenly, the resonant toll of bells echoed, akin to the sound of the great Tao, instantly silencing the din. A violet figure appeared upon the dais at the forefront of the square. Upon witnessing her, Kaishan could not suppress a gasp. Lo and behold, the Ziwei celestial king is a woman? She was a regal figure, draped in an imperial purple robe, adorned with a halo of 9 colors. Her elongated form was flawless, an embodiment of divine grace, with a purple star mark gracing her brow, accentuating her nobility. The Ziwei star was the sovereign star, and Kaishan was utterly astonished to discover that the Ziwei celestial king was a queen. At her emergence, all else faded into insignificance. As the Ziwei celestial king took her seat, her gaze swept across the multitude of celestial beings, and when she spoke, her voice resonated like celestial music, each word imbued with profound wisdom. The assembled deities listened, entranced, as her teachings unfolded, each utterance a gem of insight. Clearly, the teachings of a celestial king were extraordinary. Though much of it was beyond comprehension, it was undeniably soothing to the ears. Kaishan, accustomed to a life of idleness and neglecting cultivation, found the experience surprisingly pleasing. To him, cultivation was a foreign and arduous endeavor. Perhaps it would be wiser to father more offspring instead. Chapter 290. Insights into the Principles of the Tao. Am I to become a disciple of the Celestial King? Before long, a year had passed. The resonant teachings of the Ziwei celestial king continued to linger in the atmosphere of the Ziwei star. The higher the status of the speaker, the longer their discourse seemed to last, with some capable of speaking for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Kaishan felt as though his mind was nearing a state of numbness. Finally, after another stretch of time, the Ziwei celestial king concluded her teachings. You may now reflect and assimilate what you have learned. The one who progresses the fastest shall be rewarded with 5-star fruit. Her voice was like a celestial melody. At these words, the celestial beings below erupted in astonishment. Starfruit matured only once every 100,000 years, and consuming it could solidify the Taiji Dao fruit, enabling one to attain the status of Golden Immortal. For those unable to advance to Golden Immortal, this was nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Should a celestial faction acquire it, they could cultivate 5 Golden Immortals. In an instant, the celestial assembly was abuzz with excitement. Even the celestial kings felt a stir of desire. The starfruit was exceedingly precious. Even if they did not consume it themselves, they could bestow it upon their subordinates. Immediately, all celestial beings closed their eyes in meditation, seeking to internalize and digest the insights gained from the teachings. Starfruit. Kaishan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. This meant he would not succumb to fatigue. Over the year, he had fathered numerous offspring, with his spiritual root progeny exceeding 300,000. Such a bounty promised immense rewards, not only in the form of celestial techniques and elixirs, but also 3,000 years of cultivation experience. Among his progeny, many had been born with spiritual roots, randomly bestowing upon him a plethora of fragments of the Tao. Now, he possessed over 100 fragments of the Tao. With this, Kaishan shed his pretense and began to refine his experience while unlocking the fragments of the Tao simultaneously. Congratulations, you have acquired the fragment of the Rain Principle. Congratulations, you have acquired the fragment of the Earth Principle. Congratulations, you have acquired the fragment of the Staff Principle. As the fragments of the Tao were unlocked, various principles emerged. Swords, spears, and staffs appeared in abundance. The Staff Principle was quite satisfactory. Kaishan nodded slightly in approval. He intended to retain any useful principles, and naturally, he would not overlook the Staff Principle. However, what truly delighted him was the subsequent fragment that revealed the Principle of Strength. This was the essence of pure power, a principle from which no being could escape. When cultivated to its zenith, the Principle of Strength could shatter myriad laws with sheer force, a truly formidable concept. In his past life as a devoted reader of novels, Yi Kaishan recognized that the man who wielded a massive axe to carve open the heavens was governed by the principle of strength. Cultivation. Yi Kaishan immediately set to work refining the fragments of the Tao, while simultaneously assimilating the experience of cultivation. Meanwhile, on the square, some had already made breakthroughs, with torrents of principles emanating from them, swirling like ethereal wisps. Haha, I have grasped the principle of wind. One individual exclaimed with elation, prompting envious glances from the celestial beings around him. The principle of wind was indeed remarkable, particularly in enhancing agility, allowing one to move with the swiftness of the wind, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Furthermore, the wind's offensive power was formidable. Certain chaotic gales could even rend a golden immortal asunder. As time passed, more and more celestial beings digested the insights from the teachings and reaped their rewards. Unfortunately, our cultivation levels are too high. It is challenging for us to experience substantial progress like them, Xiha remarked to her sister. This session of teachings had provided profound insights, equivalent to millennia of cultivation. Yet, with their high realms, it was impossible to break through easily. Moreover, given the potential of the two sisters, they had essentially reached the pinnacle of celestial kings. Although both possessed the supreme Taiji Dao fruit, lacking the Dao fruit of the great Luo. Their ascension to celestial king was not a matter of simple cultivation, but required great fortune, destiny, and perseverance. You two sisters need not fret. You have both achieved perfection as celestial kings. With but a stroke of fortune, you shall ascend to celestial king. The celestial monarch Xuanji chuckled, remarking that the talents of the Tayin sisters far surpassed her own, leading her to concede that she truly had no chance. At that moment, the vast majority of cultivators had awakened from their meditative states. Some had broken through minor realms, while others had comprehended various laws. There were even those who had grasped 3 distinct laws, captivating the entire assembly. Even the purple micro-celestial king nodded in quiet approval, indicating that this individual possessed exceptional comprehension, capable of grasping the essence of her teachings. Just as she prepared to announce the champion of this gathering, the long-silent Yi Kaishan finally made his move. In an instant, a formidable aura surged forth from him, marking his breakthrough to the xianxian realm. Streams of laws ascended, manifesting ethereal images of staffs, swords, and spears, hovering above his head. Staves and swords? Quite commendable, someone evaluated leisurely. Such laws are rather ordinary. Their efficacy lies in their application. Buzz. Above Yi Kaishan, a torrent of yellow energy erupted, the law of earth. Subsequently, the laws of rain, light, and ice followed suit, culminating in the law of strength. The assemblage of immortals widened their eyes, unable to contain their astonishment. The laws of strength and light are indeed potent laws. Boom. In the next moment, a vibrant and even more terrifying torrent of laws emerged, rendering Yi Kaishan almost blindingly radiant. This was the law of the 5 elements. One of the top 10 supreme laws. By the heavens, the law of the 5 elements? Many deities stood aghast, gazing at Yi Kaishan's figure. Is Yi Laozu truly this formidable? Exclaimed a powerful figure from the Xuanji celestial domain. The assembly of immortals was struck with awe, their scalps tingling. Even the various celestial lords gaped, re-evaluating this individual who sat among them. Xiha, Changxi, and Xuanji regarded Yi Kaishan with expressions akin to that of observing a rare beast. At this moment, Yi Kaishan exuded an overwhelming aura, surrounded by the highest laws, appearing almost regal like a celestial king. Excellent, excellent. The purple micro-celestial king laughed heartily, momentarily dimming the heavens and the earth. In her eyes, only Yi Kaishan's figure occupied her thoughts, her satisfaction palpable. It was astonishing that he could comprehend such top-tier laws from her mere discourse. His perceptiveness was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that my teachings are exceptionally profound? The purple micro-celestial king pondered, her smile broadening. After a considerable time, Yi Kaishan ceased his display of prowess, settling at the mid-stage of the xianxian realm. The Dao Ti, coupled with the celestial king's teachings and various factors, had propelled him forward significantly. Now, even without celestial artifacts, he could contend with Li Qiu of the Rui celestial sect. What is your name? The purple micro-celestial king approached Yi Kaishan, her smile radiant. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, the unparalleled queen, Yi Kaishan suppressed his playful spirit and solemnly revealed his name. This is 5-star fruit, your deserved reward. The purple micro-celestial king presented him with 5 fruits adorned with Dao patterns. Thank you. Yi Kaishan nodded, accepting the star fruits. Might you be interested in becoming my disciple? The purple micro-celestial king suddenly inquired, causing a collective gasp among the assembled immortals. The celestial king wishes to take on a disciple? However, after his initial surprise, Yi Kaishan couldn't help but mentally scoff. I have no desire to be your disciple. I wish to be your man. Chapter 291. seeking guidance from a senior and forming alliances. Kaishan was quite candid. The notion of becoming a disciple held no allure for him, unless he could be her man. If he truly became a disciple, he might find himself listening to teachings on the purple microstar daily, severely limiting his freedom. Where is the joy in raising a concubine and having children? The surrounding deities were practically drooling with envy. The purple micro-celestial king, personally, taking on a disciple would mean endless teachings. Yet, at that moment, Kaishan wore a troubled expression. Esteemed senior, I am too enamored with the mortal realm. I have a wife and children waiting at home, making it impossible for me to commit. Please forgive my refusal. He paused, clasped his hands, and spoke earnestly. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. He actually refused the celestial king? This was the celestial king. How outrageous. Shiha and Xianxia were frantic, unable to restrain themselves from pinching Kaishan's waist, attempting to sway his decision. Kaishan remained unaffected, his demeanor sincere. The purple micro-celestial king maintained her composure, observing Kaishan with an expression that flickered with an unusual intensity. This audacious individual. Kaishan felt a shiver. He couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze held something peculiar. Could she have overheard my inner thoughts? Moments later, the purple micro-celestial king retracted her gaze and spoke calmly. Taking on disciples is entirely voluntary. If you have your reasons, I shall not compel you. With that, she tossed a purple token. This token grants you access to the purple micro-heaven. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. Thank you. Esteemed celestial king. Kaishan exclaimed joyfully. With this token, it was akin to acquiring a new identity. He could seamlessly transition between two roles. I have entered. Oh, now I am leaving. The surrounding immortals were consumed with jealousy. This man not only rejected the celestial king's offer, but also received a token to enter the purple micro. He could reverse his decision at any time. What privilege? How is it possible? Did the purple micro-celestial king possess some leverage over him? How infuriating. How did he earn the celestial king's favor? I have come to realize that as long as they are women, they seem to have an affinity with Yi Laozu. The deities of the Xuanji celestial domain were utterly astonished. Kaishan not only drew closer to the Taiyin celestial monarch and the Xuanji celestial monarch, engaging in jovial conversations, but even the celestial king regarded him with newfound respect, altering her attitude significantly. In the Xuanji celestial domain, who would dare to provoke him? Not only would they fear retaliation, but even a mere glance could lead to dire consequences. It was utterly terrifying. The prominent figures of the Rui celestial sect were nearly wetting themselves in fear. It's over. Our Rui celestial sect is doomed. The sect leader lamented in despair. Do not panic. Perhaps there remains a chance for redemption, the Grand Elder interjected, turning to a beautiful woman among the elders. She was a formidable gold immortal and the sole female among the elders. Elder Duanmu Ling, our sect stands at the brink of destruction. You are surely aware of this individual's preferences. I implore you to assist us. He bowed deeply, speaking solemnly. I beseech Elder Duanmu. The other elders echoed in unison. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman trembled slightly, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she lowered her head and softly replied, I understand. In truth, she had long been captivated by Kaishan's earlier display, feeling a burgeoning admiration. Her heart, long dormant, began to bloom once more. Naturally, she would not refuse the request of her colleagues. Let us do it. Once the purple micro-celestial king departed, the cultivation square erupted with excitement. All the immortals surged toward Kaishan, eager to forge connections. Kaishan, being quite pragmatic, offered a polite smile to the male immortals while discreetly exchanging contact information with the female immortals. Here, there are thousands of celestial maidens hailing from various divine domains, the majority of whom possess impressive cultivation, ranging from profound immortals to golden immortals, showcasing exceptional quality. Alas, it seems that the queen of the Yaoqi has not made an appearance. Kaishan observed discreetly, noting that the Yaoqi immortal sect resides within the Tianxian immortal domain. Logically, one would expect the Yaoqi queen to attend the teachings of the immortal king. Could it be that my charm is insufficient to draw her in? Kaishan pondered, resting his chin upon his hand, filled with deep regret. He had even contemplated engaging in a fierce debate with the Yaoqi queen, yet she was absent. Perhaps she sensed danger and opted not to attend the discourse. Greetings, fellow Taoist Yi. A celestial lord approached, expressing a desire for acquaintance. In their eyes, Kaishan had already reached an equal standing, addressing him as a fellow Taoist. A pleasure to meet you. Kaishan responded courteously, becoming acquainted with the Tianxian maiden and the Yaoguang maiden. This was an opportunity he must seize, akin to a proud peacock displaying its vibrant plumage. Subsequently, Kaishan exchanged contact information with a multitude of celestial maidens and informed them of the direction to his abode. After fulfilling these tasks, he returned alongside the Taiyin sisters. Taoist Yi, do visit me sometime. As they parted, the Xuanji celestial lord said to Yi Kaishan. Certainly. Yi Kaishan nodded, not merely out of courtesy, but with genuine intent to visit. However, his immediate priority was to return home and cultivate the fertile land for sowing. Fairy Shiha, Fairy Changxi. The joyful moments are always fleeting. I must take my leave. Upon learning of Yi Kaishan's departure, the two maidens felt a sudden pang of reluctance. The years spent in solitary cultivation on the Taiyin star, devoid of external interaction, had been rather monotonous. Just as they had begun to bond with Yi Kaishan, he was set to depart, evoking a sense of wistfulness. Distance breeds beauty, and the astute Master Yi understood this principle. He intended to maintain a strategic distance from the two maidens, retreating to advance, until the day he could advance fully. By the way, take this. You may come whenever you wish. Xianxi presented a crescent-shaped token, the key to the Taiyin realm. With this, Yi Kaishan could freely enter and exit the Taiyin domain. Thank you. Yi Kaishan accepted the Taiyin key, tucking it securely into his robe. He then exchanged a few words with his daughter, Yi Xianxia, and resolutely departed. At that moment, the reverberations of the Immortal King's teachings gradually spread across the various celestial domains. Soon, word circulated of a formidable figure named Yi Kaishan, who had shone brilliantly upon the Ziwei star, astonishing all and gaining the attention of the Ziwei Immortal King. Even more astonishingly, he had declined the Immortal King's offer of apprenticeship. This individual hailed from the Xuanji Immortal Domain, a transcendent of the lower realms, known for his prolific offspring, with descendants numbering in the millions, each founding their own lineage. It was said that he had ascended to the immortal realm in a mere century, achieving such feats that were simply beyond belief. The beings of other celestial domains began to delve into all matters concerning Yi Kaishan. To their astonishment, they discovered that a transcendent who had ascended for only a few decades had reached the level of profound immortal and boasted a lineage of millions. How was this possible? Chapter 292. The Xuanji Immortal Domain was left astounded upon his return. Compared to the other celestial domains, the inhabitants of the Xuanji Immortal Domain were even more shocked. Nothing could compare to witnessing the events firsthand. While the outside world spoke of Yi Laozu's prowess, the specifics remained elusive. However, the immortals of the Xuanji Immortal Domain, especially those from the Starfall City, were well aware of his immense achievements. They had witnessed Yi Kaishan ascend to seize celestial minds, obliterate the Ding family, and now, casually engage with celestial lords, all while being favored by the Immortal King, who could fathom the magnitude of the impact on their spirits. Yi Laozu was seen among the celestial lords of the Ziwei realm, engaging in profound discussions, accompanied by the Taiyin celestial lord and the Xuanji celestial lord. Immortals returning from the teachings began to boast of Yi Kaishan's legendary exploits throughout the Xuanji Immortal Domain, leaving the lesser celestial beings in awe and admiration. To them, true immortals were already formidable figures. They had never encountered celestial lords, let alone mingled with such exalted beings. As the rumors escalated, they spread fervently throughout the Xuanji Immortal Domain. Did you hear? Yi Laozu is also an ascendant. Yet, how could the disparity be so vast? Some ascendants mingled amicably with celestial lords, while others remained preoccupied with mining, anxious about output. For ascendants lacking heritage, family business, or background, mining was regarded as the safest and most stable livelihood. Thus, even when the period of trial concluded, many ascendants chose to continue mining, receiving meager compensation each month, diligently accumulating celestial stones for cultivation, day in and day out. As news of Yi Kaishan's accomplishments resonated through the Xuanji Immortal Domain, numerous celestial maidens flocked eagerly to Starfall City. Various celestial clans and sects dispatched their most outstanding maidens, including the Shengling Immortal Sect and the Rui Immortal Sect. Before long, the Rui Immortal Sect announced its unilateral, generous gift of all its properties to the Yi family, alongside a management fee of 10 million celestial stones. Everyone was left astounded. Gifting celestial minds was one thing, but to also offer a management fee? What an extraordinary act of folly. The Rui Immortal Sect had clearly met their match, as both Yi Laozu and the Xuanji celestial lord shared profound connections. Their actions were undoubtedly a plea for forgiveness from the Yi family. It was unreasonable to blame the Rui Immortal Sect. Who could have anticipated that an ascendant of merely 2 or 3 decades could achieve such feats? Some felt pity for the Rui Immortal Sect, acknowledging that encountering such an extraordinary individual was rare. Had it been an ordinary ascendant, they would have perished countless times, leaving not a trace behind. Upon learning of the Rui Immortal Sect's actions, the higher-ups of the Shengling Immortal Sect couldn't help but laugh, feeling immensely relieved that they bore no enmity toward the Yi family, and even had familial ties. Fairy Hemming truly is our sect's lucky star, one elder remarked, reflecting on their fortune. Subsequently, the sect leader of Shengling promptly gifted 20 celestial mines to the Yi family, presenting it as a congratulatory gift for Yi Laozu's remarkable achievements. Furthermore, they added an additional 20 million celestial stones, overshadowing the Rui Immortal sect's offering. Other factions, upon learning of this, hastily followed suit, presenting substantial amounts of celestial stones and various precious treasures. Before the gates of the Ascendant Alliance, located at the former site of the Tiangong sect, the three venerable leaders, Lord Taishan, Lord Yuhua, and Lord Honglian, gathered, their faces adorned with the smiles of daisies. It must be Yi Laozu, wherever he goes. He stands out brilliantly. In such a short time, he has already mingled with the celestial lords. It seems our ancestor excels not only in procreation but also in the affairs of the world, Lord Honglian exclaimed with excitement, unable to believe the news at first. Yet, the prowess of their ancestor was always beyond imagination. This is the time for our Ascendant Alliance to rise. Lord Tai Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing an opportunity. Let us act swiftly. Our ancestor has not taken a concubine in a long while. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly take many. We must not let him down. Lord Yuhua concurred, never forgetting the original intention of establishing the Ascendant Alliance. In no time, the three took action, disseminating the news. As the Xuanji Immortal domain caught wind of this, countless ascendants erupted in excitement. The celestial sect founded by the venerable Master Yi is currently seeking recruits, specifically targeting homeless ascenders. Alas, why am I not among the ascenders? The local celestial beings stomped their feet in frustration. With the illustrious banner of Yi Kaishan, an overwhelming number of ascenders flocked to the gates of the Ascender Alliance in a remarkably short time. Before long, they had enrolled over 1 million ascenders. A formidable power is steadily rising. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan returned from the vast expanse of the moonlit sky to the Starfall City. Before even entering the city, he was met with a throng of people, filling the grand celestial city to the brim. These were celestial beings from various regions, all eager to catch a glimpse of the venerable Master Yi. The Yi family members were busily engaged in registration, nearly numbed by the influx of congratulatory gifts. They had received over 1 billion celestial stones alone, not to mention countless magical treasures, elixirs, and rare items. Some even brought female cultivators, hoping for matrimonial alliances with the Yi family. Naturally, some self-aware individuals, lacking the confidence to aspire for the venerable Master Yi himself, sought to wed his descendants instead. Yi Kaishan, maintaining an air of composure, managed to squeeze into the Yi residence. Upon learning of his return, his wife and children rushed to greet him. Husband, why have you returned only now? I have not given birth just to wait for you, Ao Yiji complained, her pregnant belly prominently displayed. Goodness, how have you not given birth yet? Yi Kaishan exclaimed in shock, realizing Ao Yiji had been pregnant for over 3 years. Is it possible to hold the child in for that long? Could she be expecting a Neza? I shall not give birth without you, Ao Yiji stubbornly declared. At her level of cultivation, she possessed various means to prolong her pregnancy. Delaying childbirth was not particularly challenging. It was not uncommon among celestial maidens to carry for 2 to 3 years, or even a century or more, unlike mortal women who typically bore for 10 months. All right, I have returned. You may give birth now, Yi Kaishan said with a tender smile, resigned to his fate as a man who must pamper his wife. Ao Yiji nodded happily and hurried off to prepare for childbirth. During his absence, many concubines had gone into labor, and nearly all had given birth to children with celestial roots. Those of exceptional talent even produced superior celestial roots, with a few blessed with the highest grade celestial roots. Consequently, a plethora of celestial artifacts followed. Father, you have finally returned. The forces seeking to form alliances are nearly trampling our doorstep, Mu Wanqing reported, half amused, half exasperated. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan smiled slightly and replied, Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin preparations. Chapter 293. Ao Yiji gives birth, the celestial dragon bed. Yi Kaishan's concubinage resumed, the number of candidates reaching a staggering count. With an abundance of choices, the standards for selection naturally rose. Initially, it sufficed to take in lesser earth immortals and lesser heavenly immortals, but now, with a flood of true immortals and even profound immortals arriving at his doorstep, Yi Kaishan found himself compelled to select only those of superior cultivation. The starting point was true immortals, while exceptionally talented heavenly immortals could still be considered, albeit as exceptions. In this context, Elder Duanmu Ling from the Ru Yi Celestial sect, who had been entrusted with high expectations, soon captured Yi Kaishan's attention. As a golden immortal, she quickly became a target of interest. Upon learning of her status, Yi Kaishan could not help but scoff inwardly. Did a mere golden immortal think she could dismiss him? Certainly not. However, marriage was still on the table, for golden immortals were a rare breed, and Yi Kaishan would not turn down such a lucrative opportunity. Fair Duan Muling, since you are so sincere and we are well acquainted, let us finalize this matter, Yi Kaishan said with a smile. Though Duan Muling was already over 100,000 years old, she remained youthful among golden immortals. Additionally, her beauty was striking, exuding maturity and charm. Far from the appearance of an old crone, Duan Muling was overjoyed, surprised by how smoothly matters unfolded. Little did she realize, Yi Kaishan had never turned away women. Had she arrived sooner, she would have already been wed into the Yi family. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan made an exception, placing her first in line. After a period of tranquility, the Yi family once more indulged in grand feasts. This ceremony attracted attention from the entire Xuanji celestial domain, with powerful figures from other realms also in attendance. The Xuanji celestial palace sent their congratulations to the venerable Master Yi, dispatching envoys bearing lavish gifts, not just one, but 100 congratulatory offerings. While this seemed plentiful, it paled in comparison to what Yi Kaishan's potential truly warranted. Upon learning that their rival had sent Duan Muling, the Holy Spirit Celestial Sect promptly tasked a golden immortal elder by Rome with the mission. Elder by Rome, we cannot allow the Ru-E Celestial Sect to encroach upon our territory. I entrust this matter to you, the sect leader stated. They feared that if Duan Muling married into the Yi family, it would jeopardize the position of the enchanting He Meng. Such factional disputes must not be taken lightly. Leader, I believe you would be more suitable than I. If necessary, shall we go together? Elder by Rome jested. Clad in white, her ethereal presence resembled that of a snow fairy, her eyebrows and irises white as well. Although the sect leader radiated divine light, Byrome felt her own beauty and charm to be slightly inferior, hence her playful comment. Preposterous. As the sect leader, how could I participate? The Holy Spirit sect leader chided, her beauty reminiscent of exquisite amber, untainted by dust. Very well, I shall go first, Byrome said, raising her hands in resignation. Notification. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family and birthing a child with supreme celestial roots. Rewards include an additional 100 years of life, a supreme celestial artifact, the heavenly dragon bed, 10 fragments of law, and 4,000 celestial stones. Note, this child possesses a unique physique, the Annihilation Dragon Emperor body. The Annihilation Dragon Emperor body, a top-tier celestial body, wields the supreme bloodline power of the dragon race, and, upon maturation, commands legions of dragons to obey his will. On this day, Aoeg finally gave birth, presenting a child endowed with supreme celestial roots and a top-tier celestial body. At the moment of the child's arrival, countless dragon shadows danced in the skies above Starfall City and the 100 Broken Mountains, reverently bowing towards the Yi family, celebrating the arrival of the Dragon Emperor. Wonderful. Your patience has not been in vain, Yi Kaishan exclaimed joyfully, as Aoeg had truly harnessed her bloodline power to give birth to a child of imperial dragon lineage. In the birthing room, Aoeg held her child with pride. This child is truly remarkable. If taken back to the dragon clan, my father would be overjoyed beyond measure. Her father was one of the prominent leaders of the demon dragon clan, wielding significant influence. Historically, the demon dragon clan forbade royal bloodlines like hers from mingling with other races, solely to preserve the purity of their lineage. Yet, Aoeg was confident that once her father learned of this child, he would be overwhelmed with joy and plead to keep the child within the demon dragon clan. Such was her certainty. Ultimately, Yi Kaishan named this child Yi Wanlong. The reward for the birth included a supreme celestial artifact known as the Heavenly Dragon Bed. This grand bed, drawn by 9 true dragon manifestations, could be adjusted in size and firmness, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, embodying the majesty and nobility of its master. In essence, this is a magnificent celestial artifact crafted for appearances, primarily intended for ostentation. It can be deemed as the ultimate chariot for a celestial emperor's travels. Yi Kaishan was immensely pleased. He lacked no other type of exquisite celestial instrument, but he indeed required such a tool for flaunting. Reclining on an extravagant bed pulled by 9 true dragons, the mere thought of it felt incredibly impressive. Venturing out for a stroll would surely leave the celestial maidens utterly entranced and dazed. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan began to examine the celestial techniques awarded to him. The 8 parts dragon fist is a supreme celestial skill, regarded as the unparalleled divine art of the dragon clan. Once mastered, it can summon the might of the 8 heavenly deities, wielding boundless power. Even an ordinary celestial being, should they cultivate just one part, could dominate their realm. To master all 8 parts, one can only imagine the sheer force that would be unleashed. With Yi Kaishan's current cultivation level, practicing such a transcendent skill might prove somewhat arduous. Yet as long as he possessed the experience of techniques, it would not pose a problem. In addition, he had the previous reward of the chaotic era torrent, a high-grade celestial technique. The divine abilities Yi Kaishan now commanded were already on par with those of a celestial monarch. Although he seldom employed them, they were akin to nuclear weapons, something one could do without, yet could never afford to lack. When he refrained from action, it was one thing. However, when he did strike, it would be nothing short of breathtaking, leaving all in awe. After finishing with Ao Yajiji, Yi Kaishan promptly immersed himself back into his demanding endeavors. This immersion lasted a full 5 years. The prospect of marrying countless partners seemed unending. During this time, he even took Byron from the Holy Spirit Celestial sect as a wife. 5 years later, Yi Kaishan's companions had exceeded 100,000. The offspring of celestial roots surged forth like a geyser, reaching numbers in the tens of thousands. This meant that he possessed celestial artifacts numbering in the tens of thousands. Should other factions become aware, they would likely be paralyzed by fear. Over these years, the early progeny of the Yi family had begun to flourish, with some attaining celestial status and others becoming earth immortals. With the blessings of auspicious golden lotuses and enlightenment trees, coupled with immense resources, the cultivation speed of the Yi family's offspring was akin to a rocket launch, effortlessly soaring without any bottlenecks. The same innate talents that might require centuries, or even a millennium in the lower realms, were drastically expedited in the celestial realm under such substantial enhancements. It was not merely a matter of luck. It was akin to a divine boon. Chapter 294, The Method of Condensing Dao Fruits, Late Stage Xianxian. The possessors of the War Axe celestial body and the Great Sun celestial physique soared to unprecedented heights, becoming Earth immortals with unstoppable momentum. At this juncture, their capabilities truly began to manifest. Within the same realm, rivals were virtually non-existent throughout the entire Xuanji celestial domain. Throughout these years, Yi Kaishan diligently toiled, finally elevating his celestial roots to a superior grade. His concubines similarly experienced significant advancements, particularly those hailing from the 9 provinces, who gradually ascended to celestial status. The least among them had attained the great ascension stage, originally possessing mediocre qualifications, but with Yi Kaishan as their miraculous herb, these challenges were rendered insignificant. Day by day, night by night, they continuously progressed, each drop of sweat from their hard work contributing to their growth. Simultaneously, the Ascenders Alliance expanded significantly during these years. The number of registered members had reached several million. Moreover, the 3 venerable elders occasionally brought forth outstanding female Ascenders to join. Among them, there even existed celestial physiques. Unable to resist temptation, Yi Kaishan acquiesced. One day, the 3 holy lords visited again, accompanied by 2 women. From a distance, Yi Kaishan discerned their extraordinary natures. One was endowed with superior celestial roots, while the other possessed the rare 9 apertures exquisite heart, a formidable celestial physique. Greetings, Senior Yi. I am Chen Yan, introduced the woman with superior celestial roots. Greetings, Senior Yi. I am Feng Yijing, added the woman with the 9 apertures exquisite heart. Excellent. You both are remarkable, Yi Kaishan remarked with a slight smile, observing the 2 women with keen interest. Even in the celestial realm, these 2 would be considered rare talents. The 2 ladies lowered their heads, stealing glances at Yi Kaishan, their eyes reflecting curiosity, admiration, and other assorted emotions. They had long been indoctrinated by the 3 holy lords, who had regaled them with tales of Yi Kaishan's unparalleled prowess. Under such influence, they quickly developed a profound fondness for him. In the presence of such a phenomenal man, which woman could remain indifferent? Alliance leader, these 2 celestial maidens have admired you for quite some time. As you can see, spoke the Supreme Lord of Taishan, addressing Yi Kaishan as the leader of the Ascenders Alliance. Yi Kaishan nodded slightly and turned to the 2 women, saying, in that case, you may stay. First, visit the administrative office to receive a celestial artifact for your protection while awaiting further arrangements. Upon hearing this, the 2 women trembled with excitement. Elated by the prospect of receiving celestial artifacts upon their first meeting, an extravagant display of generosity, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude and eagerly rushed off to claim their celestial instruments. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Kaishan directed his gaze back to the 3 holy lords, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Truly, they were fellow countrymen from the 9 provinces, understanding him well and adept at navigating the situation. The alliance leader is far too gracious. This is merely our duty. The 3 holy lords, Taishan, Yuhua, and Honglian, gestured with smiles. Ever since aligning with Yi Kaishan, they had enjoyed boundless resources and immense respect. It is no exaggeration to say that even the leaders of Taishan and Yuhua celestial sects would greet them with smiles and refer to them as brothers upon meeting. Without further ado, Yi Kaishan produced 3 starfruit, stating, these are starfruits, Consuming them will enable you to ascend to golden immortal status, albeit with the caveat that they can only condense Tai E Dao fruits. If you are willing, please take them. The three were momentarily taken aback, then ecstatic, their eyes sparkling with excitement. What did it mean to only condense Tai E Dao fruits? Was that truly a drawback? With their qualifications, even reaching golden immortal status was uncertain. Why would they concern themselves with the type of Dao fruit? Strictly speaking, given their attributes, barring any unexpected circumstances, achieving true immortal status would be their limit, let alone aspiring to golden immortal. Thank you, Alliance Leader. I am more than willing to consume this, exclaimed the Hong Lian Holy Lord, seizing the fruit and promptly devouring it. The other two followed suit without hesitation, scrambling for their share. Before long, a powerful aura erupted from the three, akin to a volcanic eruption. The cultivators of Xingyun City trembled, astonished as they gazed towards the Yi family. They could sense the emergence of three golden, immortal powerhouses. Days passed, and the three holy lords successfully ascended. The Supreme Lord of Taishan struck fortunate luck, condensing a superior Dao fruit, while the other two each achieved medium-grade Dao fruits. Now golden immortals, they returned to the Ascenders Alliance, seizing control of the Ascension Pool and aggressively recruiting more members. They even established bases in several nearby celestial domains, developing with unbridled vigor. Ding! Congratulations, host. Family scale has expanded, meeting conditions for promotion to a 7th grade celestial clan. Reward. Method for promoting to Hunyuan Dao fruit. On this day, the conditions for becoming a 7th grade celestial clan were met. Yi Kaishan gazed at the reward, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The method for promoting to Hunyuan Dao fruit. He was instantly exhilarated and hurried to investigate further. The system has produced a unique offering. The method is quite straightforward. As long as Yi Kaishan devours several designated divine objects and accumulates energy points, he will be able to condense the primordial Dao fruit upon reaching a certain threshold. This is a special boon bestowed upon him by the system. In other words, this represents a scientific approach to cultivation, with the system providing a clear data chart that outlines the standards to be achieved. Upon breaking through to the golden immortal stage, he will be able to condense the primordial Dao fruit. Everything is visualized. Initially, Yi Kaishan harbored concerns about his ability to condense a top-tier Dao fruit upon his breakthrough to the golden immortal stage, but now he is completely at ease. The treasure map has been provided. Should he still fail to locate the treasure, the fault lies solely with him. Currently, he has reached the mid-level of the profound immortal stage, and once he achieves perfection in this realm, he will be ready to begin. Time flies, and several years have swiftly passed. For the immortal realm, a few years are scarcely significant. However, for the Yi family, those few years have brought about monumental changes. Congratulations, host. Your descendants have surpassed the threshold of 500,000, earning you 3,000 years of cultivation experience, 3,000 years of alchemy experience, 3,000 years of artifact forging experience, one of the top 10 celestial plants in the immortal realm, and 10 million immortal stones. Yi Kaishan's descendants have broken through the 500,000 mark. The entire Yi family now exceeds 5 million. After absorbing the experience rewards, Yi Kaishan has advanced to the late stage of the profound immortal realm. For others, breaking through such a realm could take tens of thousands of years. But for Yi Kaishan, it is a swift and effortless journey. In addition to experience, there is a special reward this time. The top 10 spiritual plants of the immortal realm are all exceptional, each carrying significant meaning, far surpassing ordinary spiritual herbs. For instance, the star tree of the Ziwei star, the peach of immortality, the Huangzhong Li, the Fusong, and the bitter bamboo, among others. Let me see what kind of spiritual root you possess. Yi Kaishan eagerly examines the appearance of a silvery white, celestial tree before him. Is this a laurel? At the same time, in the ascension pool of the Xuanjin immortal domain, an enchanting woman clad in black rises to the surface. I have arrived in the immortal realm. Chapter 295. The Arrival of Yefei, Ascension Leader. The woman's eyes gleam brightly, and a pair of pristine little wings adorn her head. Gazing into the vast expanse of the immortal realm, she murmurs softly. This is her first visit to the immortal realm, a stark contrast to the demonic realm. This woman is none other than Yefei, a formidable aide to the Dark Desire Demon King. After spending decades in the 9 provinces, she has finally ascended to the immortal realm. On the day of her ascension, the beings of the 9 provinces were utterly astonished, wondering how it could be so swift. Yet, had she not sought to remain low-key, the time could have been shortened by another decade. Uncertain of the whereabouts of this immortal domain and its proximity to that man, Yefei reflects before beginning to survey her surroundings. The demonic realm and the immortal realm are irreconcilable. As a reincarnated demon lord, she must tread carefully in foreign territory. Yefei is already well versed in the fundamental conditions of the immortal realm. According to the ascension rules, having ascended from the 9 provinces, she cannot be too far from Yi Kaishan. Very well, I shall first restore some of my strength before seeking him. Should I manage to tie the hair of the queen entrusted to me to this individual, my mission will be complete. A sly smile escapes Yafei as her eyes sparkle with a mysterious glimmer. She has already devised a plan. Once she cultivates to the celestial immortal realm, she will confront Yi Kaishan, employing force to subdue him. According to the cultivators of the 9 provinces, Yi Kaishan has only ascended for a few decades. Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, he cannot exceed the celestial immortal stage. As a former demon lord, how easy would it be to subdue a mere celestial immortal? With this thought, Yafei begins to circulate her cultivation method, silently absorbing the power of the pool's waters. Soon, she adapts to the energy of the immortal realm, solidifying her cultivation, just a step away from breaking through to the mid-level of the Earth immortal stage. Excellent. This process has proven even smoother than I anticipated. The woman smiles faintly, resembling a winged succubus gliding through the darkness. At this moment, a commotion erupts in the ascension pool. Clang, clang, clang. A synchronized sound of footsteps reverberates as a squadron of silver-armored celestial immortals encircles the pool. Leading them is Lu Jiang, who is currently tasked with guarding the Yi family's celestial mines. He has come today to select a batch of ascended individuals to assist in mining. The Yi family now possesses hundreds of celestial mines, necessitating a large workforce. Yi Kaishan does not treat these ascended individuals poorly. Mining is compensated. They work from 9 to 5 and receive their salaries monthly. Fellow Taoists from the lower realms, once you've undergone the baptism, please come forth. We require 1,000 individuals for mining, and spots are limited, Lu Jiang calls out from the pool's edge. Upon hearing this, the ascension pool erupts in uproar. Mining. They had brimming enthusiasm and lofty ambitions, only to be told to mine in the immortal realm? Absolutely not. 30 immortal stones a month. Those willing, come forward to sign up. Lu Jiang continues. At this proclamation, the pool falls silent for a brief moment before boiling over with excitement. I am willing. I want to sign up. In an instant, a throng of ascended individuals rushes forward. The demoness Yafei secretly scoffs at the meager 30 immortal stones, feeling it is an insult to the aspiring cultivators. As for the so-called Yi family, she hardly gives them a second thought. Why are there no female participants? I can mine too. Suddenly, a female ascender protests, having been denied entry by Lu Jiang. Do not worry, young lady, you have another arrangement. Someone will come to escort you shortly, Lu Jiang replies with a smile, recognizing the girl's outstanding appearance and talent, which fits the preferences of his master. Such individuals should be directed to the Ascender Alliance instead. Just then, the Holy Lord of the Red Lotus arrives, accompanied by his subordinates, exuding an imposing presence. Haha. Lu Jiang, my friend, you arrived quite swiftly. Brother Honglian, you flatter me. The celestial mines are developing rapidly and require a considerable workforce, Lu Jiang responds. And the two leaders exchange playful banter. Within the pool, Yafei gazes at the Holy Lord of the Red Lotus in astonishment. He is, after all, a golden immortal. She hadn't anticipated encountering such a powerful figure upon her arrival. Caution envelopes her as she fears being discovered. Just then, the Holy Lord approaches the pool's edge and spots Yafei immediately. You. At this, Yafei's heart skips a beat, sensing a formidable threat. Could this individual have detected her anomaly? The Holy Lord of the Red Lotus continues, his smile warm and inviting. You possess great potential. Would you like to join our Ascender Alliance? Our leader is the most formidable man in the Xuanxian immortal domain. This woman stands out among the Ascenders, particularly with her pair of delicate wings that exude a unique charm. From his experience, the leader will undoubtedly take a liking to her. Yafei breathes a silent sigh of relief, refraining from an immediate response as she contemplates his words. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court in the Xuanxian immortal domain. What kind of power is the Ascender Alliance? If even a single leader is a golden immortal, how powerful must their leader be? The demoness is astounded. If I refuse the invitation, I will inevitably struggle to survive here. It would be wiser to join them and secure a powerful ally for future endeavors. With this thought, she breaks into a smile and nods. I am willing to join you. Excellent. The Holy Lord of the Red Lotus beams with satisfaction, and the remaining Ascenders express no dissent, all agreeing to join the alliance. On the way back, Yafei cannot help but inquire, Senior, who is the leader of the Ascender Alliance? Upon hearing these words, the Scarlet Lotus Sovereign was instantly invigorated, seizing the opportunity to extol the virtues of Yi Kaishan. Our alliance's leader is indeed a personage of great significance. The Lord of the Taiyin is his close confidant, and the Lady of the Xiankong is his friend. In the celestial realm of Ziwei, he comprehends the highest laws, earning the recognition of the Celestial King. In the Xiankong immortal domain, Every faction is akin to his kin. Upon hearing this, all ascenders displayed expressions of astonishment, including the elegant Yafei. To have a connection with such a formidable figure, to join a force established by him, is indeed a privilege. One female cultivator exclaimed with excitement, "How fortunate we are to be courted by such a powerful faction upon our arrival. You must all perform exceptionally well. Perhaps the leader will take notice, and you will soar to great heights." The Scarlet Lotus sovereign smiled. How could someone of the leader's stature possibly notice us?" A female cultivator responded, astonished. After the Scarlet Lotus sovereign's description, they understood that the leader was akin to a true dragon in the heavens, while they were mere ants on the ground, completely disparate entities. "Oh, your words are rather rigid. The leader possesses a grand vision and does not concern himself with worldly perceptions or status. Such matters are never an issue for him. As long as you are exceptional, I will make an exception and recommend you." The Scarlet Lotus sovereign replied, placing particular emphasis on the word exception. "What is the name of our leader?" Yafei could not help but inquire, pondering whether such an extraordinary man existed in the immortal realm. "Fear not. The leader will be gracing us with his presence today for an inspection, at which point you will all have the opportunity to behold his celestial visage." The Scarlet Lotus sovereign tantalizingly withheld the name, elevating Kaishan to celestial heights in the hearts of the women, leaving an indelible impression. Chapter 296. The Enchantress is broken. A hellish task. The ascenders were filled with anticipation, and even Yafei began to cultivate her curiosity about this enigmatic and unconventional figure. Soon, they arrived at the Ascenders Alliance. The three sovereigns immediately summoned all disciples, who lined up neatly in the vast square, awaiting the arrival of Kaishan. Millions of ascenders gathered in one place, all bearing expressions of expectation, curiosity, excitement, and more. Many had yet to see Kaishan. Today marked his first official visit since the establishment of the Ascenders Alliance. Though he often assumed a hands-off approach, he still needed to occasionally make an appearance to enhance his presence. After the incense had burned for a while, Kaishan arrived, piloting the celestial dragon bed, gliding slowly toward them. A golden pathway extended from the horizon, and the pressure of a supreme immortal artifact permeated the air. 9 true dragon manifestations roared, accompanied by celestial phenomena, resembling an emperor's war chariot, radiating heavenly majesty that sent shivers down the spines of all nearby deities, leaving them in a state of awe. Whose grand chariot is this? There is someone on the bed. It is the ancestor of the Yi family. Could it possibly be a supreme immortal artifact? The celestial beings of the surrounding realm erupted in excitement. Having initially believed that the Yi family had reached their pinnacle with a high-grade immortal artifact, only to discover the existence of a supreme immortal artifact. "I suspect this fellow secretly visited Ziwei heaven. It must have been bestowed upon him by the Ziwei celestial king. Careful now, friend. One must not speak recklessly." The rumor-spreading celestial was startled. The likes of the celestial king should never be named lightly. For a harsh celestial king could deliver judgment even across infinite realms for a single disparaging remark. Kaishan reclined on the dragon bed, surrounded by a bevy of concubines, Ao Yej, Bai Rong, Duanmu Ling, Long Zhe, and the enchanting Hua Mingxianzi, among others. Upon seeing the supreme immortal artifact, they became utterly enamored, clamoring to experience it for themselves. The affectionate Yi ancestor, of course, would not deny them. After their experience, he led them on a tour of the territory, closing his eyes in tranquility, savoring their attentive service. The ascenders of the Alliance were left astounded by Kaishan's extravagant entrance, their minds reeling. Among the crowd, Yafei stood in a stupor, gazing at the man upon the dragon bed, her heart tumultuous. Isn't this the person the queen is seeking? How has he ascended to the realm of the Xian-Immortal? Most absurdly, this man had become the leader of the Ascenders Alliance. Observing the women surrounding Kaishan, each one a Xian-Immortal or Golden Immortal, alongside the 3 Golden Immortal sovereigns and millions of disciples. She recalled the Scarlet Lotus sovereign's earlier assertions, connections with celestial lords and favor from the celestial kings. The enchantress Yafei was utterly undone. It was unimaginable that a human who had ascended for mere decades could reach such a pinnacle, achieving not only the rank of Xian-Immortal, but also commanding such a vast force. It was simply inconceivable. What a rascal! With such prowess, how can I possibly tie the queen's hair to him? Yafei lamented, initially believing the task to be a simple one, only to discover it was a challenge of hellish proportions. Now, even the thought of approaching Kaishan seemed futile, should she manage to draw near. What could she possibly achieve? Only a fool would allow herself to be bound to an unknown entity, unless she returned to her former glory. Completing this task would be an impossibility. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Yafei's expression was grim. She faced the greatest challenge of her life. So much so that she felt on the brink of despair. Should she fail the task, the queen would undoubtedly be enraged. After much internal struggle, she suddenly gritted her teeth, as if having made a momentous decision. She conceived a plan. No venture, no gain. It seemed the only way was to leverage her extraordinary beauty to captivate this individual. Yafei resolved to perform exceptionally well, striving to catch Kaishan's eye, and then at a critical moment, tie the hair to him before making her escape. The queen had only instructed her to tie her hair to Kaishan. She had not specified where. The simpler, the better. With this realization, Yafei felt a surge of clarity and her spirits lifted. Kaishan conducted his inspection, putting on an impressive display before departing, taking the opportunity to visit other locales and winning the hearts of numerous female immortals. Meanwhile, Yafei sought out the Scarlet Lotus Sovereign, hoping he would introduce her to Kaishan. To her surprise, she found herself amidst a throng of celestial maidens with the same intention, nearly overwhelming the sovereign. After considerable effort, she finally managed to meet the Scarlet Lotus Sovereign. Upon learning her request, he appeared troubled. Yafei, I understand your yearning, but your cultivation is somewhat lacking. The leader's standards have risen significantly. A true immortal is the minimum requirement, and you must at least be a heavenly immortal, otherwise I find it challenging to assist. In the eyes of the Scarlet Lotus Sovereign, the enchantress Yafei was merely a low-tier earth immortal with average spiritual roots. Such individuals were abundant and utterly unimpressive. Fearing exposure and desiring to remain inconspicuous, Yafei had long concealed her spiritual roots with secret methods, presenting only her mid-tier roots, which ordinary immortals could not discern. In truth, she possessed top-tier spiritual roots, known in the demon realm as demonic spiritual roots. Upon hearing his words, Yafei was incensed, her composure fracturing. She had not anticipated that her desire for modesty would lead to others' disdain. All right. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but you have forced my hand. Yafei was consumed with wrath as she resolutely departed. Thereafter, she dedicated herself to intense cultivation, rising to the challenge and unveiling her formidable potential, employing secret techniques to elevate her prowess. After several years, she finally attained the rank of heavenly immortal. Such speed, in comparison to Kaishan, is akin to that of a younger sibling, yet when juxtaposed with contemporaneous ascendants, he resembles a father figure. Thus, Yafei distinguished herself amidst a multitude of ascendants, successfully capturing the attention of the Red Lotus Sovereign. Moved by Yafei's perseverance, he resolved to grant her an opportunity. Yafei, under normal circumstances, your qualifications would render you unworthy of an audience with the Alliance leader, but your dedication has touched me, and I have decided to make an exception. The Red Lotus Sovereign emphasized the word exception with deliberate weight, a tactic he often employed with great success. Upon hearing this, the sorceress Yafei felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, barely restraining herself from delivering a punch that would shatter his aged visage. How could she, a formidable demon lord, be lectured by a mere golden immortal in a condescending manner? A wave of indignation surged within her. I sincerely thank the sovereign for this opportunity. Yafei managed to articulate, though the words felt like a bitter pill to swallow. The Red Lotus Sovereign nodded slightly, clasping his hands behind his back as he began to walk outward. Come, I shall take you to meet the Alliance leader. At this moment, Kaishan was awaiting the birth of his child. During this period, the Yi family had witnessed an influx of exceptional celestial roots. Bai Rong and Duanmu Ling successively produced offspring with extraordinary celestial roots. Now, the Yi family's elite celestial root descendants numbered over a dozen. Ancestor. The Red Lotus Sovereign seeks an audience. At that instant, a pure-looking celestial maid rushed in to deliver the tidings. Chapter 297, The Ancestor's Insight. The Invitation of the Female Sovereign. Kaishan turned his gaze to the maid, his eyes brightening as he inquired, Are you new here? Returning to the ancestor. The young lady has just arrived, sent by Steward Mu to serve you. The pure celestial maiden replied with a charming demeanor. Well done. Kaishan acknowledged with a slight nod, opting to keep it succinct. He then proceeded to the great hall of reception, immediately noticing Yafei's presence. What a beautiful woman. Kaishan's eyes sparkled, captivated not only by her unparalleled beauty, but also by an exotic charm that set her apart from ordinary women. Particularly striking were the delicate wings atop her head, adorably enchanting. Yafei, do not delay in greeting the Alliance leader, urged the Red Lotus Sovereign. I am Yafei. At your service, Alliance leader. The sorceress stepped forward, her face adorned with a blush, feigning an innocent and charming demeanor. Is it not enough to beguile you? Alliance leader. Yafei has long admired you and wishes to follow you. Though her cultivation is modest, possessing only a mid-grade celestial root, her diligence is commendable. She ascended from Earth Immortal to Heaven Immortal in just a few years. Might you consider making an exception to accept her? The Red Lotus Sovereign hastily explained, fearful that Kaishan might disapprove. Oh, a genius, you say? Kaishan's expression shifted, curiosity piquing as he scrutinized the woman before him. Silently, he activated his celestial eyes, delving into her true essence. A mid-grade celestial root achieving the leap from Earth Immortal to Heaven Immortal in mere years is beyond the realm of normal cultivation, unless aided by extraordinary fortune. An exceptional celestial root. Yi Kaishan's heart stirred. Indeed, something was amiss, for this woman had concealed her true roots. The sorceress had not anticipated that only a being of the celestial king level could unveil such secrets, yet Yi Kaishan had seen through her guise. She felt as if she were an exposed ear of corn, every kernel laid bare, devoid of mystery. It appeared that this woman approached him with ulterior motives. What could they possibly be? Yi Kaishan pondered, perplexed, for he had no known enemies. Grievances were typically addressed at the moment they arose. Contemplating this, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he inquired, "From whence do you hail? Which realm did you ascend from?" Returning to the alliance leader, "I hail from the Jiuzhou domain in the Xinhuang Great World, and I am a fellow countryman of yours. To be truthful, I was affiliated with the Yi family's influence in the lower realms, and I am acquainted with your son, Yi Fan." Yi Fei paused briefly, revealing the truth to gain his trust. "You know Yi Fan?" Yi Kaishan chuckled, becoming increasingly convinced that this woman harbored ulterior motives. Had she come from another realm? It might have been explicable, but her origin from Jiuzhou only reinforced the notion that she sought him out. "From the time I was in Jiuzhou, I have heard tales of your grandeur, and I have admired you immensely. Thus, upon my ascension, I immediately sought to align myself with you." Yi Fei exclaimed with palpable excitement, her eyes shimmering with fervor. "Is that so?" Yi Kaishan replied with a smile that bore an enigmatic quality, his gaze penetrating. Yi Fei's heart raced, and she forced herself to nod, her resolve unwavering. "You claim to have admired me for so long, which implies that you would not refuse whatever I ask of you." Yi Kaishan continued, his smile growing increasingly unsettling. "Indeed, alliance leader," Yi Fei gritted her teeth, prepared to risk everything to accomplish her mission. "Excellent." Yi Kaishan nodded firmly, addressing the Red Lotus sovereign with a commanding voice. "Take her to the mines. With a tenfold yield, no rest shall be permitted without my express consent." Both the Red Lotus sovereign and the sorceress Yi Fei were left in shock. This is not how it is supposed to unfold. Yi Fei had believed her intentions were abundantly clear. How could this man demand she toil in the mines? And with such a demanding yield, without respite? Had this lecherous man undergone a transformation? In that moment, she found herself utterly bewildered by the man before her. Who could resist the allure of such a stunning enchantress? Yi Kaishan flashed a devilish smile. A man shrouded in mystery is the most formidable of all. Presently, a throng of celestial maidens awaited his hand in marriage, and he was not in a hurry for just this one. Thus, the once confident sorceress found herself utterly deflated. Questioning her own allure, the Red Lotus sovereign led her to the mining site. The esteemed demon realm celestial lord could scarcely fathom that one day she would be reduced to laboring in the celestial realm. What had gone awry? She believed her scheme flawless. Why was Yi Kaishan unmoved? After arranging Yi Fei's duties, Yi Kaishan resumed his quest for additional consorts. This time, he sought to wed Chun Yin and Feng Yijuan, both exceptional female cultivators who had ascended from the lower realms, one possessing a high-grade celestial root and the other endowed with a 9-orifice Linglong heart. The two women had been eagerly awaiting this moment. At last, on this day, they achieved their desires. The wedding night was filled with passion, and Yi Kaishan reveled once more. After several days, he finally emerged from his chamber. "Father, envoys from the Xianxiang Celestial Palace have arrived. The female sovereign invites you to Xianxiang Tian for a meeting." As soon as he stepped out, Mu Wanxing rushed in with the news. "The female sovereign invites me?" Yi Kaishan's expression shifted, a smile gracing his lips. He promptly summoned the celestial dragon bed and set off towards Xianxiang Tian. Xianxiang Tian is also an independent realm. Though not as grand as Zy Tian or Guanghan Tian, yet its vastness remains unfathomable. As Yi Kaishan's celestial dragon bed came to a halt outside Xianxiang Tian, the celestial guards were taken aback. The astonishing spectacle emitted by the celestial dragon bed led them to wonder which celestial king, or even celestial emperor, had arrived. "I recognize him. That is Yi Laozu, the man who shone brightly in Zy Tian and garnered the favor of the celestial kings." One of the celestial beings recognized him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Who is the most renowned figure in the Xianxiang celestial domain today?" "Undoubtedly, it is the ancestor of the Yi family." At that moment, a woman clad in a form-fitting blue gown emerged from Xianxiang Tian, her figure perfectly sculpted. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding elegance, and her gentle smile felt like a breath of spring air. "Yi Laozu, I am Lan Meng. The female sovereign has awaited your arrival." The lady spoke with elegance, her voice profoundly enchanting. On the dragon bed, Yi Kaishan sat upright and bowed slightly to her. "Thank you, fair maiden." I would be grateful if you could ascend the bed and accompany me, he earnestly invited. This woman, seemingly gentle, was in truth a genuine golden immortal powerhouse. Her gown flowed like water, gracefully enveloping her form, tantalizingly revealing yet captivating to behold. Upon hearing his words, the woman named Lan Ming gracefully flew onto the dragon bed. Subsequently, Kaishan manipulated the dragon bed, and before long, they arrived before a magnificent celestial palace. This was the sacred domain of the celestial monarch Xuanji. Dao friend, please enter, came the voice of Xuanji as Kaishan paused to admire the palace. Do not worry, I shall enter at once, Kaishan replied, retracting the dragon bed and hastily stepping inside. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xuanji, with a serious demeanor, stated, Dao friend, I summoned you today to request your assistance with a matter. What is it? Kaishan inquired, his expression turning peculiar. Was she asking him to help bear children? It is this. In due time, the heavenly court will hold a grand assembly, and I wish for you to represent the Xuanji celestial domain, Xuanji revealed without further ado. Upon hearing this, Kaishan understood. The Xuanji celestial domain fell under the jurisdiction of the purple micro-celestial sovereign, who was one of the celestial monarchs of the heavenly court. Once every 100,000 years, the heavenly court convened such an assembly to inspire the celestial beings. The rewards were exceedingly generous, including legendary peaches of immortality, celestial apricots, and other innate treasures. There were even 9-turn golden elixirs, supreme celestial artifacts, and celestial king techniques. Upon hearing this, Kaishan could hardly contain his excitement. Within these rewards lay what he sought. If he could obtain the 9-turn golden elixir, celestial apricots, and peaches of immortality, he would find it far easier to forge his primordial Dao fruit. Though his heart raced with anticipation, Kaishan maintained an outward calm, intending to negotiate. While these rewards are indeed precious, they do not sufficiently sway me, Kaishan remarked nonchalantly, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Xuanji grew somewhat anxious. Dao friend, I have yet to finish. Beyond these rewards, there is also the opportunity to enter the heavenly court's treasury, where you may select any one item of your choosing. The heavenly court treasury is renowned as the most valuable repository in the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Kaishan was once again nearly swayed, yet he continued to feign disinterest. Well, it is passable, but not quite what I desire. What then do you wish for? Xuanji pressed, her expression one of disbelief. Such rewards would entice even celestial kings, yet Kaishan remained unimpressed. However, recalling that her chariot was a supreme celestial artifact, Xuanji began to comprehend his perspective. In my view, no treasure can compare to a kindred spirit, Xuanji Dao friend. Do you understand my sentiment? Kaishan smiled, his gaze fixed intently upon the celestial lady, suggesting fervently, You desire me? Xuanji was taken aback, having lived so long that she could not fail to grasp Kaishan's implication. How audacious! How incredibly bold! This man, it seemed, was lusting after her. The sovereign of the celestial domain. In my eyes, no rare treasure can rival your worth, Dao friend. Kaishan unabashedly expressed his feelings. Life is fleeting. We must not be coy but rather embrace the blossoming of love. In a flash, Xuanji's heart quivered. Never had anyone spoken to her in such a manner. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with a tumult of emotions. Shock, anger, shyness, and confusion. Kaishan, do you comprehend the words you utter? Xuanji feigned authority, rebuking him. I am perfectly aware. Look into my eyes. Is there a trace of falsehood? Kaishan met her gaze, unwavering. Xuanji's heart raced again. Indeed, from their very first encounter, his eyes had betrayed a blatant affection for her. Xuanji fell silent, caught off guard by this unexpected onslaught. Celestial friends were typically reserved and graceful. She had never encountered a rogue like Kaishan. Yet, his approach was undeniably effective. The exalted Xuanji lady, with her hidden vulnerabilities, was stirred by Kaishan's boldness. Even she was unaware of why she did not feel enraged enough to cast this insufferable man away. Instead, she found herself half-heartedly acquiescing to his pursuit. Dao friend Xuanji, if my request burdens you, I shall not press further. I, am a man of honor. I will still attend the heavenly court assembly, representing the Xuanji celestial domain. Kaishan smiled, merely testing the waters, harboring no expectations of Xuanji's agreement. He was determined to attend the heavenly court assembly, not only for the rewards, but also to meet like-minded souls. However, upon hearing his words, Xuanji unexpectedly changed her demeanor, retorting with a mocking tone, I accept your request. But you must secure at least 3 first-place finishes. The heavenly court assembly is divided into 5 levels: Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Profound Immortal, and Golden Immortal. With 1 champion crowned from each tier. Rest assured, the Yi family will prevail. Kaishan declared jubilantly, never anticipating that Xuanji would truly acquiesce. Should you accomplish this, I shall leave your fate in your own hands, Xuanji taunted. Kaishan felt a surge of fiery determination, wishing to unleash his prowess and decisively suppress any challengers. This woman, having shed her regal demeanor, seemed to awaken a different side of herself, transforming the atmosphere into one of delightful amusement. Very well, remember your words, Kaishan declared solemnly. I must remind you, besides the purple micro-celestial sovereign, the heavenly court is also home to the celestial sovereign of longevity, the celestial sovereign of demon dispelling, the earth mother, the western queen mother, the eastern king, and other celestial sovereigns. These rulers govern hundreds of celestial domains, meaning you must stand out among countless contenders. Xuanji smiled knowingly. The celestial realm is vast and endless, with numerous celestial domains, some of which are several times more powerful than the Xuanji celestial domain, possessing greater access to the celestial ascension pools. The talents emerging from these realms undoubtedly surpass those of the Xuanji celestial domain. Were it merely a competition among the Xuanji celestial domain, she would have confidence in the Yi family's supremacy. Yet, amidst these celestial domains, they appeared insignificant. Xuanji did not expect Yi Kaishan to secure first place. She merely hoped he would perform better than in the previous assembly. Countless celestial domains. Yi Kaishan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, that was quite a daunting number. By the way, during the competition, will we be permitted to use celestial artifacts? He suddenly inquired. Combat is unrestricted, allowing any means. The celestial realm is ruthless. And true battles are no different, Xuanji replied. Possessing a celestial artifact is a testament to one's own prowess. Moreover, even if you are bestowed with a powerful celestial artifact, it is challenging to unleash its full potential without sufficient cultivation. Thus, the Heavenly Court Assembly does not impose restrictions on participants using celestial artifacts. I understand, Yi Kaishan nodded. Since it was unrestricted combat, it would indeed simplify matters. Afterward, he lingered with Xuanji for a considerable time before taking his leave. With several decades remaining until the Heavenly Court Assembly, a mere blink of an eye for celestial beings, yet it felt immensely precious to Yi Kaishan. In the time to come, Yi Kaishan continued to take concubines and father children, ensuring he did not neglect his primary pursuits. In moments of leisure, Yi Kaishan devoted himself to instructing his progeny in the art of cultivation, with the intention of selecting participants from the ranks of Earth Immortals, Celestial Immortals, and True Immortals. From time to time, he would not forget to venture to the Xuanji heaven to foster connections. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. After several years, Yi Kaishan managed to win the affections of the ethereal Blue Dream Fairy. Faced with this dashing young man, who frequently bestowed upon her celestial artifacts and elixirs, the Blue Dream Fairy gradually succumbed to his charms. Yi Kaishan stealthily whisked her away, and upon learning of this, the Xuanji Immortal Lord was incensed, smashing her table in fury. This scoundrel! The Heavenly Court's ritual is imminent, and instead of diligently cultivating, he dares to seduce my subordinate. Her chest heaved with anger. Realizing that even at such a critical juncture, Yi Kaishan remained resolute in his indulgences, continually taking concubines. Could he not focus on his cultivation? Chapter 299, Perfecting the Mystical Immortal and Guarding the Sacred Beast. The Xuanji Immortal Lord was greatly displeased, feeling that allowing Yi Kaishan to represent the Xuanji Immortal domain in battle was a monumental error. This fellow exhibited no sense of urgency, continuing to take concubines and father children, showing no inclination toward cultivation. He would frequently visit her, wooing the celestial maidens with gifts of celestial artifacts. He became a figure of unparalleled extravagance, leaving the maidens of Xuanji heaven eagerly anticipating his arrival, doing nothing but waiting. Thus, after several years, Yi Kaishan's spiritual roots surpassed 500,000. The experience gained propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of mystical immortal. Ding! The host has reached the pinnacle of mystical immortal. The energy for the primordial Tao fruit begins to charge. Current progress. 1. Before Yi Kaishan appeared an energy pillar, a visualization of the primordial Tao fruit. Once he reached 100%, he would be able to condense the mightiest primordial Tao fruit. The forthcoming phase involved accumulating energy. The 3 Tao fruits of the golden immortal realm each represented a qualitative transformation, entirely belonging to another realm. Even the illustrious Taiyin sisters possessed only the supreme Tai Tao fruit. Princess Ayaji of the Demon Dragon and the Xuanji Immortal Lord, among others, were similarly bound to the Tai Tao fruit. The great Luo Tao fruit, which surpassed the Tai Tao fruit, represented yet another echelon. Not to mention the incredibly formidable primordial Tao fruit, which transcended even the great Luo Tao fruit. However, attaining the primordial Tao fruit is no simple feat. Even most immortal kings and emperors typically wielded the great Luo Dao fruit. The difficulty of obtaining the primordial Dao fruit is indeed formidable. At present, Kaishan possessed only 1% of the energy, implying that if he were to forcefully break through to the golden immortal realm at this juncture, he would only have a 1% chance of attaining the primordial Dao fruit. Compared to other mystical immortals of the same realm, Kaishan's foundation could be deemed extraordinary. Yet, even with his strength, he could not instantaneously attain the primordial Dao. He must gradually accumulate power, reaching sufficient foundation to realize his ambitions. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mystical immortal, Kaishan's strength swelled once more. Nevertheless, he still sensed ample room for growth within his cells and celestial energy. Subsequently, Kaishan consumed several elixirs and medicinal herbs. After a hearty feast, the energy pillar surged to 2%. And there were also fragments of laws. With a thought, Kaishan realized that over the years, he had accumulated a considerable number of law fragments. Laws could also enhance one's power. Hundreds of law fragments were activated one by one. Congratulations on acquiring the law of stars. Congratulations on acquiring the law of fire. A myriad of laws appeared in succession. Congratulations on acquiring the law of life. The law of life, yet another supreme law. Kaishan was overjoyed. Mastering the law of life would significantly augment his vitality. In the realm, all beings possess life. Comprehending the essence of life not only enhances the cultivator's survival capabilities, but also extends their lifespan, potentially achieving a state of longevity akin to the heavens. As he activated the hundreds of law fragments, some repeated laws also contributed to enhancing his mastery over the laws. Kaishan, with fervor, refined and absorbed them all, continuously increasing his power, elevating the essence of his life, and drastically extending his lifespan. Each time he expanded his lineage, he was rewarded with additional years of life. And the progeny from his celestial roots granted him 100 years each. To date, the lifespan rewarded merely from fathering children had already surpassed 10 million years. Coupled with the enhancements from the law of life, Kaishan's lifespan was now on par with that of a golden immortal. Without entering the golden immortal realm, he had become effectively immortal. After absorbing the law fragments, the energy pillar for the primordial Dao fruit had reached 5%, further increasing the likelihood of attaining the Dao. In the days that followed, Kaishan continued to take concubines and father children while teaching his sons the art of cultivation. The war axe immortal body Zhan and the great sun immortal body Tai Xian had already ascended to the celestial immortal realm. Other offspring with celestial bodies gradually reached the earth immortal rank. The Yi family had never lacked resources, boasting not only the enlightenment tree and fortune golden lotus, but also the innate treasure pot that transformed celestial objects. With such resources, the progress of these celestial bodies was rapid. Even the top-tier celestial bodies, such as Yi Xiantian and Yi Xuanhuang, who had only recently come of age, had cultivated to the human immortal realm. Their speed could be described as extraordinarily lavish. Having trained his children extensively, Kaishan planned to take them to the heavenly court for the ritual, to broaden their horizons and refine their skills. Time flowed gently, and decades passed. The date of the heavenly court ritual was fast approaching. During these decades, the Yi family underwent a monumental transformation. Their total population exceeded 10 million, and Kaishan's progeny surpassed 1 million. Congratulations, host. The total population of the family has surpassed 10 million. Reward, 1 innate gourd vine. Congratulations, host. The number of progeny has exceeded 1 million. Family scale elevated. Reward, 100 celestial techniques, 10,000 years of cultivation experience, 10,000 years of alchemical experience, 10,000 years of formation experience, and 100 million celestial stones. Congratulations, host. Family scale elevated, conditions met, promoted to a 6th grade celestial clan. Reward, a top-tier guardian sacred beast. A cascade of rewards left Kaishan momentarily dumbfounded. The innate gourd vine, one of the 10 greatest innate spiritual plants in the celestial realm, bore 7 gourds, which could transform into 7 gourd children. Once the 7 gourds matured, they could give birth to supreme celestial artifacts, or even exist beyond supreme celestial artifacts. In the ancient myths, Niwa utilized the gourd vine to create humans, tossing a handful of mud from the 9 heavens to birth a multitude of little beings. Upon checking, Kaishan discovered that the system had even thoughtfully provided mud from the 9 heavens to ensure his cultivation success. With a focused thought, he transferred it into his cave abode. As his cultivation advanced, Kaishan's cave abode grew to a scale comparable to a world. Although it might not match the Great Thousand World, it was at least akin to a Middle Thousand World. After planting the gourd vine, Kaishan continued to examine the subsequent rewards. The reward of 10,000 years of cultivation experience and 100 celestial techniques from having 1 million progeny included 10 upper-grade celestial techniques, 100 middle-grade celestial techniques, with the remainder being lower-grade celestial techniques. Given the abundance of celestial techniques, he could not possibly master them all, but he could store them in the family's technique repository. What intrigued Yi Kaishan the most was the guardian sacred beast awarded for the 6th grade celestial clan. The celestial realm boasts 4 great sacred beasts, 4 great ferocious beasts, and 10 powerful celestial beasts. The 4 great sacred beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, symbolize auspiciousness and possess unique abilities. Moreover, each sacred beast is endowed with a top-tier bloodline and the potential to evolve into an immortal king, making them extraordinarily formidable. The guardianship of such a divine beast is indeed a matter of great prestige for any celestial clan. Allow me to behold what this sacred creature is, Yi Kaishan exclaimed, his hands rubbing together in excitement. The reward of a divine beast is random, relying solely on fortune. The system's selection interface whirled, and with a chime, it settled upon a white emblem. Congratulations, host. You have received the white tiger, one of the 4 great sacred beasts. The white tiger embodies the essence of warfare and judgment, distinguishing between good and evil, fortifying the righteous spirit of its kin, and warding off malevolence. Goodness gracious. The white tiger. Yi Kaishan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this sacred beast was quite fitting for the Yi family. Chapter 300. Contestants for the upcoming ritual. The white tiger is a formidable force among the 4 great sacred beasts, known for its relentless nature in battle, where it fights to the death. It is the deity of war and slaughter, possessing a tempestuous temperament, yet a fierce aversion to evil, particularly towards demonic entities, wielding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. With its protection, any malevolent spirit would dare not approach, as mere glances could spell disaster. The white tiger rewarded by the system is in its subadult stage, yet possesses the cultivation of a golden immortal. Upon releasing it, the majestic aura of the sacred beast enveloped the entire clan, instilling a sense of reverence and solemnity. The white tiger's physique is imposing, standing several meters tall even in a normal posture. Its robust limbs and dual wings render it a paragon of perfection and extraordinary might from any angle. Splendid. I am utterly enamored with the white tiger, Yi Kaishan remarked with satisfaction, noting that this creature could even serve as a steed, exuding an air of superiority that surpasses that of the celestial dragon bed. The finest white tigers can attain the realm of celestial kings. Riding one equates to riding a celestial king. Subsequently, the white tiger settled comfortably at the entrance of the Yi family residence, igniting a fervor throughout the household. The appearance of such a legendary creature at their doorstep was nothing short of astounding, sending ripples of shock throughout Xingyun City and even the entire Xuanji celestial domain. The energy column had already reached 50%. Over the decades, Yi Kaishan had accumulated the energy of the primordial Dao fruit to its halfway mark, signifying a 50% chance of achieving it. Yet, for Yi Kaishan, this was far from sufficient. Even a 99% probability was still fraught with peril. The unpredictability of lottery odds could not be trusted. Concerning his future, he needed to ensure absolute certainty. It was nearly time to ascend to the heavenly court. Stepping out from his cultivation chamber, Yi Kaishan made his way to his concubine, imparting a lesson to her, who had yet to show signs of movement. Over the decades, the Yi family had welcomed over 100 exceptional progenies of celestial roots. Just from the enchanting Lan Meng, 2 or 3 had been born. Feng Yijin, possessing the 9 apertures exquisite heart, had birthed a celestial body. Throughout these years, Yi Kaishan's concubines had made significant progress. Even those from the lower realms had ascended to immortality. At this point, all of Yi Kaishan's concubines were celestial maidens, with the lowest cultivation being Earth Immortal. Goddess Yaoqi, Yu Linglong, Shui Xianzi, and Lu Fian, among others, had reached the realms of celestial and true immortal. While decades may be insignificant in the celestial realm, they bore great significance within the Yi family. After their ascension, the progeny of his concubines all began with at least low-grade celestial roots, with the fortunate ones possessing mid-grade or high-grade. At this juncture, Yi Kaishan himself had attained supreme celestial roots, and the number of his concubines had surpassed 200,000. Despite this increase, the number of offspring had not skyrocketed, as celestial maidens required no less than 2 or 3 years for gestation, with higher talents taking even longer. Yi Kaishan was not overly anxious. After all, time was on his side. Not long after, he summoned all his celestial-bodied offspring to the family hall, preparing to assess them for participation in the heavenly court's ritual. Decades had passed, and the eldest, Yi Zhan and Yi Taixian, had recently broken through to the early true immortal stage. Both were exceptionally gifted, particularly Yi Taixian, who bathed in the light of the sun daily, making rapid advancements. Yi Zhan, as the first celestial body of the Yi family, naturally progressed at an unmatched pace. Yi Kaishan intended for the two to partake in the true immortal level competition. The second tier comprised the 5 elements sword body Yi Jianxian, the 9 yuan Dao body Yi Jiudao, the red lotus karma body Yi Hongya, and the yin yang celestial body Yi Minghua. As for the earth immortals, there were far too many to count. Among them was Yi Xiantian, who possessed an innate Dao body and had reached full earth immortal despite his youth. Others included Yi Xianhuang with the indestructible body, Yi Yongheng with the eternal celestial body, and Yi Wanlong with the annihilating dragon emperor body. Though they were quite young, their cultivation ranged from early to full earth immortal. Following this, Yi Kaishan began distributing celestial artifacts. Children, while you are already the cream of the crop among your peers, my Yi family offspring shall not be outdone. Take these celestial artifacts for your protection. With a wave of his hand, countless celestial artifacts flew forth, hovering above the hall. Mid-grade, high-grade, and even supreme-grade celestial artifacts filled the air, while low-grade artifacts were deemed unworthy of this occasion. Yes, father. The children chorused in unison, eagerly selecting their artifacts, each gathering a sizable collection. Yi Kaishan had resolved that to avert any unforeseen circumstances at the ritual, they must ensure firepower was adequately suppressed, ensuring that the Yi family would not suffer any losses. After selecting, they were instructed to return and prepare, awaiting their father's notification. Yi Kaishan then bade the children farewell and took out a communication jade talisman to send a message to the celestial lady of Xuanji. Xuanji, please respond upon receipt. At this moment, various celestial domains were making final preparations for the ritual. On this day, news arrived from the celestial lady of Xuanji, stating that the heavenly court ritual was soon to commence, and they needed to set out ahead of schedule. As Yi Kaishan was preparing to depart, the Red Lotus sovereign hurriedly arrived. Alliance leader, Yafei has summoned. She admits to having approached you with ulterior motives and seeks an opportunity to explain herself. It turned out that for decades, the enchantress Yafei had been tirelessly mining in the 100 Broken Mountains, yielding astounding results. Many mines had been entirely exhausted by her efforts, earning her the Outstanding Employee Award. Ultimately, Yafei could no longer bear it. She had come to the celestial realm not to mine, but to engage in grand endeavors. Who could endure such relentless toil day and night? Thus, she capitulated, planning to find an excuse to confront matters before making further plans. Is that so? I had nearly forgotten about her, Yi Kaishan mused, realizing that this woman had been mining for decades. It truly was no easy feat. He had been so engrossed in the tender embrace of celestial maidens that he had long since cast this matter aside. Faced with a vast forest, no one would pay heed to a single crooked tree. Yi Kaishan found himself in such a state, having become quite indulged in the company of countless celestial maidens. Let her continue her mining for now. I shall hear her out upon my return, Yi Kaishan decided, acknowledging that he had more pressing matters to attend to. Yes, Alliance leader, the Red Lotus sovereign replied, aware of his own inadequacies in handling the situation, yet he had indeed strived diligently over the years. Yi Kaishan had sought out numerous remarkable fairies. Among the 3 holy lords, he was the most accomplished, diligent, and industrious. Without further ado, Yi Kaishan embarked on his journey aboard the enlarged holy beast, the White Tiger, accompanied by his kin. Their first destination was to gather at Xuanjitian, from where they would proceed together to the heavenly court. Upon arriving at Xuanjitian, Yi Kaishan immediately caused quite a stir. The holy beast White Tiger? The ancestor Yi has arrived riding the White Tiger, exclaimed the onlookers, astonished that the Yi family possessed such a magnificent creature. I can hardly believe it. How could I ever be worthy of riding alongside the ancestor Yi? One fairy remarked shyly, gazing at the figure atop the White Tiger. The Xuanji Immortal Lord emerged from her palace, rendered speechless at the sight of Yi Kaishan riding the tiger. His grand entrance overshadowed her own status as an Immortal Lord. One might think that Yi Kaishan was the ruler of the Xuanji Immortal Domain. Xuanji, why not come and sit with me? Yi Kaishan beckoned, patting the vacant space beside him. No need. I have my own carriage, the Xuanji Immortal Lord replied, summoning a celestial crane. Thus, the group set forth. The heavenly court consisted of many celestial layers, housing significant figures within its realm. Above the 9 heavens of the immortal world, where the Ziwei star and the Big Dipper shone in distant harmony, lay the entrance to the southern heavenly gate. Both the Ziwei heaven and the Big Dipper domain merely served as guardians of the heavenly court. Yi Kaishan and the Xuanji Immortal Lords swiftly made their way to the entrance of the southern heavenly gate, encountering numerous celestial beings bustling to and fro. The grand assembly of the heavenly court was in session, drawing many esteemed figures from the immortal realm, all invited to partake in the event. Various powerful entities displayed their prowess, traveling in cloud chariots or riding celestial beasts. The array of beings was as diverse as it was striking: fierce-eyed deities, winged fairies, towering giants, and creatures with human bodies and animal heads, each more wondrous than the last. Kaishan observed with great interest, many of these species being a first for him. Especially captivating were the fairies resembling ethereal sprites, known as the Xianxian clan, as the Xuanji Immortal Lord explained. He took particular note of this enchanting race, intrigued by their delicate forms. In addition to the celestial beings attending the assembly, various immortal lords from different domains were also present, each bringing their carefully selected participants, confidently making their way to the heavenly court. Shortly thereafter, a dense mist of celestial energy enveloped them as they entered the celestial realm. Before their eyes lay a panorama of celestial islands rising amidst the clouds, shimmering golden light illuminating the scene, while auspicious vapors billowed in shades of purple. Countless celestial islands and palaces appeared and vanished within this ethereal landscape, surrounded by swirling stars. In this realm, golden lotuses blossomed, laws of nature danced, and the scriptures of the Tao reverberated throughout. Before the southern heavenly gate stood a vast square, teeming with powerful beings from across the immortal world. All gazed in awe at the heavenly court, the divine aura emanating from it rendering them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Wow, this is the heavenly court. The density of celestial energy here is tenfold that of the outside world. One individual marveled. This is the advantage of a top-tier lineage, even in the immortal realm. The richness of celestial energy varies. Moreover, the heavenly court was not only abundant in celestial energy, but also suffused with the principles of the Tao. Various grand scriptures and resonances of the Tao inspired contemplation among all who heard them, making it a sacred ground for cultivation. Kaishan surveyed the surroundings in astonishment, having thought that the Ziwei heaven was lavish enough, yet it paled in comparison to the splendor of the heavenly court. Goodness! Has a member of the White Tiger clan come? Someone suddenly exclaimed, noticing Kaishan and his entourage. Impossible! How could a white tiger allow anyone to ride it? Which progeny of an immortal emperor is this? The attention of the celestial beings swiftly shifted to the white tiger, speculating on the identity of Kaishan. Suddenly, a golden-hued celestial chariot emerged, riding on clouds, resonating with an overwhelming celestial majesty that enveloped the entire area. An immortal king had arrived. The Wang family of the 9th tier has come. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, recognizing the origin of the war chariot, the legendary weapon of the Wang family's ancestor. The atmosphere grew tense as some celestial beings chuckled, their expressions laden with peculiar amusement. What do you mean by this? One of them inquired. There was a well-known tale in the immortal world that one must never touch the rear of a white tiger. A once fabled beauty from the Wang family had made a wager to do so, only to meet her demise. Since then, the Wang family had harbored an enmity with the White Tiger clan, a feud that could not be resolved. An onlooker explained, seemingly unperturbed by the Wang family's reputation. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. What a character! To dare touch the rear of an adult white tiger. Though the Wang family's prodigy had perished, he had carved his name into history, forever remembered. As the celestial beings exchanged whispers and passed the time in idle chatter, the war chariot descended and came to a halt before the southern heavenly gate. From the imposing vehicle emerged several young men and women, their faces set in grim expressions, all at the xianxian and jinxian levels of cultivation. Clearly, they had overheard the preceding conversation. Immediately upon disembarking, their eyes fixated on the white tiger, disregarding Kaishan entirely. The tale of the white tiger's rear had turned the Wang family into a laughingstock in the immortal realm, a shame that could not be washed away. Now a taboo topic within their lineage. The white tiger sensed the hostility and let out a furious roar. Do you wish to touch me? Kaishan hesitated, then asked tentatively, having also caught wind of their earlier remarks. To his surprise, the Wang family was the origin of that infamous tale, and he found himself riding the very creature involved. At his words, the young heirs of the Wang family erupted in anger. Who are you? One young man barked, his countenance darkening. Had it not been for the occasion, he would have immediately engaged in conflict. I am Kaishan. Do you have any business with me? If you truly wish to touch it, it could be arranged. One celestial artifact per attempt. No need for stealth, Kaishan replied with a smile, unperturbed by the Wang family's reputation. Audacious. Are you insulting my Wang family? The Wang heirs took a fraction of a second to realize they were dealing with a powerful family associated with the Yi name, and their apprehension eased. I am the Xuanji lady. Kaishan represents the Xuanji Immortal domain at this assembly. Do you wish to confront him? The Xuanji Immortal Lord interjected, her voice commanding. At her words, the Wang heirs froze, their aggression dissipating. Enough. Is it not shameful enough? Step inside, commanded the immortal king from the golden chariot. his tone frigid and devoid of emotion. The young men and women nodded in agreement, turning to enter the chariot. Suddenly, the white tiger beneath Kaishan leaped forward and playfully bit one of the young men on the rear. "Ah, what the?" the man yelped, nearly propelled into the air from the unexpected nip. "By who? Stop it. Have you lost your mind, mistaking your rear for a peach?" Kaishan rushed to the white tiger, tugging at its tail in an attempt to calm it down, their antics harmonizing in comic relief. The white tiger finally relented, darting behind the Xuanji Immortal Lord, peeking out to gauge the unfolding situation. The Wang heirs glared furiously, their fury boiling over, while the surrounding celestial beings erupted in laughter. The Wang family had yet to touch the rear of the white tiger, only to find themselves bitten instead. Chapter 302. A flourishing competition. Has the Xuanji Immortal domain declined? Ultimately, out of respect for the identity of the Xuanji Immortal Lord, the Wang family chose to bide their time in silence, marking this incident for future reckoning. This individual turned out to be a contestant from the Xuanji Immortal domain, and judging by his cultivation, he seemed to be no more than a golden immortal. Achieving noteworthy results appeared to be a daunting task. Thankfully, they were in the heavenly court. Otherwise, given the Wang family's typical modus operandi, they would undoubtedly have sought retribution against both him and the white tiger. As discussions ensued, an increasing number of deities arrived at the southern heavenly gate, queuing to register for entry into the heavenly court. Guarding the southern heavenly gate were 4 immortal lords, accompanied by a throng of golden immortals. Only those who received invitations could enter with their summons. Otherwise, ordinary deities were barred from even approaching the gates. The Tianxian Immortal Domain, the Yaoguang Immortal Domain, the Yuheng Immortal Domain, and others gradually made their appearances. Behind each immortal lord was a significant entourage of formidable beings. "Xuanji, you actually allowed him to represent the Xuanji Immortal Domain?" exclaimed the Tianxian Immortal Lord, taken aback and feeling that such a decision was rather hasty. "Indeed, I have faith in Taoist Ye's strength," Xuanji Immortal Lord replied after a moment's hesitation, his expression resolute. He refrained from mentioning the bet he had made with Kaishan. At that moment, Kaishan found himself captivated by a stunning woman standing behind the Tianxian Immortal Lord. This lady, with phoenix-like eyes radiating authority and an air of nobility, had reached the golden immortal realm. "What is your name, esteemed friend?" After surveying her, Kaishan could not help but inquire. The woman glanced at him and calmly replied, "I am Ho Chiu, the leader of the Yaozi Immortal sect." Upon hearing this, Kaishan gasped in surprise. "You are the Yaozi Immortal Empress? You have heard of me?" she responded, displaying a puzzled expression, as if she were bemused by his familiarity. "Of course, how could I not be aware of the illustrious name of the Immortal Empress?" Kaishan chuckled. "Life is full of surprises. I never expected to encounter the Yaozi Immortal Empress here." It was evident that the Yaozi Immortal Empress was representing the Tianxian Immortal Domain in the Golden Immortal competition. While they exchanged pleasantries, a tumultuous commotion erupted from beyond the heavens. A crimson flame, resembling a flowing river, cascaded from the horizon, forming a grand pathway. A group of women clad in red feathered garments descended, treading on radiant light. Barefoot, their alabaster feet glistened, untouched by dust. The leading woman, tall and resplendent, exuded an overwhelming aura that eclipsed even the Wang family's ancestors. "The Phoenix clan has arrived," exclaimed the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they beheld the exquisite feat of the Phoenix maidens, feeling a surge of warmth enveloping them. "That is the Phoenix ancestor, a formidable immortal king." A few among the crowd expressed their desires unabashedly. "Nonsense. You dare not touch them. Do you wish to end up like the Wang family?" Unable to even lay a finger on the white tiger, the deities parted to create a path for the women of the Phoenix clan. "Goodness." Kaishan's eyes widened in awe. The Phoenix maidens, without shoes, exhibited feet that were flawless and perfectly captivating, appealing to his foot fetish. Meanwhile, melodious sounds filled the air as a regal and stunning woman, accompanied by a multitude of female immortals, made her entrance. "The West Queen Mother has arrived." The celestial crowd gasped once more, recognizing the beautiful woman as the daughter of the heavenly king's lineage. Following her arrival was another breathtaking celestial maiden draped in 9-colored robes, the Jiotian Xuanu. The crowd surged with excitement. Subsequently, more powerful beings emerged, including a benevolent and majestic matron. Known as the Earth Mother, one of the heavenly court's immortal kings, along with other prominent figures from various realms. Kaishan was dazzled. Those who could enter the heavenly court were all of high status, and the celestial maidens were increasingly enchanting. No, it should be a contest of beauty, for there is not a single unattractive one among them, each possessing their unique charm. Moreover, they are not only stunning but also exceptionally gifted in both intellect and martial prowess. Once I shine at the Dharma assembly, I shall surely win them all over. Yi Kaishan began to envision his future, realizing that this journey was far from fruitless. Before long, the Tian sisters, Xia and Xianxia, arrived, predictably inciting another round of gasps. These sisters, too, possessed extraordinary beauty and had numerous admirers in the celestial realm. Upon their arrival, they settled beside Yi Kaishan. It's been ages. You even have the Tian keys. Why haven't you sought me out? Xianxia reproached him, her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. As if she were still hungry for his company. She had hoped Yi Kaishan would visit the Guanghan heaven to share some amusing anecdotes with her during this time. Yet, Yi Kaishan had been preoccupied with various tasks, leaving no time for leisure. It's my fault, truly. I've been swamped with matters concerning the Dharma assembly. I promise to bring lavish gifts when next I visit, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile. Xianxia, unaware that countless millennia had passed, seemed to still delight in subtle humor. Oh, is that a white tiger? Xianxia exclaimed, noticing the white tiger nearby with surprise. No need. I already have one, she added with a smile. You have one? Yi Kaishan blinked in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, my sister has one too, Xianxia grinned, producing a white tiger pendant. See, I see, Yi Kaishan stammered, wishing to slap himself for his wandering thoughts. The surrounding deities were bewildered. The closeness between the Tian sisters and Yi Kaishan was quite unusual. What gives this fellow such an advantage? The gathered immortals were astonished, struggling to comprehend how a mere Xuan immortal could command such respect. Jealousy bubbled beneath the surface. However, just then, the Ziwei immortal king arrived. With the arrival of the purple aura, imperial might permeated the air. A queen clad in a purple royal robe descended gracefully beside Yi Kaishan. I have met the immortal king. The crowd straightened in respect, hastily bowing in greeting. Yi Kaishan, keep up the good work. I have faith in you. The Ziwei immortal king smiled at him. After her words, she vanished under the gazes of the crowd. The gathered immortals were utterly astonished. Did the Ziwei immortal king truly just greet him? Yi Kaishan, hands clasped behind his back, inadvertently entered his show-off mode. Look, the White Tiger clan has arrived. A deity suddenly shouted. The White Tiger? Yi Kaishan turned to see a formidable group of men and women striding through the air. The leader of the group was another immortal king. Quickly, let us enter, Yi Kaishan urged, pulling the Great White along with him. If the White Tiger clan caught up with them, explaining would be nearly impossible. Next came the time for registration across the various realms. On Yi Kaishan's side, every being from Earth Immortal to True Immortal was his offspring, many of whom had not yet reached full cultivation, remaining in the early to mid stages. Generally, in competitions of the same realm, those with completed stages fared much better. For instance, an early Earth Immortal would have a significant disadvantage compared to one in the late stage, despite their realms being the same. In the celestial realms, both Yizhan and Yi Taixin are merely at the initial stage of the true immortal realm. This naturally attracts considerable attention from various celestial domains, leaving many astonished. Is the Xuanji immortal domain truly in a state of decline? Chapter 303. Yi Ancestors' Business Acumen and the Four Sons of the Yi Family. At the registration office of the Heavenly Court, numerous participants from different celestial domains expressed their disbelief at the selection from the Xuanji immortal domain, which seems to hint at a certain level of neglect. Yi Kaishan, have you truly made up your mind? The Xuanji immortal lord cannot help but inquire. Rest assured, just keep an eye on things. Just don't deny it if you lose later, Yi Kaishan replies with a playful grin, raising his eyebrows in a wild insinuation. Deny? Deny what? Xianxia curiously leans closer, sensing an unspoken secret between the two. In truth, there is indeed something concealed. Yi Kaishan has never ceased his pursuit of the Xuanji maiden. Nothing to worry about, the Xuanji immortal lord waves dismissively. However, this only reinforces the suspicions of Tianxian, Taiyin, and the other maidens, suggesting that there may be some clandestine arrangement between them. After the registration, the next step is to await the commencement of the conference. Yi Kaishan, with nothing to occupy his time, begins to wander about the heavenly court. The place is replete with celestial herbs, leaving many envious. It is rumored that the heavenly court houses the legendary peach tree and immortal apricots, but their locations remain a mystery to him. At that moment, a melodious chorus of voices fills the air, akin to the song of a golden aureole emerging from the valley. From afar, 7 maidens adorned in vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple swiftly glide by, each carrying a celestial basket. The 7 fairies? Yi Kaishan's heart skips a beat. Although he cannot ascertain whether this heavenly court is the same as that from the journey to the west, the attire of these 7 maidens instantly evokes that imagery. Wait! Yi Kaishan exclaims, his figure shifting as he rushes after them. Subsequently, he utilizes his charm to engage with them until they exchange contact information, at which point he relents. Following this, he employs the same strategy with any celestial maiden he encounters. Initially, many are wary of this abrupt and somewhat audacious man. However, once Kaishan presents celestial pills, their apprehension dissipates. If the conversation flows well, he even bestows upon them celestial artifacts. Who would refuse such treasures? In no time, Kaishan befriends over 1,000 celestial maidens, a mix of those from the heavenly court and others attending the conference. Their cultivation levels are impressive, with each at least at the initial stage of the profound immortal realm, and their talents are exceptional. Any one of them would be a celestial beauty in the Xianxia immortal domain. He even encounters ethereal beings from the Ling immortal clan. Kaishan exhibits remarkable business prowess. Though he often enjoys the fruits of others' labor, his proactive capabilities have never waned. In his line of work, one must be thick-skinned and audacious. By accumulating resources through extensive networking, an endless supply of opportunities arises. Hey, what is your name? I heard you captured a white tiger. Is that true? A petite girl with snow-white hair stops him on his way back, hands on her hips, questioning him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you also a white tiger? Kaishan retorts, noticing a faint royal insignia on her forehead, indicating her lineage. Indeed, you've captured my kin. Return it to me. The girl extends her hand, demanding the creature. What is your name? Kaishan asks with a smile. Despite her youthful appearance, she possesses the cultivation of a golden immortal, indicating she is at least several millennia old. I am by Xiaoyuan. Let's not stray from the topic. Will you return it to me? She asserts, appearing rather domineering and somewhat dim-witted. Do you truly desire it? Kaishan inquires. Of course, Bai Xiaoyuan nods emphatically. Very well, then. Come with me to retrieve it. Kaishan gestures, stepping ahead. Bai Xiaoyuan, somewhat dazed, follows him along. Thus, she is led away by Kaishan, the seasoned trickster. In the end, Bai Xiaoyuan becomes so bewildered by Kaishan's antics that she no longer insists on reclaiming the white tiger and instead continues to reside with him. On this day, the conference officially commences. The venue is within the duel of law realm of the heavenly court, a space fortified by laws capable of withstanding strikes from immortal kings. Here, cultivators may unleash their full potential. The realm is vast, accommodating countless beings. At its center, enormous arenas float, shielded by barriers formed by laws, suspended amidst chaotic energy. Surrounding these platforms are numerous Dao platforms, serving as seats for the audience. At this moment, the Dao platforms are filled with esteemed figures. Various immortal kings and lords are seated in accordance with their respective factions. Among them are Tianxian, Yaoguang, Xuanji, Kaiyang, Yuheng, and others, all awaiting the commencement of the conference. Behind them stand countless powerful beings from various celestial domains, including many formidable figures from the Xianxia immortal domain, such as the sect master of the Holy Spirit immortal sect. Opposite the purple micro-immortal king sit the likes of the West Mother, Earth Mother, East King, the demon-dispelling immortal king, the longevity immortal king, and the disaster relief immortal king, all gathered around the arena. In past conferences, the longevity immortal king and East King have consistently emerged victorious, and it seems likely that this time will be no different. As the conference begins, the powerful attendees engage in discussions, buoyed by the atmosphere. Some immortal kings and lords, having participated in numerous previous editions, are well acquainted with the past victors. It is rumored that the East King possesses an unparalleled celestial body beneath him, with strength formidable enough to dominate his peers, rivaling even the offspring of immortal emperors. I have news as well. The West Mother has found the heir of the nine-tailed celestial fox, someone remarks with a chuckle. The nine-tailed celestial fox? From the Xianxia lineage? A voice exclaims in astonishment. Legends speak of the nine-tailed celestial fox possessing the most breathtaking beauty in the world, capable of enchanting all beings. This is a path of seduction, and none can resist their allure. A moment's carelessness could lead one to become a mere servant beneath her skirts. However, due to the nine-tailed celestial fox's overwhelming power, she incurred divine wrath and subsequently fell into decline, nearing extinction. Boom. At that moment, a resounding bell, akin to the reverberations of the great Tao, echoes throughout the duel of law realm. A woman, her visage shrouded in mist, sits at the forefront of the Tao platform, declaring the start of the conference. She represents the heavenly court as the Empress. The legendary immortal emperor does not make an appearance. The first phase consists of battles at the Earth immortal level. Pairs of participants, guided by the laws, ascend to the battle platform. Duels are assigned at random. Soon, the clashes erupt. Those who lose are automatically expelled from the arena by the laws, while the victors are seamlessly assigned new opponents, an intelligent system indeed. As fierce battles unfold, the number of Earth immortal contestants dwindles from thousands to merely 100. From the Xianxia immortal domain, the participants are Yi Xiantian, Yi Yongheng, Yi Xinhuang, and Yi Wanlong. The four brothers conceal their true capabilities, effortlessly advancing into the top 100. Wait, the Xuanji Immortal Domain? For representatives from the domain governed by the purple micro-immortal king have made it through. Someone exclaims in surprise, realizing that the top 100 comprises only the elite of the elite. Just when everyone assumes it to be a stroke of luck, the four brothers easily penetrate the top 50, demonstrating their prowess with remarkable ease. Chapter 304, Sweeping the Top 4, A Breach of Martial Ethics. By the heavens, something is amiss, quite amiss indeed. What is the origin of the Xuanji Immortal Domain? At this moment, many have taken notice. Various immortal kings collectively govern hundreds of immortal domains, from which they select thousands of Earth immortals. On average, each domain contributes 10 individuals. To be among the top 100 domains is already a considerable achievement. In fact, some domains have faced total annihilation before even breaking into the top 100. Yet now, the Xuanji Immortal Domain not only ranks among the top 50, but has managed to secure 4 positions within it. This is utterly astonishing. Let me ascertain the situation. One deity remarked, directing their full attention to the ensuing battles. Immortal bodies. To everyone's surprise, all 4 individuals are endowed with immortal bodies. An immortal king's gaze sharpened as he discerned the hidden immortal bodies of the 4 brothers. The Xuanji Immortal Domain has indeed exerted considerable effort to recruit 4 such entities. However, other domains also possess immortal bodies. Thus, this is not particularly rare. Relying solely on this to secure victory seems improbable, remarked the likes of the West Queen Mother, the Earth Mother, and the Eternal Immortal King with a chuckle. They sensed a unique aura emanating from the 4 brothers, yet immortal bodies are not a rarity. Among the hundreds of domains, how could there be a lack of such entities? Just in the top 50 alone, there are more than a dozen immortal bodies. Therefore, even possessing an immortal body does not guarantee triumph, unless it is exceptionally powerful. Ultimately, victory will depend on one's own skills and mastery. The competition among the top 50 is fierce, with prodigies from all directions revealing their hidden cards. The 4 brothers from the Yi family had no choice but to unveil their immortal bodies. In an instant, 4 formidable auras reverberated throughout the arena. The innate Tao body, the Xianhuang indestructible body, the eternal immortal body, and the destruction dragon emperor body all manifested. These 4 supreme immortal bodies left the assembly of deities in awe. By the heavens, these 4 individuals are indeed all endowed with immortal bodies. The eternal immortal body, does that not belong to that quasi-immortal emperor? The dragon emperor body, the sovereign physique of the dragon clan. Goodness, where did the Xuanji Immortal Domain find these 4 freaks? The spectators erupted in excitement, especially as they sensed a shared bloodline aura among the 4. Could it be that these individuals are indeed brothers? As a native of the Xuanji Immortal Domain, I can proudly declare that these 4 are the offspring of Ancestor Yi, one deity proclaimed with a beaming expression. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Are you suggesting that they all share the same progenitor? The deities turned in unison, their expressions resembling those who had seen a ghost. Such extraordinary immortal bodies emerging from a single lineage is indeed unfathomable. While immortal bodies are not entirely uncommon in the immortal realm, genuine top-tier immortal bodies remain quite rare. Those who possess such physiques are likely to become immortal kings or even immortal emperors in the future, while ordinary immortal bodies exhibit significantly less potential. Indeed, I dare say that when it comes to procreation, not even an immortal king can surpass Ancestor Yi, boasted one deity, audaciously placing himself in the narrative. Before long, the Yi brothers triumphed over their opponents, advancing into the top 8. Only 4 adversaries remained. There exists a rule in the competition that participants hailing from the same domain will not face one another until the finals. Thus, they have yet to confront each other, standing against 4 formidable foes from different domains. These 4 individuals also possess immortal bodies, and indeed, they are of a powerful caliber. Having reached the pinnacle of Earth immortal cultivation, but yet to make a breakthrough, a fierce battle loomed, with intense clashes about to commence. The 4 brothers from the Xuanji Immortal Domain, still not at their full potential, may find themselves at a disadvantage, some observers speculated. In realms of similar cultivation, even a slight disparity can lead to significant differences in outcome. If their talents are relatively comparable, mastery over immortal arts becomes crucial. The deities watched with bated breath. However, when it comes to immortal arts, the Yi family holds considerable authority. The techniques imparted by Yi Kaishan number in the hundreds, with numerous mid-grade and high-grade immortal arts, and even some supreme techniques. I do not cultivate ordinary immortal arts. The Yi brothers unleashed formidable spells, a dazzling array of techniques. They even disdainfully refrained from utilizing immortal weapons to dominate through sheer might. When their opponents brandished their immortal weapons, the Yi brothers responded without hesitation. producing superior weapons of their own. Thus, under the multilateral pressure of immortal arts, immortal weapons, and immortal bodies, the opponents of the Yi brothers fell one after another. By the heavens, the Yi family has claimed all 4 top spots. The Xuanji Immortal domain is indeed formidable, with the Ziwei Immortal King South faction securing first place in their group. The onlookers were astounded. Never before had a single domain swept all 4 top positions in a group. Even more astonishing was that these 4 individuals hailed from the same family. As the time approached to determine the champion, just as the deities eagerly anticipated which of the 4 brothers would emerge as the strongest, the Yi brothers astonishingly decided their rankings based on age. The eldest, Ye Xiantian, was to take the first place. Ye Xuanhuang proposed. I have no objections, Ye Yonghing concurred. Then I shall take the 4th position, Ye Wanlong concluded. Thank you, my brothers, Ye Xiantian expressed his gratitude. We are family. There is no need for formality among us. They replied. Thus, the rankings from 1st to 4th were arranged in a manner reminiscent of children playing house. The audience was left speechless, utterly bewildered. This only further solidified their belief that these 4 extraordinary individuals were indeed genuine brothers. The Eastern King wore a smile, yet it was evident that he bore some displeasure. The last 4 Earth Immortals defeated by the Yi brothers were contestants from his faction, who had believed victory was assured. The outcome was a dismal rout. The reactions among the other Immortal Kings varied, yet curiosity prevailed. They suddenly found themselves deeply intrigued by the Yi family. On the side of the Ziwei Immortal King, cheers erupted. Their past achievements had not been particularly noteworthy. This time, they had truly regained their pride. Below, Ye Kaishan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an unspoken air of humility amidst his concealed prowess and reputation. Following the conclusion of the Earth Immortal group, it was swiftly time for the Celestial Immortal group. This level featured the participation of the Yi family S. Ye Jianxian, Ye Jiudao, Ye Hongya, and Ye Mingyue, for siblings. Their opponents were not to be underestimated. Possessing immortal bodies that were even more formidable than their own, the 4 acted decisively. When confronted with powerful adversaries, they immediately summoned their immortal weapons, not just one, but multiple. Before their opponents could grasp the situation, they were bombarded relentlessly. They even ruthlessly self-destructed inferior immortal weapons. Such explosions were not something ordinary celestial immortals could withstand, leading to immediate incapacitation. By the heavens, what shamelessness! How could they waste such precious immortal weapons? Spectators around were in disbelief. Despite being from the same Xuanji Immortal domain and the Yi family, the sensations evoked were entirely different. In no time, the 4 siblings advanced into the finals, capitalizing on their overwhelming advantage and firepower. Their opponents were indeed strong, but when the 4 revealed a multitude of immortal weapons, the adversaries were completely flabbergasted. They simply could not compete. Their opponents treated their immortal weapons as if they were bombs. Chapter 305, Firepower Suppression. The Ancestor makes his entrance. The battles in the Celestial Immortal group took on a different flavor. The Yi Quartet unleashed a torrent of overwhelming firepower. No more pretense. This was a full revelation of their capabilities. Though their adversaries are prodigies hailing from various domains, even the homes of such geniuses cannot allow them to treat celestial artifacts as trifling as cabbages. The pressure is insurmountable, utterly unbearable. The assembled immortals outside were left in a daze. While the assembly did not impose restrictions on the use of celestial artifacts, they had never witnessed anything quite like this. How utterly outrageous. What, pray tell, is the true nature of the Yi family? Are they perhaps a lineage of celestial emperors? By the heavens! Not only does the Yi family possess numerous celestial bodies, but they also wield an abundance of celestial artifacts. Who on earth is the ancestor of the Yi family? The onlookers were astounded, their curiosity about Yi Kaishan's identity intensifying. The likes of Xuanji Xianjun, the Taiyan sisters, and Ziwei Xianhuang gazed in utter astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. They felt somewhat bewildered, particularly Xuanji Xianjun, who inexplicably found herself in the limelight. This cannot bode well. Could it be that this fellow might actually emerge victorious? A sense of anxiety crept in as she realized the implications. Should Yi Kaishan win 3 matches, she would be compelled to fulfill her promise. Given this fellow's disposition, he would undoubtedly demand her hand in marriage without the slightest hint of decorum. And then, there would be children, many children. The mere thought sent a shiver down Xuanji Xianjuan's spine, a strange sensation enveloping her. Something is amiss, something is indeed amiss. Reality soon delivered a jarring blow. The 4 siblings of the Yi family dispatched their opponents with a flurry of strikes, claiming the top position in their group. Consequently, Ziwei Xianhuang's faction had already secured 2 first-place finishes. The Immortals were left astounded, completely unprepared for the emergence of such talent under Ziwei Xianhuang's command. Following this, the battle for the true Immortal group commenced. The Yi family sent forth the celestial axe-wielding Yi Zhan and the daylight celestial body Yi Tai Xian. Two more celestial beings had emerged. The spectators were becoming numb. Thus far, the Yi family had unveiled 10 celestial bodies. How could this be possible? A single lineage boasting 10 celestial bodies. What kind of bloodline is the Yi family? The onlookers were bewildered, struck with disbelief. 1 or 2 celestial bodies might be acceptable, but 10 is simply excessive. TCH, what is this? Surely you do not believe that 10 celestial bodies are the limit of the Yi family? A disdainful Xuanji Xianyuan remarked, seemingly mocking those around him for their lack of insight. Are you suggesting there might be even more? The crowd turned to him. Their expressions a blend of horror and intrigue. Of course, you may cast doubt on everything else, but one must never question the progenitive prowess of the Yi ancestor. The Xianxian spoke with an air of pride, launching into tales of the Yi ancestors' illustrious deeds. The crowd, upon hearing his account, was left even more astonished. Could such an extraordinary individual truly exist? A horde of concubines and offspring, all the while apparently doing nothing but practicing their skills? It seems this individual indeed possesses unique attributes. Perhaps I shall someday bring my daughter to pay a visit. Some secretly plotted. In the competition at the Xianxian level, the Yi ancestor would make a personal appearance, and then all would witness the grandeur of the ancestor. The speaker continued, his tone suggesting that witnessing the Yi ancestor was an unparalleled honor. This piqued the interest of the crowd. They were eager to see if this man possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, endowed with capabilities beyond those of ordinary beings. Much time passed, and the battles in the true Immortal group had entered the top 100. The Yi family twins, with overwhelming force, obliterated their opponents. One wielded twin axes, unstoppable in his path, while the other, basking in the glory of battle, grew ever more formidable, vanquishing all challengers. However, both were only at the initial stage of true immortal cultivation, and upon entering the top 100, they clearly found themselves at a disadvantage. They faced the most elite true immortals from various domains, none of whom were inept. Most were at the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation, having reached the limits of their potential, with some even mastering formidable laws. In terms of cultivation, the Yi twins suffered considerable setbacks. Moreover, they had only just achieved true immortal status and had yet to comprehend laws suitable for themselves. Observing the situation, Yi Kaishan chose not to linger on words and signaled for the two to withdraw. This experience had fostered significant growth in the two youths, achieving his objective. Continuing the battle would yield only losses. The strife at the true immortal level was far more brutal than in other realms. The other celestial kings sighed in relief at the Yi family's retreat. The onslaught of the Yi family had finally reached its conclusion. Even the venerable tortoise, despite its longevity, meets its end. If this absurdity continues, it truly cannot be sustained. It has been said that the Yi ancestor is to make a personal appearance next. That old man is tossing around gold coins, rather than staying home to procreate. He comes to compete with the youth. This could lead to a loss of face. Old man. The Yi ancestor is not yet a millennium old. If he is an old man, what does that make the rest of you? Living fossils. The immortals from the Xuanji domain were indignant. Yi Kaishan is the pride of the celestial realm and should not be subjected to such disrespect. Not even a millennium? How can that be? The crowd gasped in disbelief. They had assumed the Yi ancestor was an ancient being of 1,000,000 years, only to discover he had yet to reach 1,000. What does it mean for a Xianxian to be under a millennium? Just as the immortals were grappling with their astonishment, below, Yi Kaishan felt the call of the rules, his form lightly descending onto a stage. The Yi ancestor has appeared. Instantly, cheers erupted, emanating from the celestial beings of the 7 stars domain. Some women, their eyes sparkling with recognition, identified Yi Kaishan. They were those whom he had engaged with in the heavenly court. So, he is the Yi ancestor, a truly exceptional man. This individual is wealthy beyond measure and adept at fathering children. He is indeed the ideal partner. Having witnessed the ancestor's monetary prowess in previous contests, they now held a deeper understanding of his financial capabilities. His offspring wielded celestial artifacts as if they were mere toys, displaying an extravagant level of wealth that most female cultivators could scarcely resist. This man, with his elegant demeanor and radiant smile, was waving at them. Look, he is beckoning to me. One celestial maiden exclaimed shyly, turning her head away. Even at several millennia old, she still possessed such bashfulness. Standing upon the stage, Yi Kaishan wore a warm smile, greeting the female cultivators surrounding him. His demeanor resembled that of a superstar on a world tour. On the opposite side of the stage, his opponent's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? Am I to be treated as invisible? This is an intolerable insult. Yi ancestor, prepare to be crushed and suffer humiliation before the world. The man sneered coldly, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. In that instant, his aura surged like a tempest. reminiscent of a warrior intent on vanquishing a demon. This man, named Wu Tianxing, hailed from the Wu family of the giant spirit domain, a prodigy endowed with true martial blood. Recognizing the man, someone began to provide an introduction. This opponent would prove to be formidable. Yi ancestor encounters a strong rival upon his entrance. It seems he is destined for a swift exit. The spectators on the stands chuckled, reveling in the drama. Yet, no sooner had the words left their mouths than Yi Kaishan effortlessly unleashed a single palm strike, sending Wu Tianxing sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. Chapter 306. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox ultimately falls. Shocked, the immortals stared at the fallen Wu Tianxing, rendered speechless. The mightiest xianxian from the giant spirit domain was defeated in a single move? This was unprecedented. This marked the quickest conclusion to a battle since the commencement of the assembly. Next, Yi Kaishan withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back. His expression still adorned with a gentle smile. He had successfully outperformed them all. Cheers erupted from the celestial maidens in the stands, their excitement palpable. This man is truly formidable. From any perspective, it could be deemed flawless. Not long after, the second round of the contest commenced. Yi Kaishan advanced with an unstoppable momentum, effortlessly concluding each battle with a single strike. Thus, he continued his streak of victories, securing a place among the top 100. This individual is remarkably powerful, even more formidable than his offspring. The assembly of immortals was astounded, for Yi Kaishan triumphed with such ease that he did not even resort to using a celestial weapon. Not a single trump card was revealed. The battles were resolved in mere exchanges. His prowess was utterly incomprehensible. This is bad. Could it be that he is truly flaunting his abilities? The deities from other realms gritted their teeth, wishing they could personally step in to deal with this braggart. It was akin to his personal showcase, as he crushed opponents while casting flirtatious glances at the female cultivators outside the arena. They began to understand how he had amassed so many concubines. Humph. The top 100 are all prodigies. I refuse to believe he can continue this winning streak. Some voiced their dissatisfaction, eagerly awaiting Yi Kaishan's downfall. However, he emerged victorious once more, easily securing a position within the top 50. A hum reverberated through the arena as a new challenger appeared. A waft of ethereal fragrance enveloped the air, and before Yi Kaishan stood a captivating woman. She possessed a visage that could topple nations, exuding an enchanting allure intertwined with an innocent aura, creating a captivating contradiction. Her figure was statuesque, her waist so slender it seemed delicate, with curves that ignited a primal desire. Yi Kaishan was momentarily taken aback. Even he was mesmerized by her beauty. Moreover, there was an irresistible allure about her, a compelling urge to delve deeper. A vixen. The thought arose within Yi Kaishan's mind. Fair maiden, what is your name? He inquired, unable to restrain himself. Little girl Tu Su, she replied softly, her voice dripping with seduction, akin to a feather brushing against one's ear. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted, particularly the male cultivators, who, upon beholding her, were suddenly overwhelmed by an instinctual impulse. What exactly were they feeling? They themselves could not discern. Such a beautiful woman. Could this be the nine-tailed celestial fox? The nine-tailed celestial fox possesses the grace of a celestial king and excels in the art of seduction. Not even a golden immortal could resist her charms, let alone a mystic immortal. It seemed this individual had finally encountered a worthy opponent. The nine-tailed celestial fox could not be subdued by mere brute strength. This would test one's resolve and willpower. A moment's carelessness could lead to enslavement. The assembly of immortals chuckled, for Yi Laozu had a penchant for beauty. Encountering the nine-tailed celestial fox, he would undoubtedly succumb instantly. This battle appeared to hold no suspense whatsoever. In another section of the platform, the resplendent and dignified Queen Mother of the West wore a subtle smile. This was her secret weapon. In the realm of mystic immortals, there was no conceivable rival. If Tu Su could charm even golden immortals, one could only imagine the sway she would hold over a mystic immortal. Miss Tu Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Kaishan, he said, smiling as he introduced himself. Tu Su shook her head slightly. Every man reacted this way upon seeing her, which was utterly disappointing. Such an opponent could be easily subdued without even resorting to her charms. I intend to win this contest, so you should withdraw, she declared, flashing a smile that could stun time itself, leaving the male immortals in a daze. She did not wish to engage physically with Yi Kaishan, but hoped to dissuade him with words, conserving her strength for the next adversary. The confident nine-tailed celestial fox believed she had this man completely under her control. However, in the face of her intoxicating smile, Yi Kaishan could only admire her beauty without falling into confusion. Apologies, but I too wish to win this contest, so it is you who should withdraw. I shall compensate you afterward. He indeed admired Tu Su, but more so, it was a yearning for beauty and appreciation. This was entirely different from being a sycophant. Yi Laozu was no gullible fool. Humph. Since you are unwilling, let us see who prevails in battle. Tu Su cried out, her pupils shifting as she unleashed her seductive technique. In an instant, Yi Kaishan felt enveloped by a warm tide, as if basking in a spring breeze. His pores opening wide. Before him, the nine-tailed celestial fox appeared even more enchanting, resembling a queen gazing down upon him from a lofty height. She was breathtaking, radiating an irresistible aura. Only by submitting to this woman could one attain all that they desired. This allure could subtly alter one's mindset, will, and spirit. In a heartbeat, Yi Kaishan felt an overwhelming devotion to Tu Su, a singular love for her alone. This was terrifying. How could Yi Laozu possibly love but one? Humph. In the briefest moment of thought, Yi Kaishan regained his composure and activated his divine eyes, replicating her seductive technique and returning it in kind. In the next moment, Tu Su shuddered, her pupils clouded with confusion. What had she seen? An extraordinarily handsome man, seemingly the most attractive in existence, was smiling at her, revealing his impressive demeanor. Various charms rushed toward her like a tidal wave. This man was Yi Kaishan. At that moment, in Tu Su's eyes, he was the most handsome man in the world, exuding an irresistible allure. In an instant, Tu Su felt as though she were about to swoon, deeply infatuated with this man, willing to offer everything for him. Then he spoke, his voice reminiscent of a benevolent father. Tu Su, come here. He beckoned, exuding an irresistible charm. Tu Su, entranced, walked forward, completely lost in this affection. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached the edge of the arena. Yi Kaishan stepped behind her and kicked her lightly, sending her tumbling off the platform. With a resounding thud, Tu Su fell, disqualified from the competition. As she regained her senses, she glanced around, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Fragmented memories surged back to her. As she recalled the earlier events, her stunning face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. I was actually drawn to this man. She felt as if she were losing her mind. Her seductive technique had not only failed but had been turned against her, teaching her a lesson in her own game. She had completely succumbed, unable to extricate herself. Realizing this, Tu Su fled, as if mad, not daring to glance at Yi Kaishan again. Witnessing this absurd scene, the assembly of immortals was left in a state of confusion. What had just happened? The nine-tailed celestial fox appeared to be in disarray. Could it be that even she had succumbed to Yi Laozu's allure? The deities from the Xuanji immortal domain bore expressions of affirmation, as if they had anticipated this outcome. As I suspected, the nine-tailed celestial fox must also bow before Yi Laozu's might. The skirts of the celestial fox could not withstand the power of his trousers. The deities from the Xuanji immortal domain chuckled, feeling somewhat unsurprised. All the outstanding female cultivators from the Xuanji immortal domain had fallen into the Yi family's grasp. Could a mere little fox hope to escape? The Queen Mother of the West's expression darkened. The nine-tailed celestial fox, whom she held in high regard, had been so easily subdued. This man possessed divine eyes, the perfect counter to Tu Su's seductive arts. The celestial sovereigns present all discerned the ocular technique that Yi Kaishan had just employed. The celestial eye of the heavy pupil, an almost invincible gaze within the celestial realm. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this young man was destined to become one of the future celestial kings. The Mother of Earth remarked, her gaze lingering on Yi Kaishan's silhouette, a hint of approval evident in her eyes. What a remarkable young man. Indeed, I have not misjudged him. The celestial lord of the radiant jewel became animated, only to quickly find herself in a quandary. If this continued, she would be unable to maintain her position. It was not just she who would falter. Many celestial maidens felt the same. In that moment, the collective impression of Yi Kaishan among the celestial beings transformed once more. Initially perceived as merely a comrade adept at procreation, it became apparent that his combat prowess was equally extraordinary. On the arena, Yi Kaishan observed the retreating figure of the nine-tailed celestial fox with a tinge of regret. Were it not for the competition and the public setting, he would not have so readily allowed her to escape. Nonetheless, he had indelibly etched a profound mark upon her heart. This imprint was indelible, deeply seared into Tu Su's very soul, a memory that would remain unforgotten even through the sands of time. Such is the scar upon the spirit. Unlike a physical wound which may heal, the wounds of the heart are eternal. Even if millennia were to pass, as long as Tu Su lived, she would never forget this day, nor the spectacle woven from illusions, where Yi Kaishan appeared as a celestial deity, capturing her heart with fervor. This became a mental demon. If left unaddressed, it could hinder her cultivation. The most effective way to confront such a demon is to face it head-on. Fleeing only breeds greater fear. Thus, Yi Kaishan was certain that it would not be long before Tu Su sought him out. This woman had been marked by him, and escape was not an option. After defeating Tu Su, Yi Kaishan advanced to the next round, embarking on a sprint. Soon, he encountered a formidable opponent, a celestial prodigy mastering the laws of destruction. This was a genius from the Eastern King's celestial domain, also a strong contender for victory. The law of destruction is the most devastating of all laws. Those who grasp this law possess unparalleled combat capability. Yet, alas, he was faced with a man who commanded several supreme laws. Kaishan did not even need to employ celestial artifacts. Merely by wielding the power of the laws, he left his opponent utterly disoriented. The onlooking celestial beings were astounded, discovering new facets of the ancient ancestor Yi. Space, time, yin and yang, the five elements. This individual seemed to master so many supreme laws. Truly astonishing. The Taiji Dao body. Yi, the ancient ancestor, was indeed a celestial body. The celestial eye of the heavy pupil. Just how many treasures does he possess? The various powerful figures were left speechless. Possessing a single one of these supreme laws, celestial bodies, or celestial eyes could forge a top-tier prodigy. Yet this man encompassed them all. This young man is impressive. He has earned the right to befriend my White Tiger clan, the White Tiger Celestial King proclaimed with a hearty laugh, his satisfaction evident. Upon hearing that Kaishan had acquired a White Tiger, he had initially been furious. After all, how noble is the White Tiger? Yet his perspective had shifted. This young man not only qualified, but did so remarkably well. What the White Tiger King did not anticipate was that Kaishan had another White Tiger hidden in his abode, one that was his dearly cherished daughter. The Tiger King boasted further, I have heard that the White Tiger is this man's steed. When did they become friends? A teasing voice chimed in. Belonging to the Phoenix ancestor, her bright eyes filled with disdain. Humph, as if your Phoenix clan has never been ridden before. The White Tiger Celestial King scoffed in retort. Powerful clans often clash, and the Phoenix ancestor and the White Tiger clan were no exceptions. The fierce battles continued, and Kaishan swept through, advancing to the finals. He then defeated his opponent in the final circle with an invincible demeanor, as expected. Now, not only had he achieved perfection in the profound celestial realm, but he had also surpassed half of the Hunyuan energy pillar. Not to mention, in the realm of profound celestials, he could easily outmatch many. The competition in the profound celestial realm concluded. Kaishan claimed the championship with a simplicity that was almost shocking. From start to finish, it could be summarized in 4 words, utterly without suspense. At this point, the faction of the Purple Micro-Celestial King had already secured victories in 3 groups, undeniably establishing themselves as the pinnacle of this session's Celestial Congress. Returning to the group, Kaishan approached the Purple Micro-Celestial King and inquired with a smile. How was my performance? His demeanor was carefree, entirely unfazed by the presence of a Celestial King. The Purple Micro-Celestial King smiled gently and nodded slightly. Excellent. What reward do you desire? I will do my utmost to fulfill your wish. She exuded an imperial grace, an aura of sanctity that was beyond reproach. I want. Kaishan looked at her and began to speak slowly. Yet, he had not fully formed his thoughts, and at the last moment, he swallowed his words. Initially intending to jest that he wanted her, he suddenly sensed the deep meaning in the Purple Micro-Celestial King's gaze. That enigmatic smile, which seemed to peer into one's soul, prompted Kaishan to reconsider at the critical moment. He felt as though this woman could discern his innermost thoughts. How unnerving. It appeared that he could only proceed gradually, without being overly forceful. Kaishan mused quietly to himself. Subsequently, he approached the Celestial Lord of the Radiant Jewel, his expression transforming into one of excitement. Radiant Jewel Taoist, how do you find my performance? I have already secured 3 victories. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Unable to confront the Purple Micro-Celestial King, he turned to the Celestial Lord of the Radiant Jewel for reprisal. Of course not. The Celestial Lord of the Radiant Jewel replied through gritted teeth, having resigned herself to her fate. Excellent. Kaishan nodded, his satisfaction evident. Victory secured. The Sisters of the Moonlight, the Celestial Lord of the Heavenly Talisman, and others regarded the two with curiosity. They understood. It was clear that these two had an unspoken arrangement, a clandestine pact. After a brief intermission, the final match at the Golden Celestial level commenced. Kaishan sent forth the recovering xianxiaaudiobooks, restored to the Golden Celestial stage. The demon dragon was still quite formidable. Just do your best. If you can't win, then concede, Kaishan instructed xianxiaaudiobooks before her appearance. Having already secured 3 victories and claimed the Celestial Lord of the Radiant Jewel, they had met their minimum requirement. Henceforth, victory was not an absolute necessity. Compared to rewards, Kaishan valued the celestial maidens from the heavenly court even more. Their preliminary flirtation had been completed. Once they returned, he could set his plans into motion. He aimed for a modest goal first, marrying 30,000 celestial maidens. Chapter 308, Celestial Empress Sister, choose an item. Xianxiaaudiobooks took the stage. And with her demon dragon as her foundation, she had a significant advantage against ordinary golden celestials. She did not hold back, right from the start. She drew forth a superior celestial artifact, the Star Dragon Steel. With her restored powers, she became even stronger than before. Furthermore, she had also cultivated Kaishan's secret arts, such as the Eightfold Dragon Fist and other celestial techniques. Armed with both celestial artifacts and celestial techniques, Xianxiaaudiobooks quickly broke into the top 100. She fought fiercely, leaving chaos in her wake. Facing her ultimate adversary, Xianxiaaudiobooks revealed an extraordinary celestial artifact. The celestial beings gasped in astonishment. Such an elite celestial artifact was rare even among celestial lords, except for the wealthy and powerful. With the enhancement of this supreme artifact, Xianxiaaudiobooks became even more invincible. When confronting her final opponent, she produced yet another supreme celestial artifact. With a single strike, the opponent was left reeling. This woman, astonishingly, belonged to the Dragon Demon clan. How scandalous. Not so, for she is but a concubine of the esteemed Elder Yi. Are you not convinced? The assembly of celestial beings erupted into a cacophony of chatter, with men consumed by envy, and women equally so. Who does not yearn for a supreme celestial artifact? As the final contest concluded, Xianxiaaudiobooks triumphed over her adversary through sheer financial prowess. Of the 5 groups competing, the Yi family claimed victory in 4. Following this, it was time for the distribution of rewards. The top 10 in each group were to receive accolades, with the first place receiving celestial apricots, peaches of immortality, and a 9-turn golden pill, a boon that could elevate a mere mortal directly to the golden immortal realm. Additionally, the Ziwei Celestial King had secured 4 first-place victories, along with a grand championship reward, entry into the Celestial Palace's treasury, with the liberty to select any item therein. The Ziwei Celestial King generously bestowed this opportunity upon Yi Kaishan, declaring, "I once promised that whoever aids me in securing victory in this contest shall claim this privilege. Yi Kaishan, it is now yours." Yi Kaishan graciously accepted. Naturally, he would not be remiss in his gratitude. Thus, under the auspices of the Ziwei Celestial King, they made their way to the Celestial Palace to meet the Emperor and Empress. Yi Kaishan endeavored to discern the Empress's visage, yet found it obscured by a shroud of chaotic energy, rendering her exceedingly enigmatic. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze upon him, sending shivers down his spine. "The Empress is observing me," he mused, refraining from glancing further. Aware of their purpose, the Empress spoke in a measured tone. "Yao Ji, take him to the treasury to select his reward." As her words settled, a graceful maiden emerged, a paragon of beauty, second only to the Celestial King, a consummate celestial monarch. Yao Ji, could she be the legendary 3 Holy Mothers? Yi Kaishan pondered, recognizing the uncanny resemblance of her name to that of the mythic figure. Could she truly be the sister of the Celestial Emperor? Subsequently, the maiden guided Yi Kaishan through a series of twists and turns until they arrived before a heavily guarded hall. The air was thick with resonant sounds of the Tao, and formidable celestial formations surrounded them, indicating that they had indeed arrived at the celestial treasury. Yao Ji produced a token, and after a few deft maneuvers, the grand doors creaked open. "Fellow Taoist Yi, please follow me." "Yao Ji, please slow down, wait for me." Yi Kaishan hurriedly trailed behind, eager to engage her in conversation. Along the way, he had surmised her identity. She was indeed the sister of the Celestial Emperor, holding a significant position within the celestial realm, and, most notably, she remained unmarried. A blooming flower yet to unfurl. By the heavens, is this truly the celestial treasury? Upon entering, Yi Kaishan's eyes widened in astonishment. Celestial medicines, elixirs, and artifacts were strewn about, including numerous supreme celestial artifacts, rare celestial gold, celestial stones, and mysterious objects exuding chaotic energy were in abundance. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you may select any one treasure to take with you." Yao Ji smiled gently, her eyes sparkling like stars, curving like a crescent moon. Exquisite indeed. She was not of the bewitching sort, but rather of the virtuous and gracious variety. "Excellent. I have made my choice, this entire treasury." Yi Kaishan nodded, signaling his desire to claim the entirety of the treasury. "Such a notion is not permitted." Yao Ji chuckled, appearing as if she had been bested. "Who would choose an entire treasury?" "I jest. Let me observe further." Yi Kaishan replied with a laugh, then activated his celestial gaze, sweeping across the treasury like a lighthouse scanning the sea. "Is this a royal-grade celestial artifact?" Suddenly, he halted, captivated by a circular artifact enveloped in chaotic energy. Its laws formidable and awe-inspiring. Above the supreme celestial artifacts were royal-grade and imperial-grade artifacts, both classified as chaotic celestial artifacts, as they must contain chaotic matter and possess the ability to cultivate autonomously. Many chaotic celestial artifacts could even transform into battle spirits. aiding their masters in combat and bearing their own will. This was once the weapon of a celestial king, who fell in battle, leaving it as an unclaimed relic. Yao Ji elucidated, noticing Yi Kaishan's intrigue. It is indeed a commendable choice. Do you wish to select it? Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. No matter how powerful a celestial artifact may be, it remains an external force. True strength lies within oneself. An intangible aura of dominance emanated from him. Yao Ji gazed at Yi Kaishan in astonishment, taken aback by his resolute determination. To remain unmoved in the presence of a royal-grade artifact was indeed rare. In truth, while Yi Kaishan outwardly appeared noble, his inner musings diverged. A royal-grade celestial artifact, though precious, was but a trifling matter. As long as he fathered a child with royal-grade celestial roots, acquiring such artifacts would be a mere formality. Thus, for him, celestial artifacts were the least of his concerns. He had no need for them. Consequently, he continued his selection, focusing on seemingly inconspicuous items that exuded an air of mystery. The more enigmatic, the better. Such was the approach of those fortunate protagonists. Celestial flames of the 10 great varieties, true water of the Tyene, true gold of the sun, various peculiar divine objects flashed before his eyes. Celestial artifacts barely registered in his mind. Matters that could be resolved through procreation were trivial. He sought items that were unattainable in ordinary circumstances. A celestial monarch puppet? Suddenly, he spotted a massive puppet radiating an overwhelming aura of oppression. This was indeed a celestial monarch-level puppet. A celestial monarch seems a tad lacking. How splendid it would be if it were a celestial king instead. Yi Kaishan felt insatiable. He was no longer satisfied with mere celestial monarchs. Soon, he had scoured the entirety of the treasury. Among the myriad treasures, he discovered a seemingly unremarkable key, devoid of any distinguishing features. Its presence within the celestial treasury was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, the more ordinary it appeared, the more it piqued Yi Kaishan's interest. Hey, system, what is this item? Can I choose it? In moments of uncertainty, Yi Kaishan inquired of the system. Without pause, a response was promptly delivered. This item is a key to unlock a lost world. The entirety of the treasury's contents pale in comparison, and it is advisable for the host to select it. Chapter 309. The Mysterious Key, Abducting the White Tiger Princess. By the heavens! System! Yi Kaishan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the treasures of the entire celestial treasury combined were but a fraction of this lost world. What manner of world could it be? Surely, it could rival both the realms of immortals and demons. This key is incomplete. There are identical keys, and only by gathering them all can one locate that world. The system continued. Very well, I suspected it would not be so simple. Yi Kaishan steadied himself, momentarily elated, having thought there was but a single key. No matter. I shall take it for now and deal with the rest when the opportunity arises. He was magnanimous. Treasures were not in short supply for him, and procreation remained the priority. Yao Ji, I have made my choice. I will take this key. Yi Kaishan grasped the key in his palm, addressing Yao Ji beside him. Are you certain? The maiden regarded him with curiosity, bewildered that he would choose such an unremarkable key amidst so many treasures. Dear Taoist Yi, although this key possesses an air of mystery and peculiarity, it is not worthy of squandering an opportunity, she kindly advised. Treasure of this nature can be found in abundance. One could easily uncover 100,000 such keys. The vastness of the immortal realm is filled with wonders. There will always be those who indulge in flights of fancy, believing that behind these seemingly unremarkable items lies hidden treasure. In reality, it is merely chasing shadows and wishful thinking. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan smiled faintly and replied to Yao Ji, in truth, there exists but one treasure in the vault that captivates my heart. The rest hold no significance for me. However, that particular treasure is unlikely to be bestowed upon me. What treasure might that be? Yao Ji inquired with a hint of confusion. That treasure is none other than you, fair Yao Ji, Yi Kaishan exclaimed. At this declaration, Yao Ji stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Yi Kaishan for a couple of seconds before turning away, her cheeks seemingly ablaze with a rosy hue. He actually called me the ultimate treasure, the most precious of all. As a pampered young lady of high standing, she had never encountered such rustic flattery. Perhaps in myth and legend, those celestial maidens were indeed courted by mortal men with sweet words. Fairy Yao Ji, please do not take offense, it was rather abrupt of me. I have decided to select this key, Yi Kaishan continued, anxious that this young lady might have a sudden change of heart. He still desired the key. Subsequently, the two departed from the storeroom. The brief encounter had subtly altered the way Yao Ji regarded Yi Kaishan. Even long after, she pondered whether his words had been genuine or mere jest. Yi Laozu was known for his flamboyance, flitting through the flower-laden paths, leaving a trail of admirers in his wake. He did not dwell on Yaoji's thoughts, his singular focus being to return swiftly and bring Xuanji Xiangjuan home. Time was of the essence, as the Celestial Assembly had already consumed a considerable amount of it, severely hampering his plans for progeny. Upon arriving at his residence, he found Bai Xiaoyuan and the Baihu Xianwang embroiled in a heated dispute. The father and daughter were tugging at each other, creating quite the ruckus. "Father, I have grown up. You need not concern yourself with me. I have decided to visit Yi Kaishan's home. He promised to return our Baihu." Bai Xiaoyuan declared. "Xiaoyuan, you must not return with him. That fellow is not to be trusted," Baihu Xianwang warned, unable to bear the thought of his innocent daughter falling into the jaws of danger. "But father, you do not understand him. He is a good person," Bai Xiaoyuan insisted, her expression resolute. At that moment, Yi Kaishan made his entrance. Baihu Xianwang fixed him with a furious glare. "You there? When did you whisk my daughter away?" He was incensed, having just discovered his daughter was missing after the assembly. After some inquiries, he learned that she had been hidden away at Yi Kaishan's abode. "This is utterly scandalous. If I had not discovered it, would she have been taken away forever? Senior, Xiaoyuan and I have become fast friends. Why such ire?" Yi Kaishan responded with a hint of bravado. Bai Xiaoyuan nodded vigorously, rushing to Yi Kaishan's side, clasping his hand firmly, prepared to stand by him. Explosive. Baihu Xianwang was left dumbfounded. Was it truly the case that a daughter could not remain at home? After a moment of silence, he collected himself. "Listen here, young man. My daughter is the princess of the Baihu clan. Do not think of taking advantage of her. If you truly have feelings for her, you must come to my clan to propose formally. Ensure you bring ample gifts, and I mean substantial ones," he emphasized, his voice booming. In truth, Yi Kaishan's demeanor had already earned the Baihu Xianwang's approval. He was more than worthy of his daughter. However, the elder was incensed by the thought of Yi Kaishan attempting to abscond with her. Upon reflection, aside from the questionable manner of his approach, Yi Kaishan could be considered the perfect suitor. Moreover, given that his daughter was already utterly smitten, it was a matter of expedience. "Rest assured, senior, I will not skimp on the formalities. I will ensure your satisfaction," Yi Kaishan assured him, nodding earnestly, showing no intention of evasion. He had never been one to shy away from such matters. Bai Xiaoyuan shyly clung to Yi Kaishan's arm, burying her face in his embrace. Sometimes, mutual affection was deceptively simple. As long as neither party was prone to complications, a harmonious union was effortlessly achieved. Bai Xiaoyuan did not understand the tumultuous passions of grand romance. She only knew that being with Yi Kaishan brought her joy. In the vernacular of the Baihu clan, it could be succinctly expressed as a willingness to bear children with this man and continue their lineage. It was that straightforward. "Let us depart." Baihu Xianwang waved his hand, choosing to turn away to keep his mind at ease, leading his kin away. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan began to gather his belongings and set forth on his journey. No sooner had he flown out of the southern heaven's gate than he was surrounded by a throng of celestial beings eager to engage with him. Taoist Yi, Elder Yi. In the blink of an eye, Yi Kaishan found himself encircled. It was not until much later that he managed to extricate himself from the crowd. "Esteemed guests, I reside in the Xuanji Immortal domain. Should you need me, please seek me there." "Certainly, certainly." The powerful beings from various immortal realms waved farewell, watching as Yi Kaishan departed. On his journey back, Yi Kaishan activated his immortal eyes, scanning the surroundings for any signs of the Wang family, wary of potential ambushes. However, his concerns were unfounded. The Wang family was not foolish enough to provoke him, especially in the celestial territory. As the most prominent figure at the assembly, any adversary daring to lay a hand on him would face the full wrath of the celestial court. He returned smoothly to the Xuanji Immortal domain. By then, tales of Yi Kaishan's exploits at the assembly had already spread throughout the domain and even to the surrounding realms. Many cultivators had become aware of his esteemed name, following his deeds that resonated across various lands. The names of his children, Yi Xiantian and Yi Su Huang, were equally well known. "This man is a slayer of celestial maidens. He is our role model. Not only is he formidable, but he also excels in matters of procreation." Chapter 310. The Demoness reveals her hand. The royal quality, immortal root emerges. While the various immortal realms were left in astonishment, Yi Kaishan had already returned to Xingyun City. The first order of business upon arriving home was to refine the rewards he had received. He consumed an array of supreme immortal fruits and 9-turn golden pills in their entirety. Once all was processed, the primordial energy pillar had surged to 80% capacity, representing a remarkable 30% increase. "Excellent. With a bit more time to solidify, I shall attain the primordial Tao fruit." Yi Kaishan smiled with satisfaction, for this undoubtedly saved him years of arduous cultivation. His journey to the celestial court had not been in vain, especially as he had made the acquaintance of numerous celestial maidens, achieving a dual benefit. He subsequently summoned Yufei, prepared to hear her justifications. During this time, the demoness had been awaiting Yi Kaishan's return, ready to confess and seek leniency. Upon learning of Yi Kaishan's various feats, her confidence waned. Should he continue on this trajectory, he would soon ascend to the rank of Immortal King. Before long, Yafei was brought before him by Aoyuji, by Rome, and several others. Speak. Who are you? From whence do you come, and what is your purpose in approaching me? Yi Kaishan inquired with a bemused smile. Yafei hesitated, initially contemplating a clever rebuttal. But upon gazing into Yi Kaishan's profound eyes, which resembled an unfathomable abyss, she felt an unsettling chill within her. The prospect of lying and maintaining a facade seemed perilous, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, summoning her resolve, she spoke candidly. In truth, I am not of the celestial realm. I hail from the demon world. Demon world? Yi Kaishan was taken aback, and the women around him were equally startled. The enmity between the celestial and demonic realms was no secret, marked by countless skirmishes throughout the ages. Yet, they had never encountered true demons. I am a demon lord under the Dark Desire Demon King. Having been reborn by his command to ascend and attain immortality, Yafei declared earnestly, her sincerity palpable. Why would the Dark Desire Demon King wish for you to approach me? Yi Kaishan queried, perplexed, as he had never even ventured into the demon realm, let alone incurred the wrath of a demon king. Oh, it relates to the time of your tribulation. The demoness you encountered was but a projection of my lord's presence. Your victory over her captured the demon king's attention. Consequently, she desires to bring you to the demon realm to assist in procreation. I must tell you, my lord is the most beautiful woman in the demon realm, the object of many demons' affections. As you know, the demon realm is in dire need of talent. As she spoke, Yafei's excitement grew, attempting to entice Yi Kaishan with the idea of procreation. Yi Kaishan was rendered speechless, astonished that the seemingly inconsequential figure from his tribulation was, in fact, a demon king. Is your demon king truly so idle as to send you from afar to capture me? He retorted. No. It is not to capture you, but to invite you to the demon realm. Yafei quickly clarified, revealing part of the truth while concealing certain details. Yi Kaishan chuckled, shaking his head, finding her reasoning utterly absurd. What do you take me for? His gaze shifted to her, and a playful smile crept across his face. If that is the case, let us start with you then. Yafei was taken aback, her small wings bristling in surprise. With that, Yi Kaishan erupted into laughter and strode out confidently. At that moment, Starfall City was besieged by beings from all corners, all eager to make Yi Kaishan's acquaintance. A significant portion of them were celestial maidens. Yi Kaishan found himself compelled to accommodate these visitors, a necessity given the numerous exchanges of contact he had made during his time in the heavenly court. The Yi family was bustling once more. Old ancestor Yi had resumed his festivities, and this time, the entire celestial sphere, even the 7 stars celestial domain, felt the ripple effect. Numerous powerful figures traversed the celestial domains merely to partake in old ancestor Ye's banquet. Fortunately, Yi Kaishan had many celestial maidens to marry, making it unlikely he would finish the task anytime soon, thus providing ample opportunity for others. Decades passed unnoticed, and the guests at the Yi family's feast remained glued to their seats, intoxicated and oblivious to their surroundings. The libations served at Ye's banquets were not mere mundane beverages, but celestial brews renowned for their potency. Even immortals would find themselves disoriented after excessive consumption. How many rounds has it been? I can't recall. Let us continue drinking. Cheers. What about you, Fishkeeper? I'm done for, truly. The celestial beings babbled incoherently, the atmosphere descending into chaos. The celestial domains were astir with gossip about old ancestor Ye's relentless pursuit of brides, which had escalated to an extraordinary level. A friend of mine was invited to the wedding 30 years ago and still hasn't returned. It said he drank himself into oblivion, depleting his family's wealth in the process. Indeed, our second-rate sex leader and elders all went to celebrate, leaving our home unguarded, and we were robbed blind. How careless. While forging ties with the Yi family is advantageous, one must be prudent. Without sufficient resources, one should refrain from impulsive decisions. The celestial deities across various realms continued to discuss the matter, expressing their astonishment and lamentation. Congratulations. The host has expanded their lineage, giving birth to a royal-grade celestial root offspring. Rewards: 1,000 years of lifespan, 1 royal-grade celestial artifact, and 10,000 celestial stones. The first royal-grade celestial root offspring of the Yi family had been born. The child's mother, named Biyun, was a celestial maiden of gold immortal cultivation and possessed a supreme celestial root. She had married Yi Kaishan years prior and had nurtured this child for 5 years. Upon receiving the news, Yi Kaishan was elated, for during this time, his own celestial root had reached its pinnacle, enhancing his procreative capabilities. Lo and behold, a royal-grade celestial root offspring had emerged. Furthermore, after decades of development, the Yi family had welcomed a multitude of exceptional progeny, surpassing a total population of 20 million. With Yi Kaishan's own offspring numbering 2 million. Every child born during these decades possessed celestial roots, without exception. Had Yi Kaishan not been preoccupied with courting multiple maidens, the numbers could have been even more staggering. However, the prolonged gestation periods of his concubines contributed to this as well. Yi Kaishan named this child Yi Tianwang, marking the Yi family's first royal-grade celestial root, a title of significant import. Shortly after Yi Tianwang's birth, the second royal-grade celestial root emerged, signifying that Yi Kaishan had acquired 2 royal-grade celestial artifacts. The once lofty royal-grade celestial artifacts had now multiplied remarkably. Delighted, Yi Kaishan eagerly perused the rewards bestowed upon him.